Chapter 1. Within the spacious beast tent of the Thundercloud tribe on the Beast World continent, the flickering candlelight cast dim shadows. A man knelt on the ground, gripping a dagger with one hand while the other pressed against the earth, his head held high. His handsome visage was marred by blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his robust body was a tapestry of wounds, crimson liquid flowing incessantly, presenting a ghastly sight from afar, akin to a figure drenched in blood. An aura of cold malevolence emanated from him, instilling fear in the 5 orcs surrounding him, who clutched their bone knives tightly, their gazes fixated warily on the man. At this moment, the man's golden vertical pupils glimmered with an eerie chill, his face contorted in rage and confusion as he stared at the woman not far away. The woman stood in a daze, her porcelain-like face adorned with tears, her amber eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed upon the unfolding scene. Her trembling lips quivered as she stammered, "It's impossible. It can't be true." The Grand Shaman clearly stated that this potion would not affect you. A flicker of profound pain crossed Lei Ming's eyes. "Why, Huya? Why have you betrayed me?" "Lei Ming, I merely wished to become your mate sooner. I truly had no idea it would turn out like this. Please believe me." As she recalled the moment she had slipped the drug into Lei Ming's drink, intending to unite with him, the sudden intrusion of 5 individuals had left him incapacitated and wounded. In a rush, Huya began to explain fervently. Lei Ming let out a self-deprecating smile, his cold vertical pupils sweeping over the 5 in front of him. One of them smirked, shadows flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "Lei Ming, your powers are currently suppressed by the love poison your strength is less than that of an ordinary orc. I advise you to yield peacefully. If the chieftain surrenders the chieftain's seal, we shall spare your life." "Humph! You think you can threaten my father through me? Dream on. Tell the Grand Shaman that the chieftain's seal is with me. If you wish to take it, let him come and find me." As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Ming forced himself to activate the teleportation talisman. Instantly, a blinding white light enveloped him, accompanied by an ancient, deep chant. The leader of the group exclaimed urgently, "This is bad. It's an ancient teleportation talisman. Quickly stop him." Who would have thought that the old man would give the talisman to Lei Ming? With that, he charged forward. Amidst the white light, Lei Ming cast a final, profound glance at Huya, knowing that he could only escape the tribe for now, as the brilliance consumed him, leaving him vanished from sight. Deep within the Red Source Forest, fraught with peril and wild beasts, Lei Ming fell with a crash into the woods. As he gasped, blood spewed forth from his mouth. Having forced his powers to activate the teleportation array, his strength was now plummeting rapidly. Lei Ming felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Contemplating the betrayal of his beloved and the safety of his father, intense hatred and fury erupted within his vertical pupils, his hands clenching unconsciously. Thundercloud Tribe. I, Lei Ming, shall return one day. On a winding mountain road on Earth, a limited edition Lamborghini sped along, stirring up a cloud of dust in its wake. Inside the car, Nuo Xiaoyu had repeatedly attempted to brake, but to no avail. Cold sweat drenched her body as she gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes fixed ahead, desperately trying to control the vehicle. Damn it, Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse aloud. Having just encountered her boyfriend's betrayal, she had witnessed him holding hands with another woman in a baby goods store, their intimate gestures and laughter captured in a video sent to her phone by an unknown source. The video bore a cruel caption: "Your boyfriend has a child with this woman, for months old now, and you remain blissfully unaware. Fool!" After watching it, she felt utterly lost and instinctively called her best friend to cry out her grievances. Her friend suggested they go for a drive to relieve some stress and clear her mind. Since her friend enjoyed racing and Nuo Xiaoyu occasionally indulged in it too, she accepted the suggestion, leading to her current predicament. Ding ding ding, the car phone rang. Nuo Xiaoyu glanced at the screen displaying best friend Xiang Wan and hurriedly answered, intending to seek help. Before she could speak, Xiang Wan's voice came through first. "Xiaoyu, how does it feel to lose control of the brakes?" "Xiao Wan." Nuo Xiaoyu's heart raced with alarm, furrowing her brow in confusion. How did she know about the brake failure? "Ha, Xiaoyu, should I call you foolish or naive?" After all these years, do you know how much I wish for your downfall? You actually went racing, haha. But the brakes weren't my doing, I merely sent you that video. Your beloved sister, Xiaoqin, tampered with the brakes. Ha ha ha. Xiang Wan's triumphant laughter echoed, a sharp sound that pierced Nuo Xiaoyu's heart, feeling particularly grating. Xiang Wan had always been gentle. Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't comprehend the reason behind this cruelty. Why, Xiao Wan? Why you treat me this way? I sincerely considered you my best friend, confiding everything to you. Why this betrayal? Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes reddened as she clutched the steering wheel, nearly screaming with all her might. In response to Nuo Xiaoyu's accusations, the voice on the other end grew even more frenzied. Why? Why? Nuo Xiaoyu, do you have any idea how much I love Asen? We met in college first, yet he chose you because of your family's wealth. Why should I endure hearing about your relationship with him for 3 years? Each time you mention it, my heart aches anew, and my hatred for you grows. Ha ha ha. You're unaware that your stepmother's daughter has fallen for Asen as well, right? I merely hinted at it, and she ruthlessly tampered with your car. You two sisters are truly foolish. Ha ha ha. Listening to Xiang Wan's maniacal laughter, Nuo Xiaoyu felt her mind go blank. Xiaoqin also loved Asen. When did this happen? How had she remained oblivious? Suddenly, the car surged toward the cliff, hurtling forward. By the time Nuo Xiaoyu regained her senses, the vehicle had already veered off the road, plummeting toward the abyss. She released her grip on the steering wheel, closed her eyes, and memories flooded her mind off being bullied by a group of children at 6 years old, with only Xiang Wan extending her small hand, saying, "Don't cry. I'll play with you from now on." That innocent voice echoed in her head. When had their friendship soured? The girl who promised to protect her and stay by her side had vanished. With a deafening crash, the car plunged into the chasm, exploding in a brilliant blaze, followed by the sound of crackling flames. Amidst the inferno, a flash of light darted past Nuo Xiaoyu's left hand. Uncertain how much time passed, in the darkness, a voice called out, "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu." Nuo Xiaoyu moved toward the sound, and suddenly a bright light pierced through, causing her to instinctively shut her eyes. When she opened them again, a wave of pain coursed through her body. Wait, pain? Hadn't she fallen off a cliff? Nuo Xiaoyu pondered, could it be that she hadn't died? She quickly looked up, astonished by the sight before her. There she was, nestled beneath a large tree, her small form curled up tightly. To her left stood 3 enormous, pure white wolves, each over 2 meters tall, their thick, long fur glistening in the light. With sharp fangs bared, their eyes glowed green, and their ears perked up, alert to their surroundings. The trio of wolves stood fanned out, emitting low growls. On her right, an enormous howling pig, with long, sharp tusks, snorted as it dug into the earth, its massive mouth unleashing thunderous roars toward the wolves. Caught between these wild beasts, it seemed that 2 factions were vying for her as prey, unwilling to yield. By a stroke of misfortune, she had awakened at this moment. One of the wolves glanced at Nuo Xiaoyu, drool dripping from its maw as greed flickered in its eyes. Without hesitation, it lunged forward, pouncing on the howling pig. The other 2 wolves, not to be outdone, followed suit, charging toward the pig, while the latter, with a powerful thrust of its forelegs, aimed its tusks directly at the first wolf lunging at it. As the wolf approached the pig, it raised its left paw, and its already sharp claws elongated, glinting menacingly as they swiped at the pig's neck. Meanwhile, the pig's coarse fur bristled, resembling a circle of sharp spikes from a distance. The wolf's claws scraped against the spikes, producing a tearing sound as it failed to inflict any damage on the pig. In retaliation, the pig's tusks pierced into the wolf's body, causing it to howl in agony as 2 gaping wounds appeared, blood splattering across Nuo Xiaoyu's face. The wolf, overwhelmed by the pig's force, was sent flying, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the colossal wolf soaring away. A sense of peril enveloped her face flushed with heat, and she found herself unable to retreat or rise, her legs utterly weakened. A gaping wound marred her left calf, a painful reminder of a snake's bite. She yearned to crawl behind a tree, yet the fear of alarming the nearby beasts held her back. Thus, Nuo Xiaoyu could only curl up like a quail, striving to diminish her presence. Meanwhile, the two wolves trailing behind, witnessing their companion's flight, did not falter. Instead, they accelerated towards the howling pig, flanking it from either side. In an instant, one wolf extended its long fangs, sinking them into the beast, while the other clamped tightly onto its foreleg. Blood gushed forth from the howling pig as it let out a heart-wrenching cry, summoning its strength to kick the attacking wolf away, then swiftly turning to ram the other wolf biting at its back. Both wolves were sent sprawling. All three wolves, injured and trembling, managed to rise, issuing a couple of roars before retreating in defeat, their tails tucked between their legs. The howling pig surveyed its surroundings, and upon confirming the absence of danger, it opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Nuo Xiaoyu. A foul stench emanated from its mouth, overwhelming her senses and causing her delicate face to contort in revulsion. Is the heavens playing a cruel joke on me? Having narrowly escaped death, I find myself on the brink of being devoured again. Just as the howling pig's maw drew perilously close to Nuo Xiaoyu, a thick and lengthy tail seized the creature, yanking it backward with formidable force, sending it soaring through the air. Nuo Xiaoyu looked up in astonishment. A massive black snake, towering over 10 meters, loomed before her. Its head bore two dark horns, while its body, as thick as a barrel, was adorned with shimmering black scales glistening in the sunlight. Its razor-sharp fangs were prominently displayed. The triangular head of the serpent angled downward as it pulled the howling pig's tail forward, opening its cavernous mouth to swallow the creature whole. Just like that, it was consumed. Nuo Xiaoyu stared, her throat constricting, pondering the arrival of an even more fearsome predator. Having narrowly escaped being devoured by the pig, was she now destined to meet her end in the serpent's belly? After the snake finished its meal, its triangular head turned towards Nuo Xiaoyu, its golden vertical pupils scrutinizing the diminutive female before it. There she was, curled into a tiny ball, frail and thin, her small face marred with bloodstains, trembling uncontrollably. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her back, and her frightened black eyes regarded the beast with trepidation. Disgust flickered in Lei Ming's eyes. Nuo Xiaoyu, having caught a glimpse of that fleeting disdain, was taken aback. Could it be that this great serpent possessed intelligence and found her too slender? Perhaps there was room for negotiation? With uncertainty lacing her voice, Nuo Xiaoyu stammered, could you please not eat me? Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile, its slit pupils narrowing. Eat her? This little female was hardly enough to satisfy a single tooth gap. With a swift motion, its tail coiled tightly around Nuo Xiaoyu's slender waist, and it retreated into the depths of the forest. Nuo Xiaoyu, terrified, gazed at the serpent's tail encircling her waist. The icy touch sent a shriek escaping her lips. I can roast meat. I can prepare you plenty of it. Please don't eat me. By the end of her plea, tears had begun to flow, the misfortunes of her day weighing heavily upon her. The more she reflected, the more aggrieved she felt. Resigned to her fate, she began to wail, "Damn you, Ah son, it's all your fault. Boo-hoo. You worthless scoundrel, you filthy man. Boo-hoo. All men are bastards." As she cried and cursed, her small hands pushed against the serpent's tail, hoping to widen the constricting gap and free herself from its grasp. Lei Ming's vertical pupils flashed with a hint of impatience, emanating a chilling aura. This little female is so noisy. He recalled that he had been exerting all his efforts to suppress the emotional poison within him in a nearby cave when he inadvertently caught a whiff of this little female's scent, causing the poison inside him to stir restlessly once more. How infuriating! The poison he had almost subdued was disrupted by the inexplicable presence of this little female in the forest, subtly threatening to erupt, rendering his efforts over the past few days futile. Fueled by anger, the roars of beasts echoing through the forest only heightened his irritation, compelling him to venture deeper into the woods. Regaining his composure, Lei Ming cast a cold glance at the filthy and noisy little female, wishing he could simply flick her away with his tail. However, considering the poison coursing through him. He suppressed his rage and quickened his pace towards the cave. After a while of howling, Nuo Xiaoyu finally realized that the gigantic serpent had yet to swallow her. It was merely coiling around her as it sprinted through the woods. Could it be that this serpent understood her words? Determined not to squander this hard-earned chance at rebirth, she decided to give it a try. With her hands cupped around her mouth, she shouted, "Hey, great serpent, let us discuss this. Would you consider releasing me?" "Be quiet," Lei Ming growled coldly, his triangular serpent head shaking slightly. Was this little female trying to deafen him with her incessant shouting? Nuo Xiaoyu was momentarily stunned, petrified by the realization that the serpent could speak. Just then, flashes of unfamiliar memories surged in her mind. This was the Beast World continent, and the original owner of her body was also named Xiaoyu, living in the nearby Hongye tribe. The original owner had depended on her brother for survival, but he had gone hunting 3 days ago and had yet to return. The tribe leader's daughter intended to offer her to 3 beast men. Motivated by her infatuation with the original owner's brother, who had repeatedly rejected her advances under the pretense of needing to care for Xiaoyu, the tribe leader's daughter often led others in bullying her. And now, taking advantage of her brother's absence, she aimed to send Xiaoyu off to other beastmen. Learning of this, the original owner had seized the chance to escape, unwilling to become a breeding vessel for beastmen, and bravely ventured into the forest, only to be bitten by a red flower serpent, leading to her untimely demise. Nuo Xiaoyu was most astonished to discover that the original owner's brother bore a striking resemblance to her own brother back on Earth. Sighing at the thought of Earth, she lamented, "Ah, the jealousy of women. Men are indeed the source of trouble." The original owner's brother was also a beast man, able to transform into a beast form, which implied that the serpent before her was also likely a beast man. Given that they were both sentient beings, surely it would not harm her, right? With a splash, accompanied by Nuo Xiaoyu's shriek, she found herself sputtering and thrashing in the water. It turned out that Lei Ming, having reached the cave, had unceremoniously tossed the little female into the river to cleanse himself, warning her not to entertain thoughts of escape. A low, somber voice echoed as he leisurely slithered into the cave. After floundering for a moment, Nuo Xiaoyu discovered that the river was not deep and stood up, the water reaching her waist. Reflecting her dirty little face, smeared with dried blood, an utterly distressing sight. Quickly bending down, she scooped up some water to wash her face, thinking to herself that only a fool would not escape. Fortunately, she was a good swimmer. Once she felt somewhat clean, Nuo Xiaoyu dove back into the water, swimming towards the opposite bank. Just as Nuo Xiaoyu emerged on the other side, still unsteady on her feet, a long black serpent tail shot out from the cave, wrapping around her waist and yanking her back forcefully. "Ah!" she screamed as she was swiftly pulled across the river towards the cave. With a thud, the serpent tail flung her onto the ground, leaving her sore and sprawled out, wondering how this beast man could be so brutal, showing no regard for her fragility. Frowning, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparked with anger as she struggled to rise, ready to hurl a few insults when she spotted a chillingly handsome man sitting on a stone bench not far away, an aura of coldness radiating from him. His pale, slender hand supported his head. Long, inky hair cascading over his shoulders, and his vertical pupils glimmered with a frosty light. His golden eyes regarded her with a cold detachment. His porcelain skin almost unnaturally white, and his finely chiseled face bore a tightly pressed red lip. If one were to overlook his icy demeanor, he might even exude a domineering CEO charm. Nuo Xiaoyu found herself entranced by the strikingly handsome, yet cold man before her. Thinking of escaping? His low, chilling voice snapped her back to reality. Of course not. I merely wish to admire the scenery, not to flee. She smiled ingratiatingly, her dark eyes darting around the cave, taking in its cleanliness and spaciousness. Aside from the stone bench he occupied, there was only a beast skin bed on the right, making the place feel rather empty. Admiring the scenery, his cold voice echoed again as he rose from the stone bench. Striding towards her with long strides, the washed little female appeared fair and delicate, her features exquisite, and her lively eyes flitted about, her petite cherry lips slightly parted, making her seem even more fragile than the average female. Indeed, I had no intention of fleeing. I simply wish to appreciate the view. Are you a beast man? What is your name? Can we converse properly? Sensing the chilling and somewhat terrifying aura emanating from him, Nuo Xiaoyu instinctively retreated towards the cave entrance, considering that if communication failed, she could easily escape. Lei Ming's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger flashing through his golden eyes as he observed Nuo Xiaoyu retreating while insisting she would not run away. This deceitful little female dared to play tricks right under his nose. In an instant, he appeared before her, gripping her chin tightly. Leaning in closer, he whispered coldly in her ear, "Remember my name, Lei Ming." Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her jaw and a forceful tug at her waist, her body flying towards the beast's skin bed like a projectile. With a resounding crash, she landed heavily on the bed. Barely able to process what was happening, only thinking about what this foul man was up to and how many times he had thrown her around. Feeling as if her entire body had fallen apart, she lay motionless on the beast's skin bed, while Lei Ming swiftly approached her. Startled, Nuo Xiaoyu screamed, prompting Lei Ming to frown, his eyes twitching slightly. This little female was particularly noisy, no longer suppressing the poison within him. Lei Ming's vertical pupils narrowed dangerously, a hint of malevolence flashing in his golden eyes as he leaned down over her. With tears in her eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu locked her gaze on Lei Ming. Feeling a surge of defiance as she bit down hard on his shoulder, Lei Ming's vertical pupils narrowed, fixating on the audacious little female who dared to harm him. Memories of a past female who had caused him pain surged within him, and in that moment, he seemed to lose all rationality, radiating a chilling rage. Tears streamed down Nuo Xiaoyu's face as she gazed at Lei Ming's face twisted by hatred, his features that had once been captivating now contorted in anger. Her vision blurred with tears, and gradually, she lost consciousness. When a beam of sunlight penetrated the cave, Lei Ming awoke, his cold golden eyes scrutinizing the figure beneath him. He beheld the little female's pale face. Her brows knitted together, tears still glistening at the corners of her eyes. Her once fair skin was now marred with dark bruises, a truly pitiful sight. Upon noticing a hint of red on the beast's skin bed, a flicker of joy crossed Lei Ming's icy visage, softening it momentarily. It seemed this little female was quite pure. As his long fingers brushed against her nose, a tinge of regret flickered in Lei Ming's vertical pupils. This little female's constitution was far too weak. Such a state had already cost her nearly half her life. Without delay, he lifted her and ventured deeper into the cave. A winding path led downwards to a warm spring, enveloped in mist, with bubbles occasionally rising to the surface. This was Lei Ming's healing sanctuary. He poured the spirit spring liquid he had brought into the warm waters, infused with abundant spiritual energy, which he had relied upon to replenish his own power during this time. Consider yourself fortunate, little female. With that, Lei Ming stepped into the spring, the water lapping over her body. After placing her aside, he entered a meditative state. With the emotional poison now resolved, he no longer needed to suppress it with his cultivation, allowing his body to eagerly absorb the spiritual energy. After a round of meditation, Lei Ming felt invigorated, his entire being significantly refreshed, while the cultivation he had been restricted from due to the poison began to recover gradually. Meanwhile, the bruises on Nuo Xiaoyu's body faded at a visible rate, her skin soon returning to its fair complexion. When Nuo Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes again, still somewhat dazed, she wondered where she was as the familiar sight of the cave came into view. She jolted upright, recalling the actions of the gigantic serpent. Filled with resentment, she clenched her teeth, but curiously, her body seemed to ache no longer. Was it possible she had merely been dreaming? Nuo Xiaoyu raised her eyes and glanced around, only to behold a massive black serpent coiled in the deepest recesses of the cave, its crimson tongue flickering menacingly as a pair of golden, slitted pupils coldly fixed upon her. Upon sighting the colossal serpent, Nuo Xiaoyu trembled involuntarily, instinctively retreating a step. Yet, recalling the vile deeds the serpent had inflicted upon her, a furious blaze ignited in her obsidian gaze. Her hands clenched tightly, courage surging within her as she glared defiantly into the serpent's eyes. That man was insufferable, utterly lacking in decency, and it was a shame for one so handsome to behave thus. "You dare to glare at me? Lei Ming hissed, his voice deep and resonant, emanating from the serpent's maw. This little female intrigued him. She had the audacity to meet his gaze. The females of the tribe typically cowered before him, displaying nothing but deference. Initially, he had considered sparing her due to her assistance in alleviating his poison. But now he found himself unexpectedly captivated by this little female. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes reddened slightly, a flicker of hatred surfacing within her dark orbs. Her fingers dug into her flesh, the pain providing a sliver of clarity that prevented her from recklessly charging at the serpent. In a venomous tone, she spat. "What is it to you, you lecherous scoundrel, you wretched, despicable creature?" Lei Ming's profound, slitted pupils glinted with a cold light, an aura of chilling menace radiating from him. Observing the fleeting hatred in the little female's eyes, he instinctively found it bothersome. Upon hearing her curses directed at him, a surge of anger flared within Lei Ming. It seemed he would have to teach this insubordinate little female a lesson, making her understand that females ought to be more gentle and obedient. With that thought, a cruel smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his slitted pupils revealing a frosty ire as he spoke in a chilling tone. "Little female, this is of your own making. You not know that those who show me disrespect in our tribe are subject to punishment." In an instant, the serpent's triangular head lunged forward. Its sharp fangs aimed directly at Nuo Xiaoyu. As she beheld the ever-approaching serpent's head, the proximity of death sent tremors coursing through her body. Yet she stubbornly held her head high, resolved not to yield. If it came to it, she would rather perish in the jaws of this serpent. She could only lament her own frailty. Otherwise, she would surely slay this loathsome creature. Observing the little female, whose face was etched with indignation as she faced her demise, Lei Ming's golden slitted pupils flickered with a hint of mockery, a slight smile gracing his lips as his sharp fangs closed in on her heart. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her chest, despair washing over her countenance. Alas, it seemed that even in this rebirth, she would not survive beyond a single episode. A fleeting regret crossed her mind. It was merely a matter of being ensnared. Akin to being bitten by a dog. What had prompted such impulsiveness? Just as she believed her end was nigh, an ancient chant resonated through the air, with the blood of my heart as the offering. Under the gaze of the beast god, I vow to be a lifelong follower of Lei Ming, to serve as his slave, never to betray him. A sudden burst of blinding light engulfed her, compelling Nuo Xiaoyu to instinctively shut her eyes and raise her hand to shield herself. Lei Ming sank his fangs into her outstretched wrist, the taste of her blood flooding into his being, filling his mouth with an unexpected sweetness. Before long, a small black serpent materialized upon Nuo Xiaoyu's wrist. With pain radiating from her wrist, she struggled to open her eyes, only to find a miniature, lively black serpent coiled upon her arm. Nuo Xiaoyu's expression morphed into one of astonishment, and an immediate surge of fury erupted from within her chest, causing her to lose all semblance of rationality as she screamed, "You vile serpent! What have you done to me, you scoundrel?" This great serpent was utterly intolerable. If it were to end her life, it should at least be merciful about it. Meanwhile, Lei Ming lounged in the shadows of the cave, his tongue flicking over the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, relishing the delectable flavor. Upon hearing the little female's furious outcry, his slitted pupils ignited with rage, and in a frigid tone, he threatened, "Silence! Little female, dare to call me a foul serpent again, and I shall slay you where you stand." This little female had yet to learn her lesson, remaining as boisterous as ever. Nuo Xiaoyu gazed at the serpent licking the blood from its lips, a wave of fear washing over her, and she instantly shrank back, resigned to quietly wiping her wrist with reddened eyes. She continued this until her wrist was raw, yet the small black serpent remained steadfast. After a while, seeing the great serpent with its eyes closed, unmoving, a glimmer of hope flickered in Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes. Resolving to take a chance, she stealthily descended from the bed, attempting to move quietly as she kept her gaze fixed on the serpent, gradually retreating toward the cave's entrance, closer, ever closer, until she reached the mouth of the cave, where the serpent still remained motionless. Elated, Nuo Xiaoyu turned and dashed toward the outside world, determined to face the wild boars rather than endure the torment of this perverse serpent. However, before she could reach the riverbank, a violent pain surged through her chest, causing her to stumble forward and collapse. Rolling on the ground while clutching her heart, It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at her heart, inflicting a pain so intense that cold sweat broke out all over her body, and her vision darkened. "Where do you think you're going?" A low, chilling voice emerged from the cave. I could hear the sound of his voice. The searing pain abruptly ceased, leaving Nuo Xiaoyu gasping for breath, sprawled on the ground, utterly drained as she gazed helplessly at the sky. It seemed that escaping would not be so simple. After a moment of rest, she could only rise and return to the cave. Lei Ming opened his slitted eyes, his golden pupils glimmering with a haunting coldness. Indeed, females were unreliable. This little female had the audacity to think she could flee? In a frigid tone, he declared, "I have just bound you to a slave contract with your heart's blood. You should be well aware of the consequences for disobedient slaves," suppressing the fury bubbling within her. Nuo Xiaoyu retorted indignantly, "What do you want me to do? What must I do for you to release me from this accursed contract?" She thought of how this man had bullied her since their first encounter. Flaunting his immense power, was it necessary to be so oppressive? Unable to fight back or escape, she felt increasingly aggrieved, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks, her sobs barely contained. "Why are you crying? So many wish to be my slaves, yet I have no interest in them. It is a privilege for you to become my follower." Seeing the little female weep once more, Lei Ming felt a surge of irritation. Furrowing his brow as a hint of exasperation flickered in his slitted pupils. How could this little female be so prone to tears? If someone wishes to serve, let them do so. I have no intention of making you my slave. I wish to find my brother. Just let me go. Nuo Xiaoyu softened her tone, pleading with glistening eyes. The thought of her brother spurred her to sit on the ground, hugging her knees and crying aloud. Watching the little female who had previously been so defiant now dissolve into tears, Lei Ming was momentarily taken aback that a flash of compassion crossed his face as his voice softened. "Is your brother the beast man who appeared in the forest a few days ago? With golden hair? I saw him not long ago." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback by this sudden revelation. She forgot her tears, lifting her tear-streaked face with urgency. "Yes, that's my brother. Do you know where he is?" Seeing the little female finally cease her weeping, Lei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment's contemplation, he replied earnestly, "If you wish to know about your brother, you must hunt in the forest to feed me for the next few days. If you obediently comply, I will inform you of your brother's whereabouts and nullify the slave contract." Nuo Xiaoyu paused, processing his words for a few seconds before responding with skepticism. "You're serious? If I help you hunt, you'll tell me where my brother is and free me from this contract?" With a clatter, a dagger appeared before Nuo Xiaoyu. Noticing the doubt in her eyes, Lei Ming's pupils narrowed in irritation as he said, "Of course, I, Lei Ming, would not stoop to deceiving a little female like you. This weapon is crafted from my life's serpent scales, meant for your protection. I require at least 3 beasts daily. Whether you survive in the forest is up to you." Nuo Xiaoyu picked up the dagger in a daze, the blade glistening with fresh blood. She touched it, feeling its chilling coldness. The edge was as thin as a cicada's wing, subtly shimmering with a cold light, signifying its quality as an exceptional weapon. After testing its balance, she cast a dubious glance at the great serpent, hoping he would keep his word. With no other options available, she turned and strode toward the cave's entrance. Only then did Nuo Xiaoyu take the time to properly observe the world of beasts around her. The sky was a brilliant blue, sunlight filtering through the trees, illuminating a forest filled with towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly, that a gentle breeze caressed her, carrying the unique fragrance of the foliage. If one were to disregard the occasional roars of beasts echoing through the forest, Nuo Xiaoyu might have thought that a barbecue in such an environment would be a delightful venture. Taking a deep breath, she ventured into the forest, where everything was colossal, even the wild grass towering above her head. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sense of danger walking through the forest. If a serpent beast were to leap out from the underbrush and bite her, would that not spell her doom? Upon discovering a nearby large tree, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly ascended and surveyed her surroundings, spotting a clearing not far away. In the clearing, A snow-white long-eared rabbit was nestled beneath a plant adorned with red fruits, savoring its meal. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from the sky, causing the rabbit's ears to twitch. It hastily abandoned its food, and in an instant, its once soft, white fur transformed into dense, sharp quills, standing erect as it let out a fierce roar towards the heavens. A gigantic black eagle soared overhead, its wings spread wide, talons descending rapidly towards the rabbit. Upon noticing the rabbit's quills, the eagle's claws elongated, becoming even sharper. Realizing the imminent danger, the rabbit attempted to flee. But it was too late. As it made a single leap, the eagle's talons were already upon it. The sickening sound of claws piercing flesh rang out as the eagle tightened its grip. Lifting the rabbit skyward with a powerful swoop, the rabbit struggled desperately for a moment before its legs went limp, succumbing to silence. Nuo Xiaoyu watched in horror, her lips twitching imperceptibly. Was the beastly world so merciless that even a rabbit met such a brutal fate? And that eagle was astonishingly swift. If she encountered it, escape would be impossible. The clearing was evidently unsafe. How could one hunt in such peril? Glancing at the dagger in her hand, she pondered the ferocity of the beasts. Had the great serpent merely gifted her a dagger to ensure her demise? Was it a careless act, leaving her to fend for herself? How contemptible! Just as she was lost in thought, a low growl resonated from below. Nuo Xiaoyu peered down and gasped. Wasn't that one of the massive wolves from yesterday? How had it followed her here? Quickly scanning her surroundings, she was relieved to see that its two companions had not accompanied it. The snow-white giant wolf below fixated on Nuo Xiaoyu with fierce, gleaming eyes, emitting deep growls as it circled the tree, voicing its displeasure. The standoff ensued. One human and one beast, locked in a glaring contest. Nuo Xiaoyu could not descend, nor could the wolf ascend. With the wolf seemingly determined to confront her to the bitter end, anxiety gripped Nuo Xiaoyu. Prolonging the standoff would surely lead to her demise. With a glint of determination in her eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and retrieved the serpent's dagger, skillfully severing some slender branches from the tree. To her surprise, the dagger proved exceptionally sharp. Cutting through the branches was as effortless as slicing through tofu. After a moment of astonishment, she perched atop the tree, honing the branches into sharp points. The giant wolf watched her every move. As if it understood her intentions, its urgency palpable. After pacing a few circles, it tilted its head skyward and howled a long, mournful call. Realizing the wolf was summoning its companions, Nuo Xiaoyu's heart sank. Even one was a formidable challenge, and a few more would spell her doom. Resolute, she hurled the sharpened branch at the howling wolf. Sensing the impending danger, it recoiled, narrowly avoiding the projectile as it embedded itself in the ground. Nuo Xiaoyu followed with a second and then a third, the wolf dodging clumsily at last, when the sharpened branches struck the wolf, eliciting a pained yelp. With only a few projectiles remaining, Nuo Xiaoyu held one in her left hand and the dagger at her right, steeling herself for a daring move. Seizing the moment, she swiftly descended the tree. The wolf, unwilling to yield, braced itself against the pain and leaped forward as Nuo Xiaoyu neared the ground, its powerful paws crashing onto her shoulders. Sharp teeth aimed for her throat. Nuo Xiaoyu barely evaded the wolf's fangs by jerking her head aside, thrusting the branch into the wolf's side. Unfortunately, pinned down, her strength waned, and the branch only penetrated slightly. The wolf whimpered at the sensation, loosening its grip. Now's my chance, Nuo Xiaoyu thought, gripping the dagger tightly and plunging it into the wolf's neck. With a sickening squelch, the dagger met its mark, causing the wolf to open its mouth in a futile attempt to bite her once more. As the wolf's throat was slashed, blood erupted forth, drenching Nuo Xiaoyu in crimson as the weight of the massive beast collapsed onto her, nearly suffocating her. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. The system had been activated. As the words resonated, the wolf vanished instantly from atop her. Nuo Xiaoyu stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Where had the wolf gone? She had no time to ponder, for the overwhelming scent of blood jolted her into action, and she sprinted towards the river. Fortunately, luck was on her side. She reached the riverbank without encountering any other beasts. With a swift plunge into the water, she washed away the blood, and only then did her racing heart begin to calm. Yet, as she relaxed, a searing pain surged through her shoulders, and blood flowed steadily from the deep gashes left by the wolf's claws. Glancing at her left hand, she noticed blood trickling onto her ring finger. Wasn't this the ring she had purchased at the auction? The auctioneer had described it as crafted from an unknown material, and she had been captivated by the engraving of a beast she had never seen before. How had this ring come to accompany her into the beastly realm? As she contemplated the now crimson ring, a voice broke through her thoughts. "Host, I'm System Xiaoyu. You are correct. It is this ring that brought you to this world." Nuo Xiaoyu's heart raced at the revelation. This was the second time she had heard this voice. Steadying herself, she wondered if it could communicate with her. Tentatively, she thought, "Hello, I am Xiaoyu." "Hello, Xiaoyu." The system responded cheerfully. Realizing her assumptions were accurate, she inquired, "Did you bring me to this world? Is this ring yours? And what did you mean by space?" "Indeed, I am the ring you acquired at the auction. I hail from Planet X, traversing various worlds to collect energy and unknown life forms that I then relay the data I gather back to my home planet," Xiao Wu explained with a sigh. "Unfortunately, the energy on your Earth is woefully scarce. Without energy, I can only revert to my dormant state. When I sensed the temporal turbulence that day, it was too late. The vehicle had already exploded. I could only manage to transport your soul into this girl's body. Just now, as the ring absorbed your blood, I was able to reactivate." Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Had Earth's resources dwindled to the point that even extraterrestrial beings found them lacking? "Thank you, Xiao Wu," she said sincerely. Caressing the ring that it was because of this ring that she could survive in the beastly world. Regardless of its origins, it had done her a great service. "Xiaoyu, helping you also aids me. Without your blood, I could not awaken. Would you like to explore the space?" Xiao Wu's voice brimmed with evident delight at the mention of the wolf. Nuo Xiaoyu was intrigued and replied, "Sure. How do I enter?" "Simply focus on the idea of space, and you will access it," Xiao Wu instructed. Nuo Xiaoyu closed her eyes, envisioned the space, and upon reopening them, found herself in a vacant room measuring 20 to 30 square meters. In the center lay the giant wolf from earlier. Beside it, a silver orb floated gracefully. "You are Xiao Wu." "Oh," Xiaoyu marveled. "Indeed, I am," the orb replied, gliding toward her and circling around before settling on her shoulder. A warm sensation enveloped her, soothing her, and soon the pain in her shoulder subsided. Once Xiao Wu had tended to her wounds, the orb's glow dimmed, and it spoke in a weakened tone, "I have used energy to heal your injuries. Xiaoyu, this wolf possesses energy crystals. You can extract them." After expressing her gratitude, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. "Xiao Wu, you do have your uses," she mused, "and more bandaging wounds in the future. This is incredibly convenient." After retrieving the wolf's carcass, she curiously inquired, "Where are the energy crystals?" "They reside within the wolf's heart." Holding a dagger, Nuo Xiaoyu made a swift incision at the location of the gigantic wolf's heart. As she reached inside, her fingers brushed against a hard object, which she pulled out with determination, revealing a stone in her hand. The stone was stained with blood, but after cleansing it, Nuo Xiaoyu examined it closely. It resembled a pebble, pale white in hue, emanating a subtle, gentle glow. "Xiao Wu, is this the energy crystal? What purpose does it serve?" Nuo Xiaoyu pondered, finding the stone's beauty and luminescence rather inconsequential. "Indeed, this is the essence of energy crystallized within the bodies of spirit beasts that have attained sentience or possess extraordinary abilities. Beastmen can absorb the energy contained within to enhance their cultivation, and I must assist you in this process. The crystal you hold is a level 2 wind energy crystal. And how do I absorb it? Do I consume it?" The thought of extracting it from the heart made Nuo Xiaoyu feel queasy, and she hesitated. "You simply need to connect with the energy using your consciousness and draw it into your body." Nuo Xiaoyu promptly focused her mind, closing her eyes and gripping the stone tightly, desperately attempting to capture the energy within. After several unsuccessful attempts, she suddenly sensed a whisper of wind swirling around her. Lifting her hand, she drew the ethereal energy into her being. A warm sensation flooded her body as the energy coursed through her palm. "Xiao Wu, I did it!" Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly in her mind. Yes, Xiaoyu. The energy has been absorbed that I currently cannot unlock many functions. But with sufficient energy, you two will gain extraordinary abilities. Together, we shall grow stronger. Xiao Wu's delighted voice echoed in her thoughts. Nuo Xiaoyu's spirits soared, as this was the first piece of good news since arriving in the beast world. Contemplating the prospect of her own empowerment, she felt an invigorating surge of energy as she stored the giant wolf in her spatial domain and set off towards the forest once more. Brimming with confidence that I in the forest, Nuo Xiaoyu perched atop a tree with her dagger in hand, basking in the warm sunlight. Her heart lightened as she sharpened the spikes while listening to Xiao Wu's account of the beast world. She learned that the continent was governed by 4 major tribes, each occupying the cardinal directions, with their territories overseeing numerous smaller clans. These tribes were further managed by the central beast god temple, which relayed directives to the tribes, who in turn communicated with the smaller clans. The Red Source Forest, where Nuo Xiaoyu found herself, lay within the domain of the Thundercloud tribe, a region seldom frequented by beastmen for hunting. Having grasped the geographical layout of the beast world, Sue couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. And no wonder she had yet to encounter other beastmen. Even if she managed to escape, she would likely fall prey to another beast. The memory of that foul snake made her grit her teeth in resentment. She shared her woes with Xiao Wu, recounting the events that had transpired since her arrival in the beast world. Alas, I never imagined your luck would be so dire, crossing paths with a living nightmare. Xiao Wu lamented, equally frustrated with the little snake coiled around her wrist. Indeed, while others embark on their journeys only to encounter charming and wealthy figures, I find myself reincarnated only to be ensnared by a cold-hearted, deranged serpent that I cannot fight back, nor can I flee, and I must toil in hunting. What a stroke of misfortune, reflecting on her powerlessness against the large snake. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of despondency wash over her, mourning her own lack of fortune. Xiao Wu, once this contract is resolved in a few days, let us embark together to find my brother. The thought of her brother brought a wave of sorrow, and her eyes dimmed with melancholy that on earth, Nuo Xiaoyu had never truly cherished her time with her brother, in the moment of her demise. A sense of regret welled within her, wishing she had spent more time with him, had spoken to him more often, always believing that time was abundant upon her arrival in the beast world. Upon seeing the original owner's brother resembling her own, she resolved to locate him, fulfilling the original owner's obsession and mending her own heart. Sensing Nuo Xiaoyu's sorrow, Xiao Wu offered comfort. It's all right, Xiaoyu. By the way, what do you intend to do now? I need to set a trap. Xiao Wu, please keep an eye on the surroundings, especially the skies. If any giant eagles appear, alert me immediately. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly centered her thoughts, recognizing that survival was paramount. Only by living could she hope to find her brother. With this resolve, she took her handmade wooden shovel and ventured into an open area, selecting a spot not far from a large tree. She began to dig. After a while, fatigue set in, and she found herself panting that it seemed his body was still too weak, considering that her chances of catching prey depended on this trap. She gritted her teeth and persevered, finally completing a pit over 5 meters deep after several hours of labor. Extracting the spikes from her spatial domain, she positioned them within the pit, ensuring one end pointed upwards, aware of the ferocity of the beasts in the beast world. She lined both sides of the pit with additional spikes. Once the trap was ready, Nuo Xiaoyu climbed back up using the vine she had tied around her waist, placing the giant wolf she had hunted on the woven vine net and covering it with leaves for concealment. Having set everything in place, she ascended a nearby tree, camouflaging herself among the foliage. Before long, Xiao Wu's excited voice reached her. Xiaoyu, a beast is approaching. Nuo Xiaoyu strained to see, spotting only the rustling leaves in the grass ahead, accompanied by faint sounds. Holding her breath, Nuo Xiaoyu concealed herself more thoroughly, her gaze fixed on the underbrush. Moments later, she caught sight of a small, snow-white creature with a sharp beak and a delicate black nose. Resembling a fox, its long tail swishing as it cautiously surveyed its surroundings before inching closer to the giant wolf's carcass. As it drew nearer, Nuo Xiaoyu was amazed to see 2 horns sprouting from the creature's back, 2 black horns about the size of her palm, standing upright. Just as she marveled at this sight, Xiao Wu's voice rang out. Xiaoyu. That is a foxback beast, also known as the cursed beast. It possesses remarkable speed, sharp teeth, and a tail that can elongate and transform into spikes for offensive purposes. Intrigued, Nuo Xiaoyu asked Xiao Wu, what exactly is the cursed beast? This is documented in the lore of the beast world that it is said that the dark forest is the dwelling and resting place of each beast god. Neither beastmen nor wild beasts may enter without permission. One fateful day, a young fox beast inadvertently wandered into the dark forest, inciting the wrath of the beast god, who cursed it, causing two wicked horns to sprout from its back, marking it as a forsaken race. Nuo Xiaoyu listened in awe, intrigued by the legends of the beast world. Did the beast gods truly exist? She brushed off the notion, unaware that soon she would share a significant bond with the foxback beast. Recognizing that the wild beasts of the beast world differed from those on Earth, Nuo Xiaoyu inquired further about their nature. The wild beasts of the beast world are classified into spirit beasts and wild beasts. In a state of aggression, wild beasts undergo physical transformations, while spirit beasts possess elemental attack abilities. Spirit beasts invariably contain crystals within their bodies, while only those wild beasts with heightened intelligence possess them. This foxback beast is a type of wild beast, albeit a young one, with limited attack capabilities, Xiao Wu explained earnestly. Nuo Xiaoyu grasped the concept, and oh wonder the wild beasts of the beast world appeared so fierce. She patted her chest, relieved that she had set a trap. Looking up again, she saw the foxback beast inching ever closer to the giant wolf. Confident that no danger lurked nearby, it dashed towards the wolf, sinking its teeth into its back. However, before it could tear away a piece of flesh, the vine net could not support the weight of the two massive creatures, and it collapsed, sending the foxback beast tumbling into the pit alongside the giant wolf. The pit soon echoed with the anguished cries of the foxback beast, which fell silent shortly after. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a rush of exhilaration, eager to descend and inspect the situation, but Xiao Wu's urgent voice interrupted her. Xiaoyu, wait! I sense other beasts nearby. Nuo Xiaoyu suppressed her impatience, remaining hidden in the tree. Sure enough, it wasn't long before a massive, snow-white wolf emerged from behind the tree. The giant wolf approached the pit, its expression mournful as it whimpered softly, tears glistening in its eyes. It paced restlessly at the edge of the pit, desperately gazing down at the giant wolf below, howling in despair. After a while, the giant wolf raised its head to the sky and let out a mournful howl, a sound filled with sorrow. Then, with determination glinting in its eyes, it leaped into the pit, and the anguished cries of the giant wolf resounded within. Did it really just jump in? Nuo Xiaoyu stared in shock at the edge of the pit, her heart heavy. Was this giant wolf committing suicide? Lost in contemplation over the strange behavior of the previous giant wolf, Xiao Wu urged, hurry back, Xiaoyu. The night forest is perilous. Nuo Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, gathering her emotions. Tying a vine around her waist, she swiftly descended into the pit. There, she found the foxback beast impaled by 3 spikes, while the giant wolf that had jumped down lay peacefully beside its counterpart, a spike piercing its heart. Nuo Xiaoyu collected the 3 beasts in her spatial domain, muttering to herself, knowing it was a trap. Why did you still jump down? After gathering the wild beasts, Nuo Xiaoyu dared not linger any longer and strode purposefully towards the riverbank. As she approached the water's edge, she inadvertently discovered a massive beehive hanging from a grand tree. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she found herself momentarily frozen in place. The thought of honey-roasted meat made her mouth water. However, upon noticing the buzzing bees, she hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes, and she gently inquired of Xiao Wu, is it possible to store living creatures in the space? Can I bring them inside? Yes, Xiaoyu, but collecting living beings requires substantial mental strength. Your current mental power is quite insufficient. I suggest you refrain from attempting it for now. Moreover, living creatures would suffocate within minutes of entering the space, Xiao Wu replied earnestly. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's response, Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled and, after a flurry of activity, climbed the tree. The instant she collected the beehive into the space, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, rendering her weak, and nearly causing her to tumble from the tree. Just then, Xiao Wu's agitated voice pierced through her haze. "Xiaoyu, what have you done? Why are there bees buzzing everywhere?" Nuo Xiaoyu quickly clung to the tree, slowly acclimating to the dizziness, her face pale and her back drenched in cold sweat. With a feeble voice, she reassured, "Hee, Xiao Wu, don't worry. You're metal and won't be stung. Just wait a few minutes, and they will perish." Xiao Wu, observing the swarm of bees, felt goosebumps rise on his skin and retorted in frustration. "You troublesome teammate, you." After resting for a moment, Nuo Xiaoyu felt her strength returning and continued her journey towards the riverbank, all the while enduring Xiao Wu's incessant reprimands. However, the thought of honey-roasted meat made the scolding worthwhile, and soon she reached the cave entrance. Upon entering, she beheld a massive serpent coiled within, eyes closed. Nuo Xiaoyu retrieved her catch from the space, and Xiao Wu, sensing the serpent's presence, trembled as he asked, "Xiaoyu, is this the living Yama you mentioned? Its aura is so potent." Imagining Xiao Wu's anxious demeanor, Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha, I felt the same way when I first saw the serpent." "Don't worry, Xiao Wu, you'll get used to it." Unbeknownst to her, the serpent's head, Lei Ming, stirred slightly. Who is Xiao Wu? And that mental fluctuation earlier originated from this little female. Hee, it seems this little female harbors many secrets. Intriguing. Noticing that the serpent showed no signs of waking, Nuo Xiaoyu dragged a giant wolf's carcass to the riverbank. She swiftly prepared the wolf, setting up a fire at the cave entrance and roasting 2 hind legs, generously slathering them with honey. Before long, a sweet and savory aroma wafted through the air, causing Nuo Xiaoyu to swallow hard, just as she was about to sink her teeth into the leg. She felt her hands go empty. Looking up, she saw the serpent had transformed into human form, leisurely devouring the leg she had prepared. Glancing at her empty hands and feeling the pangs of hunger in her stomach, Nuo Xiaoyu protested irritably. "Hey, serpent, that was my meat. Your share is on the ground." Little female, your roasting skills are commendable. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a delightful sweetness. I've never tasted such roasted meat before. It's truly remarkable." Lei Ming acknowledged, secretly admiring the little female who had indeed caught prey. Nuo Xiaoyu, seeing the serpent engrossed in its meal and ignoring her, glanced at the remaining hind leg on the fire. Resigned, she picked up the other leg and took a bite. However, it was soon snatched away again. Nuo Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, gritting her teeth and glaring at Lei Ming. "Don't push your luck." Lei Ming looked up to see the little female pointing at him, her face flushed with indignation. Raising an eyebrow, he narrowed his slitted pupils, a chilling aura emanating from him as he spoke in a cold, haunting tone. "Little female, what did you just say?" Nuo Xiaoyu trembled slightly, feeling a chill run down her spine. This man is like a block of ice. Cold sweat dripped down her back as she quickly backtracked. "It's nothing. Take your time eating. I'll continue roasting." Lei Ming, noticing the little female applying something to the meat, approached her with curiosity. However, as he drew near, he sensed a surge of energy emanating from her. His pupils narrowed, and a shadow of suspicion crossed his face. This little female possesses energy fluctuations, indicating her ability to absorb crystal cores. Combined with the earlier mental waves, it suggests she is no ordinary individual. Could she be a pawn sent by the great shaman to be near me? Contemplating the great shaman, an ominous aura enveloped Lei Ming, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a gust of wind beside her, and before she knew it, a pair of pale hands gripped her neck, lifting her effortlessly as her body swiftly retreated into the air. With a crash, she slammed against the cave wall. Pain coursed through her body, and she scrunched her face in discomfort, only to meet Lei Ming's shadowy visage looming above her as he tightened his grip. She felt a rush of air escape her lungs, struggling to breathe. Lei Ming's cold, penetrating gaze scrutinized her as he demanded, "You possess the energy of a crystal core. Who sent you here? Was it the great shaman?" Nuo Xiaoyu's face flushed, tears brimming in her eyes as she grasped at his hand around her throat, rasping, "No, it's not like that. Who is the great shaman? I don't know him." Cough. What madness is this pervert unleashing? Lei Ming's gaze turned frigid, and his slitted pupil zeroed in on the small snake coiling around her wrist. He hesitated, noticing her face reddening, and after a moment of contemplation, he released his grip. As he did, Nuo Xiaoyu crumpled to the ground, gasping for breath, a stark red mark left on her delicate neck. You absorbed a crystal core today. If you're not honest, there will be consequences. Now, tell me who sent you. Lei Ming crossed his arms, his cold, slitted gaze fixed on her. Nuo Xiaoyu's dark eyes widened, her fists clenched defiantly as she raised her chin, gritting out, today, the heart of that giant wolf contained a crystal. I had no idea what it was. I just absorbed it. I've never even left my tribe. Who could have sent me? Besides, my life is in your hands. She couldn't dare voice the latter half of her thought, fearing it would further incite the unpredictable serpent's wrath. Lei Ming's gaze flickered. The little female genuinely appeared unaware of the great shaman's intentions. His icy demeanor softened slightly as he warned, as long as you know that. Regardless of who sent you, behave yourself, or I will take your life at any moment. After uttering his threat, he approached the fire, noticing the meat was becoming charred, and frowned. Come here and tend to the meat. Nuo Xiaoyu felt exasperated. This man was truly shameless. He had just tried to kill her, and now he demanded she cook for him. Grumbling inwardly, she complied, not daring to resist, lest she face his wrath once more. Since you can absorb crystal cores, starting tomorrow, you will hand over 3 third-level crystal cores daily. If you fail to do so, I will kill you, Lei Ming declared menacingly, realizing the necessity of the crystal core's energy for her cultivation. Nuo Xiaoyu felt trapped. And no matter who this little female was, she could not afford to let him harm her. 3. Nuo Xiaoyu's expression stiffened, frozen in disbelief. This insufferable serpent must be intent on her demise. Hadn't he mentioned 3 wild beasts? Why had it suddenly turned into crystal cores? Feeling utterly powerless against him, Nuo Xiaoyu could only stare helplessly at the ceiling, after devouring several pieces of roasted meat. Lei Ming stood and exited the cave. Nuo Xiaoyu hastily ate a few bites before climbing onto a fur bed, contemplating the 3 crystal cores. Frustration bubbled within her, yet she dared not voice it. Quietly closing her eyes to drift into slumber, as dawn broke, the cheerful chirping of birds outside the cave awakened Nuo Xiaoyu, who felt refreshed after a good night's sleep. Good morning, Xiao Wu, she greeted mentally. Good morning, Xiaoyu, came Xiao Wu's response. Just as she was about to rise, an icy sensation crept down her back, causing her to shiver. Turning to face the serpent, she found him staring at her with cold, slitted pupils. Nuo Xiaoyu wondered if he was upset for not greeting him. She quickly smiled sweetly. Good morning, great serpent. Lei Ming's serpent lips twitched slightly. This little female must not be entirely sane. Smiling at him so early in the morning? His piercing gaze fixed on Nuo Xiaoyu, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he asked in a sinister tone, You just emitted a mental wave. Were you speaking to someone? Panic surged through Nuo Xiaoyu upon hearing this. Had Lei Ming discovered Xiao Wu's existence? No, she needed to remain calm, but a radiant smile graced her face as she replied nonchalantly, No, not at all. You must have misinterpreted. Great serpent, would you like breakfast? I can roast some meat for you. Noticing the little female's denial, Lei Ming remained unfazed. He was confident he would uncover the truth about her secrets eventually. I don't want any, he coldly replied before closing his eyes. Nuo Xiaoyu, drenched in cold sweat, exhaled softly. Relieved she had evaded his suspicion, she stepped out of the cave to wash by the river and returned to find the serpent still with his eyes shut. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly retrieved the leftover roasted meat from the space and began reheating it. Space, Lei Ming mused, glancing at the ring on her finger. Who exactly is this little female to know that spatial rings are exceedingly rare in the beast world continent? After finishing her grilled meat, Nuo Xiaoyu brandished her dagger with a brave demeanor and marched out of the cave, resolutely determined to gather enough crystal cores today to rid herself of that perverse serpent once and for all. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the sky, her brother occupying her thoughts, and strode purposefully into the forest. There was that same trap from yesterday, which Nuo Xiaoyu had slightly modified. She had inserted more and longer spikes into the trap and crafted a several-meter-long wooden spike. ensuring that any prey falling into the pit would be vulnerable to her finishing blow, even if it survived the fall. Placing the carcass of another giant wolf atop the trap, Nuo Xiaoyu climbed a tree, keeping a watchful eye on the trap's movements while engaging in conversation with Xiaoyu. "Do you know what level that giant snake is?" she asked. "You were quite frightened yesterday." Xiao Wu replied. "While you were asleep last night, I updated the records of the beast world. That snake is no ordinary creature. It possesses the bloodline of the ancient soaring serpent. You know what that is?" "No. Is it just a larger snake?" Nuo Xiaoyu replied dismissively that it is said that the ancient soaring serpent is a divine beast, and to possess such an ancient bloodline is a rare occurrence among beastmen. Thus, the serpent in the cave is undoubtedly not an ordinary snake. It likely holds a position of great prestige among the beastman tribes, and no wonder it exudes such arrogance. What are the implications of having an ancient bloodline? Nuo Xiaoyu inquired further. Those with ancient bloodlines possess innate skills. Their cultivation surpasses that of ordinary beastmen, and they can comprehend more than 2 elemental skills, Xiao Wu elucidated, fearing that Nuo Xiaoyu might not fully grasp the concept. For instance, an average beastman can master 1 elemental skill, like wind. However, one with an ancient bloodline can master 2, such as wind and fire. Most importantly, they may also receive ancient inheritance, making heavenly favored children an apt description. Nuo Xiaoyu scoffed, unimpressed. What good is strength if one's character is lacking and temperament is foul? That loathsome serpent is but a hellish fiend. In essence, having an ancient bloodline amounts to cheating, allowing one to excel effortlessly. So how is the ranking determined in the beast world? Nuo Xiaoyu asked again. Generally, there are 8 tiers, with only beastmen above the 5th tier being able to master elemental skills. Most beastmen in this world are around the 2nd or 3rd tier. And advancing beyond the 5th tier is quite difficult. The 8th tier is legendary, while the 7th tier is exceedingly rare, and the 6th tier generally denotes a strong individual, reflecting on her own status as a mere 2nd tier. Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Collecting energy is exceedingly challenging. Nuo Xiaoyu wished to inquire further, but Xiao Wu's voice interrupted. "Xiaoyu, something is approaching." Nuo Xiaoyu quickly focused her attention, scanning her surroundings, and soon spotted a snow-white, long-eared rabbit hopping into view. Disappointment washed over her. What use was a rabbit here? You don't even eat meat. Yet to Nuo Xiaoyu's surprise, the rabbit dashed towards the bloody giant wolf. "Oh, do rabbits eat meat too?" Witnessing the rabbit's reckless charge, as if it hadn't eaten in days, left Nuo Xiaoyu astounded. However, before the rabbit could reach the wolf, it fell into the pit with a thud. "Xiaoyu, what now? After all that effort, we've caught a rabbit." Xiao Wu lamented that I'll go retrieve it as bait. No, Xiaoyu swiftly approached the pit, using the long spike pole to pierce the rabbit's body and gradually pulled it out. As the rabbit had just perished, blood gushed forth, filling the air with a strong metallic scent. Not daring to waste time, Nuo Xiaoyu set up the trap net before climbing back into the tree. Just as she settled in, she spotted a massive beast resembling a rhinoceros, sporting a sharp horn and a long tail, galloping towards the rabbit. "Xiaoyu, that's the giant rhinoceros beast. Its attack form features a robust, extensible tail. Its hide can be fashioned into clothing, and its sinews are valuable as well. And that horn of its is both sharp and sturdy. It must be preserved." Xiao Wu analyzed excitedly. Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in disbelief. Xiao Wu was being rather presumptuous, already eyeing the giant rhinoceros beast before it had even met its end. Nonetheless, Nuo Xiaoyu didn't dare to be careless. She bent low, holding her breath, and concealed herself behind the leaves. The giant rhinoceros beast swiftly approached the trap, and as Nuo Xiaoyu watched its front hoof step onto the net, she breathed a sigh of relief. The net could not withstand the weight, and with a whoosh, it collapsed into the pit. The giant rhinoceros beast, losing its footing, tumbled directly into the pit. With a roar, its heavy body impaled itself on the spikes. Nuo Xiaoyu stood up in delight and hurried to the edge of the pit. This giant rhinoceros beast would be impossible to lift. She had no choice but to bind it with vines and descend into the deep pit. She neared the bottom. Xiao Wu's voice rang out. "Xiaoyu, There's something nearby. It seems a giant creature is approaching. What should we do? Is it still possible to ascend? Nuo Xiaoyu was starting to panic, still clinging to the wall of the pit. It is probably too late. The tremors are intensifying, indicating the giant beast is drawing near. Xiaoyu urged anxiously. Nuo Xiaoyu bit her lip, resolute. Since she couldn't ascend, she had no choice but to descend. Swiftly sliding to the pit's bottom. Upon reaching the bottom, Nuo Xiaoyu pressed against the wall devoid of spikes, glancing up to see a massive black bear standing at the edge of the pit. The black bear's eyes scrutinized the situation within the trap, sniffing the air. The scent of blood ignited its excitement. Upon spotting Nuo Xiaoyu in the pit, a glint of greed sparkled in the bear's eyes. Alarmed by the bear's avarice, Nuo Xiaoyu realized that this creature seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence. What should she do? The bear's gaze darted around until it fixated on the vine tied to Nuo Xiaoyu. The other end anchored to a great tree. A flicker of joy flashed in the bear's eyes as it lunged towards the vine. Nuo Xiaoyu sensed the impending danger and quickly grasped her dagger. By the time the bear reached the vine, it yanked with all its might. Nuo Xiaoyu was thrown against the wall of the pit, her body lifted from the ground, and in a moment of desperation, she slashed at the vine, severing it, only to crash back into the pit. She landed painfully between the wall and the spikes, which tore in her arm, blood gushing forth. Nuo Xiaoyu could not afford to linger. The smooth wall was no longer safe, and she struggled to crawl towards the center of the spikes. The black bear outside the pit had not anticipated Nuo Xiaoyu's actions, its paw grasping at nothing as fury ignited within its eyes. And it roared thunderously at the bottom of the pit. Nuo Xiaoyu was a loss for words. This bear was far too clever, forcing her into a corner. What do you think you're doing? Roaring at me? Nuo Xiaoyu taunted the bear from the pit's depths, feeling rather smug. Now you can't do anything to me. Infuriated, the bear became increasingly agitated, bellowing incessantly at the pit's bottom. The scent of Nuo Xiaoyu's blood drove the bear to madness as it lunged towards her. Nuo Xiaoyu scrambled forward, but before she could make much progress, a thundering crash echoed as spikes collapsed under the bear's weight. The bear's massive body plunged into the spikes, its head crashing heavily against Nuo Xiaoyu's slender waist. Ouch! My poor back, she exclaimed, relieved that it was merely its head that had come crashing down. Had the bear's entire body fallen, she would have been crushed into a pulp, struggling free from beneath the bear's head. Nuo Xiaoyu seized the opportunity to capture both the giant rhinoceros beast and the black bear into her spatial ring. The long-eared rabbit had been reduced to a mangled mess, yet driven by a desire to waste nothing. Nuo Xiaoyu salvaged it. She devised a plan to laboriously climb out of the pit, and as she lay at the edge, still catching her breath, Xiaoyu cautioned her, Xiaoyu, you have wounds. The scent of blood is overwhelming. You must wash and treat them quickly. Nuo Xiaoyu agreed, noticing a vine net nearby, and covered the trap before tossing the long-eared rabbit atop it, then hurried to the riverbank. Arriving at the river, she washed herself thoroughly and enlisted Xiaoyu's assistance to tend to her wounds until the scent of blood had dissipated before leisurely returning to the great tree. Upon her return, she was greeted with smoke billowing from the trap, flames leaping forth. What on earth is happening? Why is the trap on fire? Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, rushing to the edge of the pit. Coughing as she leaned in to peer, she beheld the spikes ablaze, crackling as they burned. A fiery red fox stood at the edge of the pit, slightly larger than an earthly fox, its vibrant red fur strikingly beautiful. Currently snarling and darting around, Nuo Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback. Ah, this fox seems unperturbed by the flames. Its fur remains untouched. How peculiar! Xiaoyu, that's the fire fox beast, which has mastered fire-type abilities. The flames in the pit are its doing. The fire fox's fur is resistant to both fire and water, making it an excellent material for crafting garments. Moreover, this fire fox undoubtedly contains crystal stones. Xiaoyu's excited voice rang out. Nuo Xiaoyu could almost envision the gleam in Xiaoyu's eyes, and she scoffed at him. It hasn't even perished yet. We should consider how to defeat it first. Spotting the long spiked pole she had fashioned beside the tree, an idea sparked in her mind. She grasped the pole and approached the pit's edge, bending down, facing the pit, and thrusting the spike forcefully into the pit. Sensing danger, the fire fox raised its head and unleashed a torrent of flames directly at Nuo Xiaoyu. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sudden heat on her face, accompanied by a whiff of something charred. Instinctively, she bent backward and flipped over, narrowly evading the flickering flames. Fortunately, her sister had trained her well. Otherwise, she might have been scorched today. Her heart raced with trepidation as she contemplated the near disaster. The flames had not leapt high, vanishing almost as quickly as they appeared, but the stick in Nuo Xiaoyu's hand had turned a sooty black, and the fire fox beast in the pit glared at her furiously. Nuo Xiaoyu ran her fingers through her hair and caught a whiff of the burnt scent clinging to her, returning the beast's furious gaze. She thought to herself, "I must make you pay for this. You have singed my beautiful hair. You wretched creature. You wait for me." Nuo Xiaoyu spat defiantly, but the fire fox beast merely turned its back to her, wagging its tail mockingly. "You," Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed in frustration, her feet tapping in agitation as she brandished her dagger, ready to charge into the pit for a fierce confrontation. This dagger belonged to a giant serpent. It should be impervious to fire. She mused with a sly smile. "You foul fox, you shall rue the day." She hastily chopped a thicker tree branch, retrieved a sinew from the giant rhino beast from her spatial pouch, and secured it to one end of the stick, reinforcing it with several layers to ensure the dagger wouldn't slip off. Approaching the edge of the pit once more, the fire fox beast scoffed at the sight of her wooden weapon, emitting a low growl of disdain. This time, it prepared to unleash its full fiery might, intent on singeing the hair on the other side of Nuo Xiaoyu's head. It assumed an aggressive stance, poised to strike. However, Nuo Xiaoyu remained calm, circling the pit with her stick. The fire fox beast, disoriented, followed her in a dizzying dance until it became slightly dazed. Seizing her opportunity, Nuo Xiaoyu lunged forward, thrusting the stick with all her might towards the beast. Although slightly disoriented, the fire fox managed to spit a ball of fire at the stick. Nuo Xiaoyu dropped to her knees, leaning back to evade the flames, the stick igniting in her grip. With a firm hold on the flaming branch, she aimed for the beast's neck. Just as the fire fox reveled in its triumph, a sharp pain pierced its neck, and it looked down in disbelief at the dagger embedded within. It had no time to ponder why the dagger was unaffected by flames before collapsing, blood gushing from its neck, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Outside the pit, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her as she realized her strike had succeeded. She plopped down on the ground, panting heavily. "Xiaoyu, there may not be time for you to rest. The blood of the fire fox is a deadly lure for predators. If you don't wish to be surrounded by beasts, it is best to leave quickly." Xiao Wu spoke earnestly. Nuo Xiaoyu understood she was not joking and hurriedly secured the vines still tethered to the tree, swiftly sliding down into the pit to collect the fire fox before scrambling back up. Abandoning her trap, once she emerged, she sprinted back to the vicinity of the cave. Upon reaching the riverbank, Nuo Xiaoyu took out her spoils of the day. Fortune had smiled upon her. Both the fire fox and the giant bear beast yielded third-tier crystals, while the giant rhino beast bore a second-tier crystal. She admired the crystals with delight until her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her reflection in the water, startling her so much that she almost dropped them. The figure gazing back at her was coal-blackened, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth, sporting a tousled hairstyle with singed strands. "Is this truly me? I appear akin to an African refugee." Gazed up at the sky in exasperation. Already unattractive, she now looked even worse. With a sigh, she waded into the river to clean herself up, enduring the discomfort as she cut her long hair into a neat bob. Once she had tidied herself, she ventured nearby to chop some bamboo, crafting several tubes and stowing a few for future needs. After draining the blood from the fire fox into the bamboo tubes, she skinned it and gathered a handful of grass by the riverbank to tan the hide. Rendering it soft, she washed and dried the hide, preparing it for use, all thanks to the memories of her predecessor. Having completed the preparation of the hides, Nuo noticed the sun dipping towards the horizon. She pulled a sharp tooth from the giant wolf beast, fashioning a bone needle before rising to return to the cave. Inside, the giant serpent remained with its eyes closed. Nuo Xiaoyu refrained from disturbing it, opting instead to roast the meat of the fire fox In her free time, she utilized the hide of the giant rhino to make a leather satchel. Once the satchel was ready, she placed the crystals inside and checked on the roasting meat, which had yet to reach perfection. Deciding to make a cloak for herself, she cut the remaining hide of the giant rhino and crafted a tie for the cloak, sewing it onto the fire fox hide. The cloak turned out splendidly, reaching just to her calves. After stowing the cloak in her spatial pouch, Nuo Xiaoyu brushed some honey onto the roasted meat. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Glancing towards the giant serpent, she noticed it still hadn't awakened and contemplated whether to rouse it. Just as she turned her head, she spotted the serpent standing behind her, causing her to jump in surprise. How could someone move so silently? Lei Ming, startled by her sudden movement, noted that her once waist-length hair was now gone, replaced by a bob that left a charred scent in the air. Her already plain features appeared even less appealing now. With a disdainful arch of his brow, he strode over to the fire pit. "Did you fail to hunt any crystals? Little female, you jumped at the sight of me." "Who said that?" "I successfully acquired 3 crystals today," Nuo Xiaoyu replied, patting her racing heart as she settled beside the fire. She produced the crystals from her leather bag. Lei Ming narrowed his slit pupils. A flicker of intrigue crossing his gaze that it seemed he had underestimated this little female. "Here, take this," she offered a crystal to Lei Ming, feeling a swell of pride. Today her task was completed and her life was secured. As Lei Ming examined the crystal in his hand, he noticed one was from the fire fox beast. He cast a curious glance at Nuo Xiaoyu. The fire fox was not something even beastmen dared to provoke lightly. Did this little female not know this? Returning to the roasted fire fox, he observed her beaming expression. If her fade was not so convincing, he might genuinely believe she was an innocent little female who knew nothing. "I mentioned 3 third-tier crystals, yet you present me with 2 thirds and 1 second tier," he remarked. "Hey, foul serpent, don't go too far. I risk my life for these," Nuo Xiaoyu retorted, a shiver running through her as she instinctively stepped back. What did you just call me?" "Little female." Lei Ming's slitted pupils glimmered with a chilling light, fixating on Nuo Xiaoyu. Had this little female grown too bold, feeling her heart race under his piercing gaze? She quickly forced a smile. "Nothing. Great serpent, the roasted meat is ready. You can eat first." She offered a piece of the roasted meat. The little female kept referring to him as Great Serpent and Foul Serpent, which unsettled Lei Ming. He glanced at the crystal in his hand, a sly glimmer crossing his eyes as he raised it, saying, "I don't need this second-tier crystal. You can have it." "Really?" Nuo Xiaoyu felt an unexpected surge of happiness. Had the great serpent turned over a new leaf? Surely he must have seen how hard she had worked hunting. To her surprise, he was rather generous. Reaching out, she intended to take the crystal. Just as her fingers grazed the crystal, Lei Ming suddenly withdrew his hand, a slight smirk gracing his pale face. With a low, chilling voice, he said, "Call me master, and I will give it to you." Nuo Xiaoyu froze in place, incredulous at what she had just heard. She had thought the great serpent was showing a softer side. It seemed she had misjudged his character. Angrily, she turned away, sulking as she munched on her roasted meat. "Dream on. That will never happen." Lei Ming observed her animated expressions, a wave of amusement washing over him. This little female was truly entertaining. With a devilish smile, he seductively remarked, "Lord Lei Ming, my lord, or master, choose one." Nuo Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks and glared at him. "I choose none. How could this foul serpent lack any sense of dignity?" Seeing her indignant demeanor, the corners of Lei Ming's crimson lips subtly curled upward, as if amused that it seems you do not wish to know about your brother's whereabouts. What a pity. With that, he tucked the crystals away and rose to head towards the cave. "Wait." Nuo Xiaoyu's face flushed red. This shameless creature only knew how to use her brother to threaten her. "That you'll regret this. Foul serpent," she muttered inwardly, her thoughts simmering with indignation. Lowering her eyelids, she called out softly, "Lord Lei Ming." Lei Ming turned around, his mood evidently lifted, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his slitted pupils. I didn't catch that." It appeared this little female truly responded to such flattery. Nuo Xiaoyu caught the glimmer of mirth in his eyes, gritting her teeth as she forced a most unattractive smile. "Lord Lei Ming, would you like to have some roasted meat?" I can get you a piece. Observing her unattractive expression, Lei Ming disdainfully handed the crystal to Nuo Xiaoyu. Remember, from now on, you must call me Lord Lei Ming, that if you obediently follow me, you will never be at a loss. Nuo Xiaoyu eagerly accepted the crystal and quickly inquired, Lord Lei Ming, what news do you have about my brother? Lei Ming raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow, if you hunt 3 third-tier crystals, I will tell you. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of disappointment. She had known the great serpent was not so benevolent. How shameless, how brazen. She scolded silently in her heart. Before long, the 2 individuals had consumed an entire firefox beast. Lei Ming, as usual, emerged from the cave, while Nuo Xiaoyu tidied up the cave and then climbed onto the beast skin bed. Drifting off to sleep, as dawn broke, Nuo Xiaoyu approached the riverbank, clutching the secondary crystal stones from the previous day, ready to absorb their energy. However, as soon as the power entered her body, a strange sensation gripped her, accompanied by a subtle pain radiating throughout her being. Xiaoyu, I am about to level up. You must endure, came the urgent voice of Xiao Wu. Nuo Xiaoyu stood there in a daze, still trying to comprehend what she needed to endure, when a torrent of heat began to surge wildly within her. The sensation coursed through her like a searing flame. Nuo Xiaoyu cried out in agony, ah, as she curled up, rolling on the ground incessantly. Her hands clenched tightly, the nails embedding into her flesh. Yet the pain was relentless. The heat within her body violently surged towards her limbs and every fiber of her being. Soon, she felt as though she was engulfed in a sea of fire. Every inch of her body ablaze with pain. It hurts so much. She attempted to scream, but her throat felt scorched, rendering her voice mute. All she could do was bite down on her lip, huddled in a tight ball, enduring the infernal torment. Inside the cave, Lei Ming sensed the peril Nuo Xiaoyu was in. His vertical pupils widened, glinting with a cold light. What mischief is this little female up to? Just as he contemplated rising to investigate, a thought crossed his mind. She was merely a slave. If she perished, he could easily find another. With that, Lei Ming settled back down, attempting to meditate, though his heart remained uneasy. After several attempts, he sighed in resignation, pondering that the little female could not die just yet. Who would gather crystal stones for him then? With that thought, he hastened to the riverbank. Upon arrival, he saw that Nuo Xiaoyu had already succumbed to her pain. Her pale face with teeth clenched tightly around her lip, stubborn even in unconsciousness. When Lei Ming beheld her condition, his expression turned icy, his vertical pupils radiating a dangerous aura, a wave of agitation washing over him. Regret seeped in. He should not have bothered with this little female. At that moment, the black impurities within Nuo Xiaoyu's body began to expel themselves, a nauseating odor lingering in the air. Holding his breath, Lei Ming swiftly kicked her into the river. Yet even submerged, Nuo Xiaoyu remained unconscious, sinking deeper into the water. Seeing that she had not awakened, Lei Ming's face darkened. With a swift motion, he pulled her up and threw her back into the water repeatedly until the black stains on her body were finally cleansed. Disdain etched on his face, he carried Nuo Xiaoyu back to the cave. Upon reaching the hot spring, he poured the spiritual liquid into the water and placed Nuo Xiaoyu inside. If you do not return with 3 third-level crystal stones today, I will end you, Lei Ming threatened ominously. Meanwhile, Nuo Xiaoyu's body was fervently absorbing the spiritual energy from the spring, mending her damaged meridians. With the infusion of spiritual power, her pale complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, and her skin became fairer and smoother. When Nuo Xiaoyu opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on the bee-skin bed in the cave. Wasn't I by the river? How did I end up back in the cave? Did the great serpent carry me back? Nuo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, attempting to call out to Xiao Wu, but receiving no response, likely because he was still busy leveling up, climbing off the bee-skin bed. She cast a glance at the great serpent and made her way outside the cave. Lei Ming's serpentine head twitched slightly, the corners of his mouth twitching in annoyance. This little female truly lacked any sense of gratitude, not even uttering a word of thanks after he expended so much spiritual liquid on her. However, seeing her safe, Lei Ming's heart finally eased, and he immersed himself in meditation once more. Nuo Xiaoyu stepped out of the cave. stretching languidly, feeling invigorated, as though she possessed boundless energy. Her vision sharpened, and she could hear the sound around her with greater clarity. Approaching the deep pit, she found it in disarray, charred spikes scattered haphazardly. And the surface blackened. Sigh. Nuo Xiaoyu pressed her forehead, pursing her lips, and descended into the pit via the vines. She began tossing the assorted debris into her space, then pulled out new spikes to insert. After pondering for a moment, she decided to use the blood from the firefox beast she had collected yesterday, pouring a bamboo tube of blood over the vine net before climbing up a tree. Nuo Xiaoyu leisurely perched on a branch, weaving the vine net while observing the pit below. Xiaoyu, could you refrain from treating the space as a garbage dump? Why do you throw everything in here? Xiao Wu's voice broke the calm, as he opened his eyes to see a chaotic mess of charcoal and odds and ends. Xiao Wu, you're awake? Oh, I missed you. Nuo Xiaoyu cheerfully replied, ignoring Xiao Wu's complaints. It has only been a short while, but I did miss you. Yes, I'm fine now. I successfully leveled up. How about you? How's your body? Xiao Wu asked with concern. I'm perfectly well. I feel as though I have endless energy. Nuo Xiaoyu beamed, feeling the benefits of leveling up were quite significant, aside from the initial pain. Once she fainted, she felt nothing at all. That shouldn't be, though. Logically, the first cleansing should be the most painful. How come Xiaoyu seems completely unaffected? Xiao Wu pondered, yet seeing Nuo Xiaoyu was unharmed, he sighed in relief. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance nearby. Xiaoyu, something is approaching, and it seems quite large. Nuo Xiaoyu's heart leaped with joy. It appeared that luck was on her side today. Just as she prepared to discover what this large creature was, the ground trembled beneath her. Gazing into the depths of the forest, she spotted a herd of massive beasts charging towards the trap. Toppling trees in their wake and kicking up clouds of dust, in the blink of an eye, she recognized the lead beast resembling a wild bull, its dark brown body robust and powerful. With two curved horns atop its head, followed by a dozen more wild bulls forming a square formation as they raced ahead. Oh no, Nuo Xiaoyu thought, witnessing the trees being trampled by the stampede. Realizing her own safety was compromised, she hastily descended from the tree. Just as she found her footing, the ground quaked again. With a quick glance back, she saw the leading wild bull step into the trap, tumbling headfirst into it, followed by several others who could not stop in time. Nuo Xiaoyu had no time to spare. She turned and sprinted forward as three wild bulls charged directly towards the tree she had hidden behind. The sound of their hooves echoing ominously. Xiaoyu, what on earth did you do to attract this herd? Xiao Wu shouted in alarm. I merely poured the blood of the fire fox beast over the trap. Who would have thought it would be so effective? Nuo Xiaoyu replied, running as fast as she could. After covering a considerable distance, she intended to pause and assess the situation when her foot slipped, and she cried out as she plummeted downward. Flailing her arms in the air, she glanced down to find herself in a low-lying area, relieved that it wasn't too high and that the ground was covered in trees. Thud! A branch scraped against her beast skin cloak, and she soon felt something wrap around her. Looking closely, she realized she was entangled in the vines between two large trees. Gasping for breath, she thought. That was close. Once her heart settled, Nuo Xiaoyu retrieved the dagger from her bee skin bag, cutting through the vines and sliding down. Upon reaching the ground, she leaned against the tree trunk, her dark eyes scanning the surroundings. The dimly lit forest had a thick layer of dead leaves and twigs scattered across the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. Nearby, a patch of thorny bushes loomed ominously. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Thankfully, she hadn't fallen into the thorns, or it would have been painful. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Xiao Wu's concerned voice reached her. I'm fine, but I seem to have lost my way. Nuo Xiaoyu replied, her expression troubled as she surveyed her surroundings. Retracing her steps was unlikely. Although the dip was not deep, it was too high for her to climb back up without assistance. Don't panic. I will try to sense the great serpent's presence, Xiao Wu said, releasing his mental wave. After a while, he reported, Xiaoyu, it seems we are quite far from the great serpent. What should we do? Nuo Xiaoyu, equally perplexed, decided to tread carefully on the thick layer of dead leaves, moving in the direction Xiao Wu indicated. After walking for some time, she heard Xiao Wu's voice again. Xiaoyu, Something is coming. There's a strong surge of energy nearby. Nuo Xiaoyu immediately became alert, pressing her back against a large tree trunk, her eyes scanning the area while her hand gripped the dagger tightly. To your right front, Xiao Wu urged, his voice tense. Nuo Xiaoyu focused her gaze and spotted a thicket of bushes to her right. Initially, she hadn't paid much attention due to the thorns. Suddenly, a massive crocodile leisurely emerged from the undergrowth. The thorns posed no hindrance to it at all. As the crocodile fully emerged, Nuo Xiaoyu's brow furrowed, unease flickering in her dark eyes. This crocodile was around 8 meters long, standing over a meter tall. Its long tail swaying lazily, its thick, rough green skin glistened ominously, and its sharp, toothy maw revealed rows of menacing teeth. Its pale yellow vertical pupils gleamed with coldness, fixating intently on Nuo Xiaoyu. As Nuo Xiaoyu pondered the weaknesses of the crocodile, she suddenly beheld the massive creature charging towards her, its stout legs propelling it forward, its gaping maw dripping with menace. "Quick, climb the tree!" exclaimed Xiao Wu urgently. Without a moment's hesitation, Nuo Xiaoyu sprang into action, swiftly scaling the tree behind her. However, it was evident that she was already too late. The giant crocodile, noticing her ascent, lashed its tail violently against the trunk, causing the tree to tremble violently. Nuo Xiaoyu lost her grip and tumbled to the ground, rolling to absorb the impact. Upon seeing her fall, the crocodile charged directly at her with alarming speed, its pale yellow slit eyes glinting with anticipation. Xiaoyu caught sight of the menacing beast closing in. She instinctively rolled towards the adjacent tree, narrowly evading the crocodile's snapping jaws. With a furious roar, the creature's eyes blazed with icy rage, and sharp scales erupted along its tail, which it swept towards the tree Nuo Xiaoyu had just reached. Feeling a rush of wind, she instinctively ducked, barely evading the sweeping tail, but a fleeting glance revealed the crocodile's pale underbelly, igniting a fierce determination within her, with a resolute glint in her dark eyes. She prepared to retaliate. Placing her hands on the ground, she crouched low, mimicking a frog, and propelled herself off the trunk with all her might, launching herself at the ground like a spring. The crocodile, realizing its tail had missed, turned just in time to see Nuo Xiaoyu hurtling towards it. Before it could open its jaws, she slid beneath its belly. A sharp pain shot through the creature as Nuo Xiaoyu struck, and with a pained howl, it unleashed a torrent of blood. The crocodile thrashed wildly, disbelief evident in its eyes, while Nuo Xiaoyu, having delivered her blow, was caught by the creature's sweeping tail, sending her flying into a pile of dry leaves. Coughing up blood, Nuo Xiaoyu felt pain radiate throughout her body, her form splattered with the crocodile's crimson ichor, resembling a figure drenched in blood from a distance. Meanwhile, the crocodile lay weakened, its heavy eyelids drooping as it bled profusely, its long tail twitching feebly. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Xiao Wu's anxious voice pierced through the tension. Sensing the energy fluctuation fading, he finally dared to speak, his heart now at ease. "I'm fine, Xiao Wu. Just got swiped by the crocodile's tail and sustained a minor injury." Nuo Xiaoyu slowly pushed herself off the ground, clutching her wounded side, and began to approach the fallen beast. "Xiaoyu, the crystal is in its brain. Retrieve it and leave this place quickly," Xiao Wu urged with urgency. Nuo Xiaoyu approached the crocodile, extracted the crystal, and stowed its lifeless body into her spatial compartment. Realizing the crocodile's presence indicated a nearby water source, she followed the trail of its movements. Indeed, she soon encountered a small lake. Hesitant to bathe directly in the water, she merely rinsed off at the edge, scrubbing away the sanguine stench before filling her bamboo tubes with water for later use. After completing her tasks, Nuo Xiaoyu lay down amidst the bushes, still shaken from the fierce encounter, acutely aware of the changes within her body. Her speed had increased, and her strength had grown. The powerful leap she had just executed would have been impossible in her previous state. Just then, Xiao Wu's voice chimed in. "Xiaoyu, you were right. This upgrade has enhanced both your strength and speed." A smile broke across Nuo Xiaoyu's face. With her hands behind her head, she gazed up at the azure sky. "Xiao Wu, is this what you meant by the benefits of upgrading?" "Yes, Xiaoyu. Your strength now rivals that of a Tier 3 beast, man, and this crocodile was a Tier 4. It's astonishing that you managed to slay it. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, retrieving the crystal from her beast skin pouch, a yellow stone the size of her fist, pulsating with golden energy. Indeed, it is a Tier 4. She mused. Xiaoyu, we cannot utilize Tier 4 energy just yet. Keep it safe, Xiao Wu advised. After resting for a while, Nuo Xiaoyu set off again, glancing at the sun overhead. Midday, she surmised, if she hurried, she could reach the cave by nightfall. With renewed determination, she quickened her pace. Upon ascending a high mountain, however, she sensed something amiss. A dense fog enveloped the area, thickening with each step. Initially dismissing it as a natural occurrence, she soon found herself enveloped in a swirling mist. Her surroundings obscured. Xiao Wu, something's not right. I can't see the path, she exclaimed anxiously. Do not panic. Xiaoyu, activate the night vision function. Xiao Wu's voice rang out, and with a chime, her vision transformed. As if she were donning night vision goggles. While not as clear as daylight, it was sufficient to discern her surroundings. Xiao Wu, you are incredible, she exclaimed, her heart swelling with gratitude. This is a feature I can only activate after my upgrade. I didn't expect to use it so soon, Xiao Wu replied, elated. Nuo Xiaoyu chose not to press forward just yet, assessing her environment. She stood at the entrance of a valley, blooming flowers blanketing the ground, creating what appeared to be a sea of blossoms. Though her night vision could not discern their colors, she noted the flowers were tall, some towering over her. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she found it peculiar that such an abundance of flora bore no fragrance. Scanning the area, she noted there were no discernible paths, only the option to traverse through the floral expanse to reach the opposite hill. Considering the oddity of the flower field, she cautiously asked Xiao Wu, do you sense any energy fluctuations in the vicinity? After a thorough examination, Xiao Wu reported, there are no anomalies detected. With no choice left, Nuo Xiaoyu ventured into the flower's sea, instructing Xiao Wu to remain vigilant as she gripped her dagger, eyes alert for any signs of danger. However, after walking for a considerable time, she found herself still engulfed in the floral labyrinth, the landscape stretching endlessly before her. Realizing something was amiss, she halted abruptly. Xiao Wu, I think I'm trapped in this flower sea, she declared, her expression glum. I sense something is off too. What should we do, Xiaoyu? There are truly no energy fluctuations here, yet how can we not find a way out? Xiao Wu echoed her concern. Feeling resigned to her predicament, Nuo Xiaoyu settled onto the ground, propping her head on her hands as she contemplated her misfortune. Suddenly, an idea struck her, recalling her troublesome day had begun with the blood of the fire fox beast. Of course, the blood of the fire fox beast, she exclaimed, a spark of determination igniting within her. If you let me leave, then I shall make you pay. With this resolve, Nuo Xiaoyu retrieved a bamboo tube filled with the fire fox's blood, puncturing it with her dagger before continuing onward. Before long, she came across the blood again, realizing she had indeed circled back. Shaking the tube, she noted there was still a considerable amount of blood left, prompting her to press on. Halfway through, the distant roars of wild beasts reached her ears, filling her heart with hope. There were indeed creatures nearby. Grabbing a wooden shovel from her spatial compartment, she hastily dug a small hole and squeezed herself inside. Using the corpse of a beast to barricade the entrance, as the sounds of the beast grew louder, the ground quivered beneath her. Peering through the crevice, Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze remained fixed on the flower sea. Eager to uncover the unfolding events, as the beast drew nearer, the earth trembled violently, causing the floral expanse to shake. In an instant, the entire flower sea vanished, leaving the valley barren. Before her lay a small white flower, no larger than her palm, trembling in place. To her astonishment, the entire flower quaked. Just a few meters away, a white beast lay curled up, resembling a miniature lion dog, with the beast huddled so close. Nuo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, vaulting from her hiding spot and rushing towards the little flower, holding her breath as she yanked it from the ground and stowed it away in her spatial compartment. In one swift motion, she scooped up the lion dog and ducked back into her hideout. Just as she settled in, the sounds of the beast clashing erupted outside, the ground shaking beneath her. Nuo Xiaoyu dared not peek out, only listening intently as the chaos unfolded. Soon, streams of blood began to trickle through the cracks. Rising to her ankles, the wave of disbelief washed over her. Would she really be the first to drown in blood? Fortunately, after what felt like an eternity, the commotion outside finally subsided. Xiaoyu, are there still energy fluctuations out there? There are indeed numerous energy fluctuations in the distance, Xiaoyu, if you wish to escape. Now is your chance. As soon as Xiaoyu's words fell, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly stuffed the lion dog into a beast skin bag, leaving only its head exposed, and quickly exited the pit. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, scanned the surroundings, revealing numerous carcasses of wild beasts lying haphazardly about, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The ground was stained crimson with blood, and the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent. Xiaoyu, some of these beasts possess crystal stones. Should we collect them before we leave? Came Xiaoyu's voice. Of course we must, Nuo Xiaoyu replied resolutely. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. She hurriedly dashed to the beasts Xiaoyu mentioned, storing their remains into her spatial pouch. After completing a circuit, Nuo Xiaoyu did not dare to pause, swiftly escaping the valley and climbing up a small hill. Upon nearing the summit, Nuo Xiaoyu, panting heavily, turned to glance back at the valley. She observed several wild beasts feasting on the carcasses, and without a tinge of regret, she turned back, trudging forward with labored breaths. Along the way, she pondered the peculiar flower and inquired about its origin from Xiaoyu. This flower is known as the enigmatic bloom. Once matured, it can create illusions, ensnaring both humans and beasts within a dreamlike realm, ultimately rendering them as sustenance. It is said that the enigmatic bloom can heal any wound, regardless of severity. However, it harbors immense energy, and a moment's carelessness could result in one's demise. Thus, many beastmen are hesitant to experiment with it. Yet we can store it for future absorption. Xiaoyu, this is indeed a valuable find. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy, astonished that a mere detour could yield such a treasure. After descending the hill, she noticed that her surroundings appeared considerably brighter, prompting Xiaoyu to retract his night vision. Indeed, though the mist lingered, visibility had improved. Nuo Xiaoyu did not tarry. Hastening onward, it was not until the sun dipped low in the west that she stumbled upon the familiar little river. With exhilaration, Nuo Xiaoyu leaped into the icy waters, feeling the coolness wash over her, as if it could cleanse her of fatigue. She sat there, allowing the river to cascade over her. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she sprang up in a panic. In her haste, she stumbled, nearly toppling back into the river, but managed to steady herself and swiftly retrieve the lion dog from the beast's skin bag. Placing it by the riverbank, observing the gentle rise and fall of the lion dog's chest, she sighed in relief. It was still alive. Nuo Xiaoyu anxiously patted her chest, inspecting the little creature's face. Its brows were furrowed, and its lips tightly pressed together. Despite its closed eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu found this expression rather endearing. After cleaning herself and the dog, she took out the beast carcasses from her spatial pouch. Extracting the crystal cores, after setting aside one relatively intact specimen for evening grilling, she disposed of the others. Having tidied up, Nuo Xiaoyu was about to head back to the cave when a surge of energy emanated from within, followed by the anguished hiss of the great snake. The entire cave trembled, accompanied by loud thuds. Nuo Xiaoyu froze momentarily, bewildered. Could it be that someone was ambushing the great snake, as only the great snake held knowledge of her brother's whereabouts? It could not perish just yet. Nuo Xiaoyu dashed back towards the cave. Upon her return, she beheld the great snake enveloped in a colossal surge of energy, its body violently colliding with the cave walls. Its mouth agape, it let out a tortured howl, its cold, slitted pupils radiating fury, the golden irises flickering ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Nuo Xiaoyu widened her dark eyes in disbelief, rubbing them to ensure she was not mistaken. The great snake's pupils were not merely opening and closing. They were glowing with a sinister red hue. This was utterly surreal. As the snake's aura grew increasingly frigid, the temperature within the cave plummeted, leaving Nuo Xiaoyu shivering as if trapped in an ice cellar. She rubbed her hands together, her complexion paling, her lips turning a shade of blue as she turned to flee the cave. As she neared the entrance, she caught a glimpse of the great snake's pained expression. Her heart softened, and she halted, furrowing her brow, torn as she gazed at the creature. Xiaoyu, the snake's energy is spiraling out of control. Xiao Wu's voice echoed. Nuo Xiaoyu, perplexed, looked at Xiao Wu and inquired, "What does it mean for energy to spiral out of control?" Simply put, it means it has gone berserk in its eagerness to absorb too much energy. Its body can no longer withstand it, leading to chaotic meridians, which results in this predicament. Hearing the gravity of the situation, Nuo Xiaoyu, unmindful of the cold, urgently implored, "Xiao Wu, the great snake cannot die now. Think of a way to save it. The only recourse is to absorb its chaotic energy into your own body, but doing so may damage your meridians, causing you immense pain and peril. Xiaoyu, you must consider this carefully. Otherwise, we might as well leave it be." Xiao Wu hesitated, concerned about the potential consequences for Nuo Xiaoyu. Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze was complex as she regarded the great snake, noting the red tinge creeping into its once golden pupils, now dulled and vacant. The energy fluctuation surrounding the snake persisted, but its body lay coiled in a circle, its triangular head bowed slightly. The forked tongue moving languidly, emitting soft sounds. Realizing that the great snake could not hold on much longer, Nuo Xiaoyu was reminded of her brother's face. Her resolve hardened. She would not hesitate any longer. Gritting her teeth, she charged forward, grasping the great snake's tail, closing her eyes as her small hand brushed against its frigid skin, absorbing the tumultuous energy. As the energy surged into her body, Nuo Xiaoyu trembled violently. As if struck by lightning, the chaotic energy rampaged within her, igniting flames wherever it coursed. With her lip clenched tightly, beads of sweat soaked her back, her pallid complexion betraying her distress. Nuo Xiaoyu gripped the snake's tail with all her might, as though sharing the burden of pain with the great snake. Xiao Wu desperately absorbed the energy, witnessing the energy surrounding the great snake dissipate at a visible rate, while blood began to bead upon Nuo Xiaoyu's skin. Droplets of sweat cascading down her face. She bit her lip, refusing to relent, even as it bled. The great snake's triangular head drooped, its energy waning, the entire body languid, its mouth sealed tight, the forked tongue no longer flicking out. Teetering on the brink of collapse, Nuo Xiaoyu's dark eyes were filled with urgency. Could it be that the great snake was unable to endure and had perished? Before long, the energy surrounding the great snake was fully absorbed by Nuo Xiaoyu. Just as she was about to cease and check on the great snake's condition, Xiao Wu's piercing scream shattered the tension. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a gentle energy emanating from her own body, being drawn into the great snake. What in the world was happening? "Xiaoyu, the great snake is absorbing our energy. Release your grip," Xiao Wu shouted, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Nuo Xiaoyu attempted to retract her hand, but it felt as if it were glued to the snake's tail. And no matter how hard she pulled, even to the point of straining her shoulder, she could not break free. Faced with this predicament, Nuo Xiaoyu's expression turned frantic. "What should we do, Xiao Wu? I can't pull it back. Absorb the crystal stone, Xiaoyu. Hurry, otherwise I'll be drained dry." Xiao Wu's voice was weak. Hearing his frail tone, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears. She blamed herself, fearing she would never forgive herself if anything happened to Xiao Wu. "Rest assured, Xiao Wu, I will not let anything happen to you," Nuo Xiaoyu choked out. She fixed her gaze on her hand resting upon the great snake, determined that even if it cost her hand, she would not allow any harm to come Xiao Wu. With her other hand, she retrieved the crystal stones from her bee skin bag, clenching them tightly as she began to absorb them eagerly. After consuming the first third-grade crystal, the great snake showed no signs of halting its absorption. Gritting her teeth, she took the second, then the third, until all the crystal stones had been consumed, yet the great snake persisted, continuing to siphon her energy. Nuo Xiaoyu cursed under her breath, fury igniting in her dark eyes. This great snake was truly a glutton. She should have never shown it mercy. It would be better for it to perish sooner rather than later. With a steely resolve, she glanced at the fourth-grade crystal stone. tightening her grip as she began to absorb it. A torrent of energy erupted within her, causing her throat to taste of blood, followed by a sharp, piercing pain coursing through her entire body. Beads of blood emerging once more. The onslaught of energy sent Nuo Xiaoyu into a dizzying spiral, and as she lost her balance, she collapsed against the great snake. Time lost all meaning. Eventually, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a looseness in her hand, her heart leaping with joy. The great snake had finally satiated its hunger. Eagerly, Nuo Xiaoyu withdrew her hand, preparing to rise from the great snake's body, when, without warning, the serpent coiled around her, its tail tightening around her waist, dragging her mere inches from its gaping maw. Nuo Xiaoyu gasped in alarm as she beheld the great snake's slitted pupils, now a deep crimson, even the golden irises tainted with shades of red. The closer she was, the more she felt the frigid aura emanating from the great snake, her body trembling uncontrollably. After absorbing the energy, Lei Ming remained on the precipice of wrath, intent on obliterating everything in his path. The great snake's forked tongue flicked against Nuo Xiaoyu's face, its sharp fangs glistening ominously before her, causing her to remain utterly still, only daring to softly call out, "Lord Lei Ming." Nuo Xiaoyu's gentle tone momentarily stilled Lei Ming. His mind racing. Who calls me? That voice is so familiar. However, his moment of clarity was fleeting as he spiraled back into rage, his tail thrashing violently, his head raised high, emitting an unsettling hiss. Meanwhile, the lion dog within the beast skin bag was swept away by the serpent's tail. Flung out of the cave and into the thicket beyond, as the dire situation unfolded, Nuo Xiaoyu began to struggle desperately upon encountering the colossal serpent. However, her frantic attempts only tightened the grip of the serpent's tail around her, causing her complexion to flush crimson. A suffocating sensation enveloped her, accompanied by waves of pain radiating from her waist. Nuo Xiaoyu's delicate features contorted in distress as she cried out for Lei Ming, her voice dwindling to a whisper, feeling as if she were on the brink of losing consciousness. Her body grew weak, and darkness encroached upon her vision. Realizing her imminent demise, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she gradually sank into the abyss of despair. Glistening droplets of her tears fell upon Lei Ming, momentarily stirring him from a stupor as the heat of her sorrow slightly dulled the crimson hue of his vertical pupils. In his mind, Lei Ming gazed blankly at the tears pooling in his palm, pondering whether anyone would weep for him. At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu resembled a rag doll, tightly bound in mid-air, her body devoid of sensation. Head drooping as crystalline tears adorned her face, eyes tightly shut, completely unaware of her surroundings. As night passed, the morning sun streamed into the cave, revealing Nuo Xiaoyu's bloodied form sprawled atop the serpent's coiled body. The serpent's triangular head lay beside her, its eyes shut, and its dark horns appeared to have grown even larger. When Lei Ming regained his senses and opened his eyes, he beheld the fragile female before him. Her essence faint yet palpable, her body marred by countless wounds, the bloodstains having long since dried, rendering her a sight of horror. The flicker of regret and guilt flashed in Lei Ming's eyes as he gazed at the pale girl, astonished that she had been the one to save him. Sighing at the faint trace of her essence, he transformed into human form and gently cradled her into the warm springs. Noticing the tattered beast skin that adorned her body, stained with blood, Lei Ming swiftly removed it, revealing her fair skin riddled with scars, the crimson marks around her waist particularly gruesome. His heart ached at the sight. This young female had saved him time and again, leaving him to ponder how he ought to treat her. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair, realizing that without her intervention, he would have faced a grim fate. The thought of her risking her life for him stirred an indescribable turmoil within him. Yet a fleeting image of her brought a sharp pang to his heart. It was clear that from the moment she had poisoned him, any chance of them was extinguished. Resolving himself, Lei Ming's vertical pupils hardened with determination. Since she had saved his life, he felt an obligation to care for her. Perhaps forming a bond with her would not be such a bad idea. Cradling her gently, he allowed a smile to grace his lips, leaning down to plant a tender kiss on her forehead. After their time in the springs, he laid her on a bed of beast skin and covered her before stepping out of the cave. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the half-conscious lion dog, discarding it at the cave's entrance. With a cold glare, Lei Ming regarded the white lion with disdain. It was the creature Nuo Xiaoyu had brought back. Had he not feared her waking and inquiring, he would have discarded it long ago. Nuo Xiaoyu awoke, calling out for Xiaoyu, her eyes fluttering open to the familiar cave and the beast's skin bed. Momentarily struck with confusion. "Who is Xiaoyu?" A deep, familiar voice startled her, causing her to sit upright reflexively. There lay Lei Ming, propped up on his elbow, his tall and muscular frame draped languidly, his enchanting face partially obscured as his vertical pupils narrowed. Golden irises glowed with an inner fire, taking inner form. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a jolt of alarm as she realized something was amiss. "Where are my clothes?" she shrieked, collapsing back onto the beast's skin in a panic. Her face ablaze with embarrassment. Lei Ming could not suppress a chuckle at her reaction, the corners of his mouth lifting as amusement flickered in his eyes. "Your clothes were too filthy. I disposed of them. I only had that one set of clothes. You jerk." Nuo Xiaoyu fumed, recalling how she had nearly lost her life saving him, only for him to take advantage of her vulnerability. With a gentle tug, Lei Ming exposed her small head, noting her flushed cheeks and wide, angry eyes. Without a second thought, he produced a set of garments crafted from snake skin from his spatial ring, intending to speak, but suddenly turned his gaze sharply towards the cave entrance. "Put this on for now. I will make you a more fitting outfit later." With that, he swiftly exited the cave. Nuo Xiaoyu stared in astonishment at the snakeskin attire now in her hands. Does Lei Ming possess a spatial ring as well? Has the beast world progressed to such advancements? After pondering for a moment, she gave up on finding answers, calling out for Xiaoyu in her mind. But receiving no response, feeling her stomach grumble, she recalled the near-fatal constriction she'd experienced and wondered why she felt fine after just a night's rest. Unable to decipher the mystery, she shrugged it off. Rising to don the snakeskin outfit that it felt lighter than the bee skin, its coolness soothing against her skin. The top was short-sleeved, while the bottom resembled a skirt, albeit slightly loose on her frame. Better than nothing, she thought, strapping on her bag and retrieving some prepped roasted meat to cook over the fire while she cradled the lion dog in her lap. The creature remained unresponsive, eyes shut tight. As she groomed its fur while tending to the meat, Lei Ming had already arrived at a nearby hollow. Before long, a piercing cry echoed through the sky, and a massive bird descended, bringing two beastmen before Lei Ming. They knelt before him, fists placed over their hearts in respect, greeting him as my lord. Observing the newcomers, Lei Ming recognized them as Yi Yu and Yi Feng from the Four Shadows. "Rise. Where are the others?" he commanded coolly. "Yes, my lord," Yi Feng replied, stepping forward. "Yun is still en route, while Lei leads the guards in gathering intelligence around the tribe, awaiting your return." Lei Ming nodded. His guard were the cream of the crop. His final trump card. "And my father? What news of the Grand Shaman?" Yi Yu stroked his chin, a hint of confusion in his tone that we've learned that the Grand Shaman has been spreading rumors about the tribe leader's grave illness, claiming he is in seclusion for recovery. The young lord is missing, and tribe affairs are being managed by several elders alongside the Grand Shaman. However, our shadows have searched the entire tribe and found no trace of the tribe leader. Lei Ming scoffed, disdain evident in his expression. The Grand Shaman had undoubtedly hidden his father away. A fleeting image of Nuo Xiaoyu crossed his mind, prompting him to ask hesitantly, "What of Huya?" It is said she intends to bond with the Grand Shaman's third son, Ruisin, but this remains unverified. Yu added. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Lei Ming's eyes as he spoke in a low, icy tone. The Grand Shaman is quite the schemer, aiming for an alliance with the Fox clan. My lord, shall we return to the tribe now? Yi Feng inquired respectfully, considering how to inform Nuo Xiaoyu of her brother's whereabouts. A cunning glint flickered in Lei Ming's pupils. "Indeed, but I must first resolve some matters in the cave. Once I am finished, you shall accompany me back to the tribe." With that, Lei Ming strode back toward the cave. The two shadows trailing behind him, in high spirits, he re-entered the cave, only to find Su roasting meat while cradling the lion dog. His expression darkened, icy fury coursing through him as he approached, seizing the white lion and tossing it aside with a thud, eliciting a pained whimper from the creature. "Nuo Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, rising in alarm to retrieve the small lion, but before she could take 2 steps. Lei Ming's cold voice halted her. "If you dare to touch him again, I will kill him on the spot." Nuo Xiaoyu froze, glaring at Lei Ming in disbelief. Was this serpent truly so cruel as to harm such an adorable creature? Fearful of his threat, she reluctantly returned to her seat, puffing up her cheeks in frustration as she resumed roasting the meat. Meanwhile, Yu and Yifeng, lingering a few steps behind, exchanged astonished glances, incredulous at the sight before them. How could this young female, who had angered their lord, remain so composed while cooking? It was nothing short of remarkable. They stood there, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Noticing her irritated demeanor, Lei Ming's anger dissipated somewhat when he saw her obediently ignoring the lion, prompting him to take a seat beside her, watching the meat cook. After a pause, he stated, "I am hungry." Nuo Xiaoyu, noticing Lei Ming's demanding presence, merely scowled, slicing a piece of roasted meat and handing it to him without further acknowledgement as she continued her task. The 2 shadows at the entrance, their eyes wide in disbelief, marveled at the scene. Their lord's prized weapon, once feared throughout the beast world, was now being used by this young female to cut meat, and she dared to show him disdain. Had they missed something significant? It was only then that Nuo Xiaoyu noticed 2 unfamiliar beastmen at the cave entrance, casting a curious glance at Lei Ming, their eyes filled with questions. Lei Ming observed that both individuals were fixated on the petite female, causing a wave of displeasure to wash over him. His voice turned notably colder as he interjected, "What are you staring at? Off you go, hunt." The chilling tone snapped the 2 back to reality. They quickly composed themselves, offering a respectful salute before exiting the cave. Once outside, their minds inevitably began to speculate about the relationship between their esteemed lord and the small female. Inside the cave, Lei Ming indulged in roasted meat, while Nuo Xiaoyu sat quietly beside the fire. Sensing Nuo Xiaoyu's indifference, a flicker of disappointment stirred within Lei Ming. He tilted his vertical pupils and softened his tone, saying, "Little female, are you not curious about your brother's whereabouts? Allow me to enlighten you, really?" Upon hearing the mention of her brother, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, only to be replaced by a look of skepticism. "You wouldn't have any ulterior motives, would you? Is the great serpent truly so benevolent?" Doubt clouded her thoughts. Noticing her skepticism, Lei Ming's handsome face remained stoic as he replied, "A few days ago, I witnessed members of the hyena clan capture him. The reasons behind this I cannot ascertain, but your brother is likely being taken back to their tribe." Surprised by Nuo Xiaoyu's evident distrust, a flash of anger flickered in Lei Ming's vertical pupils. With a look of astonishment, Nuo Xiaoyu inquired urgently, "What do they want with my brother? Great Serpent, do you know where the hyena clan is located?" She felt an overwhelming urgency to reach the hyena tribe. Though the reasons for her brother's capture eluded her, the thought of his potential danger sent her into a frenzy. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's anxious demeanor, Lei Ming leaned closer, fixing his piercing gaze upon her deep, dark eyes. In a low, husky voice, he stated, "The hyena tribe lies in the central northern region of the beast world, a moderately sized tribe with over 300 beastmen. The journey is quite distant. Now that you are aware of your brother's whereabouts, what are your intentions?" As he finished speaking, Nuo Xiaoyu regained her composure, only to realize that Lei Ming's handsome face was mere inches from hers. The unique chill emanating from him mingled with the scent of vegetation, enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed as she widened her eyes and pushed against his firm chest, exclaiming, "Speak normally, but do not come so close." Feeling the softness in his embrace, Lei Ming seized her hand, effortlessly pulling her into his arms, reveling in the comfort it brought him. With a slight smile gracing his lips, he thought to himself, "This is indeed a delightful way to hold her." Nuo Xiaoyu felt herself yanked into a cold embrace, her small hands gripping Lei Ming's solid muscles as she kicked her feet in protest. Her face flushed as she shouted, "Let go! You vile serpent! Release me at once!" Sensing her struggles, Lei Ming's expression hardened as he gazed at her, his voice low and resolute. "Stop squirming. Do you wish to abandon your brother?" Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu immediately ceased her movements, remaining obediently in his grasp as her mind churned with thoughts. "You mentioned the hyena tribe is far from here, so why would they venture so far to capture my brother?" Was it a coincidence or a deliberate act? Just how far is it? How long would it take me to walk there? Noticing her stillness, Lei Ming's mood lightened as he toyed with her small hand, which barely filled half of his palm. Resolving that she needed to eat more in the future, he replied to her inquiries. If you were to walk, it would likely take you 3 months. However, if you had a flying beast, it would only take 5 to 6 days. That it appears they intentionally sought out your brother, as I witnessed them using drugs to incapacitate him before taking him away. Nuo Xiaoyu's anger flared at this revelation. These people are utterly despicable. Why didn't you rescue my brother, great serpent? The thought of their vile actions ignited her fury, and her anger only intensified at the realization that Lei Ming had stood by idly. Lei Ming remained indifferent, responding coldly. I was gravely injured at that time. Why should I risk myself to save a stranger? Realizing that expecting Lei Ming to act heroically was unrealistic, Nuo Xiaoyu took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions. Just as she prepared to speak, the cheerful voice of Xiao Wu echoed in her mind. Xiaoyu, are you all right? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Nuo Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, turning in circles with excitement. Xiao Wu, are you okay? I was so worried. In that moment, Lei Ming was caught off guard as she vacated his embrace. Sensing a surge of spiritual energy, he felt a wave of anger wash over him. This accursed being, daring to play tricks before me, that I shall uncover the truth behind this. With that thought, he closed his vertical pupils, concentrating his mind as he unleashed his spiritual energy. Nuo Xiaoyu, oblivious to Lei Ming's actions, remained engrossed in her conversation with Xiao Wu. That I'm fine, don't worry. Although it was a bit risky this time, our energy has increased significantly. We should be able to advance to the 4th tier soon. Xiao Wu chimed cheerfully. That truly scared me. I'm just relieved you're okay. Nuo Xiaoyu exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be startled by Xiao Wu's terrified voice. That, what are you doing? Let go of me. Nuo Xiaoyu gasped in alarm, urgently calling out, Xiao Wu, are you all right? When there was no response, she dashed into the spatial realm. Inside, she found Xiao Wu suspended in midair, motionless, as she stepped forward to touch Xiao Wu. A surge of energy forcefully propelled her from the space. Emerging from the spatial realm, Nuo Xiaoyu anxiously paced. Xiao Wu, what happened? Please say something. Tears of worry brimmed her eyes. Who could possibly be capturing her? Her gaze fell upon Lei Ming, who appeared deep in meditation. Could it be that this scoundrel was responsible? Just then, Xiao Wu's voice broke through. Xiaoyu, I'm fine. Hearing this, Xiaoyu hastily asked, Xiao Wu, are you truly all right? What just happened? Who was trying to capture you? The great serpent captured me with his spiritual energy and warned me not to speak out of turn anymore. Woo-woo. Xiao Wu's voice trembled with a mix of grievance and fear. Nuo Xiaoyu stared at Lei Ming in disbelief. Had the great serpent become so powerful? At that moment, Lei Ming opened his eyes, and Nuo Xiaoyu glared at him, her fists clenched in anger. Why did you threaten Xiao Wu? She's my friend. So she is Xiao Wu, Lei Ming mused, though puzzled by her presence in Nuo Xiaoyu's mind. Yet he was certain she meant no harm to her, which eased his concern slightly. He replied nonchalantly, I merely informed her that while you are with me, she is not to appear. Otherwise, I shall eliminate her. Nuo Xiaoyu stammered, pointing at Lei Ming in fury, struggling to articulate her thoughts. This arrogant man was truly insufferable. Lei Ming gently lifted her hand, drawing her closer into his embrace once more. The softness enveloping him alleviated some of his pent-up frustration. Nuo Xiaoyu took a moment to calm her racing heart, acutely aware of Lei Ming's formidable power. Just as Xiao Wu had mentioned, Lei Ming's spiritual prowess was indeed formidable, capable of extinguishing her friend. Once her emotions settled, Nuo Xiaoyu raised her right wrist, pointing at the small serpent. You promised to the slave contract. With news of her brother's fate, she longed to sever ties with this mad serpent. Lei Ming's vertical pupils fixated on the small serpent adorning Nuo Xiaoyu's wrist. Captivated by its beauty, he yearned to keep it there forever. Gently stroking the serpent, a glimmer of mischief danced in his eyes. Are you certain you wish to sever it? I was considering aiding you in rescuing your brother. After all, since we are allies, your brother's plight matters to me. But if you dissolve the contract, we will be strangers, and the fate of strangers holds little significance to me. Nuo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, her eyes wide with realization that this great serpent was not as benevolent as he pretended. She longed to bite him in frustration, but knew that reaching the hyena tribe alone would be a daunting task. With Lei Ming's assistance, her chances of success would undoubtedly increase, allowing her to rescue her brother sooner. With that thought in mind, she decisively stated, "Deal." Lei Ming was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her swift agreement. After a few seconds, he replied, "Little female, be aware that from now on, you shall be my sole little slave." He added silently in his heart, "I could tea that moment." Nuo Xiaoyu's thoughts were consumed by her brother's situation, and she did not ponder further. Nonchalantly, she replied, "Of course, as long as you can help me rescue my brother, I can forego the dissolution of the contract. It1T make much difference. Rest assured, my little slave, that I shall assist you in rescuing your brother." Lei Ming's handsome face broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming with delight as he spoke gently. Nuo Xiaoyu gazed dumbfoundedly at the smiling Lei Ming. Sunlight cascading upon him, his golden vertical pupils mesmerizing and radiant, resembling yellow gemstones. She found herself entranced, her mind echoing with the words "enchanting devil." Just then, the two hunters returned to the cave entrance, and upon seeing the smile on Lei Ming's face, they were both momentarily stunned. Their lord was smiling. Upon witnessing the ambiguous postures of the two individuals, Yu instinctively loosened her grip on the prey she held, which fell to the ground with a thud. The sound jolted Nuo Xiaoyu back to reality, and upon seeing the two figures standing at the cave entrance, she hurriedly lowered her head, burying her face in Lei Ming's embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. She longed to dig a hole in the ground and hide for a year and a half, mortified by the scene before her. Sensing the awkwardness of the little female in his arms, Lei Ming felt quite displeased as their interaction was interrupted. His golden eyes glinted with a hint of dangerous annoyance as he fixed his gaze upon the two. Yu, catching sight of the dangerous glimmer in Lei Ming's eyes, immediately felt as if she were facing a formidable adversary. She quickly composed a perfect smile and, in a conciliatory tone, addressed her lord. "My lord, the prey has been captured. We shall assist you in roasting the meat now." Yi Feng, somewhat oblivious, chuckled foolishly and respectfully inquired, "My lord, is there anything else you require us to do?" "None needed. Just tidy up. We are preparing to depart," Lei Ming declared, suddenly finding the two bothersome, and resolved to devise a plan to dispatch them along the way. Upon hearing the word depart, Nuo Xiaoyu quickly lifted her head. Momentarily disregarding her embarrassment, she sprang to her feet, ready to gather her belongings, which primarily consisted of her bee skin pouch and the lion dog. It was only then that she truly observed the two. Yu was slender and tall, with striking green vertical pupils, long green hair, a prominent nose, and crimson lips that contrasted sharply with his pale complexion. But he flashed a sinister smile at Nuo Xiaoyu, which sent a chill down her spine. In contrast, the other beast man, Yi Feng, was robustly built, with defined muscles and an impressive eight-pack. His long black hair bore a streak of white, and his dark eyes, coupled with a naive smile, made him appear rather peculiar to Nuo Xiaoyu. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Ming introduced Nuo Xiaoyu to them, stating, "This is the little female I found in the forest. She will be your future matriarch." Both men were taken aback and immediately knelt on one knee, paying their respects. Yi Feng, we pay our respects to the matriarch." Nuo Xiaoyu staggered back in shock, bewildered by the term matriarch, her eyes questioning Lei Ming. However, Lei Ming showed no inclination to explain, merely stating, "They're my followers and my most loyal companions. You shall get to know them well on this journey. Now, let us depart. We must reach the hyena tribe and rescue your brother before returning to the thundercloud tribe." With that, he exited the cave, casually tossing the white lion to Yu while coldly instructing, "Keep a close watch on him." Nuo Xiaoyu did not linger on her confusion. She retrieved her firefox cloak from her spatial pouch, donned it, and followed Lei Ming outside. There, Yi Feng had transformed into a massive bird, and Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at him, noting that he could easily carry a dozen people on his back. His size exceeded that of an aircraft. Lei Ming cradled Nuo Xiaoyu in his arms and nimbly leaped onto the bird's back. Once Yu had joined them, Yifeng took flight. Xiaoyu sat in Lei Ming's embrace. The cloak kept her warm, and her curiosity about Yifeng compelled her to ask Xiaoyu, "What type of beastman is Yifeng? Why is his beast form so large?" He is a member of the snow eagle clan, a species of large avian beasts in the beast realm. The beast form of a snow eagle possesses sharp claws and exceptional agility, enabling swift flight. Furthermore, a snow eagle in human form can comprehend wind-related powers at Tier 5, rendering them immensely powerful. However, the snow eagle clan is not numerous, as their members are notoriously devoted, choosing only one mate for life and adhering to a monogamous system. Thus, mature snow eagles are highly sought after by many female partners. Xiaoyu explained. Nuo Xiaoyu, recalling Yifeng's naive demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. However, intrigued by the concept of monogamy, she queried, "Is it rare in the beast realm?" She vaguely remembered that in the original owner's tribe, a female could have multiple beastmen. Indeed, aside from a few unique races, most species practice polyandry and polygamy. Powerful beastmen may possess multiple female partners, while weaker ones must accept that their mates can have multiple beastmen. The tongue snake clan, however, is unique in that they recognize only one partner throughout their lives, and only their partner can possess their shed skin, Xiaoyu elaborated. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, realizing that her clothing appeared to be made from shed snake skin. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden chill enveloped her. Upon glancing up, she found Lei Ming's long fingers caressing her lips, his vertical pupils fixated on her. His cold voice pierced the air. "Have you forgotten what I told you? While with me, you are not permitted to converse with Xiaoyu." Feeling aggrieved, Nuo Xiaoyu pouted and pushed Lei Ming's fingers away, retorting, "I was merely bored. Want to chat with Xiaoyu." "Must you be so domineering?" Lei Ming grasped her hand, holding it gently. "If you wish to inquire about anything, I can tell you, really. What would happen if your partner were to wear your snake skin?" Nuo Xiaoyu asked, cautiously curious. Lei Ming's pupils flickered, and a cruel smirk curled at his lips as he replied coldly, "It would be seen as a provocation against my clan, marking them as our enemy until they are eliminated." Nuo Xiaoyu felt a jolt of fear, suddenly feeling as though she were handling a hot potato. She wrapped the cloak tighter around herself, nervously swallowing before continuing, "This garment was a gift from you. You wouldn't kill me, would you? You did give it to me. After all." Observing Nuo Xiaoyu's cautious demeanor, Lei Ming gently stroked her head and reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall craft you a new set in the future. My shed skin will henceforth belong to you." The unexpected declaration caused Nuo Xiaoyu to momentarily freeze, her cheeks instantly warming, her heart skipping a beat. She awkwardly turned her head away, thinking, "This devil truly is lethal when he is gentle." She had no choice but to steer the conversation elsewhere. As they chatted, time seemed to fly by. As the sun began to set, Lei Ming found a cave for them to rest. Yu and Yifeng were dispatched by Lei Ming to hunt, while he remained seated in meditation within the cave. Nuo Xiaoyu took the opportunity to roast some of the remaining beasts from her spatial pouch. As the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, the little lion at the cave entrance began to stir. It sniffed the air lightly before slowly opening its eyes, emitting soft whimpers. Nuo Xiaoyu turned upon hearing the sound and was met with the sight of the little lion, its azure eyes framed by large, dark circles, exuding an intimidating aura despite its prone position. Delighted, Nuo Xiaoyu approached the little lion with a piece of roasted meat, her face lighting up with a gentle smile as she softly said, "Little lion, you are finally awake. You must be hungry. Come and eat." She cut the meat into small pieces and offered them to the lion. The white lion, Ming Tsang, regarded the little female with a mix of confusion and curiosity, displaying a look of bewilderment. Though he had not eaten for several days and was indeed famished, he sensed no malice from her. Thus, he extended his bright red tongue, eagerly devouring the roasted meat she offered. Just as he had eaten a few bites, Lei Ming opened his eyes. Upon seeing Nuo Xiaoyu crouched beside the little lion, gently feeding it roasted meat, a cold aura enveloped him, his vertical pupils glinting icily as he cast a disdainful glance at the white lion. "Who would have thought it was really you, you filthy lion? Deske, how did you manage to end up in such a pitiful state? Your cultivation must be nearly drained." Ming Tsang, sensing the chilling hostility emanating from Lei Ming, swallowed the food in his mouth and trembled to his feet, his blue eyes radiating a fierce coldness as he glared at Lei Ming. Humph! If it weren't for my little slave saving you, you'd have long since turned into a pile of bones. And here you are, still bold enough to act arrogantly before me. Who would have thought that the esteemed young lord of the Wild Lion clan would fall to such depths? Lei Ming scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he glared at the White Lion, wishing he had discarded him sooner. Ming Tsang recalled how he had been lost in the forest, shrouded by dense fog. Unable to find his way out, exhausted and starving, he could only watch as his energy slowly dwindled. Just when despair threatened to overwhelm him, the last remnants of his energy ceased to dissipate, and he fell unconscious. It turned out that this little female had saved him. Grateful, Ming Tsang cast a soft glance at Nuo Xiaoyu, his demeanor softening as he sensed that the wretched snake bore him no ill will. Weakly, he lay down to continue eating the roasted meat, casting a proud look at the great serpent, his deep, resonant voice echoing. Humph! Do you think you can fare any better? Your cultivation must be nearing rock bottom. You filthy lion! Lei Ming glared at him, rage boiling over as he seethed at the White Lion. The White Lion, exuding an air of cold aloofness, clearly had no desire to engage further with Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu, standing by, was an amused spectator. Had there been sunflower seeds at hand, she would have been cracking them open by now to show her astonishment. The lion dog she had casually picked up was actually acquainted with Lei Ming. Witnessing Lei Ming suffer at Ming Tsang's hands, Nuo Xiaoyu wore a face full of schadenfreude, completely unprepared for the ensuing chaos that would soon envelop her. Little slave, I am hungry. Lei Ming, having been bested by the White Lion, coughed slightly. Upon seeing the small female's gloating expression, he recalled how she had tenderly fed that foul lion roasted meat, causing his aura to grow even more chilling. Nuo Xiaoyu observed the lordly demeanor of Lei Ming and realized that provoking him further was unwise. She resigned herself to handing him the roasted meat in her possession. However, Lei Ming didn't even spare a glance at the offering, coldly commanding, "You feed me." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, instinctively retorting, "But you have hands. Why should I feed you? Didn't you always serve yourself before?" What a ridiculous habit! Lei Ming fixed his slit pupils on the White Lion, arching an eyebrow as he sourly remarked, "That foul lion has hands too." "That doesn't compare. The little lion is in beast form and is a patient now," Nuo Xiaoyu replied, exasperated, as the White Lion nodded in agreement, its round head bobbing. "Then I shall transform into beast form as well," Lei Ming mused, his gaze deep in thought, as if genuinely contemplating the change. Nuo Xiaoyu, recalling her near-fatal encounter with a giant snake, felt a shiver run down her spine at the thought of Lei Ming's enormous beast form. She quickly capitulated. "All right, my lord. Lady Yi, I'll feed you." With that, she cut the roasted meat into small pieces, using 2 branches as makeshift chopsticks to offer the morsels to Lei Ming's mouth. He gleefully devoured the meat, casting a provocative glance at the White Lion, his expression one of triumph. Simultaneously, both Nuo Xiaoyu and the White Lion internally echoed, "Childish." As the roasted meat neared its end, the 2 hunters returned. Once they had satisfied their hunger, the White Lion was unceremoniously tossed into a small nest that Yiyu had constructed outside the cave, while Yiyu and Yifeng concealed themselves outside, keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings. Inside the cave, Lei Ming reclined upon the animal hides, pulling Nuo Xiaoyu into his embrace to confine her within his hold, before comfortably drifting off to sleep. Nuo Xiaoyu struggled a few times, gazing helplessly at the ceiling, inwardly lamenting that while others were cuddled up next to warm hearths, she was left to sleep with a massive ice block. People are indeed infuriating, she thought, and gradually closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. After several days of travel, they were finally nearing the hyena tribe. During this time, under Nuo Xiaoyu's attentive care, the White Lion Ming Tsang had regained much of his vigor. According to Lei Ming, in order to restore Ming Tsang's cultivation, he needed to absorb a significant quantity of crystal stones, and Nuo Xiaoyu had also begun to grow familiar with Yiyu and Yifeng, despite Lei Ming's perpetually cold countenance. Nuo Xiaoyu found the journey to be quite pleasant overall. That on a day close to dusk, the group finally arrived at the hyena tribe, That Yi Feng halted at a cliff's edge, where they could gaze down upon the full expanse of the tribe. Below, a spacious clearing was dotted with various beast tents of differing sizes, and at the center stood a larger tent, presumably that of the tribe's chieftain. From a distance, they could also see numerous beastmen bustling about within the tribe. After a brief glance, Lei Ming turned and entered the stone cave behind them, prompting the others to follow suit. Upon entering, Nuo Xiaoyu noted that while the cave was small, it was relatively clean. Once everyone had gathered, Lei Ming, his handsome face serious, turned to Nuo Xiaoyu and said, "Below lies the hyena tribe. Have you considered how you will rescue your brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Nuo Xiaoyu responded, "It is still uncertain whether my brother is within the hyena tribe. I believe we should first gather some intelligence before deciding on our course of action." A flicker of appreciation crossed Lei Ming's face. He hadn't anticipated that at such a moment, the small female could maintain her composure and analyze the situation rather than impulsively rush to rescue someone. He silently agreed with her perspective and asked, "What do you propose?" Yi Feng and Yi Yu also gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu with eager eyes, increasingly recognizing the distinct qualities she possessed compared to other females, which likely explained why the Lord had chosen her. "Tomorrow, Lei Ming and I will disguise ourselves as passing beastmen to gather information within the tribe. Yi Feng. You will keep an eye on the tribe's movement from above, that if you notice any significant activity in any direction, alert us promptly." And Nuo Xiaoyu spoke calmly, aware that in case of discovery, they would need a well-prepared escape route. With Yi Feng's guidance, they would not be left in darkness while fleeing. You will remain nearby the hyena tribe with the white lion. Be ready to assist us should any unexpected situation arise. The white lion is rather unique and cannot be brought into the tribe, lest he be easily recognized. Nuo Xiaoyu instructed Yi Yu. The latter nodded respectfully, increasingly awed by Nuo Xiaoyu's wisdom. As for Lei Ming, Nuo Xiaoyu looked at his handsome face with concern. "Shouldn't you conceal that face of yours? If someone from the hyena tribe recognizes you, we could easily be exposed." Hearing this, Lei Ming's expression darkened, a chilling aura enveloping him as he prepared to unleash his frustration. Yet, Yi Yu stepped forward respectfully to diffuse the tension, saying, "My lady, it is unnecessary. The Lord rarely ventures out within the tribe. He spends most of his time cultivating. Aside from those from the Lei Yun tribe, few from other tribes would recognize him." "I see. Then there is no issue," Nuo Xiaoyu replied, her expression one of relief. It was no wonder the giant snake had such a foul temper. It turned out he rarely interacted with others. Once their plans were settled, they enjoyed a peaceful night's rest. Early the next morning, Lei Ming boldly took Nuo Xiaoyu's small hand and strolled through the bustling market of the hyena tribe. It was a lively scene, filled with people, as it was the day of exchange, with beastmen from nearby tribes arriving to participate. Thus, it was easy for Lei Ming and Nuo Xiaoyu to blend tea that moment. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she spotted a jar of salt. Having been in the beast world for nearly 10 days without tasting salt, she had thought it non-existent. Yet here it was, Lei Ming, looking disdainfully at the naive expression on Nuo Xiaoyu's face. Nonetheless, retrieved an animal hide from his spatial ring to trade for a jar of salt, placing it into her arms. Beaming with joy, Nuo Xiaoyu clutched the salt tightly, and, once they were in a secluded area, discreetly stowed it away in her spatial storage. The pair continued to wander through the exchange fair, with Nuo Xiaoyu acquiring some spices and food items. Unbeknownst to them, 2 shifty-eyed beastmen had begun to trail them, their expressions filled with greed as they eyed the ring on Lei Ming's hand. If Nuo Xiaoyu had turned around, she would have recognized one of the beastmen as the vendor who had just traded her the salt. Before long, they reached the center of the exchange fair, where an uproar suddenly erupted from the crowd. And Nuo Xiaoyu scanned the area, her gaze landing on a raised platform surrounded by excited beastmen, who shouted enthusiastically on the platform. Numerous wooden cages were displayed, each containing small, emaciated females, who knelt within, clutching the bars with terrified expressions directed toward the center of the platform. Standing, there was a tall female clad in animal hides, wielding a thorny whip from which blood dripped steadily onto the wooden platform below. Nearby lay a bloodied child, curled up in a small ball, his face obscured by crimson, though his bright eyes shone defiantly as they fixed upon the female. radiating unwavering resolve. Upon noticing the child's defiance, the female's beautiful eyes darkened with malice. Gripping the whip tightly, she struck down hard, eliciting a piercing scream from the child, whose exposed skin was torn and bloodied, a sight truly horrifying. As she continued to lash out, a cruel grin spread across her face, taunting, "See what happens to a slave who dares to run away." The beastmen surrounding the platform, incited by her words, roared with fervor, calling for the child's death. Nuo Xiaoyu's face paled as she witnessed this scene. Clutching Lei Ming's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion as she pleaded, "Please, save him. He's just a child. I beg you." Lei Ming merely frowned, glancing at Nuo Xiaoyu before coldly stating, "He is merely a slave. His punishment for fleeing is to be expected." Nuo Xiaoyu was bewildered by the treatment of slaves in this beastly world. She simply could not bear to witness a child being brutally beaten to death before her eyes. Observing Lei Ming's indifferent demeanor, tears streamed down Nuo Xiaoyu's face as she pleaded, "I beg you. Lei Ming, please save him. We can buy him, can't we? Please, if this continues, he will die." Lei Ming gently ruffled Nuo Xiaoyu's hair, wiping away her tears with his large hand, and reluctantly replied, "All right, stop crying." The female on the stage, hearing the shouts of the surrounding beastmen, became increasingly agitated. Just as she raised her whip to strike, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop." The crowd slowly turned to face the two who had spoken, and upon seeing Lei Ming's handsome face, the female froze momentarily, a look of wild joy flickering in her eyes as she gazed at him with heated admiration. Lei Ming, leading Nuo Xiaoyu gracefully towards the stage, emanated an aura so chilling that the beastmen instinctively parted to give way. "I have purchased this slave," Lei Ming declared, not even casting a glance at the child on the ground. The overwhelming stench of blood made him feel uneasy, and he coldly fixed his vertical pupils on the female. Nuo Xiaoyu stepped onto the stage. She longed to rush forward and check on the child, but Lei Ming firmly grasped her hand, signaling her to remain still. The female, noticing Lei Ming's intense gaze, flushed with embarrassment, her previous ferocity forgotten. In a soft, melodious voice, she introduced herself. "I am Agula, the daughter of the hyena tribe's chieftain. Esteemed guest, which tribe do you hail from? And what is your name? Are you mated?" Lei Ming did not answer her inquiries, but coldly stated, "How much is this slave? I wish to buy him." Nuo Xiaoyu looked down at the child, whose eyes had already closed, lying motionless. Panic surged within her as she mentally questioned, "Xiao Wu, how is the child? The situation is dire. He has lost too much blood and is physically weak." "Xiaoyu, I fear he may not survive." Xiao Wu replied sadly, noting that the child could no longer sense any breath. Agula, seeing that Lei Ming was ignoring her, experienced a flicker of anger, quickly masked by a more amiable smile. "He is merely a small slave. If you desire him, I shall gift him to you as a token of friendship. What do you say?" Stepping closer to Lei Ming, she attempted to close the distance. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Nuo Xiaoyu tightly squeezed Lei Ming's hand, trembling all over. How could these people treat lives so frivolously? As her thoughts darkened, tears filled her eyes, and a fierce murderous intent ignited within her gaze, locking onto Agula. Lei Ming instantly sensed Nuo Xiaoyu's unusual demeanor. He glanced at the child on the stage, carefully assessing the situation, and realized the child had already ceased to breathe. That it seemed they were too late. Resolving this, Lei Ming turned and pulled Nuo Xiaoyu off the stage. Seeing Lei Ming's intent to leave, Agula hurriedly stepped forward, calling out, "Esteemed guest, would you care to join me in my beast tent for a moment?" When Lei Ming did not stop, Agula could only stomp her foot in frustration, signaling the nearby beastmen to follow. With determined strides, Lei Ming furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "You have already gifted me this slave." "Thank you." He paused, turning to a nearby beastman, instructing, "Please ensure he is laid to rest properly," as he produced a second-level crystal stone and handed it to the beastman. Feeling that Nuo Xiaoyu was not in a good state, Lei Ming realized they needed to leave quickly. Otherwise, they might face serious trouble. After arranging for the child's burial, he took Nuo Xiaoyu to a secluded location. That moment, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes were red, her body radiating an aura of rage. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her expression was devoid of warmth, exuding an air of extreme danger. Grasping her shoulders, Lei Ming's chilling voice resonated with a mental wave that pierced her consciousness. Nuo Xiaoyu. Wake up! Suddenly jolted awake. Nuo Xiaoyu's crimson eyes gradually returned to their original deep hue. Overwhelmed by her own helplessness, she clung tightly to Lei Ming's waist, sobbing uncontrollably in his embrace. After comforting her for considerable time, Nuo Xiaoyu finally lifted her swollen eyes. Glistening with tears, her eyelids reddened. Lei Ming's heart ached at the sight, and he gently coaxed her. All right, stop crying. Aren't we supposed to find your brother? If you cry any longer, night will fall. Nuo Xiaoyu sniffled softly, her heart heavy. This was the first instance of brutal slaughter she had witnessed since arriving in the beast world. Watching life extinguish before her eyes, while feeling utterly powerless, was a sensation she never wished to experience again. If her previous determination had been to find her brother, now she harbored a new resolve, to change the slave system. She yearned for others to not lose their lives due to their weakness, wishing for them to become self-reliant and free from enslavement. With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze hardened, and for the first time, she felt an overwhelming desire to become immensely powerful, to abolish the slave system. Even if it required every ounce of her strength, she was determined to try. Little did Nuo Xiaoyu realize that her decision at this moment would bring about a tremendous transformation in the beast world. But that was a tale for another time. After coming to this resolution, she suppressed her sorrow, dried her tears, and looked up at Lei Ming with newfound strength, softly stating, I am fine now. Let us go find my brother. Lei Ming was right. They had come here to search for her brother. Only by living could they pursue their desires. Lei Ming stared at Nuo Xiaoyu in astonishment, sensing she was different now. Her black eyes shimmering with confidence, as if she had solidified a newfound belief. Under the sunlight, her gaze resembled obsidian, radiating a captivating glow. Entranced, Lei Ming found himself drawn to her dark, expressive eyes until Nuo Xiaoyu's small hand grasped his. The softness jolting him back to reality. Seeing that she was all right brought him a measure of relief, and the two made their way back to the exchange venue. As they passed the central area, Nuo Xiaoyu cast a glance at the stage, now barren, save for the blood that bore witness to the brutality of the aggressors. Nuo Xiaoyu steadfastly believed in the equality of all beings, convinced that the strong should not arbitrarily strip the weak of their rights or lives. Resolutely averting her gaze, Nuo Xiaoyu inadvertently noticed several beastmen stealthily following them. Her heart sank. Had they been discovered? Quickly, she affectionately linked her arm with Lei Ming's and whispered, There are a few beastmen trailing us. Surprised, Lei Ming felt no energy fluctuations and decided to lead Nuo Xiaoyu towards a more secluded area. After navigating a street corner and turning a bend, he swiftly swept Nuo Xiaoyu into the beast tent. They lay on the beast tent, watching as two groups of beastmen entered, one being the salt merchant, while the latter seemed familiar to Nuo Xiaoyu, likely sent by a glove. As Lei Ming squeezed Nuo Xiaoyu's hand, signaling her to remain still, he swiftly positioned himself behind the two beastmen, striking each with a powerful punch, sending them crashing to the ground in agony. The two beastmen in front, hearing the commotion, turned to see their fallen companions. Confused, they barely had time to react before a gust of wind swept through, and both felt a forceful blow to their heads, knocking them out cold. Noticing that Lei Ming had effortlessly dispatched 4 adversaries, Nuo Xiaoyu gleefully slid down from the beast tent, retrieving the hide of a giant rhinoceros to bind the 4. Lei Ming dragged the incapacitated foes into the deserted tent, tossing them to the ground, where they lay in terrified agony. Nuo Xiaoyu brandished a dagger, her tone menacing as she warned, If anyone makes a sound, I will slice out your tongues, brandishing the glinting blade. The 4 beastmen promptly silenced, caught off guard by the fierce demeanor of such a small female. Lei Ming smirked, amused by Nuo Xiaoyu's intimidation tactics. Well, this little slave has quite the knack for scaring others. He crossed his arms, settling in a watch. Nuo Xiaoyu, seizing the moment, pointed at the merchant with fierce eyes, That I recognize you. Why are you following us? Speak honestly, or I shall use my dagger on you. The merchant, realizing the gravity of her threat and glancing nervously at Lei Ming, stammered, I just saw he had a spatial ring and was curious. Curious? More like you intended to rob us. Nuo Xiaoyu retorted, impressed by the merchant's audacity to target Lei Ming. Clearly, he was either blind or exceedingly bold. Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, chillingly amused. So, there are those who dare to rob me? And what about you all? Were you sent by Agula? What was her intention? Nuo Xiaoyu pointed at the two other orcs and declared, it is evident that these two are sent by Agula. The two orcs, startled, raised their heads to look at Nuo Xiaoyu, puzzled by how the petite female knew this. Observing their expressions, Nuo Xiaoyu realized her suspicion was correct. She strode forward, pressing a sharp dagger against one orc's throat. A slight push caused blood to flow freely from the wound, and upon sensing the sharp pain, the orc instinctively opened his mouth to scream. Yet Nuo Xiaoyu's voice was icy, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent as she coldly warned. Anyone who dares to make a sound will meet their end immediately. She harbored no compassion for the members of the hyena tribe. The vendetta for her kidnapped brother and the hatred for the slaughter of innocent children fueled her resolve. Should they dare to utter a word, Nuo Xiaoyu would not hesitate to eliminate them. The two orcs, sensing her lethal aura, dared not speak, biting their lips in fear as they stared at her. Nuo Xiaoyu turned to the other orc and demanded, answer my question. What has Agula sent you here for? Trembling, the orc replied, Agula instructed us to follow you and report your whereabouts. Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, suspecting they were indeed here for Lei Ming. Considering they were also members of the hyena tribe, she pressed further. A few days ago, did your tribe capture a golden-haired orc in the Red Abyss forest? Where is he being held now? No, our tribe hasn't captured any orcs recently. The orc stammered, his pallor intensifying as blood continued to seep from his neck. The other orc chimed in desperately. Please, my lady, let us go. We truly haven't captured any orcs. I swear, skeptical. Nuo Xiaoyu glanced at Lei Ming, who merely shook his head slightly. Convinced that the two orcs were lying, Nuo Xiaoyu's resolve hardened. She tightened her grip, coldly stating, since you are unaware, then you are of no use to me. With that, she feigned a motion to slit the orc's throat. Wait! I just remembered. 10 days ago, Agula took several orcs to the Red Abyss forest. The orc blurted out, his mind racing as he observed Nuo Xiaoyu's intentions. Taken aback, Nuo Xiaoyu realized it was Agula again causing trouble. It seemed she would have to confront her. Retracting the dagger. Having obtained the information she sought, Nuo Xiaoyu ignored the orcs and approached Lei Ming, whispering, What should we do now? Gently patting Nuo Xiaoyu's head, Lei Ming replied, You did well. Leave the rest to me. With that, he swiftly moved behind the orcs, delivering a swift strike that rendered them unconscious. Taking Nuo Xiaoyu's hand, Lei Ming led her out of the orc tent. Thoughts of the loathsome female Agula darkened his handsome features, his vertical pupils reflecting a surge of murderous intent. This female had caused his little slave such distress. She must perish. With a chilling tone, he declared, Shall we? Didn't she wish for me to visit her tent? Let us oblige her. Nuo Xiaoyu shared this sentiment. After a brief inquiry, they arrived outside Agula's tent, where two orcs stood guard. Nuo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow. Clearly, Agula held a significant position. Before long, they were invited into the tent, where Agula reclined alluringly on a large fur bed, clad in a strapless animal hide top and an exceedingly short skirt. Upon seeing Lei Ming enter, Agula's large eyes sparkled with fervor, her lips curling into a coy smile. In a sultry voice, she welcomed, esteemed guest, welcome to my tent that I believe we shall enjoy our time together. She even cast a flirtatious glance at Lei Ming. Shameless, Nuo Xiaoyu scoffed inwardly, while Lei Ming felt his eyes burning. Not only was her appearance unappealing, but she also bore the scent of several orcs and dared to flirt with him. Disgusted, he released Nuo Xiaoyu's hand, swiftly closing the distance to the bed. Seizing Agula by the neck, he lifted her effortlessly, and before she could utter a scream, he threw her to the ground with a resounding thud. Recovering quickly, Agula sat up and shrieked, What do you want? Help! Someone! The two orcs outside the tent rushed in upon hearing her cries, but before they could comprehend the situation, Lei Ming rendered them unconscious as well. Seizing the opportunity, Nuo Xiaoyu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Aguila's face, leaving a clear imprint of her hand. That Aguila's eyes widened in disbelief. How dare this petite female strike her? Raising her hands, she attempted to push Nuo Xiaoyu away for a violent reprisal. However, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly grasped Aguila's wrist, pulling with force, eliciting a sharp sound of dislocated bones, accompanied by Aguila's agonized howls. As Aguila's other hand approached, Nuo Xiaoyu deftly blocked it, stepping on the offending hand and grinding down with force, causing excruciating pain that made Aguila cry out in anguish. Seizing the moment, Nuo Xiaoyu crouched to meet Aguila's gaze, her eyes reddened with fury, an aura of death surrounding her. Clenching Aguila's slender neck, she applied pressure, coldly commanding silence. That Aguila's screams abruptly ceased, replaced by desperate gasps for air as she regarded Nuo Xiaoyu with terror, shaking her head gently, tears streaming down her face. Who was this fearsome being? Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu's unsettling demeanor, Lei Ming furrowed his brow, softly calling out, "Xiaoyu, such a filthy female was unworthy of Nuo Xiaoyu's hands. If anyone was to kill her, it should be him." Upon hearing Lei Ming's voice, Nuo Xiaoyu's fury subsided slightly, and she loosened her grip just a fraction, asking, "I demand to know the whereabouts of the golden-haired orc you captured in the Red Abyss forest a few days ago. Where have you hidden him?" Aguila paused, realizing the connection to the orc, and quickly shook her head in distress. Observing her reaction, Nuo Xiaoyu released her grip, but continued to threaten, "If you dare to scream again, I will kill you without hesitation." Yes, soon as Nuo Xiaoyu withdrew her hand, Aguila collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, one hand still pinned beneath Nuo Xiaoyu's foot. She dared not cry out in pain, gritting her teeth as she contemplated how to rid herself of these troublesome intruders before seeking help from her tribe. Once she regained control, she would ensure they suffered 1,000-fold for this humiliation. A glimmer of malice flickered in her eyes, quickly concealed. Lei Ming, noticing the flicker of malice, scoffed softly, narrowing his vertical pupils. This female was indeed not simple. Even in her dire predicament, she plotted against them. After a moment, Aguila lifted her tear-filled eyes and spoke sweetly. "You must be referring to Nuo's son. I did not capture him. On that day, I got separated from my guards in the forest, and it was Nuo's son who saved me. Therefore, I invited him to stay in our tribe for a few days to express my gratitude. Do you think I would believe your lies?" Nuo Xiaoyu retorted, skepticism dripping from her voice. If it were not for the serpent's observation that her brother had been drugged, Aguila's pitiful demeanor might have swayed her. Think her brother had saved a venomous wolf. "Where is he now? Take us to him," Nuo Xiaoyu urged, rising hastily. Regardless of the truth, her priority was to find her brother. Aguila remained motionless, and upon realizing Nuo Xiaoyu was no longer pinning her hand, she laboriously lifted it to gently touch her dislocated arm. Choking on her words as she replied, "He was taken by the tiger tribe." Nuo Xiaoyu froze for a moment, then reacted swiftly, advancing with her dagger poised at Aguila's throat, the blade drawing a line of crimson across her skin. "Are you lying to me?" Aguila was immediately paralyzed with fear, hastily denying, "No, I swear. On our way to the tribe, we encountered a few members of the wild tiger tribe, and they took Nuo's son away." Nuo Xiaoyu's smile was chilling. "Why did you bring my brother to your tribe? Do not think you can deceive me. I know it was you who drugged him and took him away." Aguila's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Nuo Xiaoyu, astonished that she knew. Sensing Aguila's insincerity, Nuo Xiaoyu pressed the dagger deeper, blood gushing forth. Feeling the pain at her throat, Aguila frantically exclaimed, "I took a liking to him. I wanted to bond with him, but he refused me at every turn, so I had no choice but to drug him and bring him back. I swear I'm telling the truth. Please don't kill me." Upon concluding her words, Aguila burst into tears. Noticing that Aguila's expression did not betray any deceit, Nuo Xiaoyu was about to retract her dagger when Lei Ming swiftly appeared beside her, emanating an aura of chilling coldness, his slit pupils warily fixed on the entrance of the beast tent. Suddenly, 5 or 6 beastmen stormed in, led by an elderly beastman whose gaze was fixed intently on Lei Ming, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Beside him stood a slightly rotund middle-aged man, his face etched with worry as he anxiously regarded Agula, while the other beastmen gradually advanced, attempting to encircle Nuo Xiaoyu and Agula. In an instant, Nuo Xiaoyu reacted, hoisting Agula with one hand while pressing the dagger firmly against her neck. She shouted, "Don't move, or I shall take her life." The advancing beastmen froze in place, their courage sapped. The rotund middle-aged man, upon witnessing Agula's abduction, hastily stepped forward, pleading, "Do not harm her. I will give you whatever you desire. Just release her." Just as Nuo Xiaoyu was about to respond, the leading beastman let out a sinister laugh, his sharp gaze piercing through to Lei Ming as he exclaimed with delight, "Lei Ming, I never expected to find you here. Haha, this truly saves me the trouble of searching everywhere for you." Lei Ming narrowed his slit pupils, stepping forward to shield most of Nuo Xiaoyu's body, a flicker of hatred passing through his golden eyes as he coldly replied, "Elder Feng Wu, it's been a long time." Nuo Xiaoyu cast a puzzled glance at Lei Ming, who quietly explained, "This is the elder of the Fire Phoenix clan, presumably sent by the Grand Shaman to hunt me down. The man beside him is the leader of the Hyena clan, Lai Hong, and Agula is his daughter." Upon seeing Lai Hong, Agula's eyes sparkled with hope as she cried out, "Father, please save me. These two are madmen. Help me." "Silence," Nuo Xiaoyu coldly commanded, raising her gaze to Lai Hong. "Tell them to withdraw, or we shall perish together." Lai Hong, attempting to calm Nuo Xiaoyu, signaled his beastmen to step back that a few complied, slowly retreating. But Elder Feng Wu remained steadfast, his gaze unwaveringly locked on Lei Ming. Noticing Feng Wu's refusal to yield, Nuo Xiaoyu yanked Agula's hair back, tightening her grip on the dagger, causing blood to spurt from Agula's neck. Undeterred, Nuo Xiaoyu warned, "Hey, portly clan leader, there's still one who hasn't retreated. I have little patience left. If he doesn't step back, this lovely maiden shall meet her demise." Agula's skin, now stained crimson, trembled as she weakly whimpered, "Father, save me, please." Seeing the blood flow from Agula, Lai Hong's eyes turned crimson with rage. His corpulent body quivered as he hastily urged Feng Wu to retreat, proclaiming, "Feng Wu, if my Agula suffers even a scratch, the Fire Phoenix clan shall never again contemplate an alliance with us hyenas." Feng Wu, upon hearing this threat, wore a sullen expression, displeasure flickering across his face, yet he still chose to withdraw. Upon hearing Lai Hong's words, Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they pushed Agula out of the beast tent. Agula, having lost too much blood, appeared pallid and weak, allowing herself to be led along as they exited the tent. Numerous beastmen sensed the unusual tension and quickly formed a circle, surrounding the trio with wary eyes. Lei Ming turned to stand back-to-back with Nuo Xiaoyu, who, undaunted by Feng Wu's presence, coldly commanded, "Tell the beastmen to disperse." Lai Hong bellowed in response, "Did you not hear? Clear the way." Meanwhile, Lei Ming took advantage of the distraction to glance skyward, his slit pupils coldly surveying the beastmen behind them. Once the beastmen had retreated, Lei Ming placed a firm hand on Nuo Xiaoyu's waist. At that moment, a cry echoed from the sky, causing Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes to brighten as she slowly backed towards an open area, keeping her gaze fixed on Feng Wu and the others, prepared for any sudden movements. Feng Wu, observing Lei Ming and Nuo Xiaoyu retreating, glanced at the sky and felt a pang of dread. "No, they can't escape. I must not allow Lei Ming to flee." He quickly gathered a ball of fire and hurled it towards Nuo Xiaoyu. The fireball hurtled through the air with a whistling sound, and Nuo Xiaoyu felt a tightness at her waist. In a swift motion, she retracted her dagger, and Lei Ming propelled them both to the edge of the clearing, but Agula, standing still, was struck by the fireball, igniting her entire being, followed by her heart-wrenching screams. The transformation occurred in an instant. One moment, she was a living daughter, and the next, she was engulfed in flames. Hearing Agula's agonizing cries, Lai Hong instinctively shouted, "Put out the fire, quickly!" After calling out, he dashed towards Agula, while the surrounding beastmen, roused by his cries, scrambled into chaos, some rushing into the beast tent for water, others snatching up animal skins to douse the flames, while some stood frozen, unsure of what to do. After releasing the fireball, Feng Wu, seeing Lei Ming and Nuo Xiaoyu at the edge of the clearing, paid no mind to Aguila and swiftly pursued them. Engaging Lei Ming in combat, Nuo Xiaoyu was pushed out of the fray, standing at the sidelines, anxiously watching. Feng Wu, a fifth-tier beast man with mastery over fire abilities, held a distinct advantage over Lei Ming, who had regressed to a mere fourth tier, making the battle increasingly arduous for him. Feng Wu concentrated the fire abilities in his fists, each blow ignited with searing flames, while Lei Ming could only evade Feng Wu's fierce onslaught, sustaining numerous injuries in the brief exchange. Sensing his advantage, Feng Wu taunted, "Lei Ming, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. Surrender the clan leader's insignia, and perhaps the Grand Shaman will spare your life." Though he spoke thus, his attacks remained merciless, targeting Lei Ming's vital points. Barely dodging a lethal strike, Lei Ming sustained yet another wound, his slit pupils icy and filled with intense hatred as he coldly retorted, "An elder of the Fire Phoenix clan thinks to covet the position of leader of the Lei Yun clan? You dream." Nuo Xiaoyu, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt helpless, unable to assist, her heart racing with worry. At that moment, Yifeng descended rapidly towards the clearing, nearly touching the ground. Feng Wu took note of Yifeng's approach, calculating that even with his abilities, he could not inflict significant harm on Lei Ming in a short time. If he escapes now, finding him again will be no simple task, he thought, and with the Grand Shaman's orders in mind, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced at Nuo Xiaoyu, declaring, "Since you refuse to be reasonable, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he conjured immense power in both hands, two massive fireballs appearing in his palms, launching one directly at Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu's grip tightened, her eyes filled with concern as she watched the fireball hurtle towards Lei Ming. "Xiaoyu, be careful," little Wu's voice rang out urgently. Nuo Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, only to find a fireball approaching rapidly. A wave of intense heat crashing towards her that a sense of impending doom washed over her, and she thought, "This is it." Suddenly, darkness enveloped her as she fell into a cool embrace, before she could feel relief. She heard Lei Ming let out a muffled groan and spit blood like a tea that moment. Yifeng arrived at the clearing, his massive claws gripping Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming as they soared into the sky. The gale created by Yifeng's descent kicked up a storm of dust, forcing Feng Wu to stagger back a few steps, his vision obscured by the swirling debris. It'd be by the time he regained clarity and shifted into beast form to pursue. Lei Ming and the others had vanished from sight. In the air, a magnificent crimson bird sword, resembling a large chicken with a sharp beak, slender neck, and long tail feathers, cloaked in vibrant red plumage that made it appear as if it were ablaze. Its furious and defiant cries echoed through the sky. Yifeng, carrying Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming, flew straight towards the forest, while Nuo Xiaoyu clutched Lei Ming tightly, feeling his life force waning. Desperately, she cried out, "Yifeng, find a cave, quickly! Lei Ming is hurt." Yifeng descended at the mouth of a cave nestled within the forest, transforming into human form as he assisted Lei Ming into the shelter. Upon entering, it became evident that Lei Ming was grievously injured, with a wound the size of a fist on his back, from which blood flowed incessantly. Nuo Xiaoyu, in a state of urgency, pressed a blood-soaked piece of animal hide against his injury. The sight of Lei Ming's condition ignited a furious blaze in Yifeng's crimson eyes, his black irises momentarily filled with chilling rage, casting a shadow over his innocent visage, with a grim countenance. He turned and charged towards the cave's entrance. "Stop! Where do you think you're going?" Nuo Xiaoyu's sharp voice halted him as she pressed down on Lei Ming's wound, her dark eyes filled with concern for his pale, handsome face. Yifeng paused, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "I will slay that old wretch. My lord has never suffered such grievous injuries. I cannot contain my hatred unless that old fool is vanquished. But if you go now, you are merely courting death. Lei Ming could not defeat him. If you truly wish to aid him, you must cover the bloodstains he left in his wake." "No," Xiaoyu insisted, forcing herself to remain calm. With Lei Ming already injured, she needed to ensure that this cave would not be discovered anytime soon. Yifeng, momentarily stunned, returned to his senses, realizing his impulsiveness. Indeed, I must first secure my lord's safety. Once composed, he respectfully bowed deeply to Nuo Xiaoyu. My lady, I entrust my lord to your care. Please ensure his well-being. With that, he swiftly exited the cave, flying back through the forest, covering every trace of Lei Ming's blood with earth along the way. After Yi Feng departed, Nuo Xiaoyu anxiously called out to Xiao Wu in her mind. Xiao Wu, how is Lei Ming faring? Xiaoyu, the giant serpent's condition is dire. The fireball struck his lungs, causing fire energy to linger within him, ravenously consuming his body. Xiao Wu replied, concern etched in his voice. Although the serpent is fierce, he has treated you kindly. What if he dies? What should we do? Xiao Wu, can I absorb the energy within him in my body? Think of something. Xiao Wu, Lei Ming cannot die. What will I do if he does? Nuo Xiaoyu's voice cracked as she wept, having never seen Lei Ming in such a weakened state, leaving her utterly distraught. With this thought, she withdrew her hand, preparing to absorb the fire energy from Lei Ming's body. Xiaoyu, stop. It's futile. If you absorb it, your body will also be consumed. Xiao Wu urgently interjected, pacing in distress within the confines of their space. Suddenly, he noticed the mysterious flower resting in a corner. Xiaoyu, I have a solution. The mysterious flower. It can be used. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, her face lighting up with joy. Yes, I still have the mysterious flower. Last time you mentioned it could aid the gravely injured. With urgency, she inquired Xiao Wu, how do we use the mysterious flower? Do we simply give it to him? The mysterious flower can heal any injury. But due to the immense energy it contains, many beastmen cannot withstand its direct consumption and may perish. The information warns to use it cautiously. Do you wish to reconsider? Xiao Wu cautioned, his tone serious. Nuo Xiaoyu was startled and furrowed her brows. How could I forget that the flower harbors such potent energy? Can Lei Ming even absorb it in his current state? Nuo Xiaoyu pondered quietly, her bloodied hands caressing Lei Ming's delicate lips. That I end this challenging situation. She had no choice. Regardless of the risk of him perishing, she had to try. Gazing at Lei Ming's pale countenance, she steeled her resolve and gently said, rest assured, if you perish, I will ensure that the great shaman and the Fire Phoenix clan accompany you. With that, she leaned down and pressed her lips to Lei Ming's, having made her decision. Nuo Xiaoyu rose with determination in her eyes at that moment. Yi Feng, accompanied by Yi Yu and the White Lion, arrived at the cave's entrance. Yi Feng stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. My lady, as per your instructions, I have covered all traces of my lord's blood along the way. However, this is not a long-term solution. Should we relocate? Upon entering the cave, you noticed the severely injured Lei Ming, the atmosphere growing increasingly oppressive around him. As he clenched his fists tightly, his amber eyes flashing with murderous intent, the White Lion's azure gaze fixated on Lei Ming, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his features, while his lips pressed into a thin line, revealing a hint of regret on his small, lion-like face. Nuo Xiaoyu considered Yi Feng's words carefully, then looked at him earnestly. Lei Ming's current condition does not permit relocation to Yi Feng if you fly at full speed. Will Feng Wu be able to catch up with you? No, we of the Shuijiao clan are the rulers of the skies. Even if the Fire Phoenix can breathe fire, I can evade him for a time. Yi Feng replied with a hint of pride. Hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu sighed in relief and turned to strip Lei Ming of his animal hide garments, tossing them to Yi Feng. Take this. Your task is to ensure that Feng Wu follows you at all costs. Lure him far away. The other beastmen are of no concern. Can you manage that? Yi Feng nodded solemnly. Leave Feng Wu to me. With that, he turned and exited the cave. Be safe. Nuo Xiaoyu called after him before turning to Yi Yu. Yi Yu, you must remain hidden outside the cave. If any beastmen discover this place, you must prevent them from entering, understood? Yi Yu responded respectfully before leaving the cave to conceal himself within a dense thicket. Meanwhile, the White Lion observed with a puzzled expression, curious about the little female's intentions. Just then, he noticed Nuo Xiaoyu approaching with the mysterious flower, intent on placing it in Lei Ming's mouth. The familiar energy emanating from the flower filled the White Lion with exhilaration. This was his energy. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, snatching the flower from Nuo Xiaoyu's grasp and pressing it beneath his paw, lowering his head to consume it or not. Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock as she witnessed the flower vanish from her hand, rushing forward in alarm. Little lion, that flower is the only thing that can save Lei Ming. Please, give it back, she pleaded, inching closer to the small lion. The white lion's round eyes regarded her coldly. His tone haughty. My energy was absorbed by this flower. Therefore, it belongs to me. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes brimmed with tears as she protested. I picked this flower. Without it, Lei Ming will die. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued. I promised to gather crystal stones to help restore your powers. Please, just return the flower. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu in such distress softened the white lion's heart. After sensing Lei Ming's feeble presence, he gritted his teeth and tossed the mysterious flower back to her. Striding towards the cave's exit. Here, I, Ming Song, am not so petty as to steal from a little female that if word of this got out, where would my dignity lie? With that, a look of pain crossed his small lion face. My energy aches. He stood stunned, unable to believe that the white lion had so readily surrendered the flower. Fearing further complications, she did not pause to wipe her tears, but quickly stepped forward, tilting Lei Ming's chin upwards and placing the mysterious flower into his mouth. The flower's petals made contact with Lei Ming's saliva. It transformed into a stream of pure essence that flowed directly into his body. The moment the mysterious flower entered, Lei Ming's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Before long, his skin regained its pallor, and the injury on his back was restored to its former state. Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at the miraculous sight before her, astonished that such a small flower could possess such power. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, forcefully propelling Nuo Xiaoyu backward, causing her to collide with the cave wall, where she knelt and coughed up blood. Looking up, she saw Lei Ming enveloped in a radiant aura, his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. Xiao Wu, what is happening to Lei Ming? She cried out in distress. The giant serpent is unharmed. I can sense that he is gradually absorbing the energy. Xiao Wu reassured her, taking note of the situation. Relieved to know that Lei Ming was absorbing energy, Nuo Xiaoyu braced herself against the pain and rose unsteadily. She glanced toward the cave entrance, where the white lion lay despondently. Walking over to the white lion, Nuo Xiaoyu spoke earnestly. Do not worry. I will fulfill my promise to you. The white lion flicked his head, furrowing his brow and snorting disdainfully, unwilling to engage with the little female. Seeing the white lion sulking, you couldn't help but find it amusing. She reached out to stroke his head, smoothing his fur. You're not angry anymore, are you? Is your name Ming Song? May I call you Song from now on? The white lion Ming Song widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Nuo Xiaoyu, his gaze exuding a menacing intensity. His small lion face was puffed up, and his deep, gravelly voice objected, Don't touch my fur. You've completely disheveled my hairstyle. With that, he shook his mane vigorously. Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle at Ming Song's antics, effortlessly pulling him into her embrace, gently stroking his fur while laughing. Do you realize how adorable you look when you try to intimidate someone? Ming Song's fur bristled in indignation. Was his fierce glare merely perceived as a scare tactic by this little female? A delightful scent wafted through the air, triggering a panic struggle within Ming Song's grasp. He bellowed, Little female, who gave you permission to hold me? Let go of me this instant. The audacity of her embracing him left him flustered. Nuo Xiaoyu, unfazed, replied, It's not like I haven't held you before. I even bathed you when you were unconscious. The softness and sleekness of the white lion's fur were simply irresistible, and Nuo Xiaoyu found herself reluctant to release him. Ming Song stood frozen in Nuo Xiaoyu's arms, momentarily ceasing his struggles. After a few seconds, a blush crept across his small lion face, and he melted into her embrace, feeling utterly exposed, looking skyward in disbelief. Ming Song lamented internally. Was it truly so humiliating to be seen in such a state after decades of existence as a lion? He wished he could burrow into the ground from sheer embarrassment. Just as Ming Song was on the verge of tears, a rustling sound echoed through the forest, causing him to perk up his ears alertly. Nuo Xiaoyu also stood on guard, brandishing a dagger as they concealed themselves in the shadows of the cave. Moments later, a group of beastmen approached the cave. The beastman at the forefront had a square face, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. Beside him was a shorter beast man, eagerly nodding and speaking to him in a sycophantic manner. Nuo Xiaoyu strained to listen, catching snippets of their conversation. The shorter beast man queried, "Captain Shanli, what do you think our chief is up to?" The elder of the Fire Phoenix tribe burned Agula, yet he shows no desire for revenge and instead sends us to find that little female. I think he's rather spineless as a chief. Upon hearing this, the beast man named Shanli immediately reprimanded, "Meyer, do not speak disrespectfully of the chief. He act for the good of our tribe." Meyer, cowed by the rebuke, quickly adopted a fawning smile and continued, "Indeed, I've heard that if we find that little female, the Fire Phoenix tribe is willing to exchange 10 Fire Phoenix females in return. It said that Fire Phoenix females are not only extraordinarily beautiful, but also possess fiery temperaments, making them utterly intoxicating in bed. Captain, you mustn't forget us when the time comes. We want to taste that delight as well." The other beastmen behind him nodded lecherously, their faces adorned with eager smiles as they looked at Shanli. Shanli basked in their flattery, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling, "Oh, that's a trivial matter. Once I've had my fun, I'll share the spoils with you. But if we're talking about ecstasy, nothing compares to Agula." Nuo Xiaoyu, upon hearing their crude conversation, realized there was nothing of value in their chatter and chose to withdraw her focus. Calmly contemplating her next move, that it seemed her plan had succeeded. Yifeng had successfully drawn Fengwu away. But these 5 beastmen needed to be dealt with swiftly. Otherwise, news of their presence would compromise the safety of the cave. Meanwhile, far above in the sky, Yifeng was desperately evading Fengwu's flames. As he led Fengwu further away, he felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through the distant forest, startling both Yifeng and Fengwu. The latter, sensing the formidable energy, raised his head and let out a cry before turning back towards the forest. "Oh no, it's a trap. Lei Ming isn't on that snow sculpture." Fengwu seethed, unleashing 2 bursts of fire and frustration as he frantically flapped his wings. Speeding towards the forest, Yifeng, noticing Fengwu's abrupt change of direction, hurriedly pursued him. Back at Nuo Xiaoyu's location, the beastmen finally discovered the cave, halting just short of it. Shanli sniffed the air, brow furrowed, and cautiously declared, "There's a scent of blood." Meyer stepped forward, suggesting, "Captain, could it be that the little female was injured and is hidden in this cave by Lei Ming?" As they spoke, Su noticed Yiyu's position and signaled him with a gesture across her throat. Yiyu understood immediately and stealthily approached the nearest beastman. In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yiyu's amber eyes as he swiftly appeared behind one of the beastmen, wrapping his arms around the beastman's head and twisting forcefully. With a sharp crack, the beastman fell silent, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Having successfully executed his attack, Yiyu did not linger, quickly retreating as Shanli was the first to react. Shouting, "We've been ambushed!" Spotting Yiyu's retreating figure, he dashed after him. The other beastmen, still processing the situation, tightened their grips on their bone daggers and followed suit. Nuo Xiaoyu, observing Yiyu's retreat, placed Ming Tsong in the cave and entrusted him to Lei Ming, instructing him to guard the lion. She had to rush to save Yiyu. With one last, profound glance at Lei Ming, she turned and dashed out of the cave. Upon exiting, Nuo Xiaoyu did not pursue Yiyu directly, but instead circled around. Approaching from the side, as she neared, she spotted 4 beastmen encircling Yiyu, with one standing directly in front of her, oblivious to her presence. Yiyu brandished his weapon, a sharp bone whip, gripping it tightly as he focused on Shanli, who wielded a spear, both of them glaring at one another, ready for battle. Shanli made the first move, thrusting his spear towards Yiyu's face, advancing quickly as the spear closed in. Yiyu nimbly dodged, flicking his bone whip towards Shanli. That moment, Nuo Xiaoyu stealthily approached the beastman in front of her. Seeing Shanli launch an attack, the other beastmen instinctively rushed to assist him. Seizing the opportunity, Nuo Xiaoyu crouched low and leaped upward, dagger in hand, plunging it into the beastman's heart. As she landed, she quickly withdrew the dagger, blood splattering across her face. The beastman crumpled to the ground, the warmth of his blood momentarily disorienting Nuo Xiaoyu. Her mind went blank as her hands trembled. This was her first time taking a life, An overwhelming wave of panic surged within her. She had killed someone. The remaining beastmen, witnessing their comrade fall, were stunned to see Nuo Xiaoyu's dazed expression. Meyer, seizing the moment, shouted, "Captain, it's that little female. Your task is to capture that little female. Leave this beastman to me," Shanli exclaimed with delight. The little female had unwittingly presented herself. Once they dealt with the beastman, capturing her would fulfill their mission, and the promised rewards from the chief would be his. Fueled by this thought, Shanli intensified his assault on Yu, who noticed two beastmen inching closer to Nuo Xiaoyu. Alarmed, he shouted, "My lady!" In that moment of distraction, Shanli's spear pierced through Yiyu's shoulder, causing him to gasp in pain. Clutching the spear tightly, he retaliated with a fierce lash of his bone whip, leaving a deep gash on Shanli. Nuo Xiaoyu, lost in her panic, seemed oblivious to the imminent danger. For a soul from the modern world, taking a life was an unforgivable sin. What was she to do? Unaccustomed to the brutal realities of this primal existence, she stood bewildered, unsure of her next move. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu frozen in place, Meyer's spirits soared. Observing the dagger in her hand, he approached with caution. The chief had only instructed them to capture her, not to ensure her intactness. As long as she remained alive, it would suffice. With a malicious grin, Meyer raised his bone knife, swinging it forcefully towards Nuo Xiaoyu's shoulder. Just as the knife neared, a white figure leaped into action, colliding with Meyer's wrist. The sudden pain caused Meyer to lose his grip, although the knife still left a deep wound on Nuo Xiaoyu's shoulder. Blood immediately oozing down her arm was Ming who, unable to bear the sight of Nuo Xiaoyu standing still while danger approached, had dashed from the cave upon seeing her predicament. Now, he stood protectively in front of her, anxiously calling out, "Little female, wake up!" As Mill observed that it was merely a small lion that had just caused him pain in his wrist, he spat disdainfully and raised his foot, intending to kick the white lion. Ming Song deftly evaded the strike, while Yalan, witnessing this, advanced and swung a bone knife at the white lion. Ming Song narrowly dodged the attack of the bone knife, but was unable to escape Mill's onslaught. Mill's foot landed heavily on the white lion, which immediately soared through the air like a projectile, crashing into the underbrush with a heavy thud, attempting to rise, but failing after several attempts. At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, her consciousness slowly returning, albeit still somewhat dazed. When she finally regained her wits, she beheld the scene of Ming Song being kicked away into the grass. Raising her gaze once more, she found that the two beastmen had closed in on her. Nuo Xiaoyu arched her waist and swiftly slid backward, creating distance between herself and the two approaching foes. In her mind, Xiao Wu, who had been unable to reach her, felt a surge of urgency but was somewhat reassured to finally establish contact, though he understood that this was not the time for reminiscing. Nuo Xiaoyu, both of these individuals are level 3 beastmen. Yalan is robust and embodies raw strength, while Mill, being shorter in stature, excels in speed. Xiao Wu quickly analyzed their strengths and weaknesses, deciding not to disturb her further. Nuo Xiaoyu cast a guilty glance in Yiyu's direction, where the two were locked in a fierce struggle, both sustaining injuries, indicating that their powers were evenly matched. She felt slightly reassured, reflecting on her earlier lapse in focus. Nuo Xiaoyu was filled with regret. She thought of Lei Ming, Ming Song, Yiyu, and Yi Feng behind her. If she refrained from fighting, not only would she perish, but they would also meet the same fate. To protect those she loved and cared for from harm, she resolved that even taking a life was inconsequential, especially since these individuals deserved it. With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze hardened, her expression icy as she confronted the two before her. Mill, noticing the small female had regained her composure, sighed regretfully. After exchanging a glance with Yalan, he spoke, "Little female, come back to our tribe with us. Your delicate skin is too fragile. Injuring you would be unfortunate. Rest assured, we won't harm you if you come with me. We will treat you well." He punctuated his words with a lascivious chuckle. Seizing the moment while Mill spoke, Yalan stealthily circled to Nuo Xiaoyu's rear, the two of them flanking her, determined not to let the little female escape. However, they had underestimated Nuo Xiaoyu's strength, having forgotten that she had already taken down one of their companions. Disgusted by Mill's lewd grin, Nuo Xiaoyu gripped her dagger tightly and charged at him. Surprised by her defiance, Mill instinctively brandished his bone knife toward her, while Yalan reacted by rushing forward. Mill raised his bone knife. Nuo Xiaoyu's cold voice pierced the air. "Don't you wish to exchange me for a beauty?" Taken aback for a moment, Mill's grip on his weapon slackened. Now was her chance. Nuo Xiaoyu, undeterred by the incoming bone knife, dashed forward. As she approached Mill, she lifted his wrist upward while simultaneously plunging her dagger forcefully into his heart. Though she had raised his wrist, the sharp bone knife still grazed her skin, leaving a less severe wound than it could have been in an instant. Mill fell silent, his eyes wide open, standing rigidly. Yalan, witnessing the little female so close to Mill, who still held the bone knife aloft, thought perhaps Mill had been captured. Relying on his strength, Yalan gripped the bone knife in one hand and curled his fingers into claws, preparing to seize the little female's arm that held Mill's wrist. Sensing Yalan's proximity, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly withdrew her dagger, pivoted on her toes, and sidestepped behind Mill, releasing her hold. Yalan grasped at nothing, raising his gaze to find the little female had already moved behind Mill. Ready to pursue her, Nuo Xiaoyu gently pushed Mill's body, causing it to topple toward Yalan, with the bone knife still in hand. Yalan was startled. As Mill's body fell, he instinctively caught Mill's wrist to stop the knife from descending. Although the knife halted, Mill's body continued to lean forward, and Yalan had to brace Mill with a hand clutching the bone knife. It was only then that Yalan noticed the gaping wound in Mill's chest. He had already breathed his last. Seizing the opportunity while Yalan was preoccupied with Mill's body, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly advanced, stabbing her dagger into Yalan's waist. Aware that the injury was non-fatal, she withdrew her dagger instantly and retreated. Yalan felt a searing pain in his side. Glancing down, he saw blood gushing from the wound. Enraged, he hurled Mill's corpse aside and raised a bone knife, aiming it at Nuo Xiaoyu. Nuo Xiaoyu, unable to withstand a direct confrontation, rolled on the ground to evade the descending knife. One hand clutching her dagger while the other stealthily grasped a handful of dirt. She skillfully dodged several strikes, inciting Yalan's fury as he realized this little female was remarkably agile. Each of his strikes met only the earth, draining his patience, just as he prepared to unleash his full might upon her. Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly called out, "Mill!" Yalan paused momentarily, giving Nuo Xiaoyu the chance to fling the dirt toward his face. Regardless of whether it blinded him, she leaped upward, aiming for Yalan's heart. As Yalan regained his senses, he saw the dirt swirling in the air. Although the sand irritated his eyes, he spotted Nuo Xiaoyu leaping toward him. Gritting his teeth, he bore the discomfort and tightened his grip on the bone knife, swinging it toward her. Realizing she could not evade the strike without losing her opportunity, Nuo Xiaoyu slightly raised her arm. The bone knife struck her arm first, sending a jolt of agony through her. Enduring the searing pain in her arm, Nuo Xiaoyu pressed forward with her dagger, plunging it into Yalan's heart with a sickening thrust. Both she and Yalan collapsed to the ground, her arm's wound deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing profusely. Yalan fell lifelessly. Nuo Xiaoyu sank to the ground, her shoulder bearing a wound, and her left arm marred by a deep gash, blood staining half her body, rendering her arm nearly useless. Reflecting on her near demise, she realized that had she not acquired some combat skills, she might very well be the one lying on the ground. Drawing a few deep breaths, Nuo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and painfully stood, clutching her injured arm, making her way toward Yalan, withdrawing her dagger before lifting her gaze toward Yiyu's direction. Meanwhile, Shanli noticed the situation on Nuo Xiaoyu's side, observing the fallen beastmen with cold, gleaming eyes, inwardly condemning them as useless for failing to subdue even a small female, concerned that the small female might escape. Shanli felt a surge of urgency within. He had to swiftly eliminate the orc before him. With this thought, his gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on Yiyu, gripping his spear tightly. Silently gathering strength, with a sudden thrust, the spear whistled through the air, aimed directly at Yiyu's face. Yiyu crouched down just in time to evade the strike, but immediately retaliated with a whip that coiled fiercely around Shan Li's leg. Pulling upwards with all his might, Yiyu aimed to topple Shan Li. Yet, Shanli stood firm like an immovable mountain, revealing the inadequacy of Yi Yu's strength. A searing pain shot through Shanli's leg. Blood gushed forth, yet he gritted his teeth and bore it, channeling most of his power into his lower body. With a swift motion, he turned his spear and lunged towards Yi Yu's head once more. Yi Yu, exhibiting remarkable agility, rolled away from the lethal point of the spear, which embedded itself into the ground where he had just crouched. Shanli, with a forceful flick, sent dirt flying, creating a small crater in the earth. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of anxiety. It was evident that Shanli's strength far surpassed Yi Yu's, and if this continued, Yi Yu might not last long. With a flicker of determination in her dark eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu disregarded the pain in her arm and charged forward, dagger in hand, aiming for Shan Li's vulnerable back with the force of a dart. She hurled the dagger with precision. Yi Yu, who had rolled to the side, noticed the dagger soaring toward Shan Li and, instead of moving, remained crouched, his eyes glinting with a spark of hope. Shan Li, momentarily distracted, felt a flicker of joy as he lunged towards Yi Yu with his spear. At that moment, Shan Li sensed a dangerous presence behind him, a sound slicing through the air, compelling him to abandon his focus on Yi Yu and evade to the side. Yi Yu, coldly observing the spear veer off course, took the opportunity to rise. He swiftly raised his bone whip, which coiled around Shan Li's neck with deadly accuracy. Startled, Shan Li attempted to stab Yi Yu's arm with his spear. But Yi Yu no longer dodged. Instead, he tightened his grip on the whip, its sharp bone spikes piercing into Shan Li's carotid artery. Blood erupted from Shan Li's mouth as he coughed violently. Still maintaining his stance with the spear, in the next instant, the spear pierced Yi Yu's shoulder, while Nuo Xiaoyu's dagger embedded itself into Shan Li's arm, with Shan Li already devoid of life. Yi Yu retracted the bone whip, and Shan Li collapsed backward. After throwing her dagger, Nuo Xiaoyu fell to the ground, her face pale and limbs weak, blood flowing from her arm like a waterfall. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" Xiao Wu inquired anxiously, gradually transferring energy into Nuo Xiaoyu's left arm. The warm energy coursed through her, granting her a sliver of strength, and soon the bleeding subsided as Xiao Wu prepared to continue treating her wounds. Nuo Xiaoyu interrupted. "Xiao Wu, I need to check on Lei Ming first. My injury is manageable for now." After Ming Song emerged, there was no one guarding Lei Ming's cave, and Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of concern. Just then, Yu approached, one hand clutching the dagger and the other pressing against his shoulder wound, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my lady. Are you unscathed?" He reverently offered the dagger back to Nuo Xiaoyu. "I'm fine. Let us head to check on Lei Ming." Nuo Xiaoyu responded, accepting the dagger and making her way towards the grass where Ming Song had fallen to Yi Yu, having spotted the injured Ming Song. Lifted him up, and together, the three hastened towards the cave's entrance. As they prepared to enter, a piercing cry echoed from the sky. Nuo Xiaoyu glanced upward to see a magnificent bird ablaze with fiery plumage swooping towards the cave. "This is bad. It's Feng Wu," Nuo Xiaoyu gasped, stepping forward to shield Yi Yu and Ming Song behind her. Yi Yu stood momentarily stunned, warmth flooding his heart, tears brimming in his eyes, touched that in such a dire situation, the lady prioritized their safety. Meanwhile, a hint of unease flickered in Ming Song's deep blue eyes. This small female was truly remarkable. Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze turned icy as she scrutinized Feng Wu, who had transformed into a humanoid form, her mind racing to devise a strategy. Clearly, they were no match for Feng Wu, and a direct confrontation would be futile. That a fleeting glance at the cave told her that they could only delay Feng Wu for the time being. With a stoic expression, Nuo Xiaoyu addressed Feng Wu coldly. "Elder Feng Wu, must you pursue a path of annihilation?" Feng Wu regarded the small female before her, her complexion pale, as if drained of blood, yet radiating an unyielding aura. A flicker of admiration sparked within Feng Wu as she softened her tone slightly. "I find you quite admirable. If you agree to become my fifth partner, I shall spare their lives. But Lei Ming must be surrendered to me." Upon hearing Feng Wu's words, Yi Yu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze turning icy as he glared at her. Ming Song spat disdainfully. "You shameless old fool." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, her eyes filled with scorn for Feng Wu. It was astonishing that someone on the brink of death still harbored such desires, a truly lecherous old man. Just as she was about to respond, a gust of wind swept through, and Yifeng landed swiftly before Nuo Xiaoyu. Stirring up dust, the Yifeng stared intently at Feng Wu, his towering figure shielding Nuo Xiaoyu. With a respectful tone, he inquired, "My lady, are you unharmed? How is our lord?" Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes brightened at Yifeng's return. They had a chance, seizing the moment while Yifeng stood before her. She lowered her voice. "Yifeng, once the chaos ensues, sneak into the cave and retrieve Lei Ming. Remember, under no circumstances must Lei Ming fall into Feng Wu's hands. That if you can secure Lei Ming, Feng Wu will hesitate to strike, granting us a glimmer of hope. Yu, keep your distance from me and try to position yourself to the side of Feng Wu if a battle breaks out. Do not concern yourself with me. Seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Wu. Yifeng and Yu exchanged glances, reluctant to let their lady take risks, but Nuo Xiaoyu forcefully pushed Yifeng aside, slipping the dagger into Yu's hand. Nuo Xiaoyu feigned annoyance, raising her voice to scold Yifeng. "Step back. I am conversing with Elder Feng Wu. When did it become your place to interject?" Yifeng and Yu exchanged knowing looks, retreating quietly. Nuo Xiaoyu turned to Feng Wu, a charming smile gracing her lips as she spoke in melodious tone. "Elder Feng Wu, how about this? We will surrender the clan leader's seal to you. In return, will you spare our lives?" "No, Lei Ming must die," Feng Wu retorted without a moment's hesitation. "The Grand Shaman has informed me that Lei Ming possesses ancient bloodlines, and he must be eliminated before he can reach maturity." Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu realized they were unlikely to relent easily regarding Lei Ming. With negotiations futile, she swiftly signaled to Yifeng, who dashed into the cave. Feng Wu noticed Yifeng's entrance. Her eyes narrowed, and realization dawned upon her regarding Nuo Xiaoyu's intentions. Rage coursed through her veins. She had initially considered sparing this cunning small female, but now she deemed it necessary to eliminate her. "Small female, since you refuse to appreciate my leniency, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, a fireball materialized in Feng Wu's palm, hurtling towards Nuo Xiaoyu in an instant. Nuo Xiaoyu had anticipated the fireball and prepared to evade. She bent backward and rolled, causing the fireball to smash against the cave's stone wall. "Damn it, this old fool doesn't hesitate to attack." Nuo Xiaoyu barely caught her breath when a second fireball shot toward her. She rolled away just in time, the searing heat singeing her right arm, pain shooting through her. Yu leaped to Feng Wu's side during the first fireball's launch. He brandished his shimmering dagger, aiming for Feng Wu's neck. Sensing the wind from the attack, Feng Wu merely scoffed and countered with a punch, sending Yu crashing to the ground. Unbeknownst to them, the air around the cave grew increasingly cold and damp. The temperature dropping, a faint mist beginning to envelop the forest. The third fireball soared toward Nuo Xiaoyu. She sighed, realizing that her time might be up. With dwindling strength, she found herself unable to escape. Despair filled her as she watched the fireball approach, but suddenly it emitted a hissing sound, black smoke rising from it. The fireball rapidly shrank, and by the time it reached Nuo Xiaoyu, it had transformed into a cloud of smoke. Dissipating into the air, Nuo Xiaoyu stared in disbelief. What is happening? Could it be that the old fool has exhausted his energy? Ha! A paper tiger, still dreaming of a fifth partner. It seems he's running low on strength. With newfound hope, she thought that perhaps she could escape today after all. Feng Wu gazed in astonishment as the fireball vanished in an instant, just as he was pondering the sudden occurrence. He felt a chill enveloping his feet. Looking down, he discovered that his feet had been encased in ice, which swiftly spread over him like creeping vines. In a state of sheer terror, Feng Wu hurriedly summoned the fire energy within him, hoping to melt the icy grip. However, before he could harness his energy, he was transformed into an ice sculpture in a heartbeat. From deep within the cave, a chilling voice resonated ominously. "Break." The ice sculpture shattered instantly, disintegrating into countless tiny shards that dispersed into the misty air. Nuo Xiaoyu gasped, astonished by the spectacle before her. The fifth-tier powerhouse had simply vanished. The abruptness of the event was staggering, as the sound of clink echoed. Nuo Xiaoyu came to her senses and noticed a ring that had fallen to the ground where Feng Wu once stood, a black circlet that appeared rather unremarkable. Could this be the space ring of the beast realm? Without hesitation, Nuo Xiaoyu sprang into action, dashing over to retrieve the treasure, regardless of how odd it seemed. Clutching the ring in her hand, she beamed with delight, wondering what marvelous treasures it might contain. Just as Lei Ming emerged from the cave, he spotted Nuo Xiaoyu crouched on the ground, grinning foolishly at the ring in her grasp. Recognizing it as Feng Wu's space ring, he sighed in exasperation. Ah, little money grubber. Lei Ming approached Nuo Xiaoyu, bending down to lift her into his arms. Lost in her examination of the ring, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sudden chill and found herself enveloped in a cool embrace. Looking up, she was met with Lei Ming's extraordinarily handsome face and joyously exclaimed, "Lei Ming, you're awake. That's wonderful." However, as Nuo Xiaoyu raised her face, Lei Ming noticed that her complexion was devoid of color, pale to the point of being alarming. Her snakeskin attire was stained with blood, and the wounds on her arms were gruesomely exposed, revealing bone beneath the deep scar marred her shoulder. "Who harmed you?" Lei Ming's heart ignited with fury, a cold aura radiating from him. Who had inflicted such harm upon his little slave? Had he known earlier, he would not have allowed Feng Wu to perish so easily. Upon seeing Lei Ming awaken, Yiyu's eyes glimmered with elation as she stepped forward. "Respectfully bowing, my lord. You have finally awakened." She then briefly recounted the events to Lei Ming. After hearing Yiyu's account, Lei Ming narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flashing in his golden irises as the temperature around him plummeted. The hyena tribe, truly commendable. It seems they have forgotten who their master is. With a disdainful snort, Lei Ming summoned a layer of ice beneath his feet, which rapidly spread toward the trees and flowers surrounding the cave. In the blink of an eye, the area transformed into a world of ice sculptures. Nuo Xiaoyu shivered uncontrollably achoo. She sneezed and, with quivering, purplish lips, stammered, "Lei Ming, I'm so cold. What is wrong with you? Are you going to freeze the hyena tribe?" "Why freeze here?" Hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's cries of cold, Lei Ming finally reined in his icy aura and carried her deeper into the forest. Arriving at a secluded grove, Lei Ming sighed at how messy his little slave always got. As he contemplated this, a stream of water surged forth from him, cascading over Nuo Xiaoyu as if she were under a shower, cleansing her body. When the water flowed over her wounds, they began to heal rapidly, and soon there was no trace of injury left on her. Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at the scene, pondering if Lei Ming had mastered both water and ice abilities. With Lei Ming by her side, she wouldn't need to carry water anymore. It was incredibly convenient. Observing her healed wounds, she was struck by the miraculousness of it all. But before she could fully absorb her astonishment, Lei Ming waved his hand, causing her snakeskin attire to shred into small pieces. Nuo Xiaoyu shrieked, clutching her chest. "What are you doing?" Her sharp voice startled the birds and beasts in the forest, causing them to flee in panic. From his space, Lei Ming retrieved a brand new set of snakeskin clothing. Frowning at Nuo Xiaoyu's cries, he handed her the garments, saying, "Be quiet. It's not like you haven't seen it before." Nuo Xiaoyu, momentarily silenced, indignantly took the clothing and held it in front of her. How dare he look at her like that, and then complain she was making noise? "Turn around," she shouted at Lei Ming. Seeing her furious expression, Lei Ming initially intended to tease her, but upon noticing her pale complexion, his heart filled with concern, and he turned away. Once Nuo Xiaoyu had dressed, Lei Ming carried her back to the cave, instructing Yifeng to hunt while he tended to Yiyu's injuries, as for by the Shi Ming song. Lei Ming didn't even spare him a glance, leaving him to sulk in the corner of the cave. Inside the cave, the group sat around the fire. Nuo Xiaoyu, her spirit waning, roasted meat while casting sympathetic glances at Ming Song in the corner. "Poor little lion. If it weren't for saving me, he wouldn't have been injured. I wonder how badly he's hurt." Lei Ming sat on a stone, his cold eyes reflecting deep contemplation that Wai Yifeng sat upright, hands resting on his knees, nervously reporting, "My lord, we have captured the leader of the hyena tribe and Feng Wu's guard." According to the guard, the Grand Shaman has dispatched multiple elders and elites from the Fire Phoenix tribe to ambush you on your return to the tribe. Lei Ming raised an eyebrow. his voice icy. "Did you ascertain the exact number of adversaries? Which tribes are they hiding in?" Yi Feng shook his head. The guard only mentioned hearing Elder Feng Wu mention it once before departure. The specifics are known only to the Grand Shaman. Originally, their base was the Tian Ing tribe, where Feng Wu led over 10 guards. This time, Feng Wu had heard of Agura's reputation and came to the Hyena tribe to propose a union. Lei Ming's slender fingers tapped rhythmically on his knee. His brow furrowed. It seemed the Grand Shaman was determined to prevent his return, pulling out all the stops. He would first resolve the issue with the Hyena tribe. "What of the leader of the Hyena tribe?" "Yiyu is watching outside. I will bring him in," Yi Feng respectfully replied before striding out of the cave. After Yi Feng departed, Lei Ming turned his gaze to Nuo Xiaoyu. His voice imbued with tenderness. "Little slave, how do you wish to deal with the Hyena tribe? Shall we eliminate them all?" Nuo Xiaoyu looked up in surprise, not expecting Lei Ming to seek her opinion. However, upon hearing the suggestion to kill them all, she waved her hand dismissively. "They harmed me, but I also managed to kill some of them, so it seems I've profited. As for the leader, do as you see fit. Leave the tribespeople alone." Nuo Xiaoyu cast her eyes down at her hands, a shadow of sadness crossing her face as she envisioned her hands stained with blood. "Sigh. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I wouldn't want to kill." Seeing the pained expression on Nuo Xiaoyu's face, Lei Ming understood that she was still too soft-hearted that a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. Mercy towards enemies would only spell doom for oneself, a lesson he had learned from a young age. "Very well. Your hands are not meant for bloodshed. I shall handle these matters." I could see that moment. Yi Feng and Yiyu entered, escorting the trembling Lai Hong into the cave. But why Yiyu shoved Lai Hong, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Without sparing him a glance, she and Yi Feng bowed respectfully. "My lord, my lady, we have brought the leader of the Hyena tribe." Lai Hong, half crouched on the ground, glared furiously at Yiyu. When had a tribe leader ever been treated in such a manner by a mere guard? However, upon hearing Yiyu address Nuo Xiaoyu as my lady, his rage swiftly morphed into terror. "What? This female is Lei Ming's mate." Upon witnessing the deference of Yiyu and Yi Feng, Lai Hong's doubts evaporated, only to be replaced with a seething resentment towards Feng Wu for putting him in such a predicament. Claiming that Lei Ming was gravely injured and that this female was insignificant was a grave miscalculation. Had he known, he would never have dared to offend the great killing machine that was Lei Ming over trivial gains. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Lai Hong scrambled to his feet and knelt before Lei Ming, repeatedly bowing his head as he pleaded, "Young master, I truly did not know it was you, nor did I know this female as your mate. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to have anyone capture her. I beg for your mercy. Consider my ignorance. I was also manipulated by Feng Wu." Nuo Xiaoyu observed the corpulent Lai Hong, who trembled as he wept, her eyes twitching. This rotund tribe leader truly needed to lose some weight. His appearance was quite the eyesore. Lei Ming's gaze remained icy as he regarded the kneeling figure before him, devoid of emotion, as if he were merely a corpse. His cold voice echoed, "You did not know? In that case, you are of no further use to me. Not worry. Your tribesmen will soon join you." With a wave of his hand, the bee skin on Lai Hong's body instantly soaked through, solidifying into ice. "No!" Lai Hong screamed in terror. "Young clan leader, I have learned of Feng Wu's whereabouts. Please, release me." However, before I could finish my plea, in the blink of an eye, Lai Hong had transformed into a kneeling ice statue. Nuo Xiaoyu gazed on in astonishment. Lei Ming's control over his powers had reached an extraordinary level, as though a mere glance from him could instantly freeze a person in place. How terrifying. In contrast, Yiyu and Yi Feng did not even raise an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed, as if they were already well acquainted with Lei Ming's methods. With a slight curvature of his long fingers, Lei Ming tightened his grip, causing the ice statue beneath him to shudder, just as it seemed the ice would shatter into pieces. Nuo Xiaoyu urgently called out, "Lei Ming, my lord, wait." Lei Ming's cold gaze swept toward Nuo Xiaoyu, causing her to flinch. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, "I just feel that he has not truly harmed us. His sins do not warrant death. Moreover, he seems to possess some information." After a moment's hesitation, Lei Ming let out a dismissive snort and waved his hand. Instantly, The ice encasing Lai Hong began to melt at an alarming rate, and in the blink of an eye, he was drenched in water. His face pale, lips tinged with blue, trembling violently, his eyes vacant, as if he were still trapped in ice. "Hey, Lai Hong, regain your senses," Nuo Xiaoyu called loudly, trying to rouse him from his stupor, given his disheveled appearance. It seemed his soul had been frightened away by Lei Ming. Hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's voice, Lai Hong's eyes gradually regained their luster. As he felt he could breathe again. Gasping for air, he caught sight of Lei Ming's grim countenance and momentarily forgot to exhale. Trembling, he stammered, "Young clan leader, I realize my mistakes that I beg you, considering the many years of service from our hyena tribe. Spare me." "Humph. You still remember who your master is?" Lei Ming commanded coldly. "Take him away." Regardless of what information Lai Hong might possess, Lei Ming showed no mercy toward traitors. The only reason he withdrew the ice was to spare Nuo Xiaoyu the sight of a cruel scene. With a subtle glance towards Yu, who nodded almost imperceptibly, she stepped forward and forcefully dragged Lai Hong away. He struggled like a frightened rabbit, his head darting about, suddenly shouting, "Young clan leader, Feng Wu mentioned that the Fire Phoenix tribe has dispatched many experts to hunt you down." Yu did not falter in her steps, and Lei Ming remained silent. After all, losing one clan leader and finding a loyal replacement would suffice. Nuo Xiaoyu could only interject, "Let him finish speaking." Yu glanced at Lei Ming, who nodded slightly, prompting her to release Lai Hong. Seizing the moment to preserve his life, Lai Hong eagerly declared, "Young clan leader, Feng Wu told me while drinking at this time. The Fire Phoenix tribe has sent numerous 5th-tier experts and even 2 6th-tier powerhouses. He said that even if you recover your strength, they will ensure your demise, and you must not return to the tribe. It was only after hearing this that I dared to disrespect you, so please spare me." The expressions of those present shifted dramatically upon hearing Lai Hong's words. Even Ming Tsang, who had been lurking in the corner, perked up, his face reflecting concern at 6th-tier powerhouses. This was evidently not a safe situation. Nuo Xiaoyu was equally astounded. 2 6th-tier beings? No wonder Feng Wu was so adamant that Lei Ming must die. She recalled Lei Ming mentioning that the 4 major tribes formed a circle around the Beast God Temple, with the Leian tribe being the closest route to the Ming Hu tribe, that if they took a detour, who knew how long it would take to reach her brother? What should they do? Meanwhile, Lei Ming's eyes twitched. It seemed the Grand Shaman was indeed intent on eliminating him. 2 6th-tier experts. Such an underestimation of his capabilities. As he considered this, Lei Ming exchanged a glance with Nuo Xiaoyu, both understanding each other's thoughts in an instant. Rising to his feet, Lei Ming instructed Yu, "Take him away for now." Yu nodded in agreement, dragging Lai Hong out, the cave echoing with his pig-like screams. Once Yu and the others exited the cave, Nuo Xiaoyu anxiously inquired of Lei Ming, "What shall we do now? I believe this news to be credible, coupled with what Yi Feng just said. The path ahead seems fraught with peril." Furrowing his brow, Lei Ming contemplated, acknowledging that his current strength was somewhat lacking against 6th-tier experts. Yet he was not without the ability to fight. The pressing concern remained. What about the little slaves? Yi Feng clenched his fists, recalling that their master had just recovered from injuries. Now faced with grave danger, he silently resolved that this time, even if it cost him his life, he would not allow his master to suffer harm. Seeing that Lei Ming had not responded, Nuo Xiaoyu resorted to sketching in the dirt. Analyzing the pros and cons just then, Lei Ming's voice broke through. "We have 2 options. Either we proceed onward or take a detour." Upon hearing the mention of a detour, Yi Feng immediately protested. "No, my lord. Taking a detour would mean crossing the Hengshan mountain range, known as the Death Mountains, filled with perilous dangers and ferocious beasts. It is said that even 7th-tier beasts lurk within. No beastmen have ever returned from there. It is far too dangerous." Nuo Xiaoyu echoed his surprise. "Are beasts that fierce now? What does 7th tier even mean? I remember Xiao Wu saying that 8th-tier beasts are akin to deities, so 7th tier must be semi-divine. How terrifying. If they did not take a detour and pressed forward, it would merely lead to their demise." Nuo Xiaoyu reasoned that it would be better to confront the beasts in the Hengshan mountain range. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Lei Ming spoke with a calm demeanor, his vertical pupils gleaming with determination. "If we do not take the detour, Even if we miraculously break through the encirclement and return to the tribe, we would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. The Grand Shaman would then ambush us, leading to certain death. Nuo Xiaoyu agreed with Lei Ming's assessment. She preferred to face beasts rather than humans. Moreover, beasts bore crystal stones that could enhance their strength. Thus, they reached a unanimous decision to take the detour, crossing the Hengshan mountain range, setting off at dawn. After finalizing their plans, Nuo Xiaoyu produced Feng Wu's ring and handed it to Lei Ming, inquiring curiously, "My lord, how do we use this? I have studied it for quite some time, but cannot comprehend it." Taking the ring, Lei Ming wiped away the spiritual imprint with his mental energy, and Nuo Xiaoyu watched in amazement as numerous items materialized in the cave. Animal skins, crystal stones, and most surprisingly, a complete set of stone pots and bowls, along with various seasonings. Overjoyed, Nuo Xiaoyu rushed over, touching this and that, exclaiming, "Now we won't have to eat roasted meat every day. I never expected Feng Wu to be such a foodie, carrying cooking utensils wherever he goes. This saves me the trouble of crafting a new set." With sparkling eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu examined the crystal stones, most of which were third and fourth tier, likely discarded by Feng Wu. She collected them into the spatial ring, her gaze gleaming with excitement as she looked at Lei Ming, her intentions unmistakable. After tossing the now empty spatial ring to Yifeng, Lei Ming helplessly remarked, "Take whatever you fancy." With that, he exited the cave with Yifeng, needing to delegate the finishing touches regarding the hyena tribe to Yu. Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly gathered the crystals into her space. These were vital provisions for Ming Tsong and herself. After rummaging a bit more, she discovered a fiery red token marked with the character for 5. Casually tossing it into her space, she concluded her search, satisfied that there was nothing else of value. With Lei Ming having left the cave, Nuo Xiaoyu, clutching a crystal stone, bounded over to Ming Tsong, affectionately ruffling his mane. Feeling a touch of guilt, she said, "Ming Tsong, are you all right? The giant snake was watching, so I couldn't come to see you." With that, she pressed the crystal stone into his paw. Ming Tsong stared at the stone in surprise. Could this little female truly be offering him crystals to restore his strength? Seeing his stunned expression, Nuo Xiaoyu playfully tapped his head. "What are you dawdling for? Absorb it quickly while the giant snake is away. It's quite inconsiderate of it not to help you heal." Ming Tsong's lips twitched, relying on that wretched snake for healing, perhaps in another lifetime. Nevertheless, he quickly began absorbing the crystal, acutely aware of his need to restore his strength. The humiliation of being bested by a lowly beast man weighed heavily on him. As Nuo Xiaoyu watched Ming Tsong finish absorbing one crystal, she promptly offered him another, saying, "Is this enough? Here's one more." Yet, as soon as the crystal landed in Ming Tsong's grasp, he shot upward into the air, soaring like an arrow out of the cave at an incredible speed. Nuo Xiaoyu barely had time to react before his figure vanished from sight. Lifting her gaze, she found Lei Ming standing at the cave entrance, his expression dark and exuding a chilling aura. With a sinister tone, he remarked, "You seem quite fond of that wretched lion. Just moments ago, you gifted him a crystal. Have you taken a liking to him?" Hearing Lei Ming's sardonic words, Nuo Xiaoyu felt indignant, thinking, "Isn't this all for his sake? Otherwise, why would I part with my crystals?" Her face flushed, and she shot him a defiant glare. "What of it? I promised Ming Tsong I would help him restore his strength. Besides, you gave it to me, so it rightfully belongs to me. Why shouldn't I share with others? Must we forsake all reason?" She resolved to advocate for her own rights, refusing to covertly provide Ming Tsong with crystals any longer. Nor would she allow herself to be deprived of the chance to touch them. That wretched snake was far too domineering. However, Nuo Xiaoyu had forgotten that with Lei Ming, reason held no sway. Upon hearing the words of Nuo Xiaoyu, a layer of frost settled upon Lei Mingjuan's face, his gaze icy and devoid of emotion as he approached her with dark, brooding eyes. Did the little slave truly fancy that lion? How could that be? No, it was unacceptable. Nuo Xiaoyu trembled as she watched the impassive Lei Ming advance toward her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, unable to withstand the pressure. After all, she had suffered numerous misfortunes at his hands. Yet, recalling how Lei Ming had risked his life to save her, she hoped he wouldn't resort to killing her. When Lei Ming passed by without incident, a wave of elation surged through Nuo Xiaoyu, and she exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that all seemed well. However, before she could fully savor that breath, a torrent of water suddenly surged toward her, drenching her completely. Instantly, a chilling sensation enveloped her, followed by a suffocating feeling that left her in disbelief. Could Lei Ming truly wish her harm? Lei Ming gazed at the frozen figure before him, his hand reaching out to caress the icy visage. Would this ensure she could remain by his side forever? A pang of reluctance stirred within him as he recalled Nuo Xiaoyu's vibrant expressions. His fingers hesitated in their motion. With a swift gesture, he turned and strode toward the fire. Nuo Xiaoyu finally experienced the sensation of being encased in ice, reminiscent of her recent encounter with the hunter. Her pallid face, already drained of color, now bore a tinge of blue, and her body trembled uncontrollably, as if she had just emerged from an ice cellar. Gasping for fresh air, she rubbed her arms and cast a frosty glare at Lei Ming. This serpent had indeed intended to kill her. She still could not fathom what had provoked such murderous intent. Was it merely a few crystals? Regrets surged within her, making her feel as though she might vomit blood. Her flowers, her energy. Why had she chosen to rescue this capricious harbinger of death? Had she lost her mind? Come here and roast the meat. Lei Ming's chilling voice cut through the air. Nuo Xiaoyu sighed inwardly. Once again, he called her. With a stiffened expression, she dragged her unyielding body toward the fire. He had nearly taken her life moments ago, yet now commanded her to cook. Was she truly regarded as a mere slave? Alas, it seemed resignation was her only option. After all, familiarity breeds acceptance, and such a notion was indeed terrifying. Nuo Xiaoyu found herself devoid of the strength to resist. She roasted the meat. The warmth from the flames gradually thawed her chilled body. Yet soon, she felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her. Her head growing heavy. Touching her forehead, she gasped, "It's so hot. Am I coming down with a fever?" Realizing her body was ablaze with feverish heat, her concern deepened, for she had no medicine, and she was uncertain if Xiao Wu's energy could alleviate a cold. What should she do? With a glance, she shot a look of frustration at the impassive Lei Ming. Alas, what could she do against such a malevolent being? It was her own foolishness that had led her to rescue him time and again. Nuo Xiaoyu finally grasped the meaning of self-inflicted suffering. With another heavy sigh, her face flushed, she shakily handed the roasted meat to Lei Ming, then retrieved a hide to lay upon the ground. Covering herself with several layers before wearying, she closed her eyes to sleep, hoping that a bit of sweat might bring down her fever. Lei Ming noted that something seemed amiss with Nuo Xiaoyu. Setting aside his anger, he approached her, gently brushing his fingers against her exposed forehead, alarmed by the heat radiating from her. He felt a sense of urgency and quickly channeled energy from within himself into her body. Yet, it seemed ineffective as her fever persisted, the heat still alarming. In a daze, Nuo Xiaoyu murmured how hot it was, instinctively rubbing against Lei Ming's cool hand as if the chill could alleviate her discomfort. Seeing this, Lei Ming wasted no time. He crawled beneath the hide and embraced her tightly. The icy temperature soothed Nuo Xiaoyu, quieting her complaints of heat, and she peacefully drifted into slumber. However, Lei Ming felt as if he were holding a fiery ball. Discomfort enveloping him as a cold-blooded creature. He preferred the coolness of the shadows, yet he bore it for her sake. Observing the beads of sweat forming on her brow, he gently wiped them away with a soft hide, tirelessly attending to her throughout the night. But by the time midnight arrived, Nuo Xiaoyu dreamt of standing before an icy mountain, her body trembling uncontrollably from the cold that a voice echoed in her mind, urging her to climb over the mountain to reach the forest and bask in the warm sunlight. Thus, in her dream, she tirelessly climbed. Just as she neared the summit, an enraged roar erupted from the sky. Calling her name, Nuo Xiaoyu, startled, Nuo Xiaoyu awoke with a jolt, finding herself in the cave, the fire still flickering. Her gaze landed on a robust chest, her hands resting on well-defined muscles. Raising her eyes, she encountered Lei Ming's strikingly handsome face. His expression a mixture of fury and intensity. What on earth happened? Nuo Xiaoyu was still bewildered, her fever clouding her memory. Why was Lei Ming here? Noticing her dazed expression, Lei Ming bent down, whispering in her ear. "Little slave, this is of your own making." With that, he waved his hand, erecting an icy wall at the cave's entrance. The cave remained illuminated by the fire, exuding an enchanting ambience. Outside, 2 guards stood watch, occasionally casting awkward glances toward the sky. It wasn't until nearly noon, with the sun high above, that Lei Ming dismantled the ice wall, stepping out of the cave with a cheerful demeanor and instructing the guards to hunt before returning inside. Nuo Xiaoyu lay exhausted, her body weak and immobile beneath the hides, her heart aflame with frustration as she cast fiery glares at Lei Ming. She had merely dreamt. Why was she met with such confusion? As she glared, Lei Ming's eyes twinkled with amusement. After tidying her up, he cradled her in his arms, settling beside the fire to comb through her hair. Nuo Xiaoyu melted into his embrace, too fatigued to protest. She closed her eyes, resting, while Lei Ming continued to tend her. By the time he had finished, the guard were already roasting their freshly caught game over the fire. Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu nestled in Lei Ming's arms, Yu blushed, awkwardly glancing down as she roasted meat, while Yifeng bluntly asked, "My lord, when shall we depart?" As the conversation shifted to business, Lei Ming paused, addressing Yifeng and Yu. "You two need not accompany us. Follow the original route to bring Yiyun back to the tribe. The members of the Fire Phoenix clan do not recognize you, so the journey should be safe. Also, take that foul lion with you. Once you reach the tribe, have someone return him to the savage lion tribe." Yifeng raised his chin, ready to object, but was met with Lei Ming's icy glare, compelling him to begrudgingly respond. "As you command." Yu also felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. As the Lord Shadow Guards, they should not allow their master to face danger alone. Contemplating their own abilities, their reluctance transformed into a resigned inquiry. "My lord, is there something you need us to do upon our return?" "Indeed, 2 tasks. First, under no circumstances should the Grand Shaman be allowed to marry into the Fox clan. Second, along the way, investigate which tribes have been associating closely with the Fire Phoenix clan or forming alliances through marriage." Lei Ming's voice carried a hint of lethal intent. His icy gaze promised that he would deal with these matters upon his return. Nuo Xiaoyu stirred upon hearing the mention of the foul lion, contemplating the dangers of the Hengshan mountain range. She also felt that Ming Tsang's presence would be unsafe, thus refraining from interrupting Lei Ming. However, outside the cave, Ming Tsang strode in with an air of arrogance, declaring, "I disagree. Foul serpent. If you do not take me along, I shall expose your whereabouts." A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lei Ming's eyes as he raised his hand, preparing to freeze the white lion. "What? You wish to harm your savior?" "Umph. Without my energy, you would have perished long ago. When did the Tingsha clan learn to repay kindness with malice?" Ming Tsang was still furious about being cast out to sleep outside the cave the previous night, and his words were laced with indignation. Nuo Xiaoyu, fearing that Lei Ming might actually kill Ming Tsang, quickly tugged at him, succinctly explaining how he had saved her. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming furrowed his brow, surprised that this fellow's energy had indeed been absorbed by the mysterious flower. Acknowledging that his energy had saved her, he then relented, saying, "Do as you wished. If you want to follow, then follow. Just know that if you encounter danger, I will not come to your aid. That's all right. The little female will save me. Won't you? You wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you?" Ming Tsang shot a charming look at Nuo Xiaoyu, a desperate, pitiable expression on his face. "Foul lion, you seek your own demise." Lei Ming sprang to his feet, his slit pupils glimmering with a chilling light, ready to crush Ming Tsang on the spot. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly interjected, All right, everyone stop. Let's finish our meal and leave. If we keep arguing, it will be dark before we know it." Nestled in Lei Ming's embrace, she sighed, realizing the arduous journey ahead of her, filled with one instigator and another ready to ignite at the slightest provocation. How she longed to join Yu and the others instead. Upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's words, Lei Ming realized that time was not on their side. Suppressing the rage that simmered within, he shot a fierce glare at the white lion, placed Nuo Xiaoyu by the fire, and stepped out of the cave to discuss certain matters with Yu and Yifeng. Sitting beside the fire, Nuo Xiaoyu looked at Ming Tsang and kindly advised him not to provoke Lei Ming, questioning what would happen if he truly killed him. With an indifferent expression, Ming Tsang retorted that he couldn't stand Lei Ming's arrogant demeanor, scoffing that in the past, he would have already given him a thrashing. Nuo Xiaoyu sighed, reminding him that things were different now. Lei Ming's strength was paramount, and they needed to endure. Noticing Ming Tsang's haughty demeanor, which showed no sign of heeding her warning, Nuo Xiaoyu chose to remain silent. Once their preparations were complete, the group split into two paths. Nuo Xiaoyu placed Ming Tsang into a beast skin backpack, while Lei Ming cradled Nuo Xiaoyu, conjuring wings of energy to swiftly soar southward. Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at this newfound application of energy, realizing it could be wielded in such a manner. Lei Ming explained to her that supernatural abilities were akin to one's own body. As long as one mastered them, they could manifest whatever they desired. Thus, after a day's journey, the trio finally reached the vicinity of the Hengshan mountain range. Along the way, Lei Ming elaborated on the mountains, which derived their name from lying between two forests, towering into the clouds. The peaks were perpetually cloaked in a blanket of snow, while the lush forest below thrived in a temperate climate. The boundary between the snow and forest was known as the snow line, where most wild beasts resided beneath, as the cliffs and steep slopes above the snow line rendered survival nearly impossible. They would need to traverse the snow line to reach another forest, making their journey perilous. As they flew a while longer, Nuo Xiaoyu finally caught sight of the Hengshan mountain range, where a distinct snow line stretched across the peaks, while the forest below basked in a warm, spring-like atmosphere. Above the snow line, a vast expanse of white reached the clouds, truly a marvel of nature. Just as Nuo Xiaoyu was about to express her awe, Lei Ming gently landed near a cave. Before long, the trio was seated inside, warming themselves by the fire. Nuo Xiaoyu set a stone pot over the flames, hesitant to let Lei Ming add water. So she poured in some from her spatial storage, then meticulously chopped the cleaned meat into small pieces, tossing in a few bones to simmer, seasoning it with salt and other spices to mask the gamey flavor. After completing her preparations, Nuo Xiaoyu gazed at Lei Ming with hopeful eyes, her expression grave as she inquired, "Lord Lei Ming, Little Five can sense energy fluctuations and warn us of danger. May I request to remain in contact with Little Five throughout our journey?" Her demeanor was reminiscent of a student nervously presenting a request to a strict teacher, leaving Lei Ming momentarily taken aback. Observing her cautiousness and considering the unknown dangers of the Hengshan mountain range, he nodded in agreement. Elated at the prospect of chatting with Little Five again, Nuo Xiaoyu jumped for joy, exclaiming, "Yay! This is wonderful!" Watching the little female's eagerness to seek Lei Ming's approval, Ming Tsang furrowed his brow and muttered, "Look at you, so timid. This little female truly lacked principles." Nuo Xiaoyu shot Ming Tsang a glare, huffing, "What do you know? This is called finding a strong ally. If I don't curry favor with this killing machine, I might not even know how I met my end in the forest." Suddenly struck by an idea, Nuo Xiaoyu retrieved all the crystals below level 4 from her spatial storage and presented them to Ming Tsang, saying, "Your strength is the weakest. Make sure to recover today, or don't blame me if you perish in the Hengshan mountain range." Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, initially poised to reprimand her, but then reconsidered. The little slave had a point. The foul lion's strength was indeed the lowest. If danger arose, he would have to save him, which would be quite the burden. Thus, he allowed Ming Tsang to absorb the crystals. In the cave, Ming Tsang consumed the crystals, while Lei Ming meditated, and Nuo Xiaoyu, contemplating the impracticality of wearing a skirt in the forest, fashioned her snakeskin skirt into shorts, anticipating their ascent to the snowy mountains. She also crafted several pairs of snow boots, along with clothing, hats, gloves, and scarves. She utilized the opportunity to prepare everything she could think of and store them away. A night swiftly passed. The next morning, after feasting on roasted meat and consuming the broth, the trio set off toward the Hengshan mountain range. Throughout their journey, Nuo Xiaoyu excitedly communicated with Little Five, while Lei Ming walked with a furrowed brow and dark expression. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang, having absorbed the crystals the previous day, had noticeably bulked up, now the size of an adult white lion. From a distance, the forest below the snow line appeared to be relatively small, leading Nuo Xiaoyu to believe they would reach the snow line in 2 to 3 days. Perhaps the journey was not as perilous as Lei Ming had suggested. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt her body brush against something, but upon further inspection, everything seemed normal, so she dismissed it. The three continued their trek through the dimly lit forest, surrounded by towering, gnarled tree trunks entwined with massive vines. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, while a breeze carried a pungent odor of decay. Apart from the rustling of leaves, the entire forest was eerily silent. Something felt amiss. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting mutual confusion. Lei Ming and Ming Tsang positioned themselves protectively on either side of Nuo Xiaoyu, moving cautiously. Nuo Xiaoyu was aware that the creatures of this world were generally larger than those on Earth. Yet the trees, grass, and vines here seemed even more colossal than those she had encountered in Hanyuan Forest. Moreover, the entire forest was devoid of any sounds. No birds chirping, no beasts roaring, no insects buzzing. Only an unsettling silence. So profound that Nuo Xiaoyu could hear their footsteps. Despite the oddity, they pressed on. Along the way, they encountered enormous, colorful mushrooms, fruit the size of pumpkins, leaves as large as small boats, tree trunks too massive for several people to embrace, and glimmering stones, all of which left Nuo Xiaoyu in awe. Yet, there were no signs of wildlife. The bizarre sights led her to believe that perhaps the Hengshan mountain range was not as perilous as they had claimed. After walking for a good part of the day, Little Five suddenly shouted, "Xiaoyu, there are fluctuations, very strong ones." Immediately after, a gust of wind carrying a foul stench rushed toward them. Lei Ming reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Nuo Xiaoyu, quietly instructing Ming Tsang, "Protect her well." Ming Tsang nodded solemnly, guarding Nuo Xiaoyu's side. Suddenly, a terrifying creature, approximately 5 meters long with a head over a meter wide, erupted from the underbrush with a low growl. Its gaping maw revealed 2 sharp fangs, and its body was adorned with black stripes, while its dark yellow eyes glinted with a manic excitement. That fierce wind they had felt earlier emanated from its gaping mouth. With a ferocious lunge, the creature charged, sending a gust that nearly knocked Nuo Xiaoyu off her feet. Ming Tsang swiftly wrapped his tail around her waist and leaped aside, bounding up onto the branch of a large tree. As the monstrous creature lunged forward, Lei Ming's gaze hardened. He swiftly retreated several meters, transforming into his beast form, a massive black serpent towering over 10 meters. With a menacing roar, he opened his blood-red maw, launching an icy spike directly at the creature's face. After placing Nuo Xiaoyu atop the tree branch, Ming Tsang stood guard beside her, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Nuo Xiaoyu, filled with trepidation, watched the unfolding battle between Lei Ming and the creature. Little Five's voice resonated in her mind. "Xiaoyu, this is a great maned beast. Its defining feature is that its head constitutes 1/4 of its body length. It possesses 5 sharp claws and has mastered wind-type supernatural abilities. Records indicate that the larger the head of a great maned beast, the more potent its wind abilities. Some can even conjure hurricanes." Hurricanes? Nuo Xiaoyu's mouth fell agape. Was this the kind that could uproot trees and topple houses? This was astonishing. As her concern for Lei Ming's battle intensified, she observed as the great maned beast, having missed its initial attack, opened its maw to release a wind blade aimed at the icy spike, shattering it into several shards that fell to the ground. Yes, the wind blade was unleashed. The creature's limbs became encased in ice, freezing solid in an instant. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Lei Ming was indeed formidable, effortlessly dispatching the creature with a single blow. A flicker of envy passed through Ming Tsang's azure eyes, realizing that the foul serpent had regained much of its strength. Before Lei Ming's serpent could utter the word break, the icy layer enveloping the mighty beast suddenly cracked open in an instant. Shards of ice flew in all directions, accompanied by a furious roar from the beast. Surrounding its body were swirling blades of wind, which it shook off, its eyes glinting with menace, with its massive face ablaze with rage. Sharp fangs gleaming coldly, it leapt powerfully into the air, lunging toward Lei Ming's serpentine form to bite. Noticing this, Lei Ming twisted its body, wrapping its tail around the beast's enormous frame, its agile form constricting tightly. It opened its mouth, ready to sink its sharp fangs into the beast's neck. Yet, the mighty beast remained unfazed, unleashing a thunderous roar toward the sky. In an instant, the wind blades erupted around it, and with a powerful push of its limbs against the ground, it sent Lei Ming's constricting form flying away. Lei Ming felt the wind blades slice through its skin and had no choice but to loosen its grip on the beast. Suddenly, a surge of force emanated from the beast, causing Lei Ming to slip away quickly, tumbling backward. Had it hesitated for even a moment longer, its serpentine body might have been shattered by the impact. With its vertical pupils glowing coldly and its tongue flickering in a hiss, Lei Ming contemplated the formidable power of this creature, realizing that not only did it possess wind blades, but its strength was considerable as well. Engaging in close combat would surely lead to disadvantage. Nuo Xiaoyu, observing the spectacle, wore a tense expression, realizing the ferocity of the beasts in the Hengshan mountain range. Not only did they possess extraordinary abilities, but even Lei Ming dared not engage in close combat. What should be done? This beast was utterly monstrous. Ming Song also stared in disbelief, eyes wide. In just a brief exchange, it was clear that Lei Ming was at a disadvantage. How could it be so powerful? Reflecting on his own strength, he wondered if his life could still be preserved. Both remained focused on the battlefield, oblivious to the dangers surrounding them, until Xiaoyu urgently alerted Nuo Xiaoyu in her mind. Xiaoyu, there are energy fluctuations nearby, and they're getting closer. Nuo Xiaoyu's heart sank. She quickly grasped Ming Song's mane and timidly asked, Ming Song, can you fly right now? Ming Song, caught up in the excitement, did not comprehend Nuo Xiaoyu's concern and replied without turning, not yet. Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu tightened her grip on his mane, leaped up, and executed a flip to land on Ming Song's neck. With a swift slap to his lion's head, she shouted, Ming Song, jump now. Ming Song felt a sharp pain in his mane, as if a tuft had been pulled out, followed by a forceful smack to his forehead. Fury ignited in his azure eyes. This little female was seeking her own demise. How dare she pull his fur and strike his head? He instantly turned around, a gust of foul wind rushing toward him, revealing a creature larger than himself, soaring through the air with its mouth agape and sharp fangs aimed at him. Goodness, what a stench! Doesn't this creature ever rinse its mouth? Ming Song thought in an instant, instinctively pushing off with his front paws, leaping downward with Nuo Xiaoyu. The pursuing beast landed on the branch they had just vacated, its eyes gleaming with malice as it swiftly gave chase. Ming Song nimbly navigated through the forest with Nuo Xiaoyu clinging tightly to his neck. Turning her head, Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed, Oh my! That beast looks just like a giant rat. The creature was slightly larger than Ming Song, with small ears, round black eyes, a pointed snout, and a mouthful of sharp teeth, resembling a rodent from Earth, albeit with a thick, curly, furry tail instead of a long, slender one. The oversized rat was agile and matched Ming Song's speed, rapidly closing the distance, its sharp teeth nearly grazing Ming Song's tail. Nuo Xiaoyu anxiously shouted, Ming Song, hurry! It's about to bite you! Ming Song's lion face flushed crimson, gritting his teeth and desperately sprinting forward. Internally grumbling about Nuo Xiaoyu's carefree remarks while he risked his life, If you're so capable, why don't you take the lead? I'm already running at full speed. Meanwhile, Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Song found themselves being relentlessly pursued by the giant rat, their chaotic movements breaking the forest silence, transforming it into a lively scene that on the other side, Lei Ming, distracted with worry for Nuo Xiaoyu, was caught off guard and bitten by the mighty beast, resulting in 2 gaping wounds on its serpentine body. Enduring the pain, Lei Ming retaliated, striking the beast away with its tail. Nuo Xiaoyu glanced back at Lei Ming, witnessing its injury, her heart racing. She felt compelled to eliminate the rat swiftly and asked, Ming Song, can't you handle this giant rat? Why are we just running? It was her first time seeing a lion being chased by a rat. It was utterly ridiculous. Weren't you the one who told me to run? Ming Song could no longer tolerate Nuo Xiaoyu's remarks and roared back, his speed slightly diminishing. The pursuing giant rat seized the opportunity and closed in, its teeth nearly grazing Ming Song's tail. With a swift sidestep, Ming Song evaded, quickly turning to confront their foe, preferring that to being ridiculed by the little female. However, the giant rat was unprepared for Ming Tsong's sudden maneuver. It lunged forward, attempting to halt its momentum, but its bulk hindered its agility, causing it to tumble several times before colliding with a large tree trunk, finally coming to a stop. Upon witnessing the giant rat's unfortunate fall, Nuo Xiaoyu burst into laughter, realizing that although it was fast, its size rendered it unwieldy. Ming Tsong, astonished, glared at Nuo Xiaoyu and demanded, "You're still laughing? What now?" Nuo Xiaoyu surveyed her surroundings and noticed that fallen trees lay scattered across the forest floor, some adorned with sharp, slender branches. An idea sparked, and she gleefully patted Ming Tsong's head, exclaiming, "Ming Tsong, have you ever leaped over a fence?" Ming Tsong, puzzled, responded, "What fence?" Meanwhile, the giant rat, having regained its footing, was shaking off the dirt and glaring with red eyes, baring its sharp teeth as it growled menacingly at Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Tsong. Clearly enraged, Nuo Xiaoyu wasted no time, pointing toward the forest ahead and cheerfully declaring, "You'll find out soon enough." Ming Tsong, charge! Ming Tsong, exasperated, thought to himself, "Is she treating me like some warhound?" Nevertheless, he quickened his pace, propelling himself into the depths of the forest. The giant rat, witnessing their escape, snorted out a plume of white vapor, stamping its feet before pursuing them once more. As Ming Tsong sprinted ahead, he encountered a fallen tree trunk. Nuo Xiaoyu shouted for him to jump, and he leapt gracefully over the obstacle. The giant rat, not to be outdone, attempted to follow suit, but only managed to land clumsily on the trunk. With a powerful push, it propelled itself forward, resuming the chase. Thus they continued this frantic game of pursuit, leaping over several fallen trees. Nuo Xiaoyu's keen eyes spotted a thick branch protruding from a nearby tree, and she patted Ming Tsong's head, saying, "Ming Tsong, don't jump unless I tell you to. Our success hinges on this moment." Ming Tsong, aware of the branch's proximity, felt a surge of anxiety when Nuo Xiaoyu did not call for him to jump. Would she truly lead him to his doom? Turning to glance at the giant rat, she saw it charging fiercely, its teeth bared and its limbs propelling forward. Just as Ming Tsong neared the branch, Nuo Xiaoyu shouted, "Ming Tsong, jump now!" He leapt upward with all his might, but due to a momentary delay, he only narrowly avoided the branch, landing his hind legs on it. However, the sudden shift in weight caused him to lose balance, sending him and Nuo Xiaoyu rolling forward uncontrollably. The giant rat, noticing Ming Tsong's leap, instinctively attempted to follow, but as it did, it collided forcefully with the branch, causing it to splinter under the weight of its bulk. When Ming Tsong tumbled to the ground, Nuo Xiaoyu lost her grip and was thrown through the air, calling out, "Stinky Ming Tsong," before landing in the underbrush, rolling several times before finally coming to a stop. Ming Tsong, after rolling a few times, collided with a tree trunk, quickly regaining his footing. Shaking off the pain from his shoulder, he scanned the surroundings anxiously, calling out, "Nuo Xiaoyu, little female." At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu lay sprawled in the grass, looking disheveled. Grass in her mouth and blood trickling from her lips, multiple scrapes adorning her body. She felt as if her bones were scattered. Struggling to spit out the mud and grass, she lamented, "Why is it always me who gets hurt? Woe is me." Upon hearing her whimpers, Ming Tsong spotted Nuo Xiaoyu's figure not far off in the grass. He rushed over, reaching her side, and couldn't help but chuckle at her disheveled state, though he remarked, "Oh dear, the petite female, having stumbled, inadvertently cast you aside. My sincerest apologies." Nuo Xiaoyu shot a disgruntled glare at Ming Tsong, spat a few times in irritation, and with great difficulty managed to rise to her feet. Casting a glance at the large rodent perched upon the branch, she remarked with a tone of displeasure, "I suspect you did that on purpose. Never mind. Let's not dwell on this. We must hurry to see how Lei Ming is faring." Upon mentioning Lei Ming, Ming Tsong's expression grew grave, and with a serious tone, he responded, "That creature is formidable. We should hasten our pace." With that, he swiftly coiled his tail around Nuo Xiaoyu and dashed towards Lei Ming's direction. As they passed the large rodent, Nuo Xiaoyu's small hand brushed against its lifeless form, causing it to vanish without a trace. Observing this, Ming Tsong was momentarily astonished but continued onward without pausing. Seated upon Ming Tsang's back, Nuo Xiaoyu finally had the opportunity to inquire about the origins of this large rodent. Ever since Xiao Wu had warned her of danger, she had refrained from engaging in conversation. Xiao Wu, in turn, dared not disrupt Nuo Xiaoyu, knowing that a moment's distraction during battle could be fatal. He only felt secure enough to speak once the skirmish had concluded. Xiaoyu, that is a pine-tailed rat beast. Named for its tail, which resembles that of a squirrel, that it can maneuver swiftly up tree trunks like a squirrel. When it comes under attack, its body expands to nearly double its usual size. Nuo Xiaoyu mused, no wonder it possesses such size. I am still unaccustomed to the ferocity of beasts in this realm, that I cannot believe a mere rodent could be so vicious. With a frown, she grasped her small dagger firmly. It feels reassuring to have a weapon in hand. Does the great lion beast have any weaknesses? Nuo Xiaoyu, encountering such a creature for the first time, sought Xiao Wu's insights regarding any vulnerabilities that might aid Lei Ming. None that I know of. If I were to mention a potential weakness, it would be that gathering wind energy takes a moment. Does that count? Xiao Wu sighed, taken aback by the formidable nature of the beasts here, which even Lei Ming struggled to contend with as they conversed. Ming Tsang had already reached the edge of the forest, observing that the battleground between Lei Ming and the great lion beast had shifted to a clearing. At that moment, Lei Ming was covered in blood, while the great lion beast was also in a poor state, its sleek body marred by several small wounds, blood staining its visage as it glared fiercely at Lei Ming. Emanating an aura of dominance and ferocity, with a thunderous roar, the great lion beast unleashed a powerful gust from its cavernous maw towards Lei Ming's serpentine head. Following its roar, it leaped, its sharp fangs aimed at the serpent's body. However, Lei Ming was no pushover. His vertical pupils glinted as he swiftly lowered his serpent head, exerting force as his two smaller limbs crashed against the great lion beast's large face, followed by a fierce lash of his tail. The great lion beast was sent flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground, quickly regaining its footing. Just as it stood, Lei Ming's massive form loomed before it, and rather than attempt to ensnare the great lion beast, he opened his jaws and bit down fiercely. The great lion beast angled its head, widening its mouth to unleash a fierce wind that pushed against Lei Ming's serpentine head, preventing any advance. The force of the wind caused Lei Ming's massive body to falter, and with a resounding crash, he was thrown into the air, rolling before landing back on the ground. Nuo Xiaoyu watched anxiously, realizing that this was untenable. The great lion beast was simply too formidable to approach. Even if Lei Ming was exceptionally powerful, he could ultimately be worn down. Frustrated, Nuo Xiaoyu stamped her foot and spun in place, when suddenly her peripheral vision caught sight of something between two large trees, thick branches entwined with enormous vines that a thought sparked in her mind. I must try this. It is better than doing nothing. With that, she swiftly picked up a log the size of her fist and began to carve it with her dagger. Ming Tsang observed her with confusion, prompting Nuo Xiaoyu to look up and earnestly inquire. Ming Tsang, are you strong? Seeing her serious demeanor, Ming Tsang puffed out his chest proudly and declared, Of course, we of the Savage Lion clan possess the greatest strength in the beast realm. That is reassuring. Nuo Xiaoyu replied, feeling emboldened as she continued to carve the log. However, it wasn't long before her voice rang out in frustration, shouting at Ming Tsang. Did you not claim that your clan is the strongest? Why can you not even pull a vine? Pull harder! At that moment, Ming Tsang was gritting his teeth as he tugged at the massive vine, while Nuo Xiaoyu braced herself for the sharpened spike she had crafted, digging her feet in and pulling back with all her might. Ming Tsang's lion face flushed crimson, feeling both constrained and frustrated. He could not vocalize his thoughts, for this petite female truly was his nemesis. Rolling his eyes, he could not comprehend why he was indulging in such foolishness alongside her. Nuo Xiaoyu, her face flushed and beads of sweat forming, continued to pull back, aiming her makeshift weapon at the great lion beast while shouting. Not enough. Pull harder. Use more strength. With Nuo Xiaoyu's disdain ringing in his ears, Ming Tsang exerted every ounce of effort he could muster, his jaws aching as he recalled how many fierce beasts he had slain with his sharp teeth. Now he found himself relegated to the task of biting a vine. His indignation simmered It was a disheartening thought that the esteemed young leader of the Savage Lion clan was being reduced to mere labor by this petite female. With a deep breath, Ming Song pulled with all his strength. The branches of the two large trees trembled under the immense force, drawing closer together. Seeing that they were nearly ready, Nuo Xiaoyu aimed her sharpened spike at the direction of the great lion beast. Glancing at Lei Ming, who too cast a questioning look her way, with a commanding shout of release from Nuo Xiaoyu, Ming Song instantly loosened his grip. As his jaws opened, the branches lost their tension and snapped back with force, propelling Nuo Xiaoyu's spike straight ahead. Lei Ming, freeze it! Nuo Xiaoyu cried out the moment the spike was launched. Although uncertain of her intentions, Lei Ming acted swiftly, encasing the great lion beast's feet in ice, the frost rapidly spreading across its body. However, in doing so, he could not evade the wind blade unleashed by the great lion beast, which carved a deep gash along his serpentine body. As the frost reached the beast's abdomen, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air as the wooden spike, propelled by a gust, approached the immobilized great lion beast. In a desperate instinct, the great lion beast opened its mouth to unleash its wind-based ability in a bid to sever the impending threat. Yet, having just utilized its wind energy moments before, it was still unprepared, allowing itself to be encased in ice. As the spike drew nearer, the great lion beast could only widen its eyes in terror. Still gaping with its maw agape, with a thunderous crash, the spike pierced through its body, embedding itself into the ground. The great lion beast, until its last breath, could not fathom that it would meet its demise not at the hands of the mighty Lei Ming, but rather by the seemingly frail female. It cast a resentful glance at Nuo Xiaoyu, its eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing the great lion beast collapse, Lei Ming exhaled deeply, transforming back into his human form. Collapsing onto the ground, the battle had drained him of both energy and strength, leaving him utterly spent. Ming Song stared in disbelief at the scene before him, astonished by the ingenuity of the petite female. How had she conceived such a plan? Was that wooden spike truly so formidable? Nuo Xiaoyu, too preoccupied to acknowledge Ming Song's incredulous gaze, felt a searing pain in her shoulder where the spike had grazed her skin. She could not afford to examine her injury. This forest was perilous, and they had to leave at once. With that thought, Nuo Xiaoyu leaped onto Ming Song's back, urging the still-dazed Ming Song to hasten towards Lei Ming. Upon reaching him, she promptly stored the great lion beast's corpse in her spatial realm before assisting Lei Ming onto Ming Song's back. Thus, the trio raced through the forest until they discovered a modest cave. Once safely inside, their hearts finally began to settle. Inside the cave, both Lei Ming and Ming Song appeared despondent, their spirits visibly low. Ming Song lay on the ground, his gaze downcast, pondering whether his strength was truly sufficient to survive in the perilous Xiangshan mountain range. Lei Ming, similarly introspective, sat with his head bowed, a flicker of confusion in his vertical pupils. The once imperious demeanor he typically exuded had dissipated, leaving him to ponder whether he could successfully guide his companions through the treacherous mountain. For the first time in his life, Lei Ming found himself questioning his own capabilities. Had he not suggested taking the long route, they would not have followed him into the dangers of Xiangshan Mountain. Sighing, Nuo Xiaoyu lamented as well. These two were the pride of the beast realm, accustomed to commanding nature itself. When had they ever faced such adversity? And this was merely the beginning of their journey through the mountains, where they had already encountered a formidable foe and nearly lost their lives. It is entirely normal to lack confidence. Nuo Xiaoyu understood this and remained silent, choosing not to disturb them. Quietly, she took out today's beast, extracted the crystal, and after some contemplation, she ultimately decided to roast the magnificent beast. Although it was somewhat large, it was certainly preferable to subjecting Nuo Xiaoyu to the consumption of rat meat. Once the roasted meat was ready, the three of them ate in silence, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Unable to endure the oppressive ambience any longer, Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly rose to her feet. Holding the roasted meat aloft, her small head held high, her eyes sparkling with determination as she proclaimed, "Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. What is there to fear? I believe that as long as the three of us work together, we will surely find our way out of the Hengshan mountain range." Lei Ming raised his gaze, his vertical pupils reflecting the charming figure of the little slave, radiating confidence, observing the vibrant Nuo Xiaoyu. He felt a surge of assurance, as if no challenge could ever daunt her. Gradually, vitality returned to Lei Ming's golden eyes, and a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. Indeed, when faced with adversity, one must confront it head-on. Mere avoidance would resolve nothing. Moreover, he was not alone in this struggle. Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Tsang were with him. Enlightened, Lei Ming's mood brightened instantly. After all, if even the little slave was unafraid, what was there for him to fear? Grabbing the roasted meat, he began to devour it heartily, the previously bland flavor now transforming into a delicacy he had never tasted before. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang watched Nuo Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression as she spoke with such optimism. Upon hearing her mention their united efforts, he recalled the scene from earlier that day when the little female had slain the magnificent beast. Indeed, what was there to fear? With a clever little female by their side, they would surely navigate the Hengshan mountain range successfully. If worst came to worst, they could perish here together. If it weren't for the little female, he would have already succumbed long ago. It was no great loss. Having come to this realization, Ming Tsang began to eat heartily, affirming, "Indeed, if we all work together, we will certainly escape Hengshan." Seeing the spirits of the two lift, Nuo Xiaoyu felt her own mood brighten as well. She extended her small hand into the air, signaling Ming Tsang to place his lion's paw upon it. Confused, Ming Tsang complied and placed his paw atop hers. Lei Ming, equally bewildered, added his large hand to the pile. Nuo Xiaoyu then placed her other hand over Lei Ming's, exclaiming, "We will surely survive and exit the Hengshan mountain range. Let us go. Let us go." Observing the childish display from Nuo Xiaoyu, Lei Ming's lips twitched, and he withdrew his hand. Just moments ago, he had found the little slave to be confidently charming. Surely, he must have been mistaken. It was utterly embarrassing. He silently returned to his seat, resuming his meal. Ming Tsang, too, was taken aback. The little female's antics were utterly unexpected, catching him off guard. Internally vexed, he wondered why he always complied with whatever the little female requested. It had been decades since he had engaged in such childish behavior. How mortifying! Seeing that her encouraging gesture had no effect on the two, Nuo Xiaoyu could only sigh and say, "All right, let us not wear such gloomy faces. If we cannot fight, we can always think of other solutions." Upon hearing this, both men lifted their heads, gazing at Nuo Xiaoyu with hope. Receiving their looks, she furrowed her brow and began to analyze the situation using a wooden stick on the ground. "First, we must enhance our strength. Currently, Ming Tsang and I can only run when faced with beasts. We are utterly incapable of fighting. Moreover, we are in dire need of weapons. The beasts here are larger than those outside, and without weapons, we stand little chance against them." Lei Ming nodded thoughtfully at this point. "The dagger I gave you is of little use here that I can manage without weapons, but..." He cast a disdainful glance at Ming Tsang, who, feeling the weight of Lei Ming's gaze, defiantly raised his neck and declared, "I can also manage without weapons. I just need to absorb a few more crystals to reach the 4th tier. At that point, I will be able to transform into human form, and my beast form will possess wings, allowing for swift flight. If I cannot fight, certainly I can escape with my wings." Ming Tsang mused internally, lamenting his current lack of power compared to his former self, when he had never been forced to flee in such a pathetic manner. Upon hearing Ming Tsang's words, Nuo Xiaoyu wasted no time and immediately retrieved all the crystals from her spatial storage, which included several 4th-tier crystals, along with the 5th-tier crystal she had obtained today and a 3rd-tier crystal from a large R8T.is. This enough, she pushed all the crystals towards Ming Tsang. Her eyes filled with anticipation. If Ming Tsang could advance and gain wings, at least they could escape if they could not defeat their foes, preventing her from becoming a burden to Lei Ming. Ming Tsang, holding a few 4th-tier crystals in his palm, weighed them thoughtfully and replied confidently, "This is sufficient. Once I advance to the 4th tier, our strength will significantly increase. Just wait and see." With that, he moved to a corner of the cave to begin absorbing the crystals. Lei Ming also took a 5th-tier crystal, ruffling Nuo Xiaoyu's hair affectionately, and said with a smile, "I will absorb this one." You can have that third-tier one. That he then turned and strode to another corner to begin his own absorption. Nuo Xiaoyu stared at the lone remaining crystal, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. Was it not too impolite of them to leave her with the smallest one? She pounded her chest in dismay, chiding herself for her earlier bravado. Now she had effectively given away all her resources. Sighing, she resolved that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, so she would absorb the remaining crystal regardless. With that thought, she settled into the innermost part of the cave and began to absorb the crystal. As soon as she absorbed the crystal, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a distinct difference. The energy contained within was evidently more refined, and as the overwhelming energy flooded her body, Xiaoyu began to absorb it ravenously. Xiaoyu, the energy in this crystal is significantly purer than that found outside. Wonderful. I believe that after absorbing this, we can level up. Xiaoyu's joyful voice echoed in her mind. Nuo Xiaoyu also perceived that the energy in this crystal was equivalent to that of 3 or 4 crystals found outside. It was truly remarkable. Before long, she had completely absorbed the energy, but just as she finished, a sharp pain surged through her body, tightening her heart. Oh no, that familiar sensation was returning. As expected, Xiaoyu's voice resounded in her mind. Xiaoyu, I am about to level up. You must endure. Endure? Nuo Xiaoyu recalled the excruciating pain from her last upgrade and was about to inquire if there was a gentler method when her body suddenly erupted in agony. Pain surged through her, and instinctively, she curled up, biting her lower lip as she glanced at Ming Tsong and Lei Ming, who were both intently focused on absorbing their crystals and refrained from disturbing them. Thus, she silently endured the torment. During her last upgrade, Nuo Xiaoyu had lost consciousness due to the pain, and now she hoped to fade away into oblivion once more. However, this time, it felt as though fate were conspiring against her. Whenever she neared the brink of unconsciousness, a new wave of even more intense pain would wash over her, jolting her mind into clarity, leaving her unable to succumb to the sweet release of darkness. This relentless cycle continued, and Nuo Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat, her lips torn and bleeding, feeling as though every bone in her body had been disassembled and reassembled. The pain was unbearable. Gradually, she could no longer withstand it, curling into herself and succumbing to the depths of darkness. Almost immediately, foul-smelling black liquid began to seep from her body. Lei Ming sensed this change instantly, breaking free from his meditative state, his golden vertical pupils widening in alarm. Upon seeing the little slave emitting a repugnant stench, Lei Ming's expression darkened, his brows furrowing. It seemed the little slave had leveled up once again. Why did she always smell so terrible after each upgrade? Despite his distaste, Lei Ming sent a gentle stream of water to Nuo Xiaoyu, continuously washing her body while infusing the water with his own energy. As he cleansed her, he also repaired the damaged meridians within her. Ming Tsong, sensing the unusual occurrence, opened his azure eyes. However, upon noticing that Lei Ming was already attending to Nuo Xiaoyu's injuries, he chose to remain silent and continued to focus on absorbing his crystals. When Nuo Xiaoyu finally opened her eyes again, her vision blurred, but she could make out 2 beastmen sitting beside the fire, roasting meat. 2 beastmen. Nuo Xiaoyu's dazed mind snapped into focus. Her gaze fell upon a striking figure beside Lei Ming, a handsome man with silver hair and blue eyes. His beautiful azure eyes shimmered with a soft blue light, his high nose and rosy lips complemented by a slightly pointed chin, exuding an exotic charm, combined with his regal and proud demeanor. He resembled a character straight out of a comic. Oh, he was utterly stunning. Nuo Xiaoyu propped her chin on her small hands, her eyes sparkling as she gazed dreamily at Ming Tsong, barely able to contain her drool. Noticing the little female staring at him with such infatuation, Ming Tsong smirked, raising an eyebrow at Lei Ming with a hint of arrogance, tauntingly proclaiming, "See, I told you this little female is shallow." Upon seeing such a handsome man, she cannot help but display her infatuation. Ha! Nuo Xiaoyu froze for a moment, taken aback by his stunning appearance and acerbic words. Retracting her starry gaze, she glared at Ming Tsong, exclaiming, "Stop talking. You're ruining the view." Unfazed, Ming Tsong shot back. "What's wrong, little female? Now that you see how handsome I am, are you considering coming back to the Lion Tribe with me? wore a grim expression throughout, his vertical pupils flickering with fury as he fixated on the slender neck of Nuo Xiaoyu, exuding an increasingly oppressive aura, as if to convey that the moment she dared to nod, he would swiftly snap her neck. Nuo Xiaoyu shivered slightly, casting a disdainful glare at Ming Tsang, before donning a sycophantic smile and sweetly addressing the frigid Lei Ming. How could I possibly return to the lion tribe with you? My lord Lei Ming is so domineering, powerful, and handsome. I must stay with my lord Lei Ming. Lei Ming evidently appreciated Nuo Xiaoyu's perceptiveness, his demeanor softening a fraction as he grunted. That's good to know. Seeing Lei Ming's anger dissipate, Nuo Xiaoyu, still trembling, touched her neck, thinking, that insufferable lion, does he crave chaos? Her life had nearly been forfeit. Ming Tsang cast a slight scornful glance at Nuo Xiaoyu, deeming her a spineless little female, as timid as a mouse in the presence of Lei Ming, utterly lacking in ambition. After grooming Lei Ming's fur, Nuo Xiaoyu chose to ignore Ming Tsang, while the handsome fellow was indeed a sight for sore eyes. She had to consider whether she would live to admire him. Rising, she stretched languidly, placing her hands on her hips to loosen her muscles, feeling quite good, as if her body had become more supple and agile. Surely, this must indicate a successful upgrade. Nuo Xiaoyu was aware that Xiao Wu was still in the midst of an upgrade and refrained from disturbing him, striding over to the fire pit to sit beside Lei Ming. She poked at the fire with a stick, pondering for a moment before finally asking, "Do you have any good suggestions regarding the weapon I should use?" Nuo Xiaoyu wished to forge a new weapon, but was uncertain of what options existed in this beastly realm. So she sought their input. Upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu broach the subject, Ming Tsang set aside his playful demeanor and replied earnestly, "We orcs generally do not employ weapons. We fight alongside wild beasts in our beast forms. Little female, you indeed require a weapon. How about a bone whip? It looks quite imposing." Nuo Xiaoyu contemplated the bone whip in Yiyu's possession and envisioned herself wielding it, shaking her head. Forget it. An imposing little woman is not suited for me. Noting Nuo Xiaoyu's disinterest in the bone whip, Lei Ming pondered before suggesting, "How about a bone knife, a spear, or I could craft a two-handed blade from my scales?" Nuo Xiaoyu considered his suggestions carefully, but found them unsuitable for her, quietly inquiring, "Are there no other, better weapons in your beast realm?" "You all." The two responded almost in unison, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu, questioning her meaning. Did she not belong to the beast realm? Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly realized she may have misspoken and hastily corrected herself. "I meant our beast realm," before subtly steering the conversation back to weapons. In truth, Nuo Xiaoyu harbored an idea. During her time on Earth, she had practiced archery and wished to create a bow and arrow. The bow was no issue, but what about the arrows? Wooden arrows would surely lack sufficient power. She sketched the shape of a bow and arrow in the dirt, pondering what material would be required to achieve her desired potency. Ming Tsang observed the bow and arrow design on the ground, noting its resemblance to the two trees nearby. Could the little female's idea stem from this weapon? Seeing their interest, Nuo Xiaoyu took a stick and animatedly gestured as she explained, "This weapon consists of two parts, the bow and the arrow. The bow and arrow is a type of projectile weapon, relying on the bow's elasticity and tension to launch the arrow swiftly. The arrow possesses strong penetrating power and a long range, making it a formidable weapon for ranged attacks." Upon hearing of such a powerful ranged weapon, Lei Ming lifted his head in surprise, his pupils filled with curiosity as he questioned, "Little slave, how do you know about such a weapon?" This peculiar weapon was new to Lei Ming, yet the little slave seemed well versed in it. How had she acquired this knowledge? Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling a pang of guilt, lowered her gaze, realizing her momentary excitement had caused her to forget that the owner of this body was an ignorant female. Thinking quickly, she invoked Xiao Wu. Speaking rapidly, Xiao Wu taught me. Yes, Xiao Wu was indeed a convenient scapegoat. How foolish she had been. After all, Lei Ming was already aware of Xiao Wu's existence. With renewed determination, Nuo Xiaoyu looked at Lei Ming and solemnly affirmed, "Yes, it was Xiao Wu who taught me." Upon learning it was Xiao Wu, Lei Ming recalled the oddities surrounding him and nodded thoughtfully. Ming Tsang, however, remained fixated on the bow and arrow's design, murmuring, "Little female, how would this be constructed?" When it came to construction, Nuo Xiaoyu also felt troubled. The bow posed no challenge, but what about the arrowheads? With this thought, her spirits sank as she lamented, "The bow can be made of wood. And I have beast tendons in my space for the string, but I need something sharp and sturdy for the arrowheads. I still haven't figured out what to use." Upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's need for a sturdy material, Ming Tsang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Today in the forest, I saw an iron tree. The iron tree is the hardest tree in the beast realm. Even a bone knife cannot cut through it. That should be sufficiently strong." Nuo Xiaoyu perked up at the mention of such a tree in the beast realm, her previous worries forgotten. She had no idea such a thing existed. How fortunate that the problem had been resolved so quickly. If it was indeed hard enough, it could be worth a try. With bright eyes, she turned to Ming Tsang and asked, "Really? Ming Tsang, do you remember where the iron tree is?" "Of course, if you want to use the iron tree to make your weapon. I can head into the forest right now and bring some back for you." Ming Tsang was equally excited. If he could learn how to craft this weapon, he would be able to create them for his tribe in the future. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out of the cave before Nuo Xiaoyu could finish her sentence. "Ming Tsang, bring back a thicker branch too. Any ordinary branch will do, nothing too hard." Watching Ming Tsang's enthusiastic departure, Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim, "This Ming Tsang is far too eager. He runs off so quickly." She muttered softly to herself. Once Ming Tsang had exited the cave, Lei Ming took a leisurely step toward Nuo Xiaoyu, his pupils gleaming with excitement as he inquired, "Little slave, did Xiaoyu teach you anything else? Are there any other weapon-making methods?" A sudden realization struck Nuo Xiaoyu. How could she forget that they were in the beast realm? Powerful weapons held a tremendous allure for the orcs, much like beasts drawn to blood, relentlessly pursuing it. Nuo Xiaoyu had not anticipated that in the not-so-distant future, the bow and arrow would become essential weapons for the orcs. Stirring a significant commotion within the beast realm, Lei Ming gazed at the bow and arrow design on the ground, his expression growing increasingly fervent. He understood all too well what possessing such powerful weapons would mean for a tribe. If more such weapons could be acquired, the conquest of the beast realm would be within reach. Seeing the intensity in Lei Ming's eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of unease. He couldn't possibly be contemplating using these weapons for something nefarious. No, though she hailed from Earth, she had no desire to disrupt the balance of the beast realm. Nuo Xiaoyu was acutely aware that powerful weapons could amplify human greed. Once war erupted, it would be the weak and helpless who would suffer. Thus, she gazed earnestly at Lei Ming and stated, "There is nothing else. Lei Ming, I'm only making this for self-defense, that I detest war, despise plunder, and I certainly do not wish for the weapons I create to become instruments of murder. Do you understand?" Lei Ming regarded Nuo Xiaoyu, who appeared utterly serious. His heart torn with conflicting emotions, it felt like possessing an unparalleled weapon while simultaneously having to conceal its brilliance, since the little slave was unwilling. "So be it. However," he cautioned, "then you must keep your abilities well hidden. Should others learn that you possess the capability to forge powerful weapons, you would undoubtedly become a target for all." Nuo Xiaoyu was aware of this. Sometimes humans could be more terrifying than beasts. Thus, she merely wished to quietly locate her brother. Understood, she sighed, but then suddenly remembered something, tugging at Lei Ming's hand and shaking it slightly as she playfully implored, "My lord Lei Ming, this is all to avoid being a burden to you. I had no choice but to create the bow and arrow, so you must protect me." Lei Ming shivered at Nuo Xiaoyu's pleading, only able to poke her forehead and coldly respond, "All right, stop shaking. Release my hand." This little slave's antics were truly exasperating. Just then, Ming Tsang returned, dragging branches and tree trunks, and excitedly called out to Nuo Xiaoyu, "Little female, come and see if these will work." Nuo Xiaoyu stepped forward, scrutinizing the branches, and exclaimed, "Not bad. Not overly rigid and already fractured for some time. The sun-bleached trunk was ideally suited for crafting a bow." In that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu skillfully used her dagger to strip away most of the bark, leaving only a segment of the wood's heart. She then whittled the heart into a stick, thicker in the center and tapered at both ends, creating grooves at each extremity before presenting it to Lei Ming. "My lord Lei Ming, could you assist me in bending this stick?" Nuo Xiaoyu asked, demonstrating the desired curvature with her hands. She then retrieved the beast's sinew from her spatial pouch, binding it to the grooves and pulling it taut, thus completing the bow. Upon testing it, she found the bow to be relatively small, yet fit her grip comfortably, and the sinew exhibited commendable elasticity. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang observed in silence, his eyes fixed on Nuo Xiaoyu, intent on not missing a single detail. Setting the bow aside, Nuo Xiaoyu weighed a branch from the iron tree, noting its considerable heft. She meticulously whittled away at it until the first arrow took shape. After crafting several more, she felt compelled to test the power of her bow and arrows. With deft precision, Nuo Xiaoyu notched an arrow, drew the string, and released it in a fluid motion, exuding an air of formidable prowess. The arrow whistled through the air, striking a nearby tree trunk with a solid thud, embedding itself deep within. Ming Tsang gasped in astonishment, while a flicker of surprise crossed Lei Ming's vertical pupils. They had not anticipated such potency in her weaponry, capable of such distance. However, Nuo Xiaoyu shook her head in dissatisfaction, voicing her concerns about the arrow's insufficient power. While the range is acceptable, its impact is lacking. That I wonder if it would even deter the beasts of the beast realm, she mused, noticing her discontent. Ming Tsang inquired, "What's wrong, little female? I believe this bow and arrow are quite impressive. It shoots far enough." With a sigh, Nuo Xiaoyu replied, "The power is inadequate if we encounter the great main beast today. With such speed and force, I doubt it would inflict any significant damage." Lei Ming offered reassurance, stating, "It's all right. As long as you can protect yourself, that is what matters. Beasts like the great main beast that have mastered extraordinary abilities are indeed rare." "Alas, it seems we must accept that," Nuo Xiaoyu sighed, her gaze drifting to the two sharp fangs adorning the great main beast's massive head, which she had discarded earlier, having found it unappealing. She approached the remains, inspecting the fangs. They are quite sharp and long. I wonder if they can be used as projectiles. Let us give it a try." With that thought, Nuo Xiaoyu beckoned Ming Tsang to help her extract the fangs. Once freed, she discovered they were even longer than her arrows, gleaming ominously in the light. Placing one of the fangs on her bow, she drew back with force, sending it flying towards the cave wall. With a resounding thud, a third of the fang embedded itself into the stone. "What an unexpected find!" Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the fang's remarkable power and resilience. After retrieving it, she noted the absence of anywhere despite its shorter range compared to wooden arrows. Determined to utilize these fangs as her ultimate weapon, she felt a surge of confidence. With a means of self-defense at her disposal, Nuo Xiaoyu's anxiety eased, and she cheerfully invited Lei Ming and Ming Tsang to sit by the fire. "Now that we have our weapons, let us discuss strategies for our cooperative combat," she proposed. Both men looked puzzled, unfamiliar with her terminology. Ming Tsang, furrowing his brow, asked, "Little female, where did you learn such concepts?" "I picked it up while hunting in the Hanyuan forest," Nuo Xiaoyu replied, hoping her improvised explanation would suffice. Ming Tsang regarded her skeptically. "Why would you go hunting? Shouldn't females remain in the tribe?" "Well, I was captured and became a slave, so I had to hunt to ensure Lord Lei Ming's sustenance," she retorted, recalling her past with a hint of resignation. Lei Ming, flattered by her praise, raised an eyebrow and replied proudly, "Indeed, my slave is certainly not comparable to those delicate females." "Humph," Ming Tsang thought, feeling irked by Lei Ming's claim over Nuo Xiaoyu. "All right, let us get back to business," Nuo Xiaoyu interjected, eager to prevent any further squabbling. She sketched in the dirt with a branch. She continued, using today's great main beast as an example. Lei Ming could take the lead in attacking, while Ming Tsang provides support and distraction. That I would remain at a distance, waiting for the opportune moment to shoot. Observing the two deep in thought, she added, "If we adopt this strategy, our chances of survival against formidable beasts will improve." Lei Ming frowned, resting his chin on his hand. "I disagree. Leaving you alone in the forest poses significant risks. What if danger befalls you?" he stated coldly. Ming Tsang, recalling the large rodent they had encountered earlier, echoed, "Indeed, little female, if you stray too far, we may not reach you in time to help you." Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of warmth at their concern, responding, "It's fine, since I have come to the Hengshan mountain range. I cannot rely solely on your protection if Ming Tsang shields me." Lei Ming must face the beasts alone. Danger and opportunity coexist. You must trust me to safeguard myself. Only through continuous practice can I grow stronger. And we must cultivate enough synergy among us to navigate out of the Hungshan mountain range. Thus, the trio debated throughout the night, and as dawn broke, they were astonished to realize how swiftly time had passed. With little time for rest, they finished their roasted meat and ventured deep into the forest. After a sleepless night, Nuo Xiaoyu felt fatigued, prompting Lei Ming to cradle her in his arms as they traveled. She nestled comfortably against him, falling asleep without hesitation. It was not until she felt a jolt and heard distant roars that Nuo Xiaoyu awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she found the three of them encircled by a pack of wild beasts. They resembled wolves but were larger, devoid of fur, and adorned with mottled red stripes. Armed with blade-like fangs, powerful jaws, and sharp claws, they growled menacingly, their blood-red eyes fixated on Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions. Nuo Xiaoyu attempted to leap from Lei Ming's embrace, but he held her firmly, his vertical pupils coldly scanning the area ahead. Ming Tsang, on high alert, whispered, "Those are the giant Fang beasts, ruthless predators that thrive in packs and typically engage in coordinated attacks. I have read in the tribe's records that few orcs survive encounters with them." Suddenly, a long, piercing howl echoed from the front, causing the surrounding giant Fang beasts to instinctively part, creating a path. Not far beyond, a towering figure approached with graceful strides, its size dwarfing the giant Fang beasts. Almost 2 or 3 times larger, drool dripped from its maw, and its blood-red eyes glinted with avarice as it advanced towards the trio, radiating an aura of dominance. Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes in disdain, thinking, with such a presence, one might mistake you for walking down a red carpet. As the massive beast entered the circle, the nearby giant Fang beasts bent low, extending their tongues and drooling, instantly transforming into submissive hounds. The lead beast raised a front leg and violently kicked one of the giant Fang beasts aside, its eyes filled with disdain. How revolting. "Drool all over me!" Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at the lead beast's apparent intelligence. Could these creatures possess such high intellect? Lei Ming observed the commanding presence of the lead giant Fang beast, emanating a chilling aura. His sharp gaze remained fixed on it, realizing its formidable strength as it effortlessly dispatched the other beast. Seizing the moment, Lei Ming swiftly transferred Nuo Xiaoyu onto Ming Tsang's back before transforming into his beast form. With a powerful sweep of his massive serpentine tail, he sent the surrounding Fang beasts reeling backward. With furrowed brows, Lei Ming seized the opportunity to instruct Ming Tsang. "Ming Tsang, take the little slave and retreat." Ming Tsang nodded, and 2 white wings sprouted from his lion's back. With a mighty flap, he soared away with Nuo Xiaoyu towards the depths of the forest. They distanced themselves from the battle. Nuo Xiaoyu's expression was clouded with worry. How can Lei Ming handle all those beasts alone? "Hurry, let me down. You need to assist Lei Ming," she urged. Surrounded by a dozen fierce beasts, Lei Ming observed as Ming Tsang took flight, yet did not pursue. Instead, he fixed a steadfast gaze upon Lei Ming. Suddenly, a deep growl emanated from the colossal beast's maw, prompting the surrounding pack to leap into action, baring their fangs as they lunged at Lei Ming. His ice-based powers were insufficient to freeze such a multitude of wild creatures simultaneously, forcing him to rely on his serpentine tail to swat away the attacking beasts. Meanwhile, the leader of the pack glinted with a chilling light in its eyes. Seizing the moment when Lei Ming's focus was diverted, with a speed akin to lightning, it leapt forward, opening its massive jaws to sink its teeth into Lei Ming's serpentine form, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. Lei Ming raised his serpent head, flicking his tongue in agony, releasing a pained hiss. Hearing Lei Ming's anguished cries, Nuo Xiaoyu could no longer remain seated. She grasped the tree trunk above her, performed a swift maneuver, and stood atop it, urgently calling out to Ming Tsang, "Hurry and assist Lei Ming." Ming Tsang instantly turned, noticing Nuo Xiaoyu standing atop the tree. He glanced in Lei Ming's direction, hesitatingly nodding, "Stay put. If danger arises, shout for me." With that, he swiftly returned to Lei Ming's side. In the blink of an eye, Ming Tsang arrived, only to find Lei Ming's serpentine body marred with blood, a wound gushing crimson, painting a scene of utter disarray. Our valiant Lei Ming, how careless you were to sustain such a grievous injury. Ming Tsang teased, though internally alarm bells rang. These beasts were indeed formidable adversaries. Silence. Lei Ming growled coldly, casting a sidelong glance at the tree where Nuo Xiaoyu stood. Seeing her safe, a weight lifted from his heart. Leave the leader to me. The others are yours, he instructed Ming Tsang, as an aura of malevolent coldness erupted around him, charging towards the pack leader. Wait, you're leaving all those to me? Ming Tsang retorted. You serpent, do you possess no sense of compassion? Despite his words, he wasted no time. Leaping towards the nearest beast, at the same moment, Lei Ming confronted the leader. Recalling the earlier ambush, his vertical pupils flared with anger as he unleashed a massive ice spike towards the beast, as the ice shard shot forth. He heard Ming Tsang's complaints and retorted. Shall we switch places? With his forepaws pinning down the beast he had tackled, Ming Tsang glanced at the leader evading the ice spike and resignedly replied, Perhaps not. After all, that was the leader. Struggling against these minions was already daunting. The leader dodged the ice spike with ease, preparing to pounce when it felt a chill beneath its feet. Looking down, it saw its forelimbs encased in ice. Ice powers! At that moment, Lei Ming attempted to encase the leader in ice, but before the frost could spread, the leader let out a thunderous roar, splitting into two, then four. In an instant, 8 identical colossal beasts encircled Lei Ming, leaving him stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. The legends held true. The chances of survival against a splitting beast were exceedingly slim for any beastman. All 8 beasts leapt simultaneously from various angles, lunging towards Lei Ming's massive form. Should they succeed in their bite, he would not escape unscathed. Narrowing his vertical pupils, Lei Ming's serpentine form vanished, morphing into his human shape. He pressed his hands to the ground, transforming the earth beneath into a slick sheet of ice. The airborne beasts, witnessing their target disappear, collided in a chaotic tangle. Their illusions shattered. One colossal beast tumbled onto the icy ground, rolling several times, its frustration palpable. Seizing the moment while the leader was disoriented, Lei Ming reverted to serpent form, charging forcefully towards the leader's tumbling body. After regaining its footing, the leader was abruptly struck by Lei Ming's massive form, sending it flying. With a swift flick of his tail, Lei Ming ensnared the colossal beast, squeezing tightly until it spewed forth blood. After spitting blood, the leader's crimson eyes blazed with fury as it threw its head back and howled. The other 5 beasts engaged in combat with Ming Tsang heeded their leader's call, abandoning their struggle and recklessly launching themselves at Lei Ming's serpentine body. Lei Ming, still constricting the leader, glanced at the oncoming beasts. Lowering his head, he swiftly bit down on one, while the remaining 4 collided with his form. The leader, seizing the opportunity created by the distraction, broke free from Lei Ming's grasp and quickly retreated to solid ground, glaring fiercely at Lei Ming with unwavering hostility. The remaining beasts, having disengaged, swiftly regrouped before their leader. With 5 beasts retreating, Ming Tsang felt the pressure lift significantly. After dispatching one beast, he pounced onto another. Meanwhile, Nuo Xiaoyu readied her bow, swiftly shooting an arrow at a beast standing before the leader. The arrow whistled through the air, piercing the beast's neck, silencing it instantly and causing its lifeless body to crash heavily onto the ground. The remaining beasts, witnessing the fall of their comrade, bared their teeth in agitation, tails tucked low, eyes darting anxiously amidst an unspoken dread. After releasing her arrow, Nuo Xiaoyu grasped a vine and swung herself onto another tree, concealing herself amidst the foliage. Indeed, upon discovering the death of its subordinate, the leader's blood-red eyes scanned the surroundings, seeking the hidden threat. However, despite searching intently, it failed to pinpoint Nuo Xiaoyu's exact location. This momentary distraction allowed Lei Ming to surge forward, crashing into the beast before the leader, his sharp fangs sinking into the leader's flesh. In pain, the leader lashed out, leaving several bloody gashes across Lei Ming's body, forcing him to release his grip, allowing the leader to retreat a few steps, bleeding profusely. After Nuo Xiaoyu concealed herself once more, she swiftly aimed at a beast that had been struck down by Lei Ming and released another arrow. Upon witnessing yet another of its minions fall, the leader emitted a furious roar, disregarding the search for Nuo Xiaoyu and instantly dividing into 8 phantoms, lunging towards Lei Ming. Meanwhile, the 2 remaining beasts, hearing their leader's cry, exchanged glances and promptly retreated, speeding into the forest where Nuo Xiaoyu had hidden. From a distance, Nuo Xiaoyu spotted the 2 beasts racing towards her. Without hesitation, she grasped the vine and swung towards another tree. However, as her feet landed on the trunk, she sensed something amiss. It felt soft and cold. Glancing down, she saw a triangular serpent head, its sharp fangs aimed at her ankle. Oh no! How could there be a snake? Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed, forcefully stepping down onto the serpent's body still coiled around the trunk. Swinging back on the vine she clung to, the great serpent, thwarted in its attempt to bite, writhed in pain, flicking its tongue as it pursued her relentlessly. In the forest, Nuo Xiaoyu swung between 2 trees, the great serpent soaring behind her, determinedly in pursuit. Drawing her dagger, she clutched the vine tightly. Exasperated, is it really necessary to chase me this insistently over a mere brush? Noticing the 2 beasts had entered the forest in pursuit of her, she gritted her teeth, realizing that if this continued, she would inevitably be discovered. In a moment of desperation, she called out to the serpent, "If you keep chasing me like this, don't blame me for not showing mercy to a great serpent." Little did she know that the serpent relentlessly pursued her, as if seeking vengeance for the mere kick she had delivered moments ago. It bore its fangs, intent on biting Xiaoyu, who, muttering an expletive, steeled herself and swung onto a tree trunk. In that instant, the serpent's maw was mere inches from her face. She deftly evaded its strike, the serpent's head brushing past her. The serpent, agile and sinuous, coiled around the trunk, its head twisting back to lunge at her once more. With remarkable swiftness, Xiaoyu plunged her dagger into the serpent's body. Severing it cleanly in two, the rear half plummeted to the ground, and as she exhaled a sigh of relief, she attempted to retract her dagger, only to find the serpent's head undeterred, its fangs sinking into the back of her hand. Cursing under her breath, Xiaoyu seized the serpent's head, yanking it away with force. Yet, 2 puncture wounds marred her hand, which instantly turned an ominous shade of blackish purple, the dark blood oozing from the wounds. A wave of dizziness washed over her, and without a moment's pause, she hastily sliced a length of vine, binding it tightly around her arm. Then, she drew the dagger across her palm, the dark blood gushing forth. Frustration enveloped her. Was it truly necessary for the serpent to pursue her so tenaciously for a mere misstep? Now pale and trembling, with lips tinged blue and dark circles under her eyes, she appeared poisoned. In her mind, she called out for Xiaoyu, but received no reply. What should I do? Am I to perish from the serpent's venom? Weak and feeble, she leaned against the tree, feeling as if the towering giants of the forest spun around her. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes. That moment, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist, followed by a warmth in her abdomen. Had she opened her eyes, she would have witnessed a radiant glow emanating from her midsection, absorbing the serpent's venom within her. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, encircled by the formidable giant wolf-like beasts, sensed the tremors in the forest. What was this? Elation surged within him as he beheld the remaining 6 beasts frantically tearing at one another. Splendid! How he longed to cradle the little slave in his arms. Conversely, Ming Tsang, sensing the familiar yet unwelcome disturbance in the forest, did not dwell on it. After swiftly dispatching the last of the beasts, he joined Lei Ming in battle. After a brief respite with her eyes closed, Xiaoyu felt the dizziness dissipate somewhat. Glancing at her hand, she was surprised to see bright red blood flowing. Had the toxic blood been purged? There was no time for contemplation, as 2 beasts had already approached the tree against which she leaned. With a mighty leap, they clawed at the bark, leaving deep gouges. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu knocked an arrow and aimed, but the proximity allowed the beast to evade her shot with ease. After dodging the arrow, the 2 beasts exchanged glances. One crouched low, while the other retreated a few steps before launching forward. Using the crouching beast as a springboard, IT soared into the air, jaws agape, claws poised to strike at Xiaoyu. Good heavens, had the beasts gained sentience? Xiaoyu's eyes widened in disbelief at their cunning. Yet, she could not afford to linger. She attempted to swing to another tree, only to remember that she had just severed the vine. Grasping at nothing, she lost her balance and plummeted to the ground. This was the end. She would be crushed into a pulp. As the beast leaped after her, she realized she would either fall to her demise or be crushed beneath its weight. Despairing, she braced herself for impact, only to discover something soft beneath her. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted into the air. She quickly grasped the thick mane of a lion, stabilizing herself just in time. "Let go, you little female!" It hurts, my fur will be torn out." Ming Tsang's pained cry jolted her back to reality. It turned out she had landed atop him, which explained her miraculous survival. With a sigh of relief, she patted her chest, exclaiming, "Ming Tsang, how fortunate you are here." Earlier, after dispatching a beast and joining Lei Ming in the fray, Ming Tsang had felt uneasy about Xiaoyu's safety and rushed to her aid upon sensing the disturbance. "If not for that wretched serpent's concerns, you would have perished. Do not let your bravado lead you to folly again," he admonished her, racing through the forest. All right, I understand," Xiaoyu replied, somewhat dismissively. "But first, let us deal with these two tails." As she spoke, she readied her bow and observed the pursuing beasts. "Ming Tsang, can you fly?" "Piece of cake. Hold on tight." Ming Tsang unfurled his wings and soared into the air. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyu turned to aim at one of the fleeing beasts. She loosed an arrow, but it missed its mark, merely causing the beast to falter momentarily. Capitalizing on its delay, she swiftly released another arrow. Whoosh! The wooden shaft embedded itself in the beast's skull, and upon witnessing its companion fall, the other beast instinctively turned to flee behind a tree. Alas, it was too late. As it pivoted, Xiaoyu's arrow was already upon it. The arrow struck true, penetrating its back, and the beast collapsed, blood pouring from its mouth. "Impressive! Little female, had I known you possessed such skill, I would not have toiled so hard against the beasts," Ming Tsang exclaimed in astonishment, his jaw agape at her prowess. "Had it not been for your insistence on sending me away, I would have dealt with these creatures long ago." Xiaoyu shot him a withering glance. They had previously agreed to fight together, yet these two insisted on using their teeth to nibble away at the problem. "That was Lei Ming's directive, not mine," Ming Tsang retorted, peering towards the battleground. "Where is Lei Ming?" Xiaoyu, too, noticed that Lei Ming had vanished from the clearing, and panic surged within her. "Where is he? We must find him." Ming Tsang swiftly led Xiaoyu toward the clearing, with a pungent scent of blood hung heavily in the air, a large pool of crimson staining the ground, a testament to the fierce battle that had transpired. Xiaoyu's heart raced as she pondered how much of that blood belonged to Lei Ming. Ming Tsang's azure eyes glimmered with concern as he followed the scent of blood, navigating through the towering trees. Upon passing through a grove, Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of a small cliff ahead, where Lei Ming was encircled by 4 formidable beasts. Having retreated to the precipice's edge, Ming Tsang charged toward the cliff. And as they drew closer, Xiaoyu clearly saw the 4 beasts surrounding Lei Ming, panting heavily, their crimson eyes glinting fiercely as they roared at him. Lei Ming was in dire straits, his body marred by numerous wounds, blood staining his serpentine form, his energy nearly depleted, and his strength waning. Upon spotting the 2 approaching figures, relief surged through him, and he steeled himself. A fierce glint in his eyes, he lashed out with his tail at the beasts lurking behind him. Simultaneously, he darted backward, ensnaring one beast with his tail, his fangs sinking into its flesh. As the illusion of the serpent dissipated, Lei Ming's form was soon beset by the other 3 beasts. Xiaoyu's heart raced with urgency as she witnessed Lei Ming's suffering. With a swift motion, she drew an arrow and aimed at the beast clinging to his tail. The arrow pierced through the beast, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear embedded in Lei Ming's tail. Feeling the pain radiate from his tail, Lei Ming let out a pained roar, thrashing his body in agony. "What? It can do that?" Upon realizing her arrow had harmed Lei Ming, Xiaoyu immediately ceased her assault. Unable to shoot again, she could only watch helplessly as 2 of the beasts tore away large chunks of flesh from Lei Ming, blood dripping from their maws as they retreated, having lost 2 illusions. Though severely wounded, the beasts were not unscathed, and they chose to withdraw momentarily. Seeing them retreat without further attack, Xiaoyu understood they were now at their limit. "Ming Song," she shouted, charging forward, "if not now, then when?" Upon hearing a sound from behind, a colossal saber-tooth swiftly turned around, while another lunged once more at Lei Ming. The first saber-tooth, upon noticing Ming Song soaring through the air towards it, steeled itself and leapt upward with great haste. With its sharp foreclaws raised, the beast aimed its jagged fangs at Ming Song's neck. Seated behind Ming Song was Nuo Xiaoyu, who dared not make any sudden movements or raise her claws too high, fearing she might toss Nuo Xiaoyu off. Thus, she could only maintain her posture as they lunged forward. The saber-tooth, seeing that Ming Song had not revealed its fangs and merely intended to tackle it, felt a surge of delight, fixated on the thought of crushing Ming Song. It failed to notice that Nuo Xiaoyu had already knocked an arrow, aiming at it from behind Ming Song. As the enormous saber-tooth approached, Nuo Xiaoyu released her grip, sending a wooden arrow swiftly through the saber-tooth's neck. The struck beast began to dissipate in the air, its phantom vanishing, causing the saber-tooth that was fiercely tearing at Lei Ming to stagger and violently expel a mouthful of blood. Having been struck hard by Lei Ming's serpentine tail, sending it flying backward, with a reluctant glance towards Ming Song's direction, the saber-tooth shakily rose to its feet, a flicker of ferocity gleaming in its eyes as it leapt towards Lei Ming once more. At this moment, Lei Ming's serpent body had collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. After forcefully swinging its tail, he fell unconscious by the cliff's edge. The massive serpent form gradually morphed into a human shape. Nuo Xiaoyu, realizing the peril, panicked upon seeing Lei Ming unconscious before the gigantic saber-tooth, who posed a lethal threat. In a moment of desperation, with no arrows left, she retrieved the sharp fangs of the wei-live beast from her spatial pouch, knocking one onto her bowstring. Just as the saber-tooth's foreclaws struck the ground and its gaping maw descended upon Lei Ming, she released her shot with swiftness. The wei-live beast's fang, propelled by a fierce wind, penetrated the saber-tooth's belly, the immense force causing its body to slide backward. The saber-tooth's fangs, unable to claim Lei Ming's life due to this momentum, emitted a defiant roar. Its sharp foreclaws gripped Lei Ming, dragging him backward in haste, and not far behind them lay the precipice. In an instant, the saber-tooth's body plummeted downward, taking Lei Ming along with it, who remained oblivious to the fall. Nuo, Lei Ming. At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Song reached the cliff's edge. In a flurry of urgency, Nuo Xiaoyu leaped from Ming Song's back, lunging forward in an attempt to seize Lei Ming, but she was a moment too late. Watching Lei Ming's body descend, without hesitation, Nuo Xiaoyu jumped after him, entirely forgetting that Ming Song was capable of flight. Her mind was solely fixated on grasping Lei Ming's hand, determined not to let him fall off the cliff. Feeling her own body in free fall, Nuo Xiaoyu, coming to her senses, flailed her arms in the air, screaming, why did I jump down?" In her frantic flailing, she unexpectedly grasped Lei Ming's large hand, gripping it tightly while continuing to scream. Upon witnessing Nuo Xiaoyu leap down, Ming Song cursed under his breath, "Is this little female foolish?" Yet he could only flap his wings and dive downward. However, Ming Song's descent was slower than theirs, trailing behind them. In his unconscious state, Lei Ming felt warmth in his hand, gradually opening his eyes to see Nuo Xiaoyu's panicked expression and the cacophony of her voice. "That you're so loud," Lei Ming complained disdainfully. With a firm grip, he embraced Nuo Xiaoyu's waist before slipping back into unconsciousness. As they continued their rapid descent, Nuo Xiaoyu seemed to hear Lei Ming's voice and called out urgently, "Lei Ming, you wretched snake, wake up! Awaken and gather your energy wings." With a resounding crash, the saber-tooth hit the ground, creating a deep, round crater, but Lei Ming remained unconscious, tightly holding on to Nuo Xiaoyu, plummeting towards the carcass of the saber-tooth. They crashed onto the saber-tooth's body, Lei Ming spitting out a large mouthful of blood, his head lolling as he lost consciousness completely. Nuo Xiaoyu tumbled into the deep pit, Lei Ming's grip loosening as she rolled several times, her head striking the pit wall, rendering her unconscious as well. Ming Song, Seeing the ground grow ever closer and realizing that Lei Ming had fallen into the pit, understood there was no time to waste. He aimed to land beside the pit, but the momentum was too great, causing him to roll several times before coming to a halt upon impact. After resting for a while, Ming Tsang finally rose, placing the two unconscious individuals onto his back and coiling his tail around the saber-tooth's carcass as he made his way into the forest. Finding a cave, Ming Tsang laid the two on a fur rug before plopping down himself. At that moment, his handsome face was smeared with blood and dirt, and his body bore multiple wounds, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Observing the even more disheveled state of the two, Ming Tsang gritted his teeth and, despite his exhaustion, extracted the crystal core from the saber-tooth, cleaning up its remains. Though the carcass was in tatters, food was scarce, so he lit a fire and prepared to roast it. I owe you both. As the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, Nuo Xiaoyu was the first to awaken. Swallowing hard as she gazed at the weary Ming Tsang by the fire, she forced a smile. But before she could fully express her joy, her body began to convulse painfully. Ouch! It hurts! Everything hurts! Ming Tsang, noticing her contorted face in agony, helplessly stood and offered her the roasted meat, his sharp tongue remarking, "Serves you right for laughing. Now you know pain. You chose to jump off the cliff. Thankfully, you survived, but let's see if you dare to jump again." Nuo Xiaoyu, utterly famished and weak, accepted the roasted meat and devoured it ravenously. Mumbling, "I want to do it again. I must have lost my mind to jump." After finishing the meal, both regained some energy, yet Lei Ming remained unconscious. They could not think of a way to save him. Sitting beside the fire, exchanging worried glances. What now? I still have no idea how badly injured Lei Ming is. Nuo Xiaoyu spoke first, casting a concerned glance at Lei Ming before turning to Ming Tsang. "Why don't we just leave him? You can come back with me to the tribe, and we can mate and have a chubby little cub." Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's concern, Ming Tsang teased her, winking charmingly at her. However, the sight of his dirty, handsome face made Nuo Xiaoyu feel her eyes sting. How could such a fine-looking man be so disheveled? Rolling her eyes at Ming Tsang, she retorted, "Leave Lei Ming. Do you think the two of us could escape the Hungshan mountain range? We wouldn't even know how we died." Ming Tsang sighed, his playful demeanor fading as he produced the saber-tooth's crystal core, offering it to Nuo Xiaoyu. "Try this. See if he can absorb it. If he can, the energy within will gradually heal his body. If not, even celestial beings couldn't save him. Is that even possible?" Nuo Xiaoyu did not hesitate, placing the crystal in Lei Ming's palm. "Let us give it a shot. It's worth a try," whether it was due to a lack of energy or Lei Ming's conscious absorption. Not long after, the energy of the crystal was completely absorbed by him. Seeing the crystal in her hand depleted, Nuo Xiaoyu's heart finally settled, excitedly calling out, "Ming Tsang! Ming Tsang! Lei Ming has absorbed the crystal. Come and see. Is there hope?" "There is hope, but we have no more crystals." Ming Tsang sighed in relief, noting that it seemed the prodigy was not so easily defeated. Hearing there were no more crystals, a hint of worry crossed Nuo Xiaoyu's face, but she quickly reassured herself. "It's fine. There must be crystals in the forest. It's just a crystal." She patted her chest confidently and declared to Ming Tsang, "Tomorrow we'll go hunting. I believe that as partners, we will be invincible." "Huft wants to partner with you. Just rest well. We'll discuss the crystals tomorrow," Ming Tsang replied, resting his hands behind his head and lying back down. Today was both thrilling and exhausting. Overcome by fatigue, Ming Tsang did not want to think too much and quickly fell asleep. Nuo Xiaoyu tried calling out to Xiao Wu in her mind, but received no response. Looking at Lei Ming's pale face, she closed her eyes and drifted off as well. Thus, 3 days passed by day. Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Tsang explored the nearby forest, relying on Nuo Xiaoyu's exceptional archery skills and Ming Tsang's wings. They managed to gather numerous level 3 and 4 crystals for Lei Ming to absorb. Yet, with Lei Ming still unconscious, Nuo Xiaoyu's anxiety grew. Most of the nearby beasts had been hunted down by the duo, and previously, the presence of the colossal saber-tooth had kept them at bay. Finally, with the saber-tooth scent dissipated, they encountered the two formidable hunters. The beasts fled or perished, leaving them to venture far and wide for their next hunt. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had awakened on the second day of Lei Ming's unconsciousness and activated a new scanning feature. With this ability, Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Song faced minimal danger while hunting over the past few days. Xiaoyu, do not be anxious. Lei Ming's condition has significantly improved, and he should awaken shortly. Xiao Wu, sensing Nuo Xiaoyu's agitation, spoke soothingly to her. What to do? Nuo Xiaoyu was aware that her anxiety was futile. However, Lei Ming's prolonged unconsciousness rendered her unable to find peace. Ming Song rolled his eyes mischievously at Nuo Xiaoyu and suggested, "Shall I give it a try?" The look in Ming Song's eyes made Nuo Xiaoyu uneasy, and she inquired with curiosity, "What do you intend to do?" Ming Song cleared his throat and called out loudly to Lei Ming, "Stinky snake, if you do not awaken soon, your little servant will be running off with me. Tomorrow we are to be bonded." Childish. Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, thinking that such a handsome face surely lacked intelligence. It was absurd to believe such a tactic would work. Dream on, perhaps in your next life. A familiar, chilling voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts, and Nuo Xiaoyu turned around to find that Lei Ming had indeed awakened. She hurried over to his side, joyfully asking, "Lei Ming, how are you? You have finally woken." Ming Song, with a triumphant glare at Nuo Xiaoyu, remarked, "See, this tactic proved effective. If you had not awakened, I might have truly taken your little female companion away, as I am in need of a lady for the lesser clan leader. Should you wish for your clan's demise, go ahead and try." Lei Ming replied with a commanding tone, then turned to Nuo Xiaoyu and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days. Are you hungry?" Nuo Xiaoyu gently helped Lei Ming to sit up, her tone warm. She then shot a glare at Ming Song, signaling him to bring over the roasted meat and water. Ming Song scoffed. "You've got the energy to threaten someone, yet you want to eat roasted meat?" Nevertheless, he begrudgingly handed the roasted meat to Nuo Xiaoyu. Once Lei Ming finished the meat, he felt revitalized and stood up to move around, his body no longer severely impaired. The group agreed to set off deeper into the forest at dawn the next day, as lingering here any longer would only increase their peril. The following day, they ventured further into the forest. Ate tea this moment. Nuo Xiaoyu suppressed her aura, hiding with Lei Ming and Ming Song in the dense underbrush, intently observing the beast before them. To her left was a peculiar creature, not large in stature, but striking in appearance. A head resembling that of a lion, a body akin to a moose, antlers like a deer, and eyes resembling those of a tiger, its entire body covered in scales. Flicking its tail and baring its teeth while glaring fiercely at the beast across from it. The creature opposite was larger than a brown bear, with a long raccoon-like tail and sharp, menacing teeth. That moment, it stood on its hind legs, pounding its chest as if declaring war, roaring at the other beast. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought, once these two beasts are exhausted from fighting, I can happily collect the crystal stones. However, the more she looked, the more familiar the smaller beast seemed, as though she had seen it somewhere before. Suddenly, a realization struck her. This creature resembled the Qilin depicted on Earth. Could it be a true Qilin? Such a creature is a symbol of good fortune. Excited, Nuo Xiaoyu instinctively stood up to move closer for a better look. Sensing her movement, Ming Song swiftly placed a hand on her shoulder and covered her mouth with the other. Nuo Xiaoyu shot a resentful glare at Ming Song, who conveyed with his eyes, "What are you trying to do?" Meanwhile, Lei Ming, noticing that his little servant was restrained by Ming Song, narrowed his pupils and pulled at Ming Song's hand. Glaring fiercely, "Let go of my wife." Ming Song raised an eyebrow and retorted with a challenging gaze, "What do you mean your wife? You haven't even bonded yet. Have some dignity." Lei Ming's expression turned icy as the tension between them escalated. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly intervened, raising her hands to block them both, and shot them an intense glare. "Behave yourselves. If you attract the attention of these beasts, you'll both be in trouble." Instantly, they quieted down. For the two beasts before them were formidable fifth-tier creatures, not to be trifled with. Seizing the moment of silence, Nuo Xiaoyu whispered in her mind, "Xiao Wu, what can you tell me about these two beasts?" The voice of Xiao Wu responded, "The one on your left is called the Horned Qilin Beast, named for its antlers and scaly body. Its scales are incredibly hard and are often hunted by beastmen for armor, leading to a dramatic decrease in their population. Now, There is scarcely any left in the beast realm. Are they on the brink of extinction? Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze turned complex as she regarded the horn-chilling beast. It was surprising to find that even in the beast realm, there were creatures nearing extinction. The other one is the flesh-rending beast, known for its massive size and brutal nature. Its claws are razor-sharp, and it possesses immense strength, making it the tyrant of the forest. Once its fangs sink into an enemy, they elongate and embed deeply into flesh, tearing it apart. Wow, that's impressive. Those fangs must be even more formidable than a zombie's. A deafening roar snapped Nuo Xiaoyu back to reality as she saw the flesh-rending beast on all fours, its sharp fangs glinting ominously, its dark eyes fixed menacingly on the horn-chilling beast. A glimmer of disdain flashing within them. The flesh-rending beast did not leap, but rather raised its head and charged toward the horn-chilling beast, its massive body causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Sensing the approaching threat, the horn-chilling beast revealed a flicker of fear in its eyes and instinctively took a few steps back, wanting to flee. Yet upon catching sight of the nearby underbrush in its peripheral vision, it halted its retreat, its gaze resolute once more. The horn-chilling beast trembled slightly, baring its teeth as it leaped, its sharp claws aimed swiftly at the neck of the flesh-rending beast. The strike landed, leaving deep gashes upon the flesh-rending beast's neck. In pain, the flesh-rending beast raised its front limbs, catching the descending horn-chilling beast by its hind legs, and, with a swift tilt of its head, clamped down with its massive jaws. Instantly, its fangs pierced through the thigh of the horn-chilling beast, and Nuo Xiaoyu watched in horror as the exposed fangs became drenched in blood. Dripping incessantly, the horn-chilling beast let out a deafening roar of agony, thrashing desperately, yet could not escape the flesh-rending beast's grip, whether intentional or not, as the horn-chilling beast kicked back with its other hind leg. Its claws left several scratches upon the flesh-rending beast's forehead. Feeling the sting of pain, the flesh-rending beast erupted in fury, tearing away a large chunk of flesh from the horn-chilling beast's leg. Blood flowed down its forehead, obscuring its vision, forcing it to momentarily cease its attack and rub its injured forehead with its front paws. The horn-chilling beast, having lost a sizable portion of its flesh, endured the excruciating pain as it stood, gazing in terror at the flesh-rending beast, instinctively limping backward, blood dripping from its thigh until it could no longer stand. It could only collapse to the ground, tears welling in its eyes, pleading silently for the flesh-rending beast to spare its life. Nuo Xiaoyu sensed something amiss. The beasts of the Hengshan Mountains were typically ferocious, yet this one appeared somewhat feeble. Not at all like a savage predator. Xiaoyu, it's just a female beast. Xiao Wu's voice chimed in at the opportune moment. In a wonder, it was a female horn-chilling beast. Had it been a male, it surely would have seized the opportunity to attack while the flesh-rending beast was distracted. Seeing the horn-chilling beast lose its chance to turn the tide, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. Would the flesh-rending beast truly spare it once it regained its composure? Indeed, after a few moments of recovery, the flesh-rending beast lifted its head, its gaze filled with fury as it roared at the horn-chilling beast. Upon hearing the roar, the horn-chilling beast trembled, tears streaming down its face as it fixated on the underbrush, emitting low whimpers of despair. After its roar, the flesh-rending beast had no intention of letting the horn-chilling beast escape. With a powerful leap, it lunged toward the horn-chilling beast, teeth bared. That moment, Nuo Xiaoyu sprang to her feet, bow in hand, swiftly nocking an arrow and taking aim at the airborne flesh-rending beast. Releasing the arrow with remarkable precision, using a sharp fong from the great maned beast, the arrow pierced through the flesh-rending beast's neck, embedding itself deep into the ground. Both Lei Ming and Ming Song looked up at Nuo Xiaoyu in confusion, wondering why she had deviated from their plan to simply collect crystal stones. Nuo Xiaoyu herself was taken aback. She and T thought much of it. A fleeting thought had crossed her mind about not wanting the horn-chilling beast to perish under the claws of the flesh-rending beast. And in a moment of impulsiveness, she had acted to save it. Under normal circumstances, they would have waited for the flesh-rending beast to kill the horn-chilling beast before taking advantage of its distraction to eliminate the predator, thereby acquiring both crystal stones. Well, it was done now. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Nuo Xiaoyu cleared her throat, kicked Ming Song beside her, and said with indignation, "What are you standing there for? Go and collect the crystal stones." At this moment, the flesh-rending beast lay not far from the horned beast, its neck bleeding profusely, and in the blink of an eye, it fell silent. The horned beast, with eyes wide as saucers, stared in disbelief at the lifeless body of the flesh-rending beast. Bewildered by the sudden turn of events, upon turning its gaze to see Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions, it immediately grew wary. Its expression gradually morphed into one of ferocity, although it could not comprehend why the flesh-rending beast had suddenly ceased to exist. It understood that beastmen were not to be trusted. They relished in hunting them. With this thought, the horned beast struggled to rise on its 3 remaining legs, letting out a series of shrill cries directed at Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions. After receiving a kick from Ming Song, he reluctantly approached the flesh-rending beast, while Lei Ming affectionately patted Nuo Xiaoyu's head before also making his way toward the horned beast. Nuo Xiaoyu, bow and arrow in hand, remained motionless, her mind racing with thoughts about the horned beast's strange behavior, her eyes fixated on the nearby thicket. Was there something hidden within? Just as she contemplated asking Xiao Wu to scan the area, rustling sounds emerged from the grass, and suddenly, a smaller version of the horned beast dashed out, rushing to its parentess' side. Upon seeing the little horned beast, the mother horned beast began nudging it with her head, her eyes filled with urgency, attempting to coax her young one away. However, the little horned beast stood resolutely beside its mother, its small eyes gazing softly at Nuo. Oh, how adorable! Nuo Xiaoyu felt her heart melt in an instant. Just as she stole a glance, Lei Ming had already approached the 2 beasts, his towering figure obstructing Nuo Xiaoyu's view. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly stowed her bow and arrow away and dashed forward, only to be met with the sight of 2 ice sculptures, one large and one small. Nuo Xiaoyu, seeing the endearing little horned beast, urgently called out to Lei Ming, "You must release them, please, quickly." Lei Ming scoffed, his slit pupils glinting ominously. What did this little slave intend to do? Hadn't she just mentioned wanting 2 crystal stones? When he remained unmoved, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes shimmered with tears as she tugged at his large hand. Pleading, "Please, Lei Ming, just let them go." Seeing the little slave's face so close to tears, Lei Ming sighed in resignation and waved his hand, causing the ice sculptures to melt away in an instant. As the ice melted, the drenched mother horned beast trembled violently, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide with terror as they met the 2 humans before her. The little horned beast, shivering, edged closer to its mother, its tiny eyes filled with fear as it regarded Lei Ming, clearly frightened. Observing the 2 trembling horned beasts, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of compassion and grasped Lei Ming's hand, saying, "Look, this is a female horned beast. She has a child to nurture. Why don't we let them go?" At the mention of children, Lei Ming cast a gentle glance at Nuo Xiaoyu's abdomen and affectionately patted her head. In a soft tone, he replied, "If you wish to release them, then let it be as long as the little slave was happy. What was one beast to him?" Nuo Xiaoyu's face lit up in joy. Just as she was about to speak, when a voice of protest rang out from behind, "I disagree." Turning around, Nuo Xiaoyu saw Ming Song approaching with a blood-red crystal stone clutched in his hand. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Nuo Xiaoyu, his tone discontented. "Little female, this is a 5th-grade crystal stone. Have you lost your mind? Just because you say you don't want it, does that mean it's gone? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to acquire a 5th-grade crystal stone?" Nuo Xiaoyu's expression darkened instantly, her black eyes glaring at Ming Song. "You only care about crystal stones. Does it matter if we lose one? Can't you see how pitiful these 2 beasts are?" Ming Song stared at her in disbelief before bursting into laughter. "Little female, you actually feel pity for beasts? Ha! Is this still the same little female I know who picks up every bargain?" After his laughter subsided, he even patted Nuo Xiaoyu's forehead, seemingly checking for a fever. Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes and swatted away his hand in irritation. "Get lost. Is it so wrong to show a bit of kindness now and then? Besides, Xiao Wu said that horned beasts are on the brink of extinction. Killing one means one less in the world." Ming Song, rubbing his sore hand, asked in confusion, "What does on the brink of extinction mean? This little female keeps saying things I don't understand." Nuo Xiaoyu realized she needed to educate Ming Tsang on the basics. She pondered how to explain it in a way he would grasp. After a moment of thought, she said, "Extinction means that you can see this beast now, but in the future, your descendants will never see it again because they will be gone. You won't be able to see them even if you want to." Ming Tsang paused, his expression blank for a few seconds, before a smile broke across his face as he chuckled. "Isn't that better? Then our young ones won't have to fight these beasts anymore, reducing the danger." Nuo Xiaoyu stared at him in disbelief, exasperatedly stamping her foot. How could it seem like Ming Tsang and she were not on the same wavelength? Was that really what she meant? Clearly, that was not her intention. With no other option, she shouted, "Right now, we are facing the extinction of a species of beast as time goes on, if more and more beasts become extinct. What will you eat or wear? Are you just going to wait to starve to death?" Upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's words, Lei Ming's brows furrowed in deep contemplation, pondering what they would eat if there were no beasts left. Ming Tsang, too, sobered up, seriously reflecting on Nuo Xiaoyu's statement, though he found it hard to believe that the beast world could ever be devoid of beasts. Impossible. This little female was simply overreacting. Nuo Xiaoyu no longer expected Ming Tsang to understand the importance of protecting endangered animals. She turned to Lei Ming for help, sweetly imploring, "Lord Lei Ming, you promised to let them go?" Lei Ming, still lost in thought, absent-mindedly nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lei Ming had spoken, Ming Tsang huffed defiantly. If the most powerful one had spoken, what else could he say? He couldn't very well fight them, could he? Upon hearing Lei Ming's consent, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, her expression softening as she stepped forward, crouching down to retrieve a shiny crystal stone from her space. This was something she had picked up when she first entered the Hengshan mountain range. She had heard that Qilin adored shiny objects, though she was unsure if this little creature would feel the same. With a radiant smile, Nuo Xiaoyu extended her hand, holding out the stone, and gently said, "I am Nuo, so, little one. Do you like this stone?" The little horned beast's eyes lit up at the sight of the sparkling stone. It began to scamper forward, but the mother horned beast remained vigilant. Using her front paw to block the little one, the little horned beast glanced between its mother and Nuo Xiaoyu, sensing no malice from Nuo Xiaoyu. Unable to resist the temptation, it cautiously approached her step by step. Nuo Xiaoyu placed the stone in front of the little creature, stroking its head. It was indeed soft. The texture felt wonderful. Nuo Xiaoyu delightedly continued to pet the little horned beast, saying softly, "Here you go. Now hurry back to your mother. The forest is dangerous. You mustn't wander around anymore." As if understanding her words, the little horned beast held the stone close, tilting its tiny head and making a happy sound as it rubbed against Nuo Xiaoyu's hand. "Such a good little one." Though reluctant, Nuo Xiaoyu withdrew her hand. If these two beasts did not leave soon, they might encounter other dangers. Clutching the stone, the little horned beast called out happily as it walked back to its mother. Glancing back at Nuo Xiaoyu one last time before disappearing into the forest, slowly fading from her view. Seeing that the two beasts had departed, Lei Ming turned and strode ahead, with Ming Tsang and Nuo Xiaoyu following behind. Nuo Xiaoyu noticed Ming Tsang's disgruntled expression and disdainfully remarked, "Uneducated people are truly terrifying." Ming Tsang, incensed by her comment, shouted back, "Little female, who is terrifying? In our tribe, countless females line up daily just to catch a glimpse of my handsome face. Who is terrifying? Humph. No taste whatsoever." As the two bickered, Lei Ming suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening as he turned to the forest behind them. Nuo Xiaoyu and Ming Tsang, puzzled by Lei Ming's sudden stillness, followed his gaze to see the little horned beast, now sprinting back toward them. Why had it returned? Had they encountered some danger? It seemed unlikely, as Xiaoyu had not sensed any energy fluctuations. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly crouched down, watching as the little creature reached her, tugging at her clothes with its tiny mouth while making soft sounds at her surprise. This little creature, though small, possessed quite a bit of strength, and nearly pulled Nuo Xiaoyu off balance. With a sigh of resignation, she tugged at the hem of her clothing and asked, "Where are you trying to take me, little one?" Unable to budge the stubborn Nuo Xiaoyu, the little horned beast could only anxiously wag its tail and whirl in place, its two small, tiger-like eyes desperately gazing deep into the forest. observing the little creature's distress. Nuo Xiaoyu turned to Lei Ming and suggested, Lei Ming, why don't we go take a look? Perhaps that horned beast has encountered some danger. We just let them go, Dat. We should not go. It might be a trap. What if we encounter danger? Ming Tsang retorted disdainfully. This little female is sometimes just too soft-hearted. What kind of trap could a wild beast set for you? Ming Tsang, be quiet. Nuo Xiaoyu glared fiercely at Ming Tsang, feeling as though his mind was filled with nonsense. Ming Tsang choked on his words, turned his head, crossed his arms, and decided to ignore Nuo Xiaoyu. Exasperated. Let her be eaten by the wild beasts. At least it would be peaceful. Lord Lei Ming, Nuo Xiaoyu said sweetly, gazing up at him, shaking his large hand incessantly, her eyes brimming with a softness that could nearly produce tears. Sigh, let's go and take a look. Lei Ming replied helplessly, taking Nuo Xiaoyu's small hand and leading the way. Lei Ming feared nothing but the little slave's affectionate antics. Once she acted cute, he was utterly helpless. Ming Tsang, trailing behind, snorted in disdain, thinking she's resorting to beauty tricks. This little female truly lacks principles. Seeing her act this way softened Ming Tsang's demeanor, let alone Lei Ming's. With a resigned gesture to his forehead, he could only hasten to catch up with them. As the little horned beast noticed the group following, it joyfully dashed ahead, turning back to call out with a series of ewu sounds. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a towering rock wall. Nuo Xiaoyu looked up, the wall soaring like a skyscraper, with a few sparse, lush little trees growing haphazardly along its surface. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a moderately sized stone cave beside one of the trees. To Nuo Xiaoyu's astonishment, the little horned beast scampered up the smooth rock wall in a few nimble jumps, reaching the cave entrance in the blink of an eye. Calling out to Nuo Xiaoyu with eager ewu sounds, seemingly unafraid of slipping and falling, Xiao Wu, scan the cave for any dangers, Nuo Xiaoyu instructed cautiously, despite her fondness for the little creature. The scene inside the cave instantly materialized in her mind like a television screen. A female horned beast lay injured, resting on the ground, its gaze sorrowful as it looked at a larger horned beast beside it. The larger beast was listless, its eyelids drooping, with a wound the size of a bowl on its abdomen, oozing pus mixed with blood. Nuo Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze and informed the two of them about the cave's interior, glancing worriedly at the cave before addressing Lei Ming. What shall we do now? Should we rescue those two horned beasts? If we don't, all three of them might perish. Before Lei Ming could respond, Ming Tsang, noticing the little female's soft-heartedness again, remarked sharply, How do you propose to save them? Do you have medicine or medical skills? Nuo Xiaoyu shot Ming Tsang an irritated glare, muttering, Mind your own business. This Ming Tsang had been contrary all day, driving her to the brink of annoyance. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu so focused on the horned beasts, Lei Ming furrowed his brow and finally said, Let's go up and take a look first. He cradled Nuo Xiaoyu in his arms, summoned energy wings, and in an instant, they flew to the cave entrance. Ming Tsang sighed, resigned to follow suit. Upon reaching the cave entrance, the little creature joyfully bounced around, first approaching the male horned beast and then hopping to Nuo Xiaoyu's feet. The male horned beast, sensing the presence of strangers, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, straining to rise but failing due to its weakness, glaring fiercely at the three and continuously roaring at them. The female horned beast, realizing Nuo Xiaoyu meant no harm to the little one, lost its previous wariness and aggression, tears streaming down its face as it emitted soft whimpers, observing the pitiful family. Nuo Xiaoyu sighed inwardly, took a few steps forward, and addressed the male horned beast. Your wound is festered, T.O. Heal it. The necrotic flesh must first be removed, if you promise not to harm me. I will treat you, though well-intentioned. Nuo Xiaoyu did not wish to play the role of a fool. Noticing the male horned beast's fierce gaze still lingering, she shrugged her shoulders in resignation, saying, If you choose not to be treated, that is your prerogative. However, without your protection, your mate and offspring will soon perish as well. Have you made your decision? After stepping back a few paces, preparing to exit the cave, the little horned beast grew anxious. Spinning in place and pleadingly looking at the male horned beast, whimpering incessantly. The male horned beast, seeing the little one's pleading eyes, gradually softened its fierce demeanor and gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu with a hint of yearning. Almost imperceptibly nodding, Nuo Xiaoyu stepped forward once more to confirm, "Have you made up your mind? No matter what, you cannot harm me. If you do, my companions will not spare your mate and offspring." The male horned beast closed its eyes, then resolutely nodded at Nuo Xiaoyu. Not wanting to linger, Nuo Xiaoyu retrieved a dagger from her spatial pouch, approached the male horned beast, and placed her small hand on the festering wound. A foul odor wafted into her nostrils, causing her to frown as she murmured, "Hold still. Bear with it." With that, she swiftly cut away the necrotic flesh. The male horned beast howled in pain, but remained still. Allowing Nuo Xiaoyu to cleanse the wound, in no time, the rotten flesh was entirely removed, and bright red blood began to flow. Nuo Xiaoyu exhaled deeply, placing her hand over the horned beast's wound. A warm energy immediately coursing into its body. Ming Tsang, noticing Nuo Xiaoyu's diminishing energy, shouted urgently, "Little female, are you out of your mind?" He stepped forward, intending to pull Nuo Xiaoyu away. Lei Ming waved his hand, blocking Ming Tsang's advance, his vertical pupils fixed intently on Nuo Xiaoyu. Ming Tsang glared at Lei Ming. "Are you also losing your mind? Have you considered how dangerous it will be in the Hengshan mountain range if she runs out of energy?" "Just ensure her safety," Lei Ming replied. Observing Nuo Xiaoyu's increasingly pale complexion, yet witnessing her determination to press on, he felt a pang of heartache. Yet he understood, if she were not allowed to rescue these beasts, the little slave would be restless, constantly worrying about them. It was better to let her save them and allow her to travel with peace of mind. Before long, the male horned beast's wound visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Only when the wound was completely closed did Nuo Xiaoyu, pale-faced, shakily rise to her feet. "Xiao Wu, this method indeed heals, but the energy expenditure is rather excessive. I feel as though my body cannot withstand it." Nuo Xiaoyu thought. Xiao Wu's weak voice resonated softly. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine. What about you?" "I'm okay. I can hold on." Xiao Wu assessed its energy reserves and determined it could endure long enough to assist the female horned beast. Reassured by Xiao Wu's words, Nuo Xiaoyu approached the female horned beast, raised her hand, and prepared to treat its injury when a gentle stream of water emanated from Lei Ming, enveloping the female horned beast's injured thigh. Ming Tsang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined the imperious Lei Ming would aid a wild beast. This world was truly surreal. Countless beasts had perished at Lei Ming's hands. Who would have thought he would save one? Lei Ming simply sighed, stepped forward, and bent down to hold the little slave in his arms. Nuo Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Lei Ming to intervene. Given his cold-blooded nature, she thought it was already a stretch for him not to prevent her from saving the beast. In just a moment, the water enveloping the female horned beast's thigh dissipated, and the injuries of both horned beasts were healed. However, due to significant blood loss, they still appeared somewhat weak. The two beasts lay on the ground, casting grateful looks at Nuo Xiaoyu, while the little one rolled joyfully on the ground, its eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing its parents safe. Suddenly, the little one sprinted deep into the cave, began digging at the ground, and soon emerged with a round, radiant red orb, presenting it to Nuo Xiaoyu with a proud expression. "Ewu, ewu." Nuo Xiaoyu quickly leaped down from Lei Ming's embrace, crouched down, and patted the little one's head. "Is your name Ewu?" The little creature nodded vigorously. "Ewu." It placed the orb into Nuo Xiaoyu's palm. The orb felt warm to the touch, akin to holding a small furnace. Nuo Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "Ewu, is this gem a gift for me?" The little creature glanced back at the two wild beasts, then nodded affirmatively, nudging Nuo Xiaoyu's palm with its paw, signaling her to secure the bead. Ming Tsang blinked, his gaze fixated on the bead in Nuo Xiaoyu's hand, exclaiming, "Wow, you've struck gold. This is a fire dragon pearl. It is said that the fire dragon pearl is the eye of a 7th-tier fire dragon beast, glowing a vibrant red and emanating a warm aura. Carrying it for an extended period can accelerate the cultivation speed of beastmen. Especially for those mastering fire-related abilities, it is nothing short of a treasure. To my knowledge, the people of the Fire Phoenix tribe have been tirelessly searching for the fire dragon pearl for centuries. Let me have a feel of it," he exclaimed. "I had no idea you had rescued a wealthy one. Had I known this little thing was so valuable, I would have risked my life to save them. Ming Song lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Nuo Xiaoyu shot him an exasperated glance, stowed the pearl away in her space, and observing the sky outside the cave, gently patted Awu on the head, saying, "Thank you, but we must take our leave. Remember, do not wander into the forest recklessly in the future." Awu nuzzled against Nuo Xiaoyu's hand, his adorable face contorted with reluctance. Lei Ming once more embraced Nuo Xiaoyu, and after she waved goodbye to the wild beasts, the group soared out of the stone cave, heading deeper into the forest. Unbeknownst to them, a diminutive old beast man with a gentle smile had materialized in the cave, bending down to scoop up. His eyes were fixed on the direction where Nuo Xiaoyu and the others had flown off. Muttering to himself, "Oh, do you fancy the female named Nuo Xiaoyu?" Awu nestled comfortably in the old beastman's arms, gazing longingly ahead, uttering a soft, "Oh, indeed, fate is the most wondrous thing in the world." The old beastman chuckled heartily. With that, as he and Awu vanished, the two horned beasts within the cave also disappeared without a trace, due to the time spent tending to the horned beasts. Lei Ming had no choice but to take a risk and fly a short distance with Nuo Xiaoyu. As the sky grew increasingly dim, they reached the edge of a cliff and paused. Before them lay a pathless expanse, engulfed in swirling white mist, stretching endlessly. Nuo Xiaoyu was perplexed. If they had reached the snow line, it should be a vast sea of snow. What did this extensive mist sea signify? The group hesitated to advance further, and Nuo Xiaoyu instructed Xiao Wu to scan the mist for any signs. Soon, a hazy image appeared in her mind, a vast misty expanse with no visible end, prompting Xiao Wu to look downward. After traversing a section of mist, Nuo Xiaoyu faintly discerned green vines below. Could it be a forest beneath? She wondered, urging Xiao Wu to continue looking down, revealing enormous vines entwined in a valley, where she surprisingly spotted tree houses and even glimpsed movement. She withdrew her gaze, bouncing with excitement, joyfully exclaiming, "Lei Ming, there are people down there." People? Lei Ming furrowed his brow, a chill emanating from his vertical pupils. How could there be people here? Ming Song was equally startled. He had never heard of anyone residing in the Hengshan mountain range. Could the little female be mistaken? The two exchanged a glance, both reflecting deep confusion, while Nuo Xiaoyu continued to bounce with joy, oblivious to their doubts. "At long last, I see people. This is wonderful." After a moment of elation, noticing the puzzled expressions on their faces, she composed herself and suggested, "Shall we go down and take a look?" Both Lei Ming and Ming Song shared the same intention. Regardless of whether there were indeed people, they had no choice but to descend since there was no further path ahead. With that thought, they wasted no time. Lei Ming cradled Nuo Xiaoyu and flew downward, piercing through the thick mist layer, and at last Nuo Xiaoyu caught sight of a hint of green as they neared the ground. She joyfully shouted, "Lei Ming, look, there really are people." Both Lei Ming and Ming Song observed the shadows of people moving beneath the enormous vines, their expressions displaying astonishment. Could it be that there truly were people in the Hengshan mountain range? They dared not be careless and cautiously descended onto the vines, making their way toward the valley entrance. Upon reaching the ground, Nuo Xiaoyu beheld the valley's towering cliffs standing at sharp angles, resembling a triangle. The entrance to the valley presented a narrow passage, and as they traversed this elongated corridor, the view before them suddenly opened up. The valley was filled with colossal vines reaching for the clouds, each adorned with several substantial dwellings. Some were constructed using the giant leaves of the vines, while others were built directly from what atop the vines. Below the vines lay winding paths, flanked by lush green meadows. A gentle breeze carried the fragrant aroma of grass, earth, and foliage, enveloping them. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded down a high mountain, while a winding river meandered through the valley. At that moment, the valley was shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. Nuo Xiaoyu was spellbound, while Ming Song nudged her, pointing to a spot not far ahead. Before the trio, a group of children gathered, joyfully playing and laughing, seemingly oblivious to Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions. Considering herself the most approachable and amiable among them, she bravely stepped forward, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she approached the children and cheerfully greeted, "Hello, little friends. However, upon turning to see Nuo Xiaoyu, the children displayed expressions of sheer terror, as if encountering a ghost. One child screamed, "Ah, monster! Run!" In an instant, the children bolted deeper into the valley, leaving Nuo Xiaoyu standing there, bewildered, her heart racing. What is going on? A monster? Do I really look that frightening? She thought, her face falling as she turned to look at Lei Ming with a pitiful expression. Ming Tsang stifled a smile, stepping forward and playfully patting Nuo Xiaoyu's shoulder. Little female, look at how you frightened the children. If one appears ugly, there must surely be a cause. Oh. Nuo Xiaoyu stomped her foot in indignation, preparing to retort, but Lei Ming took her hand, his eyes twinkling with mirth, saying, "Come on, let us go see what's inside the tribe." Ming Tsang led the way, while Lei Ming lagged a few steps behind, holding the reluctant Nuo Xiaoyu's hand. Thus they strolled along the winding path. Though Nuo Xiaoyu was reluctant, she was intrigued to discover that the plants lining the path resembled wild vegetables, seemingly tended to with care, lush and vibrant without a single weed in sight. Each patch of vegetables was separated by a small path, and as she scanned the area, she thought, the arrangement of these vegetable patches resembles the fields on Earth. They were neatly lined up, varying in size, orderly arranged outside the tribe. Could it be that these beastmen have learned to cultivate? Nuo Xiaoyu pondered, inquiring with Xiao Wu, who confirmed that these were indeed wild vegetables of the beast world. Realizing that these were cultivated by the tribe's beastmen, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. Agriculture. For the beast world, this represented a significant leap towards civilization. Before long, the trio arrived at the entrance of the tribe, where a crowd had gathered, engaged in hushed discussions. Upon seeing the three of them approach, the crowd swiftly blocked the entrance, several females clutching their children protectively, regarding the trio with cold indifference and hostility. While the beastmen glared at them with disdainful, fierce expressions, Nuo Xiaoyu lowered her head and whispered to Lei Ming, "It seems we're not very welcome here." Lei Ming snorted, his expression turning frosty as an oppressive. Violent aura erupted from him. Suddenly, the temperature around them plummeted, and the vast fields of wild vegetables outside the tribe were instantly coated in frost. Feeling the chilling air and witnessing the transformation of the vegetable fields, the crowd fell silent, their eyes widening in terror as they stared at Lei Ming. Within the throng, a middle-aged man felt the atmosphere shift, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes that he quickly bowed deeply. Trembling, and stepped forward, addressing the trio, "Honored guests, I am Jelly, the chieftain of the Tata tribe. We apologize for our lack of hospitality, unaware of your esteemed status." Having spoken, he immediately turned and shouted to the stunned crowd. As the chieftain's voice rang out, the people snapped back to reality, their expressions a mix of shock as they instinctively recoiled, the air filled with the soft sounds of children sobbing. With the path cleared, Jelly quickly donned a sycophantic smile, bowing and extending his hand with a trembling voice. "Esteemed guests, welcome to the Tata tribe. Please, come inside." Upon witnessing the palpable fear etched across the faces of those around him, Lei Ming realized he had achieved his goal and consequently reigned in his aura. Ming Tsang, casting a dismissive glance at Jelly, raised an eyebrow and snorted softly, proceeding to stride gracefully to the forefront. While Lei Ming maintained a stoic expression, holding the small hand of Nuo Xiaoyu closely as he followed closely behind. The trio accompanied Jelly to a colossal vine, where Nuo Xiaoyu looked up to find a wooden cabin perched high above. With a winding staircase leading down to ITS, they ascended the staircase. Nuo Xiaoyu curiously surveyed the interior furnishings of the cabin, noting that everything was crafted from wood, complete with a wooden window through which sunlight streamed, illuminating the room with a warm glow. After respectfully inviting the guests to sit upon a fur rug, Jelly appeared visibly tense, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and cautiously inquired about the purpose of their visit to the Tata tribe. Noticing Lei Ming's cold demeanor and reluctance to speak, Nuo Xiaoyu, with her dark eyes darting around in curiosity, realized she was too preoccupied to respond, and instead managed a polite smile, saying, "We three have come to the Hengshan mountain range for training and, by chance, discovered your tribe, that we merely wished to stay and disturb you for a few days." Upon hearing that they were merely here for training, Jelly visibly relaxed. wiping the sweat from his forehead and exhaling a sigh of relief. Murmuring, "So you are here for training." He then erupted into a hearty laugh, his tone becoming more relaxed as he assured them, "It is no trouble at all. You esteemed guests may stay as long as you wish. The Tata tribe will certainly extend a warm welcome to you." Lei Ming nodded, his slit pupils piercing through jelly as he coldly queried, "Why is the Tata tribe situated within the Hongshan mountain range?" "I do not recall any mention of the Tata tribe on the Beast World continent. Under whose jurisdiction do you fall?" Jelly was taken aback, a troubled expression crossing his face as a flicker of malice flashed in his eyes. Could it be that these individuals were truly sent by that tribe to apprehend them? Sensing Jelly's murderous intent, Ming Tsong rested his chin on his hand, intrigued by Jelly's predicament. This tribe certainly piqued his interest. Lei Ming, too, sensed Jelly's hostility and let out a snort, on the verge of anger, when Nuo Xiaoyu quickly grasped his hand, casting a concerned glance toward Jelly. "Chief Jelly, we harbor no ill intentions toward your tribe. We are merely passing through," she insisted, adding, "Moreover, these two before you are not to be trifled with. It would be best for you to speak the truth." Nuo Xiaoyu felt anxious for Jelly. If she provoked Lei Ming, he might indeed annihilate their entire tribe. Jelly, recalling Lei Ming's terrifying power, cast a fearful glance in his direction and sighed, bowing his head in resignation. He then prostrated himself, kneeling on the ground, and said, "We are ordinary beastmen from the tiger tribe. Decades ago, my father, unwilling to be enslaved, led some fellow beastmen who also despised servitude over the snow-capped mountains and sought refuge here." Nuo Xiaoyu pondered, perplexed why ordinary beastmen would be enslaved. Jelly continued, "For the past several decades, we have lived in constant fear, terrified of being captured and forced to instruct our younglings to flee at the sight of strangers, labeling them as monsters who would seize them." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, realizing it wasn't due to her appearance that she was deemed a monster. With a teasing glance at Ming Tsong, she remarked, "See, I was born beautiful. How could I possibly be a monster?" Receiving Nuo Xiaoyu's provocative gaze, Ming Tsong scoffed dismissively, and Jelly's voice rang out again, "Esteemed guests, I am aware of your formidable prowess. But we have never committed any heinous acts that would threaten the tribe, that we are merely ordinary beastmen, unwilling to succumb to fate, seeking to live quietly here. We implore you to spare our tribe." With a furrowed brow, Lei Ming drummed his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "How did you manage to cross the snow-capped mountains?" Chief Jelly was taken aback, raising his head in confusion. Clearly unprepared for this question, he trembled as he replied, "I do not know. According to the tribe's records, over 100 slaves fled at that time, but after crossing the mountains, only a few remained. We have since thrived here." A cruel smirk tugged at Lei Ming's lips as he coldly inquired, "How did your kin survive in the mountains, where there is no food or shelter from the wind and snow?" Upon hearing Lei Ming's inquiry, Jelly's pale face betrayed a hint of discomfort, and he bowed his head to the ground, trembling and remaining silent. Glancing at the small slave, Lei Ming chose not to pursue the matter further, a weariness settling in his gaze. "Rise," he commanded coldly. "We are not part of the tiger tribe, and we have no interest in their affairs. We will remain here for 2 days, after which we shall depart. You would do well to keep your conduct in check during our stay." Upon hearing this, Chief Jelly felt a surge of relief, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes. This place shall be yours to occupy, and I will arrange for food to be brought shortly. I shall not disturb your rest any further." With that, Chief Jelly respectfully withdrew, relieved that they seemed to be spared. As he glanced at the frost-covered vegetable patch, a wave of trepidation washed over him. This individual's ice abilities were indeed formidable, for they had instantaneously frozen such a vast expanse of land. Within the cabin, Nuo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and quietly asked Ming Tsong, "Why would ordinary beastmen become slaves?" Ming Tsong regarded Nuo Xiaoyu as if she were an oddity, his eyes filled with astonishment. "You do not know?" he exclaimed, incredulous. "Where did this little female come from? How could she be unaware of such a fundamental truth?" Blushing, Nuo Xiaoyu sheepishly touched her ear and replied, "I have lived in a small tribe, so I know nothing about this. Please enlighten me, Ming Tsong." Understanding dawned on Ming Tsong as he realized her naivety. He explained, "In the beast world, Within medium to large tribes, beastmen are divided into two categories: warriors who can absorb crystal cores, and ordinary beastmen who cannot. Warriors can enhance their cultivation and transform into beast forms, while ordinary beastmen, unable to do so, cannot cultivate and thus become slaves, often tasked with menial labor. These are known as high-level slaves. There are also low-level slaves who are either captured or acquired. Some tribes engage in sporadic warfare. In the defeated tribes, beastmen and females are turned into low-level slaves, who can be bought and sold. Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu's lips twitched as she glanced at the small black snake coiled around her wrist. Was she not, after all, the lowest tier of slave? Oh heavens, you truly have a sense of humor, she thought. Turning her gaze to Lei Ming, she found him wearing a bemused smile, a glimmer of mockery dancing in his slit pupils. Perhaps it is time for the little slave to grasp her true identity. Noticing the mockery in Lei Ming's gaze, Nuo Xiaoyu huffed indignantly. This is utterly unfair. What about human rights? Why should this be the case? After venting her frustrations, she shot a fierce glare at Lei Ming. Finding her flustered expression adorably cute, Lei Ming chuckled and swept her into his embrace, playfully pinching her small nose that in a good mood. He explained, it is all due to their immense strength. In the beast world, power reigns supreme, understand? Otherwise, I would not compel you to hunt. Weak females have no right to stand beside me. Nuo Xiaoyu squirmed in Lei Ming's hold, attempting to break free but to no avail, so she ceased her struggle. But aren't ordinary beastmen your kin? Why do they still become slaves? She queried. Because they require warriors to sustain them and can only become slaves. Like females, they possess no combat ability. Many warriors would rather support a female than an ordinary beastman, Lei Ming replied, stroking Nuo Xiaoyu's cherubic cheek. Alas, little slave, your skin is becoming increasingly radiant. I wish to steal a kiss. Nuo Xiaoyu pouted, indignantly protesting. Nonsense. I have combat ability. I can hunt beasts too. Why do you insist they cannot fend for themselves? Besides, look at the people of the Tata tribe. They are ordinary beastmen, and yet they survive. With a weary sigh, Lei Ming replied, this is a rule ingrained in the beast world for millennia. It cannot be altered to challenge fate. One must distance themselves from society, like the people of that tribe. Nuo Xiaoyu paused, pondering Lei Ming's words that he appeared to have a point. Although this tribe had achieved freedom, the cost was their isolation from society. Sigh. As a modern individual, I still struggle to adapt to this slave system in the beast world. As Nuo Xiaoyu was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a cool sensation upon her lips. Upon regaining her focus, she found Lei Ming's handsome face mere inches away, her cheeks flushing as she instinctively pushed him away. Before she could fully resist, an irate roar from Ming Tsang echoed through the room. Hey, you too. Mind your manners. I'm still here. Lei Ming, what do you want with my little female? Let me go. Suddenly, Nuo Xiaoyu felt the world around her grow eerily silent. Just as she was on the verge of losing her breath, Lei Ming released her. Turning her head, Nuo Xiaoyu beheld Ming Tsang, his face frozen in fury like a statue of ice. His mouth agape, clearly having been interrupted mid-sentence, staring in astonishment. Nuo Xiaoyu widened her eyes, shook Lei Ming's hand, and pointed at Ming Tsang. Reluctantly, Lei Ming waved his hand, causing Ming Tsang to remain stunned like a drenched chicken. Then, from within the wooden cabin, a lion's roar erupted. Lei Ming, I will not let this go. Just you wait. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly covered her ears, and then heard a loud bang, as Ming Tsang flew out of the window and crashed beneath the massive vines. Lei Ming dug at his ear, a layer of frost settling on his handsome face, disdainfully muttering, It's so noisy. Nuo Xiaoyu could only swallow hard and sighed. Poor Ming Tsang. I hope he isn't seriously hurt. As time passed, Ming Tsang did not return to the treehouse. After Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming finished their meal, they rested on the wooden bed. However, in the dead of night, Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Curling up and tossing restlessly on the bed, in her mind, she repeatedly called for Xiao Wu, who hesitated to respond. The commotion stirred Lei Ming from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, Lei Ming saw Nuo Xiaoyu clutching her belly, crying out in pain, her face pale as death, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at Nuo Xiaoyu Ming's abdomen, and without hesitation, he grasped her chin and swiftly made an incision. Allowing warm blood to flow into her mouth, still lost in her thoughts of pain, Nuo Xiaoyu only snapped back to reality when Lei Ming held her chin. Shocked, she widened her eyes. What was he doing? The overwhelming metallic taste of blood finally jolted her mind into action. She was drinking Lei Ming's blood. Nausea surged within her, her stomach churning, and her throat itching, prompting her to expel the blood. Yet Lei Ming's strong hand firmly held her mouth shut, preventing her from spitting it out. Nuo Xiaoyu could only flail her arms and legs, desperately struggling. After a while, seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu had finally calmed and was no longer feeling nauseous, Lei Ming released his grip. Soon as his hand loosened, Nuo Xiaoyu bent over the edge of the bed, retching violently, her eyes brimming with tears. What was happening? Meanwhile, Lei Ming gently placed his hand on her back, soothing her with rhythmic strokes as she continued to heave. Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't expel anything, her eyes blazing with anger, her body trembling with rage as she slapped Lei Ming's hand away and shouted, "What have you done to me?" Lei Ming gazed at the agitated Nuo Xiaoyu with his dark vertical pupils, a serious expression crossing his stern face. Turning away, he poured her a glass of water and gently said, "I need you to calm down, all right?" With a mouthful of blood, Nuo Xiaoyu resentfully accepted the water, glaring at Lei Ming that if you don't explain yourself clearly, I will, but she faltered, realizing she had nothing to threaten him with. Sighing inwardly, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Lei Ming remained unfazed, simply sitting beside her, wrapping his arms around her and continuing to soothe her back. His golden eyes sparkled with joy as he spoke in a low, hoarse voice, "My little slave, you are carrying my offspring." Nuo Xiaoyu froze in Lei Ming's embrace, her ears ringing as she watched his lips move, but the subsequent words were indistinguishable. Carrying his offspring. Was that what he meant? She was pregnant with a snake child. The thought sent Nuo Xiaoyu into a frenzy as she jumped up, angrily shouting at Lei Ming, "Impossible! You're talking nonsense! How could I possibly be carrying your child?" After venting her frustration, she clenched her fists and began pacing the room, muttering to herself, "Impossible! Impossible! How could this happen?" Facing the unknown, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a primal fear rise within her. She could not comprehend how a child could be conceived in this beastly world. Logically speaking, Lei Ming was a snake, and she was human. Their species were entirely different. How could she possibly bear a child? Was it a child or a snake egg? The thought drove Nuo Xiaoyu into frenzy once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lei Ming stared at the agitated, seemingly deranged young woman before him, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his vertical pupils. Did she truly not wish to carry his offspring? As this notion crossed his mind, a chilling aura enveloped the entire room, his golden eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Even if she was unwilling, she would still bear the child. Their kind, the tongue snake clan, had few offspring, and some clan members lived their entire lives without a single descendant. He would never allow his offspring to face any mishaps. If the mother lost control of her emotions, it could severely harm the child. With this in mind, Lei Ming swiftly moved to Nuo Xiaoyu's side, gripping her chin tightly, his cold golden eyes staring intently into her dark ones as he growled, "Nuo Xiaoyu, you need to calm down." Startled, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sharp pain in her chin that briefly brought her back to her senses. Once she regained her composure, both of them remained silent, gazing into each other's eyes. Finally, Nuo Xiaoyu sighed, her small hand resting on her abdomen. Even now, she was reluctant to believe that a life was growing within her. Reluctance aside, the sobering reality was unavoidable, and as Nuo Xiaoyu collected her thoughts, she realized that the original owner of this body had been a Na'vi girl in the tribe. She had no knowledge of how to nurture a child. She would have to ask Lei Ming. With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu forcefully pulled away from Lei Ming's grasp and wearily sat at the edge of the bed, her dark eyes filled with melancholy as she asked, "Then why did you make me drink your blood? Is it related to the pain in my belly?" Seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu's emotions had finally stabilized, Lei Ming felt a sense of relief. However, the thought of her reluctance to bear his child still gnawed at him, and he maintained a cold expression as he explained, "It's because you expended too much energy today. The little one couldn't absorb enough energy and was restless, so I had to use my blood to nourish it. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. So, they were both draining her energy. She felt utterly defeated, having lost all spirit to argue with these two snakes, and could only weakly inquire, "How long will this continue?" Lei Ming was momentarily stunned, looking at Nuo Xiaoyu in disbelief. "You don't know? How would I know? I've never given birth." Nuo Xiaoyu found the situation amusing. How could she possibly know? Lei Ming was thrown off by Nuo Xiaoyu's ignorance. In the beast world, females were expected to learn about the basic circumstances of each beastman race upon reaching adulthood, including the process of childbirth. Did their tribe not teach her? Little did Lei Ming know. It was not that the tribe hadn't taught her. Nuo Xiaoyu had never been qualified to learn. The original owner had been bullied daily in the tribe. So how could they allow her to learn such things? As Lei Ming observed Nuo Xiaoyu's genuine ignorance, a flicker of hope crossed his eyes. He cautiously asked, "So, your earlier emotional outburst was not because you disliked the child, but because you didn't know what to do?" "Yes," Nuo Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. "How could I dislike it? No matter what it is, it's still in my belly, right? Now that it's there, I can't just abandon it." Upon hearing her response, a wave of joy washed over Lei Ming, and he instinctively clenched his fists in excitement. This was wonderful. Nuo Xiaoyu did not reject his offspring, which meant she was willing to carry his child. With that thought, Lei Ming quickly stepped forward, enveloping Nuo Xiaoyu in his embrace and calming his racing heart. After a moment, he spoke, "Our clan's offspring require a significant amount of energy during the first 3 months. If a female who has not absorbed crystal cores becomes pregnant, she will need to absorb a large quantity of blood. This energy forms a protective shell around the little one, serving as an instinctive safeguard. After 1 year and 8 months, when the child is ready to be born, they will break free from their shell." Nuo Xiaoyu looked up at Lei Ming in astonishment. "Wait, are you saying I have to be pregnant for 1 year and 8 months? What energy? What protective mechanism?" She was no longer concerned about the specifics, but the idea of being pregnant for 1 year and 8 months was too much to comprehend. Of course, our tongue snake clan's beastmen are inherently stronger than others from birth. Some even possess ancient bloodlines before they are born, which is why the gestation period is longer. Lei Ming spoke proudly. "I had an ancient bloodline even while in the womb." Nuo Xiaoyu felt as if she might faint. The thought of carrying an egg for the next 2 years was overwhelming. She just wanted to knock herself unconscious with a brick. According to reason, having conceived young ones, Xiao Wu should have been the first to know, and it would be inconceivable for her not to disclose this. Observing Xiao Wu's hesitance to speak, Nuo Xiaoyu mustered her spirits and inquired about the situation. "What has transpired? Surely you haven't threatened him again?" At the mention of Xiao Wu, Lei Ming turned his face slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt, yet still asserted with a commanding tone, "How could that be? I merely issued a warning to prevent him from speaking indiscriminately." Nuo Xiaoyu regarded Lei Ming's words with skepticism, promptly closing her eyes to enter the realm of space. Within that space, Xiao Wu floated listlessly, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, the great serpent has threatened me again." Wah! Upon seeing Nuo Xiaoyu, Xiao Wu lamented his plight. Nuo Xiaoyu's teeth clenched in frustration, knowing this would be the case. Nevertheless, she consoled Xiao Wu. "It's all right, what did he say?" Xiao Wu replied. "He demanded that I channel energy to the young ones and report on their condition at all times, that if anything were to happen to them, he would make me pay with my life. The great serpent is truly fearsome." Nuo Xiaoyu could distinctly hear Xiao Wu's sobs, and her heart ached for him. It was disheartening to think that her weak master was being bullied to such an extent that even the system was brought to tears. "I am so sorry, Xiao Wu, for the trouble you've endured," she expressed with a heavy heart. "It's no trouble at all. Xiaoyu, look at me. I'm still the first caretaker of the young ones. Right? Just a few months without leveling up is hardly a significant issue." Xiao Wu attempted to reassure Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling a pang of sympathy for her distressed expression. Nuo Xiaoyu burst into laughter at Xiao Wu's jest. "A system caretaker? Haha. I can't believe you thought of that. My work these past few months has indeed been that of a caretaker, so rest assured. Xiaoyu, I will ensure your child grows up healthy and plump," Xiao Wu said as he flitted over to Nuo Xiaoyu's shoulder, nuzzling against her. Nuo Xiaoyu gently patted Xiao Wu's cold body. Thank you, Xiao Wu. With Xiao Wu's companionship, Nuo Xiaoyu felt that this matter was not so grave after all. It was merely the impending arrival of a child who could absorb energy. At worst, she would just need to absorb more crystal cores in the future. With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu's spirits lifted as she exited the space. Upon seeing Lei Ming gazing intently at her, she huffed and, with a serious demeanor, declared, "You are not to threaten Xiao Wu again." "Very well. No more threats," Lei Ming replied, placing Nuo Xiaoyu on the wooden bed and carefully covering her with animal skins. "Your body is still quite weak. The little one will be restless for a few days, which is why I have decided to stay here for a while. You should rest well. Then can I absorb crystal cores instead of drinking your blood?" Nuo Xiaoyu still hesitated at the thought of consuming blood, feeling a wave of nausea. "Absorb the crystal cores later. My blood contains ancient bloodlines that will benefit the little one. Just bear with it for a couple of days." "All right." Lei Ming spoke softly, soothingly, as she listened to his gentle voice. Nuo Xiaoyu felt her eyelids grow heavy, and she drifted off into a hazy slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the wooden cabin. Listening to the chirping of birds and basking in the warm rays, Nuo Xiaoyu found herself reluctant to rise. How long has it been since I slept in such a comfortable bed? After lingering a while longer, she felt in high spirits and got up, only to discover that the wooden cabin was now empty, with no sign of Lei Ming. On the table lay some fruits, roasted meat, and a bowl of steaming meat soup. Having resolved her concerns about her pregnancy, Nuo Xiaoyu quickly finished her breakfast and walked to the window, inhaling the fresh air through the glass. She spotted a crowd gathered in the central square of the valley, where a person was bound to a large tree trunk. What are they doing? She wondered, hastily making her way toward the center of the valley. As she approached, she saw Lei Ming and Ming Tsang seated with indifferent expressions, and before them stood a middle-aged beast man, one leg crippled and bound to a stake. The middle-aged beast man lowered his head, obscuring his features, but beneath his feet lay a heap of branches. What are they planning? Are they going to burn this beast man alive? Nuo Xiaoyu thought, anxiously pushing her way to the front. The chief, Jelly, stood before the middle-aged beast man, and upon seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's arrival, respectfully greeted her. "My lady, you have come." With a frosty demeanor, Nuo Xiaoyu's dark eyes glimmered with frost as she coldly questioned Jelly. "What is happening here?" Jelly, taken aback by her inquiry and sensing her chill, began to explain. "This tribe member is named Lai Si. Recently, while hunting, he had his leg bitten off by a beast. Since several of the esteemed ones were present, Lai Si proposed that today be the day of his cremation." Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at Lai Si, then at Jelly, asking in confusion, "Why? He has merely lost a leg. Why must there be a cremation?" Nuo Xiaoyu suspected the chief was deceiving her. Lai Si could not possibly have volunteered for this. Before Jelly could respond, she pushed him aside and rushed to Lai Si, urgently asking, "Tell me, did the chief force you into this? Just tell me, and I will ensure justice for you." Lai Si lifted his head, and in his eyes she saw nothing but a dull gray. He shook his head in a daze, his voice dry yet filled with despair. "No, it was my choice. The chief did not coerce me." Nuo Xiaoyu's brows furrowed, her expression grave as she struggled to comprehend. How could this be? How could anyone willingly choose to die? Meanwhile, the surrounding beastmen observed her, whispering amongst themselves, uncertain of her motives. Though they feared Lei Ming, they could not understand why Nuo Xiaoyu acted as she did. Seeing the situation, Lei Ming approached Nuo Xiaoyu, wrapping an arm around her waist, his gaze fixed on her furrowed brow as he softly inquired, "Xiaoyu, what troubles you?" Ming Tsang, seated nearby, regarded Nuo Xiaoyu with a knowing look, pondering what this little female was up to. The unique chill emanating from Lei Ming felt like a lifeline to Nuo Xiaoyu, and she grasped his large hand tightly, exclaiming, "Lei Ming, why would he willingly choose cremation?" Gently stroking Nuo Xiaoyu's head, Lei Ming replied, "It's because of this, my dear. Do not be distressed." When he lifted his gaze again, the warmth in his eyes vanished completely, his slit pupils cold and ruthless as he glared at Jelly, silently urging him to clarify the matter for Nuo Xiaoyu that if anything were to happen to his offspring, the entire tribe would pay dearly. Jelly trembled and bowed his head, respectfully explaining to Nuo Xiaoyu. This is a tradition of our tribe. Any beastman who is injured beyond healing or becomes disabled will choose cremation, ending their own life early. Nuo Xiaoyu turned to face Jelly, holding Lei Ming's hand as she asked in bewilderment. Why? Because they do not wish to waste the tribe's resources, that if they choose cremation, the food allocated to them will instead be distributed to their kin, allowing their loved ones to survive better. Jelly clarified. Nuo Xiaoyu stared blankly at Jelly, processing his words. What did it mean that living was a waste of food? Could it be that this tribe could not even sustain an injured member? She found it incomprehensible. Such traditions and rules of the beast world were utterly nonsensical. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's continued confusion, Jelly glanced at Lei Ming, then lowered his head to continue explaining. Lycius' young ones are still small. Since his injury, the food allocated to him has diminished, insufficient to provide for his offspring and partner, which is why he decided on cremation. This way, his partner and young ones can rely on the food he would have received to continue living. Jelly regarded this as perfectly normal, unable to comprehend why this female before him did not understand. Sacrificing for one's loved ones was a noble act. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Looking at Lai Si, so you willingly chose cremation to ensure your partner and young ones could survive? Yes, Lai Si affirmed with a resolute nod, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes as he thought of his young ones. Seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu had grasped the situation and her agitation had lessened, Lei Ming gently led her to the side, signaling to Jelly to expedite the process to prevent her from becoming overly emotional again. Jelly understood and nodded before beginning a lengthy chant. Nuo Xiaoyu could not make out the specifics, lost in her thoughts. Was the beast world truly this cruel, to enable one's loved ones to survive? One must sacrifice themselves. Was this truly right? It was not until a loud shout of "Light the fire!" snapped Nuo Xiaoyu from a reverie that she saw Jelly approach Lai Si with a torch in hand. Lai Si closed his eyes, holding his head high, a look of serenity on his weathered face. Finally free, unable to restrain herself, Nuo Xiaoyu shouted, "Wait a moment." Jelly halted, perplexed, while murmurs of discontent rippled through the crowd. What was this female trying to accomplish? "Burn him alive!" cried out a beast-man from the crowd, raising his hand passionately. "Yes, burn him! Burn him!" As someone took the lead, the surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, their voices rising in fervor. Nuo Xiaoyu observed the indifferent gazes and impassioned expressions of the onlookers, feeling a profound sense of confusion. Were they not of the same kin? In a nearby corner, she spotted a female, tears streaming down her face. Biting her lip fiercely as she clutched her child tightly to her chest, her eyes filled with sorrow as they gazed upon Lei's. This must be Lei's mate and their offspring, witnessing the frail child. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of compassion. Sighing deeply, she disregarded the fervent crowd, released Lei Ming's hand, and approached Lei's side. With earnest eyes, Nuo Xiaoyu looked at Lei's and firmly inquired, "If I could enable you to sustain yourself and even support your family, would you choose to live?" Lei's, incredulous, lifted his head, his lips trembling as he stammered, "It's impossible. I cannot hunt. How could I possibly provide for them?" Nuo Xiaoyu pointed at the pair in the corner, her voice rising with indignation. "I am merely asking if you wish to live. The means by which you support them is not for you to ponder. I shall find a way. Look at your mate and your child. Can you truly bear to abandon them? Do you really wish to be a coward, leaving them behind without the courage to survive?" Following her gaze, Lei saw the ones he constantly worried about, and tears cascaded down his cheeks as he choked out, "It's all my fault. What are you all doing here? Hurry back with the child." Witnessing Lei's heart-wrenching tears, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. She pressed on, "I will ask you one last time. For the sake of your family, do you wish to live?" Lei's, reluctantly gazing at his wife and child, gradually found a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He then looked steadfastly at Nuo Xiaoyu and pleaded, "I want to live. Please, save us." Seeing Lei's newfound will to survive, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sense of relief. It seemed he had not reached an irredeemable state. She glanced at the emaciated child and the sorrowful female, gritted her teeth, and with renewed determination, strode over to Chief Jelly's side, addressing the crowd loudly, "Everyone, please be silent." Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu had something to say, Chief Jelly gestured for quiet, Curiosity piqued about her intentions. Once the crowd settled, Nuo Xiaoyu composed herself, her dark eyes fixed on Jelly as she earnestly asked, "Chief Jelly, if Lays can sustain himself and his family, will everyone agree to lift the funeral pyre?" Jelly stared at her in disbelief, his hands instinctively clenching, a hint of anger flashing his eyes as he retorted, "That is utterly impossible. Lays cannot provide for himself." "Do not jest with us." Jelly felt that Nuo Xiaoyu was mocking them. Had it not been for Lei Ming, she would have been expelled from the tribe long ago. Lei Ming, upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's words, furrowed his brow, a serious expression crossing his face. What was this little slave intending? Ming Song leaned on his hands, watching Nuo Xiaoyu with keen interest, entertained by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the spectators reacted with scorn and laughter, some shouting to have Nuo Xiaoyu removed, their voices rising in a cacophony of condemnation, igniting a frenzy in the square. Fearing for Nuo Xiaoyu's safety, Lei Ming stepped forward, enveloping her in his protective embrace, casting a cold glare at the crowd. Instantly, the previously raucous square fell silent, the onlookers regarding the two with trepidation and confusion, unable to comprehend their intentions. Ming Song stood up, elegantly sauntering to Nuo Xiaoyu's side, patting her shoulder with a mocking tone. "Little female, go for it. I'm rooting for you." Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Ming Song, huffing in annoyance. This guy only knew how to watch the show. Turning back to Jelly, she stated with a serious demeanor, "I am not joking. Chief Jelly, you have yet to answer my previous question." Jelly, glancing nervously at Lei Ming, felt the weight of his presence and wrestled with his thoughts. After a moment, he defiantly raised his head and declared, "Impossible. I do not agree. This is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. It cannot be discarded." "Indeed, we do not agree." "Yes, we do not agree. How can we know if you are not deceiving us?" "Today, Lays must be burned." As the crowd rallied behind their chief, Lays, bound to the stake, felt bitter despair wash over him at their reactions. Nuo Xiaoyu, her eyes ablaze with fury, stepped forward and commanded silence from the crowd once more. Then confronted Jelly loudly. "Chief Jelly, why can it not be done? Is Lays not one of your kin? He was injured while hunting for the tribe. Why is it unacceptable? You claim Lays cannot provide for himself and his family, thus opting for cremation. Now that he can sustain his family, why deny him the chance to live?" Under the barrage of Nuo Xiaoyu's questions, Jelly's face darkened, his expression turning menacing as he shouted back. "Because it is tradition, a rule left by our ancestors. Even if he can provide for himself, the rule cannot be broken." Nuo Xiaoyu regarded Jelly with disdain, ignoring his outburst, turning her sharp gaze to the crowd. She declared, "Rules are lifeless. People are alive." Then, pointing at Lays bound to the stake, she continued, "Have you considered that Lays' plight today could be your own tomorrow? No one can guarantee a lifetime free from injury or hardship. Would you like to find yourselves bound and burned alive tomorrow?" Hearing her words, the crowd fell silent, particularly the beastmen, who gazed at Lays in confusion, perhaps realizing that they could be next, observing their silence. Nuo Xiaoyu turned her sharp gaze back to Jelly and asked emphatically, "Today, you can burn an injured beastman, but what about tomorrow or the day after? How many of your kin can you afford to sacrifice? When your numbers dwindle to the brink of extinction, Chief Jelly, have you considered whether the rules will save you then?" Jelly, taken aback by her words, looked up in confusion, and one had ever spoken to him this way. And he had never contemplated what they would do as their numbers dwindled. Seeing the crowd's expression soften, Nuo Xiaoyu softened her tone. "I understand that escaping the tribe and surviving independently is no easy feat. Just give me one day. If after a day Lays cannot provide for himself, then we may proceed with the cremation. Chief Jelly, can you agree to this?" Jelly glanced at Lays, then at the silent crowd. Finally looking at Lei Ming, and reluctantly gritted his teeth. "Fine, we shall grant Lays one day. Doubt if he truly can find a way to survive. Our tribe will agree to abolish the cremation." Upon hearing Jelly's words, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! It's a promise." Chief Jelly, feeling dejected, turned to leave, deeply affected by Nuo Xiaoyu's words, a seed of doubt planted in his heart. Could it be that the traditions passed down through generations were indeed flawed? The crowd silently dispersed, leaving only the pair in the distance. The female, upon seeing that Lays had not been burned, rushed over, throwing herself into Lays' arms, pounding his chest with her fists as she cried out, "Why were you so foolish? Without you, how will Sierra and I survive?" The half-grown Sierra knelt before Lays, clutching his uninjured leg tightly and weeping openly, repeatedly calling out, "Father! Father!" Lays could only weep as he gazed at his wife and child, trembling lips uttering apologies. Nuo Xiaoyu, witnessing the scene, felt tears welling in her eyes, her heart aching for this family. In another world, such a man would be a hero. Yet here, seeing the little slave cry again, Lei Ming sighed helplessly, stepping forward to embrace Nuo Xiaoyu, gently wiping the tears from her face as he softly said, "Do not cry." Alas, the little slave remains so prone to tears, it truly vexes him. Ming Song, observing Nuo Xiaoyu's tears, felt a pang of sympathy as well, his azure eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. He pouted, crossing his arms, and imperiously called out to Nuo Xiaoyu, "Why are you crying? Little female, just a moment ago, you were so bold, proclaiming your intent to help them. Has inspiration failed you? Perhaps you should plead with me. I could think of a solution for you." Upon hearing Ming Song's irritating voice, Nuo Xiaoyu lifted her head from Lei Ming's embrace, her eyes red as she glared at him. "Who needs your help? I already have a plan. Thank you very much." Seeing the little female finally cease her tears, Ming Song breathed a sigh of relief, his handsome face leaning closer to her. "Really? Little female, please tell me what method you used." Nuo Xiaoyu took a step back, grasped Lei Ming's hand, lifted her head, and flashed a triumphant smile at Ming Song, saying, "I won't tell you. Little female." Ming Song, gazing at the smug Nuo Xiaoyu, felt his handsome face flush with anger. This was no longer the pitiful little female who had cried earlier. She was clearly the cunning and sly Nuo Xiaoyu. With this thought, Ming Song was about to step forward to seize Nuo Xiaoyu and continue his inquiries. However, Nuo Xiaoyu dodged behind Lei Ming and made a face at Ming Song, declaring, "I won't tell you." Observing the playful antics of the two, Lei Ming shook his head in exasperation. As long as the little slave wasn't crying, everything was fine. Just as they were frolicking, Lai Si's companion, along with Xier, approached, supporting the limping Lai Si towards the trio. Upon reaching them, the family of three bowed deeply to Nuo Xiaoyu. Lai Si bent respectfully and said, "Thank you, my lord, for saving me. Our family will forever remember your great kindness." Nuo Xiaoyu quickly waved her hand, humbly responding, "You needn't bow. I merely saved you temporarily. Whether you can survive depends on yourself." Lai Si was taken aback, looking up at Nuo Xiaoyu with confusion, but after a moment, his gaze revealed a pious expression, saying, "I will heed your commands." Nuo Xiaoyu, slightly uncomfortable with the deference, awkwardly suggested, "How about we return to your home first and discuss this further?" Thus, the trio followed Lai Si back to his abode, which was constructed at the base of a colossal vine using broad leaves. Inside, apart from a few essential items, the space appeared quite barren. As they sat on the leaves, Xier timidly hid behind the female, occasionally peeking out. Nuo Xiaoyu waved at Xier, beckoning him to come closer. "Your name is Xier, isn't it? Do you wish to help your father survive?" Upon Xier's approach, Nuo Xiaoyu took his dirty little hand and inquired. "Yes, that." Xier nodded firmly, his small eyes brimming with eagerness, determined to assist his father in any way he could. Nuo Xiaoyu patted Xier's head, pleased, and said, "Good, you are like a little man. Now, will you accompany the two beast brothers to the valley and retrieve what I need?" On their way, Nuo Xiaoyu instructed Lei Ming and Ming Song that there was a vast grove of bamboo outside the valley and asked them to help gather some. As they set out, little Xier waved back at Nuo Xiaoyu, saying, "Thank you, Sister Monster." Nuo Xiaoyu's expression froze momentarily. Had she not just thought this child was rather adorable? Sister Monster. This little rascal was utterly unlikable. Before long, Lei Ming and Ming Song returned, dragging several massive bamboo stalks. Seizing the opportunity while they were out, Nuo Xiaoyu prepared the necessary tools with Lai Si. Nuo Xiaoyu first instructed Lai Si to remove the branches and leaves from the bamboo, then to slice the bamboo into thin strips. Once the strips were ready, Nuo Xiaoyu picked up 2 slender bamboo pieces, signaling Lai Si to follow her lead. They began by forming a right-angled cross with the 2 bamboo strips. Then took another 2 strips to create the same shape, layering them together several times. Afterward, Nuo Xiaoyu inserted a thin bamboo strip into the base of the stacked strips and began to weave. In truth, weaving a bamboo basket was quite simple. Nuo Xiaoyu had learned it from her grandfather back on Earth. Upon arriving in this tribe, she noticed that everyone used animal skins to carry items, which was not only insufficient but also inconvenient. Thus, she devised a method to teach Lai Si how to weave bamboo baskets. With a bamboo basket, he could trade for food with the tribe's people, facilitating their lives while also securing sustenance for himself. After a busy afternoon, Nuo Xiaoyu and Lai Si each completed a bamboo basket. They gazed incredulously at the finished product, while Ming Tsang, astonished, approached and gently patted Nuo Xiaoyu's head, curiously asking, "Little female, what are you harboring in that clever head of yours? This is simply astonishing." After a flicker of surprise in Lei Ming's slit pupils, his expression grew serious. Such a bamboo basket, not only in the Tata tribe, but even in larger tribes, would garner much desire. The more brilliance the little slave possessed, the greater the danger. It seemed he needed to devise a method to protect her properly. Early the next morning, Lai Si brought his completed bamboo basket to the square, where a crowd had gathered, all marveling at the basket in his hands. After Lai Si explained its purpose, several beastmen began to stir with eagerness. If what Lai Si said was true, their females could gather far more fruits, and this bamboo basket could be used long-term, making it a worthwhile exchange for food. Thus the bamboo basket Lai Si painstakingly crafted overnight soon transformed into a pile of fruits and meat. Witnessing the food on the ground, Lai Si's eyes glistened with tears of excitement as he trembled, carefully placing the food into the basket, amazed that he could truly trade for food. Chief Guli approached, surveying the food in the basket and the ecstatic Lai Si, nodding in approval. With fervent eyes, he bowed deeply to Nuo Xiaoyu, respectfully stating, "My lord, thank you." Then Guli straightened, lifted his head, and with a solemn countenance, announced to the tribespeople, "From this day forth, the Tata tribe shall no longer practice cremation." Upon hearing Chief Guli's proclamation abolishing the cremation system, the crowd's eyes sparkled with fervor, their expressions filled with excitement as they raised their hands and shouted, "Abolish the cremation system! Abolish the cremation system!" The passionate voices echoed through the valley, lingering for some time. After the excitement, Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions arrived at Lai Si's treehouse, presenting him with the staff they had crafted overnight. Lai Si, bewildered, accepted the staff and, leaning on it, took a few tentative steps before the family embraced each other, weeping with joy. Nuo Xiaoyu was at a loss. The staff was something she had thought of on a whim last night, intending merely to make things easier for Lai Si, yet it had stirred such emotion in them. After the family of 3 shared a moment of tears, Lai Si glanced at Xier, a hint of reluctance in his eyes, yet he resolutely pulled him forward to face Nuo Xiaoyu, bowing deeply and saying, "My lord, I cannot repay your great kindness." Lai Si held Xier's hand, gazing sincerely at Nuo Xiaoyu. "I have but this one child. If you do not mind, please take him with you, that he may repay your kindness on our behalf." Xier, seeing Lai Si's determination, mustered his courage, stepped forward, knelt on both knees, and with a tender voice declared, "Sister Monster, I Xier am willing to serve you in all ways. I will do any dirty or laborious work. Please take me with you." Nuo Xiaoyu was again flustered. What was happening here? Ming Tsang chuckled, a smirk on his face as he teased Nuo Xiaoyu, saying, "Ah, little female, it seems you are destined to have a little follower from now on." "Quite delightful." Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, a cold glint flashing in his slit pupils. "This Xier is a beast man, isn't he? What purpose does he have in following my little slave? Surely he doesn't intend to abduct her." If Nuo Xiaoyu were privy to Lei Ming's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff at him, wondering what he was constantly thinking. Nuo Xiaoyu helplessly rubbed her forehead, stepping forward to assist Xier to his feet. Observing the family's earnest demeanor, her dark eyes flickered as a sudden idea struck her. "Stand up, Lai Si. I will not take Xier away. If you truly wish to repay me, you must agree to one condition." Upon hearing that Nuo Xiaoyu would not take Xier, Lai Si's eyes flashed with disappointment. Yet he earnestly replied, "My lord, please state your condition. I shall fulfill it, even if it requires 10 of them." Nuo Xiaoyu cleared her throat, her expression serious. "You must promise me that if anyone in your tribe is injured and unable to work, you will teach them everything I have taught you without exception." Lai Si was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident in his gaze as he asked, "But why? If everyone learns, how will we exchange for food?" Do not blame him for his selfishness, after experiencing life and death. He merely wished to live well. Nuo Xiaoyu, hearing Lai Si's words, smiled gently but did not respond. She walked over to the giant vine, plucked a seed, and handed it to Lai Si. Lai Si stared blankly at the seed in his hand, then looked back at Nuo Xiaoyu with a puzzled expression. "My lord, what does this mean?" No, Xiaoyu gazed at the dazed Lai Si and, looking at the enormous vine, said softly, "This is a seed. Whether it becomes a massive vine or a small one depends entirely on how you nurture it." Lai Si looked at Nuo Xiaoyu in confusion, wondering how the seed related to what she had just said. Nuo Xiaoyu withdrew her gaze and looked at the bewildered Reese, smiling as she explained, "What I have taught you is merely a method. The tools are inanimate, while people are alive, that we cannot rigidly weave only one thing. We must craft what our kin need." Noticing Reese's continued confusion, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly picked up a bamboo strip from the ground and expertly fashioned a fish trap, after handing the trap to the still-dazed Reese. She continued, "Once you grasp the method, everything you see and envision can be woven by your own hands. That is what I aspire for." Upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's words, Reese's understanding dawned, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he gazed at the fish trap. He promptly inquired, "Can it really be done?" Nuo Xiaoyu did not respond directly, but instead said, "The method I imparted to you is akin to a seed. Whether it allows more people to survive depends on how you act." Observing Reese immersed in his excitement, Nuo Xiaoyu chose not to disturb him and took hold of Lei Ming and Ming Tsang. Departing instead, on their way back to the wooden hut, Ming Tsang scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Little female, what does this have to do with seeds?" Nuo Xiaoyu, in a delightful manner, teased Ming Tsang, chuckling, "That's why being handsome is of no use. One must possess intelligence." After a moment, Ming Tsang realized that Nuo Xiaoyu was mocking his lack of wit. The following morning, the trio prepared to bid farewell to the Tata tribe. As they departed, Chief Gri led all the tribesmen to see them off, their farewells particularly warm as they waved to Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions, urging them to visit Tata again. Sierra and Reese were weeping profusely, and Nuo Xiaoyu could only muster the resolve to wave back, setting her course toward the snow line. After traveling some distance, the three did not notice the old beast man from the stone cave reappearing in midair above the Tata tribe. In an instant, the tribe transformed into ruins. The once mighty vines lay wilted, and the tribespeople vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze stirred up a cloud of dust, perhaps the only remnant of the once thriving Tata tribe. The old beast man hovered above, holding a seed and studying it intently, his eyes filled with a sense of confusion. With a sigh, he lamented, "Ah, if only this female had appeared sooner, would the fate of the Tata tribe have been different?" Nuo Xiaoyu would never know that the Tata tribe had truly existed. And as she had said, the cremation system had ultimately led to the demise of the entire tribe, leaving it to become but a speck of dust in history. In the resplendent hall of the beast god temple within the dark forest, an old beast man sat at the center, scrutinizing a seed in his hand. Beneath him lay two enormous, fierce-looking beasts, currently resting with their eyes closed. A tiny figure clad in a green dress flitted about, flapping its wings and addressing the old beast man. "Beast god, you have been gazing at that seed for quite some time. Xiao Lu, this is the seed left by that female." I still cannot comprehend the meaning behind her words. The old beast man replied with a gentle demeanor, exuding no hint of menace, making anyone who saw him think he was just an ordinary beast man. However, the beast god exclaimed, "They have already reached the snow line." Xiao Lu, fluttering around the seed, observed, "They've reached the snow line so quickly, but I still don't see anything different." Xiao Lu, quickly, bring forth the projection. The old beast man commanded excitedly, his focus shifting from the seed as he stared eagerly ahead. Xiao Lu, looking at the excited beast god, pouted in complaint, "Beast God, can you not grant others a bit of privacy? It is unethical to constantly watch over them." Though she grumbled, Xiao Lu dared not defy the beast goddess' orders and projected the image in front of the hall. "Only in this way can I truly understand them. What do you know about ethics?" The old beast man replied sternly, his gaze fixed intently on the projection. The two beasts beneath him, upon hearing the beast goddess words, raised their heads slightly, casting a disdainful glance before retreating to rest with their eyes closed once more. In the projection, Nuo Xiaoyu was bundled in several layers of animal hides, shivering as she curled up in a corner of cave. Though a fire burned before her, she still felt the bone-chilling cold. Indeed, the three had arrived at the snow line 2 days prior, but dared not venture forward. According to Lei Ming, there was no food or shelter on the snowy mountains, so they had temporarily stayed below the snow line. For 2 days, Lei Ming went hunting, while Ming Tsang gathered firewood, and Nuo Xiaoyu's base was filled to the brim, yet the piercing cold made Nuo Xiaoyu doubt her ability to traverse the snowy mountains. Gazing at the vast expanse of white snow outside, she sighed once more, yearning to return to the Tata tribe. "Oh, it is just too cold." Before long, Ming Tsang and Lei Ming returned, one after the other. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu shivering, Lei Ming, who had not dared to approach her these past 2 days due to his own chill, could only gloomily add wood to the fire. Ming Tsang, witnessing Nuo Xiaoyu trembling, felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "Little female, why not return to the Tata tribe? We can come back to fetch you once we deal with those 6-tier beastmen." Nuo Xiaoyu, drained of energy, could not muster the will to respond to Ming Tsang, merely shooting him a resentful glare with her bluish-purple lips. Ming Tsang, feeling rebuffed, continued to encourage her. "Little female, we are nearly prepared with our supplies. Tomorrow we can ascend the snowy mountains, but look at you now. You'll likely freeze into an ice sculpture before we even reach the top." Lei Ming frowned, contemplating Ming Tsang's words, agreeing that they held merit, and reluctantly added, "Little slave, why not return to the Tata tribe?" Nuo Xiaoyu's heart sank at their words. They saw her as a burden and wished to abandon her, just as she was on the verge of tears. Xiao Wu's voice chimed in. "Xiaoyu, don't you have that fire-red bead in your space? Why not give it a try?" Nuo Xiaoyu jolted, realizing she had forgotten about the fire dragon bead. Without a moment's hesitation, she shed the animal hides and retrieved the bead from her space. Upon grasping the fire dragon bead, a wave of warmth flowed from her palm into her body. In mere moments, her bluish lips regained their rosy hue, and her body ceased to shiver, feeling as though she were basking in a warm sun. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes squinted with delight. The bead was simply miraculous. She turned to Lei Ming and Ming Tsang, raising an eyebrow triumphantly as she proclaimed, "See, I'm no longer cold. You two are still not reliable." Lei Ming turned away with a huff. "Oh, once again. I am being scorned by the little slave." Ming Tsang's eyes lit up as he approached Nuo Xiaoyu, eagerly saying, "Little female, may I touch it?" Before he could reach for the fire dragon bead, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly pulled it close to her chest, watching him warily. "Not a chance. This is my treasure." Recalling Ming Tsang's earlier statement about ascending the snowy mountains the next day, Nuo Xiaoyu straightened her expression. Setting aside her playful mood, she sat by the fire, and the three began discussing their plans for the snowy mountains. However, Lei Ming raised a significant concern. As a serpent, he would enter hibernation in such low temperatures. What do we do about that?" Nuo Xiaoyu had never considered this. She gazed at Lei Ming with distressed eyes, while he shrugged innocently, murmuring, "I'll try my best not to hibernate." The group deliberated through the night, but no satisfactory solution surfaced, so they resolved to proceed to the snowy mountains the following day and figure things out then down on the snowy mountain. A small figure joyfully scampered across the snow. Digging here and there, the figure was thoroughly engrossed in activity. Clad in a firefox cloak, a fur hat, a fur scarf, and fur boots, the little one was bundled up tightly, revealing only a pair of bright black eyes. A small leather pouch hung from its chest, glowing faintly with a fire-red light. Behind this figure, 2 beastmen, equally well wrapped, watched helplessly as the small one dashed about in the snow like a snow rabbit. This little figure was none other than Nuo Xiaoyu, and at dawn, she and her companions had set off towards the snowy mountains. After a few hours of travel, Xiaoyu discovered snow ginseng. Leading to the current scene, Nuo Xiaoyu enthusiastically dug in the snow. The beast god in the beast god temple was suffering heartache, his eyes glued to the projection as he cried out, "Ah, my snow ginseng! I have nurtured it for hundreds of years. Stop digging. Woe is me. Cease at once. That one was planted 300 years ago. Do not take it." Xiaolu, fluttering nearby, could only shake her head at the beast god as sorrowful plight. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the beast god temple. "How can this female be so greedy? Stop her. She is about to dig up all my snow ginseng. Those are the last few plants. Leave some for me." The usually amiable beast deity now bore a twisted expression, eyes wide with fury, as if about to charge out of the beast temple. Little Green hurriedly flew in front to obstruct him, gently persuading, "Great beast deity, if you reveal yourself to them now, what will become of the trials on the snow-capped mountains? You must remain calm. Please calm down." Indeed, upon hearing Little Green's words, the beast deity halted his forward stride, his gaze fixed intently on the projection that, if looks could kill, Nuo Xiaoyu would have perished 1,000 times over. Unbeknownst to her, Nuo Xiaoyu was oblivious to the events transpiring within the beast temple. All she knew was that the snow ginseng was a remarkable treasure, and it would be a disservice not to harvest it completely. Only after she had extracted all the snow ginseng in the area did she feel satisfied enough to continue on her journey with Lei Ming and the others. Had Nuo Xiaoyu realized that by harvesting the snow ginseng cultivated by the beast deity, she had offended him, she might have wondered if she would regret her actions. In the vast, snowy mountains, the sky loomed dark and foreboding. Fierce winds howled, and snow fell in a swirling tempest, the biting cold wind lifting great flurries of snowflakes. Lei Ming and Ming Tsang trudged laboriously across the endless expanse of snow. At this moment, Nuo Xiaoyu was perched on Lei Ming's back, and as she spoke, the frigid wind mixed with hail sliced in her mouth like knives, causing her pain. However, she paid no heed to her discomfort. Calling out loudly, "Lei Ming, we need to find a place to shield ourselves from the storm." Lei Ming nodded almost imperceptibly, raising his gaze to the white, desolate terrain. The howling winds and swirling snow hindered his vision, but he faintly discerned a snow pit not far ahead. Without hesitation, he led Ming Tsang against the fierce wind toward the low-lying snow pit. Upon reaching it, he gently set Nuo Xiaoyu down, and the three of them crouched together within the pit. Above them, the winds roared ominously, and the snow mixed with hail fell heavier, the temperature plummeting. Nuo Xiaoyu exhaled warm breath into her palms, rubbing her numb face vigorously, and shivered as she inquired of Lei Ming, "Are you both all right? The weather in these mountains is so unpredictable. It was just sunny a moment ago, and now look at this blizzard." Ming Tsang, his brow furrowed, shook his head, a hint of concern etched across his handsome face. Though he was a lion and less susceptible to the cold than Nuo Xiaoyu, he too could not withstand the savage storm and the biting chill. Meanwhile, without the fire dragon pearl, Lei Ming stood motionless, the sudden drop in temperature making him drowsy, his eyelids heavy as though he were on the brink of hibernation. Noticing this, Nuo Xiaoyu quickly grasped Lei Ming's hand. The warmth radiating from her grasp stirred him slightly awake. "This won't do." Nuo Xiaoyu looked around at their surroundings, an endless expanse of white, devoid of any trees or shelter, finding no refuge from the storm. She realized that merely crouching in the snow pit overnight was untenable. As the sky darkened and the temperature continued to drop, she thought that if they didn't devise a plan soon, they might wake up frozen solid by morning. An idea flashed through her mind of constructing an ice house above the snow pit. But how could she explain this to Lei Ming and the others? Oh, they were on the verge of freezing to death. Why worry about the details? Putting aside her concerns for the moment, Nuo Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and vigorously shook Lei Ming, calling out, "Lei Ming, wake up!" Feeling the sudden motion, Lei Ming forced himself to awaken, his golden vertical pupils blinking sleepily at Nuo Xiaoyu. Recognizing his drowsy state, Nuo Xiaoyu knew he was nearing hibernation due to the plummeting temperature. Without delay, she gestured emphatically to Lei Ming, urging him to use his ice abilities to create a shelter. Within moments, an ice house materialized before her. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly ushered Lei Ming inside and instructed Ming Tsang to start fire. She dared not leave Lei Ming's side, fearing he might slip into hibernation at any moment. Ming Tsang looked at Nuo Xiaoyu with confusion in his blue eyes, asking, "Little female, won't it be colder inside this ice house than outside? If we light a fire, won't the house melt?" Nuo Xiaoyu was at a loss for how to explain the principles behind the ice house, so she dismissively replied, "It won tea. Trust me, staying in here is far better than freezing outside. Quickly, light the fire. Lei Ming is on the verge of succumbing." Ming Tsang considered her reasoning and concluded that the ice house would at least shield them from the howling winds and snow. So he ceased his inquiries. After kindling the fire, Nuo Xiaoyu pulled Lei Ming close to the warmth. As the fire blazed brighter, the temperature inside the house gradually became more comfortable. Before long, Ming Tsang no longer felt the cold. Yet, the ice house showed no signs of melting, nor did any water drip from it. Witnessing this peculiar situation, Ming Tsang gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu with a strange expression, wondering if the little female had known this all along. He then asked, "Little female, did you already know that this ice house wouldn't melt?" Nuo Xiaoyu was too preoccupied with rubbing Lei Ming's hands to respond, but as Lei Ming felt the warmth enveloping them, he fully awakened. Both of them stared at Nuo Xiaoyu with curiosity, causing her to feel a pang of guilt. Determined to ignore their scrutiny, she cleared her throat and retrieved a stone pot from her space. Setting it over the fire to prepare meat broth, focusing intently on her task, as the intensity of their gazes upon her grew, Nuo Xiaoyu could no longer endure it and sheepishly admitted, "Don't look at me like that. This ice house was just a lucky thought." Ming Tsang, skeptical, replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh really? I would believe that when pigs fly. Little female, you're not being honest." "How could that be? I'm the most honest." Nuo Xiaoyu shot back at Ming Tsang, her annoyance flaring at his incessant probing. Noticing her reluctance to admit anything, Lei Ming chose not to press her further. After all, he had grown accustomed to the many secrets the little servant held. His golden vertical pupils scanned the simple ice house in astonishment, marveling that such a humble structure could indeed allow them to survive the storm. Seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu was adamant about her silence, Ming Tsang refrained from further questioning, but instead voiced his concern, "Little female, will it be dangerous to sleep in this house tonight?" Nuo Xiaoyu, relieved that Ming Tsang had ceased his inquiries, replied while stirring the meat broth, "Not at all. It won't collapse. Just avoid sleeping against the ice walls. If you stick to it, don't blame me for not warning you." "Oh, got it. Don't sleep against the ice walls." Ming Tsang nodded, a smile creeping onto his lips as he seemed to grasp her implication. Nuo Xiaoyu's face flushed with embarrassment at his realization. This Ming Tsang had certainly learned to be cunning. Humph. Choosing to ignore him, Nuo Xiaoyu focused on the steaming meat broth. Remembering the bounty of snow ginseng she had harvested that day, she retrieved a root from her space, slicing it into thin pieces to add to the pot. After a day of exhausting exertion in the blizzard, the addition of snow ginseng would replenish their energy. Little did she know, this precious snow ginseng, cultivated over centuries, was a coveted treasure that would incite frenzied competition in the beast world. Yet here she was, treating it as casually as a mere radish. Before long, the unique aroma of the snow ginseng wafted from the pot, rich and enticing, causing all three to involuntarily swallow the meat broth near completion. They practically devoured it in a frenzy. Upon tasting the broth, Ming Tsang felt a wave of warmth rise from his abdomen, enveloping each of his cells in a soothing heat. That he mused contentedly that the meat broth enriched with snow ginseng was indeed a splendid concoction. After finishing his broth, Lei Ming also sensed the warmth emanating from within. Acutely aware of the energy circulating inside him, that he immediately settled into a meditative posture. Seeing Lei Ming in meditation, Ming Tsang followed suit, focusing intently on the warmth of energy within his body. Nuo Xiaoyu, however, felt nothing unusual. She sensed no energy in her body and, feeling somewhat helpless, prepared bedding for them using animal hides and sat by the fire, tending to the flames. She speculated that perhaps her lack of energy perception stemmed from her limited intake of food, and resolved to include more snow ginseng in her meals the following day. Unbeknownst to her, The moment the energy from the snow ginseng entered her body, it was swiftly absorbed by the little creature within her, leaving even Xiaoyu with nothing. Thus, the night quietly descended upon the snow-capped mountains, in the spacious and brightly lit beast tent of the great shaman of the Lei tribe, an elderly man with graying hair. A slender physique and a gaunt face bore sharp, piercing eyes glinting with a cold light that a tuft of goat beard adorned his pointed chin. This man was the great shaman, who had been pursuing Lei Ming for a long time. At this moment, he paced restlessly within the beast tent, stroking his beard, his agitation palpable. Beside him sat a robust beast man with shadowed eyes, nonchalantly lounging in a chair with an air of arrogant entitlement. He was the great shaman's third son. Ruason, you speak of yourself, unable to manage even a female. What a waste of the years I've invested in you. The great physician, witnessing Ruson's arrogant demeanor, could not restrain his ire and unleashed a torrent of scolding. Ruson, drenched in humiliation, recalled the delicate female and felt a surge of anger, helplessly raising his hands in innocence, stating that Huya was impervious to both soft and hard approaches, adamantly refusing to bond with him. What could he possibly do? Observing his son's evident inability to win over Huya, the great physician's emaciated visage twisted into a sinister expression as he scoffed and ominously declared, "Since she is so obstinate, refusing to drink the toast, she shall face the penalty. Do not blame me for being ruthless." He then leaned closer to Ruson, whispering a few words in his ear, causing Ruson's eyes to light up with excitement as he incredulously asked, "Father, will that truly work?" "Humph, why wouldn't it?" the great physician retorted. "Once she bears your offspring, she will have no choice but to beseech you for a bond. The Fox clan shall eventually become our plaything." With this thought, the great physician's eyes gleamed with ambition, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ruson, imagining Huyu's graceful form, could not help but swallow hard, a mischievous grin appearing as he complained, "Father, if you possess such a treasure, why not reveal it sooner, forcing me to toil daily to curry favor?" Had he known his father held such a precious asset, he would have secured Huya long ago. Without waiting until now, the great physician stroked his goatee, casting a reproachful glare at his son, a flicker of pity crossing his features as he said with displeasure, "What do you understand? This medicine is invaluable. I possess but a single grain. Had it not been for your incompetence, would I have brought forth my cherished treasure?" Thinking of his worthless son, the great physician felt his blood pressure rise. Glaring fiercely at Ruson, ready to unleash his wrath once more. Ruson, sensing his father's impending ire, quickly adopted a conciliatory smile and diverted the conversation. "Father, Elder Fengwu has not sent word for over 10 days. Could something have gone awry?" Upon mentioning serious matters, the great physician quelled his rage, furrowing his brow as he dismissively replied, "That old lecher, incapable and licentious. It was only a matter of time before he encountered trouble. Pay him no mind. Have the other elders' messages returned normally?" Ruson straightened, responding respectfully, "The other elders have sent news in recent days, but Elder Fengwu's line has gone silent." The great physician's eyes narrowed with a chilling glint as he pondered, "Not far from Elder Fengwu's line lies the Hengshan mountain range. Lei Ming could not have ventured there alone, unable to cross the snow-capped peaks. Are you certain no news has returned regarding Lei Ming from other lines?" Ruson nodded with certainty, then added, "Indeed, however, it is said that a white lion was spotted near the hyena tribe, though it remains uncertain if it is the young lord of the Mad Lion clan." The great physician furrowed his brow in contemplation, then exclaimed, "Ah, if Lei Ming has allied with the young lord of the Mad Lion clan, the possibility of him traversing the Hengshan mountain range increases significantly. Could be that Lei Ming has truly ventured there?" With this realization, the great physician wasted no time, his eyes flashing with malice as he commanded Ruson, "Send the word down to gather all our withdrawn members back. They're to guard the entrance of the tribe in the Black Mist Forest. The Black Mist Forest is the only passage from the Hengshan mountain range. Even if Lei Ming grows wings, I shall ensure he cannot fly away." Ruson seemed to recall something, hesitatingly saying, "But father, if we summon elders Feng San and Feng Qi back, will we not lose our claim to Lei Ming's ancient bloodline?" At the mention of Lei Ming's ancient bloodline, a frenzied glint appeared in the great physician's eyes as he confidently replied, "Humph, what is there to fear? His father and his beloved female are both in our grasp, as long as we capture him. He will have no choice but to willingly yield." Speaking of Huya, the great physician kicked Rusin in frustration, barking at him, "What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and win over Huya, with her in our control." I refuse to believe that Lei Ming will not yield. Meanwhile, Lei Ming, traversing the snow-capped mountains, could hardly fathom that the great physician had already laid a trap beneath the Hengshan mountain range, waiting for him to descend from the snowy heights. Over the past few days, Nuo Xiaoyu had been diligently preparing snow ginseng meat soup, which Lei Ming and Ming Tsang consumed, noticeably bolstering their strength. And Lei Ming no longer felt the urge to hibernate. Moreover, with Lei Ming carrying Nuo Xiaoyu on his back, the presence of the fire dragon pearl on her person shielded them from the frigid temperatures of the snowy mountains. At this moment, Nuo Xiaoyu lounged comfortably on Lei Ming's back, her dark eyes scanning the surroundings. The weather atop the snow mountain was splendid today, devoid of blizzards with the sun high in the sky. Allowing Nuo Xiaoyu to poke her head out and admire the scenic views, as they crested a modest peak, Nuo Xiaoyu caught sight of a figure standing in a nearby snow hollow. Rubbing her eyes to confirm her vision, she excitedly tapped Lei Ming's shoulder, pointing towards the hollow and exclaiming, Lei Ming, look, it seems there's someone there." Ming Tsang dismissed her excitement, retorting that no one could possibly be out in such heavy snow. "Little female, surely you aren't seeing things?" Lei Ming carefully scrutinized the direction Nuo Xiaoyu indicated, and a look of seriousness crossed his face as he uncertainly remarked, "It truly appears to be a figure. Let us go check it out, stinky lion." Without waiting for Ming Tsang's reaction, Lei Ming strode towards the snow hollow, with Ming Tsang hastily trailing behind. As they approached, disbelief washed over them. Within the modest hollow lay dozens of frozen beasts encased in ice. Nuo Xiaoyu gazed in confusion, noting the expressions of terror on the beasts' faces, their mouths agape and fingers pointing forward, each exhibiting identical expressions and gestures, had it not been for the differing appearances of the frozen figures. Nuo Xiaoyu might have thought them mere replicas. Ming Tsang cautiously examined the ice sculptures, then turned to Nuo Xiaoyu, saying, "Do you think these individuals could be the ones who escaped from the tiger tribe?" Nuo Xiaoyu nodded. "Albeit uncertainly, that seems likely." Lei Ming, bearing Nuo Xiaoyu, scrutinized the ice sculptures, his brows furrowing as he stated coldly, "These ice sculptures are peculiar." He then pointed to the hide of one beast, continuing, "Look, this hide belongs to the Tasmanian tiger, a species that vanished centuries ago. I've seen this pattern in the tribal logs." He then pointed to another ice sculpture's hide, "And this is the hide of a gale leopard, which has also been extinct for over a century. Such beasts no longer exist in this age." Ming Tsang inspected closely, astonished as he exclaimed, "You are correct. The hides worn by these individuals are from beasts that have long since gone extinct, and from different eras. How could they possibly gather in one place?" After a moment's reflection, Nuo Xiaoyu grasped the doubts raised by the two, analyzing clearly. "First, we can ascertain that these individuals are not the beasts that fled from the tiger tribe, for they could not afford such rare hides. Second, the hides originate from different eras, indicating they are not from the same time period. Third, with some dating back hundreds of years and others decades. Who exactly are they?" Through Nuo Xiaoyu's analysis, Ming Tsang and Lei Ming nodded in understanding. It was now clear that these beasts hailed from different times, yet stood together, sharing identical expressions and movements. Ming Tsang furrowed his brow, contemplating a possibility, and spoke up, "Do you suppose these individuals were once here for trials on the snow mountain?" Lei Ming stroked his chin in thought, agreeing, "My grandfather mentioned that long ago. The Hengshan mountain range was not known as the Death Mountains. It was a trial ground for the beast god. However, none who entered the Hengshan mountain range returned alive, thus it earned its morbid name." After hearing their words, Nuo Xiaoyu posed another question. Even if they came for trials, why do their expressions and movements all align? Could they have all experienced the same event? Did they all display the same expression and make identical gestures before perishing? Ming Tsang nodded gravely, continuing to analyze. That is indeed a possibility. Look at them. Their ability to don such rare hides signifies formidable strength. What could have transpired to lead so many to meet their end on the snow mountain? After considering Ming Tsang's analysis, Lei Ming nodded in agreement, pondering that perhaps beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the snow mountain lay a profound peril. With this thought, Lei Ming grew alert, his vertical pupils scanning the surroundings anxiously. Ming Tsang, observing the multitude of ice sculptures, felt a chill run down his spine, quietly moving closer to Lei Ming, shielding Nuo Xiaoyu beside him. Nuo Xiaoyu, contemplating the hides worn by the ice sculptures, tilted her head, thinking. Ming Tsang mentioned that these hides are quite rare. Could they be exchanged for many valuable items? With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled as she inquired of Lei Ming. Lei Ming, can you melt these ice sculptures? Lei Ming furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Nuo Xiaoyu would take such actions, yet he still spoke. All right, little slave, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to bury them? Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling exasperated, retorted, why would I bury them when we are not related? Nevertheless, she earnestly continued, did you not say these animal skins are exceedingly rare? If we gather them, we could certainly exchange them for valuable items once we leave. Upon hearing this, Ming Tsang's mouth fell agape in astonishment, staring incredulously at Nuo Xiaoyu. You want to skin the dead? Do you have no sense of public morality? Nuo Xiaoyu, dissatisfied, pouted and countered, how can I lack public virtue when you claim these animal skins are precious? They are of no use to them here. Since we have encountered them, it would be unreasonable to let them go. These are antiques, do you understand? The thought that these could be relics from the beast era stirred a wave of excitement within Nuo Xiaoyu. Antiques are indeed valuable on Earth. Seeing the gleam in Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes, which suggested she was not jesting, Lei Ming could not help but shake his head. Alas, how impoverished this little slave must be. Ignoring the commotion from Nuo Xiaoyu, he exchanged a glance with Ming Tsang before they circumvented the hollow, continuing their journey ahead. Nuo Xiaoyu protested in discontent, glancing back at the ice sculpture with a heart full of sorrow. Ming Tsang, with a grave expression, followed closely behind Lei Ming, his vigilance heightened, the ease of their recent travels now a distant memory. However, they had not ventured far when Nuo Xiaoyu heard Xiao Wu's anxious voice calling out. Xiaoyu, there are energy fluctuations ahead. Nuo Xiaoyu hastily raised her voice. Lei Ming, there are energy fluctuations. Before she could finish, darkness enveloped her, and she found herself in a pitch-black void, unable to see her own hand before her. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and she felt her body plummeting rapidly downward. Panic surged within her as she called out for Lei Ming, attempting to reach out to Xiao Wu, but received no response. The air was filled with endless darkness. Only her echoing voice remained. Time seemed to stretch as she fell. Her eyelids grew heavy, and with a final blink, she succumbed to the profound darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself clad in a pristine white wedding gown, a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Her long-lost father, tears glistening in his eyes, held her hand, guiding her step by step down the red carpet. Before her stood Asen, gazing at her with deep affection as she approached. Her father whispered softly in her ear, "My little you are finally getting married. Once married, you must not be as headstrong as before. You must live well with Asen. Do you understand?" Observing her father's weathered face, filled with concern and reluctance, Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly realized that today was her wedding day with Asen. Indeed, just days prior, Asen had proposed to her. After 3 years of unrequited love, they had finally come together. A wave of happiness swelled within Nuo Xiaoyu as she gazed at the adoring Asen, recalling his promise to cherish her for a lifetime. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she walked slowly towards him, her heart brimming with joy. As her father placed Nuo Xiaoyu's hand into Asen's, she felt a sense of unreality. Was she truly about to marry Asen? Her father continued, "Asen, I entrust my little you to you. You must love her dearly and never bully her. Do you understand?" Nuo Xiaoyu watched her father's lips moving, yet something felt amiss, causing her to furrow her brow. "Where is my brother and Xiaowan? Did she not promise to be my bridesmaid? And my brother, who has always cherished me? Where are they?" Frantically searching the crowd for her brother's figure, Nuo Xiaoyu was the first to notice Aisen's puzzled expression as he observed her distress. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? He inquired, concern etched on his face. Grasping Aisen's hand tightly, she implored, where's Xiaowan? Why isn't she here? What about my brother? Aisen looked at her in astonishment, gently patting her head to soothe her rising panic. Xiaowan died in a car accident a year ago. We even attended her funeral together, Xiaoyu. You have no brother. Your parents only had you. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Impossible. How could I not have a brother? I distinctly remember him. In a fervent outburst, she exclaimed, You're lying. I can't possibly be without a brother. Seeing her sudden agitation, Aisen tightened his grip on her hand, his voice filled with concern. Xiaoyu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Please, don't scare me. With a determined effort, Nuo Xiaoyu broke free from Aisen's grasp, glancing back at him before rushing down the stage. I need to find my brother. Aisen, his eyes wide with worry, called after her, Xiaoyu, today is our wedding day. Where are you going? Haven't you waited long for this day? Please come back. Momentarily stunned, Nuo Xiaoyu paused, turning to look at Aisen, confusion flickering in her eyes. Yes, she had dreamed of marrying Aisen, but the thought of her brother propelled her resolve to no, I must find my brother. Ignoring Aisen's cries, she sprinted towards the exit. Upon crossing the threshold, a blinding white light compelled Nuo Xiaoyu to shut her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself standing on a lush green meadow, bathed in sunlight, the air filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the gentle babbling of a stream. The tranquil scene was occasionally interrupted by the playful sounds of distant animals. Slowly regaining her composure, Nuo Xiaoyu recalled that she had been in the snowy mountains. Could the earlier wedding scene have been an illusion? And was this place yet another mirage? As the thoughts swirled in her mind, she looked up, eager to examine her surroundings. To her astonishment, she saw Ming Tsang hovering a short distance away, his body now devoid of the animal skins. Revealing a well-defined physique, beside him sat a small, frail old beast man, his withered, yellowed hand resting on Ming Tsang's sturdy chest. A lecherous grin spread across his shriveled face as he leered at Ming Tsang. Enraged, Nuo Xiaoyu's face flushed crimson as she shouted to the heavens, You shameless old man! What do you think you are doing to my Ming Tsang? The beast god was healing Ming Tsang. Despite the youth's shortcomings, he was a prized apprentice not to be allowed to perish. However, Nuo Xiaoyu's outburst jolted the beast god back to reality. Upon recognizing Nuo Xiaoyu, he regarded her with disdain. Oh, isn't this the little female who stole my snow ginseng? And upon hearing her insult, shameless old man, the beast god's anger ignited. His eyes widened and his lips pressed into a thin line as he glared at Nuo Xiaoyu. If only he had a beard, he might have been tempted to puff it out in anger, as a terrifying pressure radiated from him, directed at Nuo Xiaoyu. His authoritative voice echoed ominously, Little female. What did you call me? Are you seeking death? Yet, the oppressive force dissipated upon reaching Nuo Xiaoyu, leaving her unaffected. This only emboldened her further, as she dismissed the beast man before her as merely a lecherous old fool coveting Ming Tsang's beauty. Xiaoyu jumped in place, pondering how they had ascended into the air, attempting to leap high enough to reach them. With disdain in her gaze, she spat, Shameless old man, remove your hand from my Ming Tsang. How dare you covet him at your age? Finding it impossible to leap higher, she ceased her jumping and stood on the grass, defiantly staring at the old beast man. No, Ming Tsang was her friend. She could not allow him to fall into the hands of this lecherous old man. Regardless of whether this was a dream or reality, the beast god, taken aback, glanced at his hand resting on Ming Tsang. A sense of panic washing over him as he quickly withdrew it, shaking with anger as he pointed at Nuo Xiaoyu. You are so bold, but Nuo Xiaoyu was unfazed, crossing her arms defiantly. Her gaze haughty as she retorted, I am bold, and what of it? Far more than you shameless old fool. If you dare come down, if I don't knock your teeth out, I won't bear the surname Nuo. The beast god's face flushed with rage. It had been years since anyone had dared to speak to him so insolently. With a furious roar, he was about to unleash his wrath when, in the next moment, the barrier weakened, and Lei Ming suddenly appeared beside Nuo Xiaoyu. Upon seeing Lei Ming, Nuo Xiaoyu disregarded any thoughts of the situation, urgently grasping his hand and pleading, Lei Ming, you must save Ming Tsang. This old man is trying to take advantage of him. She pointed towards Ming Tsang and the beast god hovering in the air, hoping Lei Ming could rescue Ming Tsang. Just as Lei Ming emerged from the illusion, his mind still in a haze, he instinctively patted Nuo Xiaoyu's hand to soothe her, then turned to follow her gaze. In an instant, he was taken aback, and after a few seconds of shock, he quickly knelt on one knee before the old orc, respectfully bowing deeply. Lei Ming of the Lei Yun tribe, I pay my respects to the beast god. Nuo Xiaoyu blinked, as if she had heard the title beast god. Amused, she turned to mock Lei Ming, only to find him kneeling reverently on the ground. Raising her eyes, she saw the old orc, who had previously appeared lewd, now gazing at Lei Ming with an imposing authority, exuding an awe-inspiring aura reminiscent of the beast god himself. Noticing that Nuo Xiaoyu was merely staring blankly at the beast god, Lei Ming hastily tugged at her hand, signaling her to kneel and pay her respects. Feeling the tug on her hand, Nuo Xiaoyu huffed, shaking off Lei Ming's grip, defiantly turning her head away, determined not to bow to this shameless old man. The beast god, in front of Lei Ming, chose not to dwell on the insolence of a mere female and stated with a cool demeanor, "Rise." Lei Ming immediately stood up respectfully, bewildered by the inexplicable interaction between the beast god and the little slave. He looked at Ming Tsang, who stood before the beast god, with a puzzled expression. Nuo Xiaoyu glanced between Ming Tsang and the old orc, questioning the beast god's motives. How could the beast god simply take someone away? No, she had to ensure he returned Ming Tsang. However, feeling too intimidated to shout at the old orc, she instead called out to the heavens, "Hurry and return Ming Tsang." "What do you intend to do with him?" Lei Ming reprimanded Nuo Xiaoyu. "Little slave, you must not be disrespectful to the beast god." Yet upon hearing her claim that the beast god had taken Ming Tsang, he too found it hard to believe and could only gaze at the beast god in confusion. The beast god was taken aback by the little female's relentless protests, suppressing his rising anger while maintaining the dignity expected of a deity. "He is my chosen disciple, and I shall take him back to the dark forest shortly." Upon hearing this, envy flickered in Lei Ming's eyes. That to be favored and accepted as a disciple by the beast god was indeed a tremendous honor. It was said that the beast god had not taken a disciple in hundreds of years. Ming Tsang was truly fortunate. With this thought, Lei Ming bowed deeply to the beast god and respectfully said, "Ming Tsang is my friend. I trust that the beast god will take good care of him." The beast god nodded in approval, appreciating the respect a beast man should show. It seemed that Lei Ming was quite sensible, unlike that little female, whose temper was both foul and stubborn. This thought reignited the beast god's anger towards Nuo Xiaoyu. However, she was not easily swayed, skeptically retorting, "Who knows if you genuinely wish to take him as a disciple, or if you covet Ming Tsang's good looks? No, you cannot take him away unless Ming Tsang awakens and willingly comes with you. You are utterly unreasonable. How many have begged me to take them as disciples, yet I have turned them down? As the beast god, I do not covet this boy." The beast god could no longer contain his fury, his finger trembling as he pointed at Nuo Xiaoyu, fearing he might strangle her in an instant. Nuo Xiaoyu promptly shot back, "Who has begged to be your disciple? Have you even asked him?" "Umph, how shameless." Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu clash with the beast god once more, Lei Ming quickly grasped her hand, signaling her to calm down, for provoking the beast god would yield no favorable outcome. With a haughty snort, the beast god declared, regardless of his willingness, "Anyone I choose must go with me." With a flick of his hand, both Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming instantly vanished from a spot. Watching them disappear, the beast god took a series of deep breaths to suppress his inner fury. Remaining with that little female, any longer risked his own temper. Nuo Xiaoyu felt the scenery shift before her eyes, and she and Lei Ming found themselves atop the snowy peak. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "That shameless old man is truly cunning. Come out, you old lecher." When faced with a rebuttal, he simply sent them away. What nonsense is this? The beast god? Lei Ming quickly covered Nuo Xiaoyu's mouth, casting a nervous glance around. "Little slave, please be quiet. The beast god is not someone you can provoke." Nuo Xiaoyu, her eyes pleading for release, tugged at his hand and sighed. After letting go, Lei Ming cautioned her, "Do not be disrespectful to the beast god again." "He's your beast god, not mine." Nuo Xiaoyu thought to herself, but she still asked, "What do we do now?" Ming Song has been taken away. Lei Ming could only reassure her, "Do not worry. The beast god will take good care of him." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, realizing there was no other recourse, with Ming Song gone. She had no idea where to find him. She hoped that this so-called beast god would not mistreat him. Sighing, Nuo Xiaoyu surveyed her surroundings to her astonishment. They were at the highest point of the snowy mountain. And not far away on a small hill, a vibrant, multicolored lotus flower was blooming brilliantly, its dazzling radiance unmistakably indicating its preciousness. With her eyes sparkling, Nuo Xiaoyu tugged at Lei Ming, excitedly exclaiming, "Lei Ming, look over there! What is that?" Following Nuo Xiaoyu's gaze, Lei Ming was instantly transfixed, murmuring, "Snow lotus. This is the legendary snow lotus." Nuo Xiaoyu, pulling Lei Ming along, dashed forward. Whatever the lotus was, she had never heard of it. But seeing Lei Ming's expression told her it was a treasure. They needed to collect it first. However, before they could take more than a few steps, the mountain trembled, and two serpent heads slowly emerged near the snow lotus. As they drew closer, Nuo Xiaoyu realized it was a rare two-headed snake, its enormous body adorned with two heads, both moving in unison, currently flicking their tongues and glaring coldly at her. Lei Ming swiftly pulled Nuo Xiaoyu back, shielding her behind him as the two-headed snake opened its massive jaws and lunged towards them with a menacing hiss. Without transforming into a serpent form, Lei Ming stood his ground, coldly regarding the oncoming two-headed snake, a frigid and violent aura emanating from him. As he reached down, the snowflakes at his feet swirled upward, enveloping him in a flurry. With his piercing gaze fixed on the approaching serpent, he spoke with authority. "Umph, a mere two-headed snake dares to be audacious before me." As soon as his words fell, the swirling snowflakes transformed into sharp ice spikes. Hurtling towards the two-headed snake, one of its heads disdainfully regarded the incoming ice spikes, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames, melting the ice projectiles in an instant. Once the fiery glow dissipated, a colossal ice spike shot forth from the other head, racing swiftly towards Lei Ming. Furrowing his brow, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lei Ming's eyes as he stood still, watching the ice spike approach. Just as it was about to reach him, he raised his hand, and the ice spike melted into a puddle of water. Splattering onto the snow below that moment, the giant two-headed snake lunged towards Lei Ming, coiling its tail tightly around him, its jaws gaping wide, revealing sharp fangs aimed directly at him. It seemed intent on swallowing him whole. Nuo Xiaoyu watched in horror, her eyes wide with fear. Was this snake a hybrid of ice and fire? Logically, ice and fire should not coexist in a single being, yet this two-headed snake possessed distinct abilities from each head. It appeared that although the two-headed snake shared a single body, it comprised two independent entities with their own thoughts. Gazing at the creature, Nuo Xiaoyu marveled at the wonders of life. The foul odor emanating from the snake's mouth caused Lei Ming to grimace in discomfort. And with a flick of his body, he vanished from sight. The two-headed snake's jaws snapped shut, crashing into the now waterlogged snow, and as it prepared to raise its heads in search of Lei Ming, the head that had bitten into the snow froze instantly. The thin layer of ice spread rapidly from the snake's mouth upwards, encasing it completely in ice, with a chilling break from Lei Ming. The ice sculpture of the two-headed snake cracked, shattering into countless fragments of ice. Seeing Lei Ming effortlessly dispatch the two-headed snake relieved Nuo Xiaoyu, her eyes sparkling with joy as she waved her hands excitedly, shouting, "Lei Ming, you are so impressive." In response to Nuo Xiaoyu's praise, Lei Ming merely stood with disdain, hands clasped behind his back, though a hint of confusion flickered in his gaze as he scrutinized the ice fragments left behind. The ease with which he had dealt with the two-headed snake felt rather unsettling. Nuo Xiaoyu, however, did not ponder extensively. She merely felt a surge of pride, contemplating that although the two-headed serpent possessed both icy and fiery attributes, it was facing the king of serpents, Lei Ming, and thus could hardly be its match. Realizing the immediate danger had dissipated, Nuo Xiaoyu lifted her foot, eager to dash towards Lei Ming. However, just as her foot was raised and her body had yet to react, she froze in place, her entire being instantly petrified, her gaze vacant as she beheld the surreal spectacle before her. Before her eyes, the ice fragments on the snowy ground began to coalesce slowly, gradually reshaping into the form of the two-headed serpent. In the blink of an eye, a living two-headed serpent reappeared before Lei Ming. "What in the world is happening?" Nuo Xiaoyu exclaimed in astonishment as she witnessed the resurrection of the two-headed serpent. Had it truly come back to life? Was it indestructible? Then what was the point of the battle? Lei Ming, observing the resurrected serpent, also displayed a flicker of astonishment in his vertical pupils. He had never heard of a two-headed serpent being capable of revival. What on earth was going on? At that moment, the two-headed serpent radiated an aura of frenzied malevolence, both heads raised high, wildly flicking their tongues towards the sky, emitting a series of roars. Clearly, having been slain once by Lei Ming had driven the two-headed serpent into a state of madness. Its narrowed pupils fixed menacingly upon Lei Ming, and then the two heads exchanged a glance, as if reaching a silent consensus, before twisting their bodies and charging towards him. A look of gravity crossed Lei Ming's vertical pupils as he recognized the danger, not daring to underestimate the threat. With a swift motion, he positioned himself a short distance away from the two-headed serpent, yet the creature seemed to instinctively sense his location, its tail snapping violently in Lei Ming's direction. The force of the blow sent him flying, his body soaring through the air. Just as he attempted to transform into his serpent form, a burst of flames shot towards him, engulfing him in an inferno. Seeing Lei Ming consumed by the flames, Nuo Xiaoyu panicked and rushed towards him. Realizing the relentless onslaught, it appeared that the two-headed serpent not only possessed extraordinary abilities, but also exhibited remarkable intelligence. Having taken only a step forward, she heard Lei Ming's cold voice pierce through the fiery chaos. "Don't come closer." Upon hearing his command, Nuo Xiaoyu halted in her tracks, lifting her gaze to see Lei Ming emerging from the flames. Landing on the snow-covered ground before the two-headed serpent, at that moment, his skin was scorched a bright red, his lips pressed tightly, with several areas already charred black, that he swayed slightly, his fierce gaze locked onto the two-headed serpent. The serpent, witnessing Lei Ming's disheveled state, flashed a glimmer of triumph in its eyes. The ice-headed serpent quickly unleashed a barrage of ice spikes towards Lei Ming, and the two heads exchanged another knowing glance before charging at him once more. Lei Ming, observing the incoming ice spikes, waved his hand, and they instantly transformed into a puddle of water, which he controlled to fly towards the oncoming two-headed serpent. Upon seeing the water approaching, the fire-headed serpent disdainfully spat forth a ball of flame, which quickly engulfed the puddle, producing a hissing sound as white smoke billowed from the conflagration. After expelling the fireball, the fire-headed serpent cast a mocking glance at Lei Ming, preparing to press forward, only to find that, upon the flames dissipating, a small puddle of water remained suspended in mid-air. The two-headed serpent froze in disbelief. How could this be possible? In the next moment, the puddle adhered to its body, and increasingly more water enveloped the serpent's form, swiftly advancing towards its heads. From a distance, Nuo Xiaoyu watched in astonishment as the water engulfed the two-headed serpent. It seemed that after this expedition to the snow-capped mountains, Lei Ming's abilities had grown considerably. He could now envelop a two-headed serpent in water rather than merely summoning a stream. The two-headed serpent thrashed wildly, desperately whipping its tail against the water in an attempt to disperse it. But alas, this was water conjured by Lei Ming's powers, and it moved with a will of its own. Regardless of how fiercely the serpent struggled, the water continued to expand rapidly around it. Panic finally flickered in the eyes of the two serpent heads as they gasped for breath, their mouths agape, desperately arching their heads upwards while their tongues flicked out in frantic agitation, emitting urgent hisses. Moments later, on the snowy ground, a mass of water completely ensnared the two-headed serpent, which was now blowing bubbles in its watery prison, its vertical pupils glaring ominously at Lei Ming, its body thrashing violently, its tail flailing helplessly. Nuo Xiaoyu thought this might be the end, but when she caught sight of the fire-headed serpent's malevolent gaze, a sense of unease washed over her. Sure enough, in the next instant, the fire-headed serpent opened its mouth wide, and Nuo Xiaoyu could see a surge of flames preparing to erupt forth. Lei Ming, of course, detected the imminent threat, he could not allow it to succeed. The water enveloping the two-headed serpent instantly transformed into countless sharp ice spikes, which then plunged directly into the serpent's body, instantly staining its form with blood. The sharp ice spikes pierced the two-headed serpent like a hedgehog. Having learned from previous encounters, Nuo Xiaoyu dared not approach recklessly, choosing instead to observe the serpent intently. Indeed, the serpent's body vanished once more, and the ice spikes that had impaled it fell to the ground with a resounding clatter, shattering into icy fragments. After a few moments, the vanished two-headed serpent reappeared atop the ice shards. Nuo Xiaoyu felt an urgent pang of anxiety. Lei Ming was now panting heavily, his energy clearly depleted, and it was evident that he could not sustain this much longer. What should they do? The two-headed serpent's pupils gleamed with a crimson light, exuding an aura of terrifying malice, as if it had lost all rationality. Lunging towards Lei Ming to bite him at this moment, Lei Ming's powers had been exhausted, leaving him with no choice but to transform into his serpent form and charge at the two-headed serpent. Seeing that the two-headed serpent had forced Lei Ming to revert to his serpent form, Nuo Xiaoyu grew frantic, biting her thumb and pacing in circles, her mind racing. She pondered how many more times the two-headed serpent could resurrect itself. At this rate, Lei Ming would be worn down to nothing. It seemed that it was impossible to kill them. What if they turned upon each other? These were two entities with independent consciousness. What would happen if they disagreed? Would the two heads start to fight? But how could she incite discord between them? Nuo Xiaoyu glanced at the bow and arrows in her hands. Serpents were known for their grudges. If one head sought to kill Lei Ming while the other aimed for Nuo Xiaoyu, would they not become rivals? Without further ado, she resolved to give it a try, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Grasping her bow and arrows, she sprinted towards the two-headed serpent, her target being the ice-headed serpent. From earlier encounters, it seemed the ice-headed serpent was slightly weaker, while the fire-headed serpent countered Lei Ming effectively, making it impossible for her wooden arrows to approach the fire-headed serpent. Thus, Nuo Xiaoyu chose to aim for the ice-headed serpent. As she ran, she continuously sought the optimal angle for her shot. At that moment, the two-headed serpent had ensnared Lei Ming's serpent form, and he had tightly coiled around it. Both serpents had nearly exhausted their powers, resorting to the most primal method of biting one another. The ice-headed serpent flicked its tongue rapidly, lunging towards Lei Ming to bite him. Utilizing the two horns atop his head, Lei Ming charged fiercely, sending the ice-headed serpent flying. Seizing the opportunity, the fire-headed serpent bit down on Lei Ming's body. In response, Lei Ming also sank his teeth into the fire-headed serpent, and at that moment, with the ice-headed serpent momentarily airborne, Lei Ming and the fire-headed serpent became entwined, engaged in a fierce battle of bites. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she seized this rare opportunity. She halted, standing upright, nocking an arrow, and aimed for the ice-headed serpent's eye in the next instant. The wooden arrow flew swiftly towards its target. Sensing the sound of the arrow slicing through the air, the ice-headed serpent opened its mouth and unleashed a blast of icy breath in the direction of the noise. The arrow, so close, was instantly frozen and dropped to the snowy ground. Just as the first wooden arrow fell, another followed closely behind, shooting towards the ice-headed serpent's eye. The ice-headed serpent emitted a deafening wail, and its coils around Lei Ming loosened, forcing the fire-headed serpent to relinquish its grip as well. That moment, an arrow was lodged in one of the ice-headed serpent's eyes, blood gushing forth from its vertical pupil as the serpent writhed in agony, its body thrashing violently on the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, Lei Ming struck out with his tail, sending the two-headed serpent flying to land in the snow a short distance away. Nuo Xiaoyu cheered, calling out to Lei Ming as she circled around to the back of the two-headed serpent. As long as she and Lei Ming stood on opposite sides, if the serpent targeted one, it would have to abandon the other. This was the strategy Nuo Xiaoyu had devised. If neither head was willing to relent, they would ultimately turn upon each other. Hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's call, Lei Ming wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering his serpent body in the opposite direction. Before long, Nuo Xiaoyu, Lei Ming, and the two-headed serpent formed a straight line, After tumbling in the snow for a moment, the ice-headed serpent gradually lifted its head, fixating its gaze on Nuo Xiaoyu, spitting its tongue wildly, its eyes filled with malevolent intent, as if it sought to tear her to shreds. The fiery serpent's head remained fixated on Lei Ming, convinced that he was the strongest adversary, deeming the frail female utterly insignificant. Thus, the two serpent heads began to clash in opinion, struggling relentlessly in opposing directions. Each serpent head refused to yield to the other, and as their exertions intensified, the bifurcation of their serpentine body became marred with streaks of blood. Nuo Xiaoyu focused intently and realized that the point where the two heads diverged was indeed their vulnerability. However, the opposing struggles threatened to rend the serpent's body apart. An epiphany struck Nuo Xiaoyu. The two-headed serpent's division into two heads rendered its body fragile. A forceful tug could easily cleave it in twain. With this revelation, she hesitated no longer, swiftly releasing an arrow towards the serpentine body at the fork. Yet, as the arrow was loosed, the air atop the snow-capped mountains froze instantaneously. Nuo Xiaoyu felt as if her body had been ensnared. Immobilized, the arrow hovered mid-air, and Lei Ming remained frozen in place, his posture unchanged in the heavens above. The beast god descended through the void, placing a gentle hand upon his heart, relieved that he had arrived in time. Otherwise, his pet would have indeed been slain by that audacious female. With a withered hand extending forward, the two-headed serpent began to diminish in size, until shortly thereafter, a miniature two-headed serpent coiled around the beast god's arm. Meanwhile, with a snap of his fingers, the arrow in midair shot towards Lei Ming, and Nuo Xiaoyu felt her own limbs regain mobility. Observing the incoming arrow, Lei Ming twisted his serpentine body to evade it, transforming into human form before collapsing onto the ground. Nuo Xiaoyu lifted her gaze and spotted the beast god hovering above, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "I knew it was you, shameless old fool, causing this ruckus. How brazen to steal not only Ming's song, but also our prey. Bah, calling you a beast god is an insult. You should be named a thief instead." The beast god, his face flushed with indignation, glared fiercely, already anticipating that this impudent female would utter nothing kind. However, glancing at the collapsed Lei Ming, an idea formed in his mind, and he kindly suggested to Nuo Xiaoyu, "Instead of wasting time cursing me, why not check on Lei Ming's condition?" Upon hearing this, Nuo Xiaoyu turned and saw Lei Ming trembling on the ground. She promptly abandoned her verbal sparring with the beast god and rushed towards him, threatening, "Shameless one, what have you done to Lei Ming? If you dare harm him, I will not let this go." Remembering her purpose for coming, the beast god chose not to engage with Nuo Xiaoyu's provocations, merely expressing regret. "This is not my doing. He has been afflicted by our little twin's fire poison, which has now entered his body. If he is not rescued, he will soon be reduced to a puddle of flesh." Nuo Xiaoyu remained unconvinced by the beast god's words, for Lei Ming had seemed perfectly fine just moments ago. However, as she neared him, she felt an overwhelming heat emanating from his body, causing the snow around him to melt into water. Witnessing Lei Ming writhe in agony upon the ground, she hurriedly bent down and grasped his arm, only to recoil in pain as the scorching heat burned her, forming two large blisters on her palm. Daring not to touch Lei Ming further, she anxiously inquired about his condition, but he appeared unresponsive, his eyelids fluttering before he succumbed to unconsciousness, wisps of white smoke still rising from his form. With Lei Ming now unconscious, Nuo Xiaoyu found herself at a loss for what to do, her gaze fixated coldly on the beast god still hovering above. It's the one whose pet had harmed Lei Ming. The beast god undoubtedly possessed the means to help him, yet she could not fathom why he persistently opposed them. With her thoughts racing, Nuo Xiaoyu put aside her speculations regarding the beast god's intentions and focused solely on saving Lei Ming. Straightening her posture, she raised her chin and, with a stoic expression, coldly asked the beast god, "What must I do for you to save Lei Ming?" The beast god nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that this female was indeed exceptional for remaining calm and rational in such dire circumstances, unlike other females who would merely weep and wail. However, as he pondered her sharp tongue, he felt a headache coming on. This female was admirable in many respects, but her words were merciless. shaking his head in resignation. He composed himself and addressed Nuo Xiaoyu. To save Lei Ming, there is a way, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? Nuo Xiaoyu inquired almost instinctively. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the beast god felt elated. A subtle smile curving his lips, though he maintained an air of nonchalance as he continued, I have taken an interest in the offspring you carry within you. Once it is born, you must deliver it to the dark forest for my upbringing. If you agree, I will immediately save Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, momentarily stunned. What nonsense! You've taken an interest in my child. This is all hypothetical. How could you be so brazen? Reflecting on the beast god's true motives, she surmised that he sought to separate her from her child immediately after birth. How ruthless! A surge of murderous intent surged within her. This beast god was no mere thief. His intentions were far more sinister. She needed to ascertain what he planned for her child, for she would not allow him to harm it. Suppressing her rising fury, Nuo Xiaoyu clenched her fists and, with a bitter smile, demanded, You covet my child? What do you intend to do with it? That is of no concern to you. You need only deliver the child to the dark forest, the beast god replied haughtily, as if he expected her to comply without question. Nuo Xiaoyu scoffed coldly, recognizing the audacity in his tone and demeanor, as if they were begging him to take their child. How shameless! Realizing she could extract no further information, Nuo Xiaoyu steeled herself and retorted. What if I refuse? The beast god faltered, visibly taken aback by her defiance, incredulously asking, Do you not wish to save Lei Ming? This was not the outcome he had anticipated. He had orchestrated the attack on Lei Ming specifically to compel Nuo Xiaoyu to plead for his help, thus securing her agreement to his terms. Observing the beast god's astonishment, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of satisfaction. She had known this was his premeditated scheme, targeting the child she carried. Dream on. She would rather perish than allow this beast god to succeed. Who knew what he would do with her child? Resolute, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly produced a dagger from her space and pressed it against her neck, her expression indifferent, her dark eyes steady upon the beast god as she proclaimed. It matters not. If he dies, then my child, and I shall follow him into the abyss. You think to coerce me? Not a chance, she continued with unwavering determination. If you desire my child, you are merely dreaming. I will die here today, but I will not let you achieve your goal. Glancing apologetically at Lei Ming, she silently murmured an apology. She could not barter her child for their survival. With that thought, she closed her eyes and pressed down harder on the dagger, blood gushing forth and staining the snow beneath her. The beast god, horrified at the sight of her blood gushing forth, waved his hand, causing the dagger to be flung from her grasp, landing in the snow. Nuo Xiaoyu's body was once again immobilized, and the flow of blood ceased as the wound healed instantly. Had it not been for the crimson droplets upon the snow, she would have thought herself dreaming. The beast god, now aware that Nuo Xiaoyu was genuinely contemplating self-harm, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and feared to know the child must not come to harm. What to do? The beast god paced anxiously in the sky, murmuring to himself, nearly playing himself into a corner. This female was far too stubborn. Realizing his initial approach was futile, he tugged at his sparse hair in frustration, then turned to gaze at Nuo Xiaoyu, still frozen in the snow. With a resigned sigh, he snapped his fingers, finally allowing her to move. Touching her unscathed wound in astonishment, Nuo Xiaoyu was left bewildered. What did the beast god mean by this? Was he healing her? Uncertain of the beast god's intentions, Nuo Xiaoyu could only glare coldly at him as he sat in midair, supporting his head with his hand. A look of irritation etched across his face. The beast god sighed, wary of further provoking Nuo Xiaoyu, fearing she might act out in anger once more. Thus, he softened his tone and explained, Dear little female, please do not be agitated. I have no intentions of taking your child. Rather, I am merely intrigued by the potential of your offspring and wish to take him as my disciple. The request for you to bring him to the dark forest is solely because I cannot venture beyond its borders. It is not my choice, alas. Nuo Xiaoyu, however, was not swayed by the beast god's words. Her mind raced with thoughts, convinced that his intentions were far more complex than simply seeking a disciple. She recognized the beast god's formidable power, rendering her helpless against him. Thus, her only option was to revive Lei Ming first. Glancing at Lei Ming's increasingly charred form, she felt a sense of urgency, but maintained a composed demeanor, stating, "It would have been better to clarify this sooner. While I am not opposed to the idea of you taking my child as a disciple, we will not send him to the dark forest." The beast god, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. It seemed premature to discuss such matters. He regarded Lei Ming, realizing he had no desire to truly end the boy's life. Let it be. They would revisit this later. With that thought, a magnificent seven-petaled snow lotus materialized in his hand. The very one Nuo Xiaoyu had seen. Clearing his throat, the beast god spoke with utmost seriousness. "This snow lotus has 7 petals. You shall give 1 petal to Lei Ming. Consume 1 for yourself. And the remaining 5 should be consumed 1 every 3 months. Nuo Xiaoyu stared at the beast god in disbelief. Could she partake in this? What was his ulterior motive? Instantly, her guard was back up. Was he still contemplating something regarding her child? Noticing the wariness in her eyes, the beast god expressed his displeasure. "This is the Tianshan snow lotus, a rare flower that blooms once every 1,000 years. Containing vast amounts of energy that I only wish to ensure that you can sustain this little rascal. Otherwise, do you think I would present it to you?" A flicker of concern crossed the beast god's gaze as he continued. "Even I, an old man, find it hard to consume it. This is a gift I prepared for my disciple. So, dear little female, do you not see my sincerity? If you deliver him to the dark forest, I assure you, I will treat my disciple well." Upon hearing that it took a millennium to obtain such a flower, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a treasure. After swallowing her anticipation, she huffed, realizing the beast god was changing his tactics, attempting to sweeten the deal. She knew she must tread carefully. Provoking the beast god further would yield dire consequences. Thus, she replied diplomatically, "I cannot possibly send my child to the dark forest. As for whether he wishes to accept you as a master, that decision lies with him, and we cannot force him. Can we?" The beast god conceded, recognizing the truth in her words. The choice ultimately depended on the boy's desires. Yet with the gift already in hand, how could he refuse? With a broad smile, he presented the snow lotus to her. Nuo Xiaoyu accepted it, feeling its coolness in her hands, the flower radiating a soft, colorful glow, truly a sight to behold. She was eager to administer it to Lei Ming without delay. Time was of the essence. The moment she lifted him, the ground trembled, and a thunderous crack echoed from the mountaintop. Suddenly, a torrent of snow cascaded towards them, engulfing both Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming in its icy embrace, while her furious voice rang through the air, "Old rascal, this is not over." The beast god hurried back to the beast god hall, relieved that the little female had not uncovered his secret. Just as he was about to exhale, Xiao Lu darted before him, exclaiming, "Beast god! Nuo Xiaoyu and the others are caught in an avalanche." "What?" The beast god felt a surge of panic, his heart sinking in the projection. The snow from the mountain began to collapse, unleashing a wild torrent of ice and snow, leaving no trace of Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions. "Quickly, send someone to search for them," he commanded Xiao Lu, dread gnawing at him. He could not fathom the thought of Nuo Xiaoyu perishing. Meanwhile, Nuo Xiaoyu felt darkness envelop her, followed by an unbearable chill. Clutching Lei Ming tightly, they tumbled through the snow, spinning endlessly until suffocation threatened to take her. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, she caught a glimpse of Lei Ming's golden vertical pupils, shining in the darkness like the rising sun. With a surge of energy, Lei Ming burst through the thick snow, landing safely on the surface. Feeling the power within him, he gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu with puzzled eyes. What had that little slave done to him? How was it that he awoke to find his cultivation restored to the 6th level, even more solid than before? Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's pale face, he gently laid her on the snow, pinching her cheeks as he knelt, intent on transferring some energy to her. However, just as his lips neared hers, his golden pupils caught sight of her sparkling black eyes. Filled with confusion, ignoring the moment, Lei Ming leaned in and kissed her. Nuo Xiaoyu, still dazed, felt a sudden coolness against her lips, and she flailed her little hands in protest, bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't they encountered an avalanche? Was she still alive? After a while, Nuo Xiaoyu finally caught her breath. glaring at Lei Ming as she rose from the snow, surveying their surroundings. They remained on the mountainside, yet the avalanche had disoriented her, leaving her uncertain if they were still at the summit. Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu's preoccupation with her surroundings, Lei Ming, feeling neglected, took her hand and voiced his concerns. Nuo Xiaoyu recounted the events that transpired while he was unconscious. But his reaction left her astounded. Upon learning that the beast god had taken an interest in their child, Lei Ming's face lit up with joy as he placed a hand on her abdomen, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. To receive the beast god's personal guidance is a fortune that comes only once in a lifetime. Who would have thought our little one would be so remarkable?" Nuo Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks in annoyance, swatting at Lei Ming's hand and glaring at him. You wish to send this child away as well. No wonder the beast god felt so confident. The reverence the beast folk held for him bordered on foolishness. Lei Ming froze, taken aback by her intense reaction, and attempted to explain, "The beast god is the strongest being in the beast world. If he personally mentors our offspring, he will surely become one of the top powerhouses." Nuo Xiaoyu laughed coldly, retorting, "If you seek a strong warrior, go find someone else to bear your child. No one shall take mine away." She felt utterly out of sync with the ideals of this world, where familial bonds could be forsaken in pursuit of power. The very notion of sending a child away was madness. With that, Nuo Xiaoyu refused to engage with Lei Ming further and stormed up the mountain, leaving him to follow dejectedly, repeatedly assuring her that if she did not wish to send their child to the dark forest, they would not. Only then did her anger begin to subside. In but a short while, the two had ascended to the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Standing atop the peak, they gazed down upon the tumultuous sea of clouds below, where the white mist swirled ethereally, creating a vast, indistinct expanse. The scenery, shrouded within the thick layers of cloud, appeared almost like a celestial paradise. After lingering at the mountain's apex for a moment, Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming decided it was prudent to descend the mountain and venture towards the Heishui forest. Nuo Xiaoyu instructed Lei Ming to utilize his ice-based abilities to craft a sled, and the two of them swiftly glided down the slope, reaching below the snow line in just half a day, finally entering the Heishui forest as dusk fell. Upon descending the mountain, Nuo Xiaoyu was like a bird released from its cage, joyfully hopping along and chattering incessantly with Xiaoyu. Thanks to Nuo Xiaoyu having consumed the snow lotus, Xiaoyu was no longer required to constantly replenish her energy, allowing him to engage in conversation with her. Point one must admit that Xiaoyu was indeed a dedicated caretaker. Lei Ming could only watch Nuo Xiaoyu with a sense of helplessness. Reflecting on the sled they had just ridden, he could not help but admire her cleverness. Yet he pondered whether, with his current strength, he could truly protect such an astute little servant and her offspring. As they drew closer to the Lei Yun tribe, the hatred in Lei Ming's heart deepened. If the Grand Shaman were to discover that Nuo Xiaoyu was the companion he had chosen, and that she was even carrying his child, no, he absolutely could not allow that to happen. The thought of the Grand Shaman's methods sent a chill down his spine, his hands involuntarily clenched, and a fierce hatred erupted from his vertical pupils, an aura of cold malevolence radiating uncontrollably from him. It was only when Nuo Xiaoyu's voice broke through his dark reverie that Lei Ming snapped back to reality. At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu was grimacing, her small face contorted in discomfort as she struggled to escape from Lei Ming's grasp, exclaiming, "You're hurting me! Let go, please!" Stunned, Lei Ming released her hand, reining in his aura as he looked at her reddened hand with concern. "Little servant, did I hurt you?" he asked. "What is wrong with you, Lei Ming? Since we entered the Heishui forest, you've been distracted." Before Lei Ming could finish, Nuo Xiaoyu curiously inquired about his strange demeanor. "I'm a bit worried about my father, and about you as well. The Grand Shaman's power is formidable. I fear I cannot protect you both." Lei Ming gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu, his worry palpable. This sense of powerlessness left him disoriented. The more he cared for someone, the more hesitant he became. Thus, he resolved that he must find a way to ensure Nuo Xiaoyu's safety first, just as Nuo Xiaoyu was about to respond to Lei Ming's concerns. Xiaoyu's urgent voice interrupted. "Xiaoyu, trouble. Multiple energy fluctuations have appeared in the forest." Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in alarm, and without hesitation, she grabbed Lei Ming and took refuge in a dense thicket. As Lei Ming stood puzzled, He noticed two beastmen approaching from a distance. One of them complained, "Brother, how much longer do we have to stay in this desolate place? We've been here for over 10 days, and my mouth has gone bland." The other beastman quickly chimed in, "Indeed, the Grand Shaman won't let us return to the tribe. We've been sleeping in the open every day with no female to warm our beds. Who knows how much longer this will continue?" "Right. However, today I heard the commander say that Lei Ming should be able to descend the snow mountain in the next few days, once he appears in the Heishui forest. He won't be able to escape. Let us finish our patrol and head back," remarked one beastman, shivering at the thought of the forest's eerie atmosphere at night. The two beastmen grumbled as they walked past the thicket where Lei Ming and Nuo Xiaoyu were hiding, heading off into the distance. Once they were far enough away, Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming exhaled in relief, exchanging glances as they continued to crouch in the underbrush, contemplating their next move. Venturing out now would be perilous. With a furrowed brow and pursed lips, Lei Ming clenched his hands tightly, perplexed as to how the Grand Shaman had learned of his detour through the Hengshan mountain range and had sent people to watch for him here. It was as if he were waiting for Lei Ming to walk into a trap. What a cunning strategy, were it not for Nuo Xiaoyu's clever use of the sled to hasten their descent from the mountain. They might very well have fallen directly into the Grand Shaman's clutches. With this thought, Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, silently signaling Nuo Xiaoyu to consider any potential solutions. Nuo Xiaoyu gently patted Lei Ming's hand, signaling him to remain calm. She instructed Xiao Wu to scan the surrounding energy fluctuations in the Heishui forest to see if they could locate a safe cave to spend the night. Before long, Xiao Wu found a small cave in a corner at the forest's edge. Lei Ming quietly led Nuo Xiaoyu toward the cave, and once inside, they dared not light a fire. Nuo Xiaoyu could only use the fire dragon pearl for illumination. Anxiously looking at Lei Ming as she asked, "What should we do now?" Rubbing his pointed chin thoughtfully, Lei Ming replied, "You and the others should also be in the Heishui forest. Little servant, you stay here while I signal them. I'll find you first." With that, Lei Ming swiftly exited the cave. Nuo Xiaoyu sat quietly on the animal hide, contemplating the situation. It seemed that Lei Ming's predicament was even more perilous than she had imagined. The Grand Shaman's influence appeared to be quite considerable. She wondered if it would be unethical to suggest finding her brother at this moment. Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled at her own self-deprecation, torn between the urgency to act and the fear of the dangers surrounding them. Before long, Lei Ming returned, and the two sat together in the cave. He took Nuo Xiaoyu's hand and solemnly admonished her not to reveal to anyone that she was carrying his offspring. Nuo Xiaoyu, puzzled, wondered what prompted such a warning. Just then, Xiao Wu's anxious voice interrupted. "Xiaoyu, someone is approaching the cave." Instantly, Nuo Xiaoyu stood up, her expression alarmed, her eyes fixed on the cave entrance, where she heard Yu's voice calling. "My lord, are you there?" "Come in," Lei Ming's low and chilling voice responded. Upon hearing Yu's voice, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a wave of relief wash over her, plopping back down on her seat. When Lei Ming saw Yu and Yifeng enter the cave with Yiyan, he discreetly withdrew his hand from Nuo Xiaoyu's grasp. Startled by the sudden emptiness, Nuo Xiaoyu looked around, only to see a voluptuous female following behind Yu and Yifeng. The cave was dimly lit, and Nuo Xiaoyu could not discern her features, but she noted the woman's ample bosom, slender waist, and long legs. Comparing herself to that figure, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Greetings, my lord," the trio approached, respectfully bowing to Lei Ming. After paying their respects, Yu and Yifeng noticed Nuo Xiaoyu beside them, preparing to greet her, but Lei Ming gestured for them to cease with a glance, then addressed Yiyan. "This is Nuo Xiaoyu. You may refer to her as Xiaoyu from now on." Yiyan cast a dismissive glance at Nuo Xiaoyu, noting her frail appearance, and indignantly shouted, "You lowly slave! What right do you have to sit beside the lord? Get up!" Nuo Xiaoyu, lost in her thoughts about her own petite figure, was jolted back to reality by the sharp reprimand. She stared blankly at the woman before her, excitement bubbling within her as she pointed, her chest heaving with each word. Only when she finally registered Yi Yun's words did her expression shift to one of confusion. "What on earth?" Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's bewildered expression, Yi Yun scoffed, "This little female truly loves to play dumb. Get up, will you?" Angered, she stepped forward, intending to drag Nuo Xiaoyu to her feet. However, Lei Ming interjected, "Yi Yun, you mustn't disrespect her. I owe my ability to traverse the snow mountain entirely to her." Humph. Yi Yun huffed, trying to contain her rage, puzzled as to what trick this slave had employed to earn such protection from the Lord. Nuo Xiaoyu finally grasped that Yi Yun harbored animosity toward her. Displeased, she shot a glare at Lei Ming, knowing this was undoubtedly the result of his romantic entanglements. Lei Ming, feeling a bit guilty, rubbed his nose and then spoke with gravity. "Very well. Please, take a seat. Share any recent intelligence you've gathered at as they settled down." Yi respectfully began, "My lord, the Grand Shaman has dispatched numerous skilled warriors to guard the entrances of both the tribe and the Heishui forest." Yi Feng added, concern evident in his tone. "Indeed, it is said that the Grand Shaman has sealed off the entrances to the Heishui forest, forbidding any beastman from entering or exiting. We were fortunate to enter the forest before the blockade. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it in." Addressing the pressing matter, Yi Yun adopted a serious demeanor, declaring, "Currently, our people cannot enter, and without reinforcements, how do we plan to exit the Heishui forest?" After hearing this, Lei Ming furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for a viable plan. Noticing his silence, Yi Feng knelt before Lei Ming, suggesting, "My lord, I can go with Yi Yu to draw them away. You take them out of the Heishui forest first." "Absolutely not. If you two go to distract them, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap," Yi Yun protested vehemently. Lei Ming nodded in agreement, his voice chilling as he stated, "You two are no match for them. Going would only lead to your demise. What shall we do then? Your Highness, tomorrow marks your birthday, and according to our tribe's customs, all members will gather to offer their blessings if we are to return to the tribe. Then tomorrow would be the most opportune moment." Yu furrowed her brow and spoke with difficulty, stating that the most challenging task now is how to exit this Blackwater forest and how to enter the tribe. After Yu finished speaking, the air seemed to grow heavy with tension, and no one dared to utter a word. All eyes filled with hope as they turned to Lei Ming. Yet, Lei Ming had no better solution. After a moment of contemplation, he finally suggested, "Tomorrow, I will draw them away, and the three of you should take the little slave and leave first. Our tribe will manage." Lei Ming's proposal was met with vehement opposition from the three, resulting in an uproar. Nuo Xiaoyu, overwhelmed by their bickering, rubbed her temples and exclaimed, "Enough! It's just about exiting the forest. Why make such a fuss over it?" Yi Yun, unable to tolerate Nuo Xiaoyu's interruption, retorted haughtily, "We are here discussing strategies, and you, a mere slave, should know your place. How dare this person target her the moment she entered?" Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling indignant, stood up abruptly, lifted her chin, and declared with conviction, "Aren't you also a subordinate of Lei Ming? How are you any better than me? A slave? As if you were of such noble standing." Nuo Xiaoyu believed her words carried weight, yet her stature rendered them somewhat feeble. Yi Yun, it sounded as if this slave was provoking her, implying that she was unworthy of Lei Ming's attention. In an instant, a surge of rage erupted within Yi Yun, and she swiftly drew the soft whip from her waist, aiming it at Nuo Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Lei Ming instinctively moved toward Nuo Xiaoyu, but Nuo Xiaoyu coldly commanded, "Stay seated. This is a dispute between women. Men need not intervene." With a swift twist of her waist, she evaded the whip, and with a quick grab, she seized it. Yi Yun was momentarily stunned, clearly unprepared for Nuo Xiaoyu's agility. In a flash, Nuo Xiaoyu yanked on the whip, sending Yi Yun stumbling forward. Before Yi Yun could regain her balance, Nuo Xiaoyu delivered a swift kick to her knee, causing her to collapse onto the ground. In one fluid motion, Nuo Xiaoyu pressed a blade against Yi Yun's throat, leaving her no time to react. Nuo Xiaoyu crouched down to meet Yi Yun's gaze, her dagger poised menacingly. When Yi Yun raised her hands in a futile attempt to resist, Nuo Xiaoyu scoffed, her dark eyes gleaming coldly as she warned in a chilling tone, "I advise you not to move, or else a mere twitch of my hand could end your life." Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu's serious demeanor, Lei Ming urgently called out, "Little slave, silence." Nuo Xiaoyu shot him a cold glance, causing Lei Ming to feel a shiver run down his spine as if he were being watched by a predatory beast. This furious female was utterly terrifying. Reluctantly, Lei Ming remained silent, clearing his throat awkwardly. Yiyun, trembling in fear, cried out, "Your Highness, please save me." Yet Lei Ming could only look skyward in exasperation, lamenting why he had to provoke this volatile little slave. Ever since her pregnancy, her temperament had grown increasingly fierce, daring even the beast god to retort. Who would dare to provoke her? Nuo Xiaoyu, satisfied with Lei Ming's attitude, fixed her gaze on Yiyun and coldly inquired, "Now, tell me, what is my status? Can we finally have a discussion?" Yiyun's face turned pale with terror, her previous arrogance evaporating as she stammered, I can." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, pleased, realizing that a wicked person must have their wicked counterpart. She then kindly warned Yiyun, "I suggest you do not provoke me. My temper has not been very good lately. Should I accidentally end your life, do not blame me for not giving you a heads up." Seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu seemed to have calmed down, Lei Ming discreetly signaled to Yiyu, who immediately understood and donned a conciliatory smile as she approached Nuo Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, your strength has improved." "Humph." Nuo Xiaoyu glared at Lei Ming. "I am still not done being angry with you." She then took Yiyu by the hand and exited the cave, declaring, "I will go find something." On the way, Yiyu urged Nuo Xiaoyu. "Yiyun is the daughter of the tribe's elder. She has been spoiled. Xiaoyu, do not hold it against her." Nuo Xiaoyu disdainfully shot Yiyu a look that, she's a pampered flower, and I am merely a weed to be trampled upon. I have my own temper, you know. Indeed, I have never seen such a temperamental slave before, one that even our esteemed lord dares not provoke," Yiyu exclaimed, gazing at Nuo Xiaoyu with admiration. "You were simply magnificent just now." Nuo Xiaoyu felt a bit shy under Yiyu's praise, but retorted, "It's not as if I willingly entered into this absurd slave contract. It was your lord who forced it upon me." The two continued their conversation until they reached the forest outside the cave, where they gathered some vines and wild grass before returning. Inside the cave, seeing Yiyun weeping pitifully on the ground, Lei Ming motioned for Yi Feng to help her up. Why Yiyun's sobs irritated him, and he irritably remarked, "In the future, avoid the little slave that I told you not to provoke her, yet you still chose to argue." Yiyun looked up with swollen eyes, incredulously gazing at Lei Ming. This still the same cold and authoritative lord. It feels as though I have not seen you for over a month, and you have transformed into a different person altogether." Crying, she plaintively questioned, "Isn't she just a lowly slave? My lord, why do you defend her so?" Realizing that Lei Ming could not possibly be defending a lowly slave for no reason, Yiyun's eyes filled with confusion. Upon noticing Yiyun's doubtful gaze, Lei Ming scoffed, a chilling aura enveloping him as he coldly warned, "You would do well to suppress those thoughts, should there be a next time. You will no longer have the privilege of following me." Hearing this, Yiyun hastily knelt, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "My lord, please do not cast me away. I understand my mistake and will not dare to do so again." It was unimaginable that her lord would threaten to dismiss her for a mere slave, someone she had grown up alongside. The thought of that wretched slave ignited a flicker of malice in Yiyun's eyes. At that moment, Nuo Xiaoyu and Yiyu returned, ignoring the sobbing figure on the ground. Nuo Xiaoyu went straight to the pelts, weaving a scarecrow from the vines and grass. Before long, the scarecrow was complete. The others looked on in confusion, and Nuo Xiaoyu wasted no time in explaining, "Tomorrow, Yi Feng, you will carry this scarecrow and circle the forest twice, simply to lure the beastmen away from the entrance." She then marked the specific locations of the beastmen within the forest on the ground, using small stones from the cave, outlining a complete route for Yi Feng. Looking up at him, she instructed, "Once you see them move away from the entrance, you will toss aside the scarecrow. The pursuers will undoubtedly investigate, and you must seize this opportunity to flee. Do you understand? We will hide in the grass nearest the entrance at dawn. As soon as the guard are drawn away, we will immediately exit the forest. You must maintain your position for no more than 3 to 5 minutes. Do not act recklessly. Should you be caught, it could be perilous." Nuo Xiaoyu cautioned Yi Feng, her concern evident, while Yi Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Xiaoyu, they will not catch up to me in that short time. Once I throw down the scarecrow, I will definitely escape. Yu, thrilled at the prospect of exiting the Blackwater Forest, asked anxiously, but even if we manage to leave the Blackwater Forest, we still cannot enter the tribe. The chief shaman is currently inspecting everyone at the entrance. Our lord cannot enter. Nuo Xiaoyu pondered for a moment, then turned to Lei Ming, who was still in a daze, and waved her small hand in front of him. Urging him to focus, leaning closer to his handsome face, she asked, Lei Ming, how long can you conceal your presence? You know, to the extent that even experts cannot detect you. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's earnest expression, Lei Ming pinched her cheek, furrowing his brow in thought as he replied, I can enter a state of hibernation, rendering me undetectable to anyone. This state can last about half an hour, but during this time, I will be oblivious to the outside world. If you encounter danger, I may not be able to protect you, Dada. That's all right. We only need to get you into the tribe. There won't be any danger. Nuo Xiaoyu shrugged off his concern, rubbing her reddened cheek and flashing a mysterious smile as she devised a plan to bring Lei Ming into the city. The others regarded Nuo Xiaoyu with eager anticipation, sensing that she had a solution. Except for Yi Yun, who stood in the corner, her eyes now filled with a more sinister and vengeful glare, akin to a beast lying in wait in the shadows. Nuo Xiaoyu cast a disdainful glance at her, disregarding her presence entirely, as Lei Ming summoned a large ice block, approximately 3 meters in size, from the ground. The others, perplexed, gathered around the ice block, casting curious looks at Nuo Xiaoyu. With a raised eyebrow, Nuo Xiaoyu smiled sweetly at them, producing a dagger and beginning to carve into the ice. Seeing Lei Ming's personal dagger in the hands of this slave only intensified the malice in Yi Yun's eyes. How dare this slave possess the Lord's dagger? Lei Ming circled the ice block, utterly baffled by Nuo Xiaoyu's intentions. Observing Nuo Xiaoyu laboring tirelessly on the ice, he settled cross-legged beside her, his vertical pupils fixed on the little slave in confusion. What are you doing? He inquired. Yu, arms crossed and chin resting on her hand, also circumnavigated the ice block, her expression filled with curiosity. Leaning closer to Nuo Xiaoyu, she bent down to observe her actions and echoed, Yes, Xiaoyu, what are you carving? Upon noticing their genuine curiosity, Nuo Xiaoyu's spirits brightened, and she invited them to sit beside the ice block. As she continued her carving, she began to narrate a tale. Long ago, the chief of the Trojans kidnapped a female from the Greek tribe. The Greek chief, enraged by this affront, resolved to declare war on the Trojans. Lei Ming furrowed his brow and interrupted Nuo Xiaoyu. Resting his elongated fingers on his chin, perplexed, why would they wage war over a kidnapped female? Isn't that a rather commonplace occurrence? Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled softly, finding Lei Ming's earnest inquiry rather endearing. Because the kidnapped female was the chief's mate, she playfully replied. Suddenly enlightened, Lei Ming nodded thoughtfully, signaling Nuo Xiaoyu to continue. If a little slave were taken by another tribe, he too would undoubtedly wage war to retrieve her. The war raged on for a decade, yet the Greeks were unable to breach the Trojan defenses, driving their chief to fury. It was then that a beastman presented a clever scheme to the chief. He advised that all beastmen from the Greek tribe should fell trees to construct a massive wooden horse. They would then hide inside it while the Greek chief feigned retreat, creating the illusion of defeat, and he himself would bring the colossal wooden horse into the Trojan stronghold. The group listened with rapt attention. Suddenly, Yi raised her head, confusion etched on her face as she interjected, Why did they allow this wooden horse into the city? Nuo Xiaoyu nodded appreciatively, recognizing Yi Yu's sharp mind, and explained. The Trojan chief, seeing only one beastman, let down his guard. Moreover, the beastman claimed that the enormous wooden horse had descended from the heavens and landed on Trojan territory. The Greek chief believed it to be a divine sign protecting Troy, which terrified him into retreat. Li Feng grinned sheepishly, excitement bubbling within him as he asked, And then what happened? Seeing the Trojan chief's delight, he commanded a jubilant celebration to mark their victory. As night fell and all succumbed to slumber, the beastmen hidden within the wooden horse emerged, collaborating with the Greek forces to decisively defeat the Trojans. The massive wooden horse led to the downfall of the Trojan tribe. Capturing all its members, thus earning the stratagem the name of the Trojan horse. After hearing this, Li Feng sighed in admiration, exclaiming, "What clever beastmen!" While Yi was equally astonished, she looked at Nuo Xiaoyu with puzzlement. "How come I've never heard of this story before?" "It's an ancient tale," Nuo Xiaoyu replied nonchalantly, her head still bent over her carving, feigning busyness to avoid answering Yi's query. After a while, Nuo Xiaoyu completed her ice sculpture and instructed Li Feng and Yi to position it upright. Before them stood a lifelike figure of Lei Ming, towering at 3 meters. Yi circled the sculpture twice, tilting her head back in awe. "Wow, this ice sculpture is incredibly lifelike. Xiaoyu, you're simply amazing." Li Feng, equally elated, approached and put his arm around Yi's shoulders, admiring the sculpture. "Indeed, the features, the expression. I almost thought the Lord was standing before me." Lei Ming, head held high, felt a faint blush creep across his handsome face as he gazed intently at the ice sculpture. Deeply moved, he had never anticipated that Nuo Xiaoyu would carve him. Seeing the splendid outcome, Nuo Xiaoyu cleared her throat, brushed off the ice shard from her attire, and mischievously proposed, "I senti tomorrow your lord as birthday? We should present the sculpture of Lei Ming to the tribe as a gift. Surely no one would suspect us." Yi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she clapped her hands together. "Yes, that is a brilliant idea. If we offer sculpture, the tribe will surely be delighted, and no one will question our intentions." However, Li Feng frowned, glancing at the enormous ice sculpture, and voiced his concern. "But where will the Lord hide? There's south no place to conceal him. Are we to hide him inside the ice block?" Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled softly, satisfied with her masterpiece. "The sculpture is complete, but we still need a means of transport. We can't have our ice sculpture standing on the ground, can we?" At this, Lei Ming was the first to grasp her meaning, staring at her in astonishment. "Are you suggesting we use wood?" Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, giving him a thumbs up, and praised, "You're so clever. We'll hollow out the wood, hide Lei Ming inside, and place the ice sculpture atop it. This way, Lei Ming can enter the tribe silently." Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu, her hands trembling with excitement. "Yes, that'll work. Xiaoyu, you're incredibly smart. This way, we can slip into the tribe without raising any alarm." Li Feng, being of an impulsive nature, immediately took Yi by the hand and headed toward the cave entrance, cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us go. Yi, we'll get the wood right away." Seeing the two depart, Yi's eyes flashed with resentment. She approached Lei Ming and respectfully bowed, saying, "My lord, may I join them?" Lei Ming merely stared at the ice sculpture, expressionless, and nodded coldly to go ahead. Once the group exited the cave, Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling fatigued, shook her hand and made her way toward the animal skins. Carving such a large ice sculpture had indeed taken considerable effort. Sensing Nuo Xiaoyu's weariness, Lei Ming stepped closer and enveloped her in his embrace. His large hand resting on her abdomen as he asked with concern, "Is the little one causing you trouble again?" Nuo Xiaoyu swatted his hand away, pouting sulkily and turning her head away, clearly indicating her desire to be left alone. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Lei Ming couldn't help but smile, pinching her chubby cheek as he reassured her, "All right, I won't make you angry anymore. Yian is the daughter of the elder and manages the council. Only her influence can rival that of the chief shaman. Thus, Yian cannot be allowed to perish just yet." Thinking of Yian, Lei Ming's brow furrowed, a hint of hostility brewing in his demeanor. How dare anyone lay a hand on his little slave and offspring? Humph. If not for his remaining value, he would have been eliminated long ago. Nuo Xiaoyu sensed the ominous aura radiating from Lei Ming and trembled slightly. Reminded that she had not suffered any loss, her resentment dissipated. She took his long, pale fingers in her hands, soothing his turbulent energy as she asked with concern, "Have you thought about what to do tomorrow?" With a heavy sigh, Lei Ming gazed into the distance, a flicker of confusion in his eyes as he replied coldly, "My father is still in the hands of the chief shaman. Even if I manage to enter the tribe tomorrow, I cannot act against him, that I can only secretly seek information about my father and rescue him first." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, looking up at Lei Ming in astonishment. "Doesn't that mean you'll still be under his control?" Isn't it dangerous for you to return to the tribe like this? I never expected that you wouldn't have a way to deal with the chief shaman. Lei Ming gently ruffled Nuo Xiaoyu's hair. Noticing her concerned, don't worry. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. Nuo Xiaoyu pouted, skeptical of his words. That I find that hard to believe. If the chief shaman wouldn't dare harm you, why would he resort to drugging you? Isn't that like walking into a trap? What should they do? Sending Lei Ming back would be akin to walking into a trap, but keeping him in the forest was also perilous. While Nuo Xiaoyu was lost in her thoughts, Yu and the others returned with the wood. Upon seeing Nuo Xiaoyu nestled in Lei Ming's embrace, they were momentarily stunned. Yun, in particular, trembled with rage, biting her lip as jealousy flashed in her eyes. Nuo Xiaoyu felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and awkwardly nudged Lei Ming, silently signaling him to release her as she needed to get back to work. However, Lei Ming remained unmoved, expressing his dissatisfaction. You just tell them what to do. Let them handle it. The little slave smells so good. I don't want to let go. Noticing her lordess' unsatisfied expression, Yu quickly stepped forward, eager to appease him. Xiaoyu, you must be tired after your carving. We'll take care of the wood. You merely need to instruct us on what to do. Thus, several individuals labored tirelessly through the night. And at long last, just before dawn, they had crafted the wooden items. Nuo Xiaoyu placed these in her space, intending to retrieve them upon their arrival at the tribe. After accomplishing this task, Nuo Xiaoyu stretched languidly, preparing to step outside for some fresh air. Having nestled in Lei Ming's embrace for the better part of the night, she felt a delightful soreness throughout her body, and as she rubbed her aching waist, she made her way toward the cave's entrance. Seeing Nuo Xiaoyu exit the cave alone stirred Lei Ming's concern, prompting him to follow closely behind. Hand in hand, they strolled through the forest at dawn, inhaling the unique fragrance of the grass and trees while witnessing the sun's ascent on the horizon. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a profound sense of tranquility and harmony enveloping them. A streak of crimson appeared in the sky as the sun slowly rose from behind the clouds, casting golden rays upon the forest, which seemed to come alive, warm and radiant. Nuo Xiaoyu excitedly tugged at Lei Ming, pointing at the newly risen sun, exclaiming, Lei Ming, look, it's the sunrise, so beautiful. This felt like their first sunrise together since her arrival in the beast realm. Lei Ming lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes fixated on Nuo Xiaoyu, who was bathed in sunlight, surrounded by soft golden hues. With her long hair cascading over her shoulders, almond-shaped eyes sparkling, fair skin, and rosy lips. Nuo Xiaoyu's beauty captivated Lei Ming, rendering him spellbound. Unconsciously, he leaned down, wrapping his arms around her waist, and pressed his lips softly against hers. Only after a considerable time did he release her, revealing Nuo Xiaoyu's displeasure etched across her face as she pouted. You always catch me off guard. Lei Ming, however, was in high spirits, leading Nuo Xiaoyu deeper into the forest. The pair soon found themselves seated on the grass, admiring the beauty of the forest when Nuo Xiaoyu suddenly had a thought. She removed the fire dragon pearl from around her neck and handed it to Lei Ming. He glanced at the animal skin pouch containing the pearl, his expression one of confusion as he looked at her. Nuo Xiaoyu cleared her throat, her demeanor slightly awkward as she said, Isn't today your birthday? I don't have anything else to give you, so consider this fire dragon pearl as a gift. Lei Ming was taken aback, incredulity in his voice as he asked, Aren't you the one who treasures this pearl the most? Even Ming Tsang couldn't touch it without your permission. Are you truly giving it to me? Nuo Xiaoyu cast a reluctant glance at the pearl, a flicker of pain in her eyes, and with a dismissive push, turned her head away, saying, If you want it, then take it. No need for so many words. Just keep it safe. With a melancholic sigh, she added, I wonder how Ming Tsang is doing. Sigh. I miss him. Lei Ming's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gazed at the pearl in his hands. After carefully stowing it away, he heard Nuo Xiaoyu mention missing Ming Tsang, prompting him to huff in displeasure. He's doing just fine. Come on, let us head back. Meanwhile, Ming Tsang, the subject of their thoughts, lay on the training ground. Panting heavily, he had yet to comprehend what had transpired, having been unceremoniously thrown into the training ground by the beast god. For some time now, he had been engaged in relentless battles with wild beasts. Sigh, how he missed his little female. What could she be up to? Suddenly, a roar echoed, and Ming's song steeled himself, launching once more at the wild beasts. On their return journey to the cave, Nuo Xiaoyu pulled Lei Ming aside. Her expression torn as she spoke. Lei Ming, if I find a way to rescue your father, would you agree to one condition of mine unconditionally? At this, Lei Ming halted, disbelief etched across his face as he turned to her. Really? Little slave, do you have a plan? If you can truly rescue my father, I agree to any request you make. Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, lifting her chin as she earnestly analyzed the core issue. The key point is we don't know where your father is imprisoned. Correct? Lei Ming nodded without hesitation. Yes. If we knew where he was held, rescuing him would be much simpler. Nuo Xiaoyu's dark eyes darted around, and after taking a few steps, she continued. What if you return to the tribe and announce in front of your kin that your father will soon return? What do you think the Grand Shaman would do? Lei Ming looked at her in confusion, prompting Nuo Xiaoyu to elaborate. If you were the Grand Shaman and heard that your father had been saved, what expression would you wear? Lei Ming furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the Grand Shaman's potential reaction. There are two possible expressions, he finally said. Nuo Xiaoyu pressed on. The first scenario. If your father is imprisoned in a place the Grand Shaman can see at any time, what would his reaction be? Lei Ming pondered for a moment and replied, he would likely display an expression of disbelief. Nuo Xiaoyu, brimming with confidence, affirmed, yes, he would probably scoff or even mock the situation. Thinking, I just saw him, and now he is rescued. Who would believe that? Even if he doesn't believe it, he would surely check again when no one is around. Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's eyes lit up, and he smacked his forehead, realizing, of course, if I just follow him, I can find my father. How could I not think of this sooner? Seeing that Lei Ming had grasped her point, Nuo Xiaoyu continued her analysis. The second possible expression would be one of disbelief and unease. If your father is imprisoned at a greater distance, he wouldn't be able to see him at all, and upon hearing your announcement, he would surely question whether you truly rescued him. What would he do after the blessing ceremony? Lei Ming's pupils gleamed with intensity as he replied disdainfully. He would send someone or dispatch a message to confirm whether my father has truly been taken away. Nuo Xiaoyu nodded approvingly. Exactly. At that point, we can simply station someone outside the tribe, and they will be able to follow his people to locate where your father is imprisoned. Overjoyed, Lei Ming swept Nuo Xiaoyu into his arms, his eyes sparkling with excitement. His body trembled slightly as he exclaimed, yes, this way we can find out where my father is being held. Little slave, how are you so clever? Nuo Xiaoyu, her face flushed, squirmed in his embrace, her muffled voice protesting. Let me go. You're suffocating me. Upon their return to the cave, Yi Feng and Yi Yu were already prepared, anxiously scanning the surroundings as it was clear that Nuo Xiaoyu and Lei Ming had returned later than expected. Upon entering the cave, Nuo Xiaoyu wasted no time, instructing Lei Ming to remove the animal skin and drape it over the scarecrow. She then had him drip a few drops of blood onto the scarecrow, disguising it to appear as if Lei Ming had been injured. After repeatedly advising Yi Feng to be cautious, they all quietly made their way toward the entrance of the Blackwater Forest, just as Yi Feng took flight. Indeed, before reaching the entrance, Feng San detected Lei Ming's scent and promptly organized flying beasts to intercept them in the air. He led the remaining beasts to block the entrance of the Blackwater Forest, ready to ensnare Lei Ming. With hands behind his back, Feng San's gaze was sharp as he observed the sky, where Yi Feng's silhouette was rapidly approaching. One beast stepped forward hesitantly and asked, Elder Feng San, is that really Lei Ming? Feng San nodded, his eyes gleaming with joy as he smugly replied, Indeed, I can also smell the blood of the ancient bloodline. It seems Lei Ming has been injured. Ha ha! Fortune smiles upon me. The ancient bloodline is mine. As a sudden thought struck him, Feng San abruptly turned and bellowed at the gathered beasts. Get your act together! Look at how useless you all are. If Lei Ming escapes today, I will flay your skins. Just as he spoke, Yi Feng had already flown closer, and several flying beasts surrounded him without hesitation. Yi Feng, glancing around, let out a fierce cry and surged toward the depths of the Blackwater Forest. Seeing Yi Feng attempting to flee, Feng San's face flushed with urgency as he shouted, Chase him! Follow him! In the next moment, a large, fiery red bird soared into the sky, pursuing Yifeng. Nuo Xiaoyu and the others were currently hidden in dense bushes, with Yifeng flying ahead while Feng San closely followed, accompanied by several flying beasts, and dozens of ground beasts sprinting swiftly behind, their thunderous footsteps stirring up clouds of dust, with Yifeng successfully drawing their attention away. Lei Ming signaled to the others before they quickly raced toward the entrance. At that moment, the entrance to the Blackwater Forest was deserted, devoid of any figures. Nuo Xiaoyu and her companions managed to exit the Blackwater Forest, hastening toward the tribe. Upon nearing the tribe, they finally paused, and Yiyu, with a knowing smile, gasped for breath and said, "Xiaoyu, I never expected your plan to work so effectively. We truly outwitted them with minimal effort." "Ha ha." Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled. "I can't wait to see Elder Feng San's expression when he discovers the scarecrow." However, Lei Ming interrupted their laughter, turning to Yiyun. "Yiyun, you should return to the tribe and contact Ming Wei to gather at the square." Yiyun shot Nuo Xiaoyu a disdainful glance before respectfully responding. "Yes, my lord, I shall return to the tribe now." With a huff, she thought, "What is so special about this slave? Look at how proud she is." Nuo Xiaoyu caught Yiyun's derisive gaze and shot her a glare in return. Once Yiyun had distanced herself, Nuo Xiaoyu poked Lei Ming's arm, her tone laden with meaning. "Aren't you worried she might sell you out? Jealous women are the most terrifying. They can do anything." Yet Lei Ming dismissed her concerns, saying, "All right, enough of that. Hasten to prepare for our advanced tribe. Yifeng will not delay for long." Upon mentioning Yifeng, Nuo Xiaoyu restrained her playful demeanor, retrieving a wooden box from her spatial storage. Lei Ming promptly nestled inside, and after Nuo Xiaoyu closed the lid, she placed an ice sculpture atop it, observing that everything was ready. Yiyu approached to lift the wooden box, but Nuo Xiaoyu produced a set of bee skins from her spatial storage and handed them to Yiyu. Confused, Yiyu inquired about their purpose. Nuo Xiaoyu chuckled and explained that these were the bee skins traversed by Ming Tsang, imbued with the essence of the Mad Lion clan. With this, they would be considerably safer, but she cautioned Yiyu not to divulge this to Lei Ming. At that moment, 3 black lines appeared on Yiyu's forehead. Xiaoyu was truly fearless of inciting the Lord's wrath. If the Lord were to discover that she had collected the skins of other beastmen, it would be utterly terrifying. Shaking off the thought, Yiyu trembled and said, "All right, let us depart quickly." Upon reaching the entrance of the tribe, Nuo Xiaoyu indeed spotted a row of beastmen stationed there, diligently scrutinizing those entering and exiting. Due to their meticulous checks, a long queue had formed at the entrance. Nuo Xiaoyu and Yiyu appeared, carrying the ice sculpture. A stir arose among the gathered beastmen. Many female beastmen approached curiously, and upon recognizing the statue as Lei Ming, they knelt in reverence, bowing deeply in salute. The commotion caught the attention of the guards at the entrance, and a particularly fearsome-looking beastman, wielding a soft whip and followed by a handful of lackeys, approached while cursing profusely. As he neared, he kicked over a beastman who was kneeling on the ground, spitting disdainfully and shouting, "What are you kneeling for? Do you not realize you are blocking the way? Clear out, all of you." The beastman who was kicked could only rise and slink away in silence, knowing they could not challenge such bullies. Once the onlookers were dispersed, the leading guard barked, "Who are you? Do you know what day it is? How dare you gather here at the entrance of our Lei Yun tribe and cause a ruckus? You must be tired of living." Yiyu exchanged glances with Nuo Xiaoyu. After setting down the wooden box, Yiyu approached the leader with a flattering demeanor, bowing and nodding as he spoke. "Lord Commander, this is a statue specially crafted for Lord Lei Ming by the young patriarch of our Mad Lion clan in gratitude for his recent kindness, and we were specifically tasked to deliver it today." The leader raised an eyebrow, circling the ice sculpture twice. Finding no hidden compartments and sensing the essence of the Mad Lion clan emanating from Yiyu, his expression relaxed, and he said with a smirk, "I never expected the young patriarch of the Mad Lion clan would present a gift to our Lei Yun tribe. What an extraordinary occurrence. You may enter, after thanking him with a smile. Yiyu and Nuo Xiaoyu resumed carrying the ice sculpture. However, they had not taken 2 steps before the commander shouted, "Halt!" They immediately stopped in their tracks, fearing they had been discovered, to why Yiyu instinctively reached for the bone whip at his waist. But Nuo Xiaoyu gently shook her head. After placing the ice sculpture down again, Yu donned a sycophantic smile and approached the commander, asking, "Might I inquire if the commander has further instructions?" Pointing at Nuo Xiaoyu with his soft whip, the commander glared suspiciously and asked, "Why bring a female along to deliver a gift? Which tribe do you two serve as spies?" Hastily, Yu produced a gold leaf and pressed it into the commander's hand. Leaning in to whisper, "This is a lowly slave. Our young patriarch deemed her too small and instructed me to bring her here for sale in your tribe in exchange for goods." Understanding dawned upon the commander as he weighed the gold leaf in his hand, a grin spreading across his face. "Well done. You are perceptive. Off you go." Thus, the two entered the tribe without further incident. Upon reaching a secluded area, Nuo Xiaoyu stored the eye sculpture away, and Yu led her to a cellar. As Lei Ming had shielded his senses, they could only wait for half an hour until he would awaken on his own. Unbeknownst to Nuo Xiaoyu, shortly after they entered the cellar, Yifeng had escaped from Elder Feng San and returned to the tribe safely. Meanwhile, Elder Feng San, upon finding a scarecrow, went mad with rage and tore it to shreds. "Damn it, I was duped. When did that little brat Lei Ming become so cunning? Quick, return to the tribe and inform the great shaman." Upon receiving Feng San's report, the great shaman, furious after hearing the guard commander's account, kicked him away with a single motion. Pointing a finger at him, he berated, "You fool! Lei Ming is an ice-type beast man. Only he could create an ice sculpture. How could you be so foolish as to believe that the young patriarch of the Mad Lion clan would send an ice sculpture to Lei Ming? Where would he even procure ice for him? You brainless fool." After finishing his tirade, the great shaman, still unsatisfied, seized a stone cup from the table and hurled it at the fallen commander with a crash. Blood immediately gushed from the commander's forehead, yet he dared not cry out in pain, instead kneeling and repeatedly begging for mercy. Seated nearby, Ruason, witnessing the great shaman's fury, cautiously interjected, "Father, what shall we do now? It is certain that Lei Ming has infiltrated the tribe." With his hands behind his back, the great shaman paced restlessly, his eyes fierce as he declared, "Search! Deploy all of our personnel to secretly investigate. Once Lei Ming is located, signal us. We must capture Lei Ming at all costs." Casting a glance at the still kneeling commander, his face twitched in irritation as he ordered, "Take this fool away and make him fertilizer. This entire plan has been ruined by this incompetent fool." At noon, in the central square of the Lei Yun tribe, a throng of beastmen had gathered, a sea of dark figures. To the center of the square stood a high platform, where the great shaman and the elder occupied the prime positions, flanked by 3 other elders. The great shaman, stroking his goat beard, nodded slightly, warmly greeting the gathered elders. The elder, seeing that everyone had arrived, stood up, stooping slightly to shake off the dust from his beast's skin, and slowly approached the center of the high platform. With sharp eyes scanning the crowd below, the elder cleared his throat and raised both gnarled hands. Pausing momentarily, "Everyone, please be silent." Instantly, the square fell silent, the crowd looking up at the elder with reverence, eagerly awaiting his words. The elder basked in the admiration, nodding in satisfaction before proclaiming loudly, "As you all know, our young patriarch Lei Ming is the only beast man in our tribe with an ancient bloodline. Therefore, every year on his birthday, we hold a blessing ceremony." Pausing, the elder bowed solemnly toward the statue of the beast god, performing a deep salute. "First, may the beast god bless our young patriarch Lei Ming with the inheritance of the ancient bloodline. Second, may the beast god ensure favorable weather for our Lei Yun tribe, granting us another bountiful harvest this year. Third, may the beast god bestow health and safety upon all the citizens of our Lei Yun tribe. I hereby declare that the blessing ceremony has officially commenced." As soon as his words fell, the crowd erupted into cheers and jubilant shouts. The air filled with excitement. From among the throng emerged a team of shamans, adorned in feather garments, their heads crowned with plumes, their faces painted in vibrant patterns. They swiftly entered the central square and began dancing in unison for the blessing. The surrounding crowd instinctively parted, joining hands to form several large circles around the shamans, smiling joyously as they danced together, praying for good weather and the well-being of their families. On the platform, the elder smiled approvingly at the dancers below, while the great shaman remained distracted, scanning the area. Where was Lei Ming? Just as the blessing dance concluded, the elders stood to announce the next activity when suddenly, a figure with energy wings soared towards the high platform. Upon recognizing the figure, the elders stepped back in excitement, clearing the center of the platform. Quickly bowing, the elder respectfully called out, "Welcome back, young patriarch." Lei Ming descended gracefully to the center of the platform, and the elders, upon confirming it was indeed him, stood in reverence, bowing respectfully. The crowd surrounding the platform, witnessing Lei Ming's arrival, knelt in unison, exclaiming in reverence, "Welcome back, young patriarch." The chorus of voices swelled, echoing in waves, creating a magnificent spectacle, never having witnessed such grandeur. Nuo Xiaoyu was left stunned, realizing the elevated status Lei Ming held within the tribe. And no wonder, he seemed somewhat arrogant. As an ordinary citizen, she could hardly comprehend the feeling of being venerated and admired by thousands. Once the crowd had finished their bows, Lei Ming stepped forward, his presence commanding as he declared, "At this year's blessing ceremony, the young patriarch of the Mad Lion clan has sent a precious gift, which brings me great joy that I shall now present this gift for all to behold." Having spoken, Lei Ming clapped his hands together, and soon after, Nuo Xiaoyu and Yi Yu were seen carrying Lei Ming's ice sculpture with great strides towards the high platform. Yi Feng and Yi Yun, accompanied by a group of Mingwei warriors, followed closely behind Nuo Xiaoyu, entering the high platform as well. Once they placed the ice sculpture down, Nuo Xiaoyu subtly nodded at Lei Ming. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the square began to murmur excitedly, all marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship of the ice sculpture. The atmosphere was lively and bustling with chatter. Lei Ming raised his hand, signaling for silence, and then spoke. "During this period, both my father and I have been absent from the tribe, that I appreciate everyone's hard work. However, you need not worry, for my father's illness has been cured. He will return to the tribe shortly." Upon hearing this news, the crowd erupted into further discussion on the high platform. The elder nodded in relief, while the chief shaman's expression darkened, revealing disbelief. It was impossible. Lei Ming could not have possibly found his father. As if sensing the unfolding drama was insufficient, a cold smile crept across Lei Ming's lips. He retrieved the tribal leader's seal from his spatial ring and raised it high, announcing loudly, "By the chief's directive for the next few days, I shall temporarily oversee all tribal affairs until his return." He then turned to the chief shaman, tauntingly asking, "Chief shaman, esteemed elders, do any of you dissent regarding the chief's decision?" The chief shaman's face flushed with anger, trembling slightly, yet he could not voice any objections, merely suppressing his fury. With a sly grin, Lei Ming continued in a chilling tone, "Since there are no objections, let us convene in my beast tent to discuss the arrangements for welcoming my father back to the tribe. Also, I wish to be informed of recent happenings within the tribe." He then turned to the tribesmen surrounding the high platform and declared, "Let the blessing ceremony continue." After making this announcement, Lei Ming strode forward, leading the way to his beast tent, while the chief shaman, with a sullen expression, exchanged a glance with Ruason before following the crowd. Nuo Xiaoyu smirked, thinking, "The bait has been taken." She glanced at Yi Feng, who nodded in understanding and departed. Nuo Xiaoyu then leaned in close to Yi Yu, whispering her instructions. During this time, follow any orc that leaves the tribe. Ensure none slip away. Yi Yu nodded in comprehension and turned to leave on the high platform. Only Nuo Xiaoyu and Yi Yun remained. Nuo Xiaoyu gazed in astonishment at the lively scene below, feeling a wave of emotion. How magnificent it was! Yi Yun crossed her arms, wearing a mocking expression, and sarcastically remarked to Nuo Xiaoyu, "I suppose you've never witnessed such grandeur before, have you?" "Huh, with that naive look of yours. Do you really think a little cleverness can elevate you to our esteemed Lei Yun tribe's lord? I advise you to remember your status and keep your distance from the lord." Nuo Xiaoyu simply chuckled in response, beaming brightly at Yi Yun, and provocatively retorted, "Oh, it's a pity that your esteemed lord prefers humble folk like me rather than gaudy peacocks like yourself. Ha ha, what a predicament." With that, Nuo Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at Yi Yun, losing interest in further observation, and strode towards the crowd below to why Yi Yun twisted her face into a scowl, her expression twisted with malice as she glared at Nuo Xiaoyu. Coldly hissing, You wretched slave, just wait. One day you will learn that a slave is the lowest of the low. After descending from the platform, Nuo Xiaoyu felt elated as she wandered through the Lei Yun tribe. To her astonishment, the tribe was vast, centered around the square. The Lei Yun tribe could be divided into 4 distinct areas, each filled with countless beast tents. Wide pathways separated the areas, lined with many orcs selling various wares. At the end of the road stood a towering mountain, atop which many beast tents were erected. Looking up, Nuo Xiaoyu finally spotted the figures of Lei Ming and his entourage at the highest tent. It appeared the hierarchy within the Lei Yun tribe was quite strict. Those living on the mountain were likely the officials, while those below in the square were the common folk. Nuo Xiaoyu felt a sense of awe wash over her. Sighing, she composed herself, dismissing her thoughts on hierarchy, and decided to explore the culinary delights and amusements of this beast world. With renewed energy, she began to peruse her surroundings, spotting vibrant fruits, fragrant roasted corn, and even sizable shrimp. Oh, how she longed to indulge! Nuo Xiaoyu swallowed hard, drawn in by the enticing aromas, only to realize with dismay that she had no money. The common currency in this beast world was the golden leaves that Yiyu had shown her. Crystal stones could be exchanged for golden leaves, but only at designated locations. If only she had asked Yiyu for some golden leaves earlier. Wiping away the drool, threatening to spill, Nuo Xiaoyu reluctantly pressed on, turning a corner only to see a row of scrawny, filthy orcs standing at a nearby stall. Each wore a sign around their necks, their hands bound behind their backs. A burly, menacing orc beside them wielded a whip, shouting commands and occasionally lashing out with it. The crack of the whip sent a shiver down Nuo Xiaoyu's spine. She hurried forward, reprimanding the stall owner. "Stop! Why are you beating them?" The stall owner looked up to see a delicate little female, his eyes betraying disgust as he barked, "Little female, don't interrupt my business. Get lost." After yelling at Nuo Xiaoyu, as if still unable to quell his frustrations, he lashed the whip down on one of the orc's backs. The orc, however, seemed unperturbed, expressionless, simply bowing his head in silence, his body trembling slightly. Witnessing the orc's lacerated back and the stall owner's impending strike, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a pang of sympathy. Instinctively, she stepped forward, forcefully snatching the whip from the stall owner's hand, and shouted fiercely, "Who gave you the right to strike them?" The stall owner was taken aback, staring at his now empty hand. It seemed this little female was no ordinary one. Managing to disarm him in one swift move was no small feat, even for a robust orc. Was she perhaps someone of significance from a major tribe? Realizing this, the stall owner immediately plastered on a bright smile, bowing and nodding at Nuo Xiaoyu. "Little female, these are my lowly slaves. I've put them here to sell. If I don't whip them, they won't obey." Nuo Xiaoyu looked up in confusion. Are there lowly slaves in the Lei Yun tribe? The thought unsettled her, as the warm-hearted tribespeople she had just seen in the square had led her to believe the Lei Yun tribe was peaceful and friendly. She hadn't expected such a dark side to exist. Nuo Xiaoyu's spirits sank, and she inquired, "Are you from the Lei Yun tribe?" The stall owner's eyes gleamed with pride as he replied, Yes, I'm a third-tier warrior of the Lei Yun tribe." Warrior? Nuo Xiaoyu recalled Ming mentioning that warriors could own lowly slaves, and she pointed to the row of orcs, asking, "How did they come to be here?" The stall owner's smile faltered, realizing this little female seemed oblivious to the situation. Had he misjudged her? Was she not from one of the other major tribes? With that, he quickly masked his grin, coldly stating, "These are all slaves sold from other tribes, taken from defeated tribes. Now, will you buy or not? If not, don't waste my time." Nuo Xiaoyu glanced at the 6 orcs, realizing the truth. Ming had mentioned that lowly slaves could be bought and sold, meaning they were merely being traded around. With a resigned sigh, she weakly asked the stall owner, "How much do they cost?" The stall owner's eyes lit up with opportunity, quickly donning a smile as he declared, 5 golden leaves for one. Which one do you fancy?" Nuo Xiaoyu, with no other option, retrieved a level 3 crystal stone from her spatial ring and inquired, "How many can this crystal buy?" The stall owner froze for a moment. Then, after a brief pause, his face broke into an ecstatic grin. "All of them. You can buy them all. I never knew this little female was so wealthy. I'm in for a windfall." He eagerly thrust the ropes binding the orcs into Nuo Xiaoyu's hands, gleefully departing with the crystal stone. Nuo Xiaoyu paused, sensing that she had unwittingly become a fool in this transaction. Regardless, she dismissed her doubts and hurriedly approached the orcs, freeing them from their bonds. "You are free now. Go quickly." Upon hearing her words, the orcs knelt down in confusion, bowing their heads with their faces pressed against the ground, remaining motionless. Nuo Xiaoyu was bewildered. What was wrong with them? Had she not expressed herself clearly? Just as she was growing anxious, she heard Yiyu's voice calling from behind. "Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, finally found you. What are you doing here?" As Nuo Xiaoyu turned her head, she spotted Yiyu rushing towards her. Panting heavily and urgently exclaimed, "Xiaoyu, hurry, the Lord is looking for you." Without hesitation, she attempted to pull Nuo Xiaoyu away. Nuo Xiaoyu quickly grasped Yiyu's arm, gesturing towards the orc on the ground, and briefly explained the situation. Then, with a puzzled expression, she inquired, "Why aren't they leaving?" Yiyu suddenly noticed that several orcs were still kneeling on the ground and incredulously remarked, "Xiaoyu, why did you buy several slaves?" Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling guilty, nodded sheepishly and replied, "I couldn't help but feel sorry for them being beaten. I had no choice but to buy them." Sighing, Yiyu disapproved and said, "Xiaoyu, there are at least several thousand slaves from the Thundercloud tribe. You can't just buy them all out of pity. Furthermore, once you buy them, you must be responsible for their upkeep. They cannot leave, that if they do, they will be treated as runaway slaves." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Incredulous as she questioned, "Is that really the rule? Can't I just release them?" Yiyu countered, "If you set them free, how will they survive?" Then what should we do? Can't they find some work or something?" Nuo Xiaoyu felt deflated, realizing that her kind intentions had turned into a dilemma. She had no idea how to handle the situation now, though Yiyu evidently did not understand what work meant and looked at Nuo Xiaoyu in confusion. With no other options, Nuo Xiaoyu took out a 4th-level crystal stone from her space and handed it to Yiyu, requesting, "Yiyu, could you help me temporarily settle them? Also, could you find a shaman to treat their injuries? Let's wait a couple of days until they recover before making further plans." Thus, the two arranged for the 6 orcs to stay in a tent belonging to Yiyu, who even designated a female to take care of them. Once everything was settled there, they headed towards Lei Ming's tent. Along the way, Yiyu informed Nuo Xiaoyu that they had successfully rescued the clan leader, who was now hidden in a cellar under the care of Lei Yin. Their purpose was to discuss subsequent arrangements with Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu nodded with joy. With the clan leader rescued, Lei Ming would no longer be under the control of the great shaman. Surely, Lei Ming would be delighted. The thought made Nuo Xiaoyu eager to see him quickly. However, when Nuo Xiaoyu beheld the long, winding stone steps, her legs began to weaken, and she couldn't help but complain. "Why does Lei Ming live so high up? Doesn't it make his legs weak going up and down every day?" Yiyu laughed heartily, teasing, "Our Lord can fly. How could he possibly have weak legs?" "Xiaoyu, you truly are amusing." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. How could she forget that Lei Ming could fly? With a resigned tone, she remarked, "So these steps are merely to entertain those of us who cannot fly. I feel that once I climb up, I won't want to come down again." Yiyu smiled broadly, revealing her pearly white teeth as she explained, "It's not quite like that. The Lord enjoys tranquility." So the clan leader offered him the highest tent. He rarely comes down the mountain, which is why we haven't either. Realization dawned on Nuo Xiaoyu, and she nodded in understanding. That explains it. No wonder the people in the tribe don't recognize you. If she lived on such a high mountain, she wouldn't want to come down either. Yes, they chatted. They finally reached Lei Ming's tent, just as Nuo Xiaoyu felt she could climb no more. Upon entering the area where Lei Ming resided, Nuo Xiaoyu was captivated by the picturesque scenery. The spacious tent stood at the base of a smooth cliff, which appeared to have been artificially carved. The large tent nearly filled the entire base of the cliff. Surrounding it were lush trees, and unknown small flowers adorned the verdant world. Not far from the tent, a small waterfall cascaded down from the mountain, forming a serene pool, with a gentle mist rising from its surface, and the sound of trickling water echoed around, enveloping the white tent in a tranquil ambience, as if stepping into a painting. Noticing that Nuo Xiaoyu was in a daze, Yu gently pulled her into the tent. Upon entering, Nuo Xiaoyu was astonished by the stark contrast between the interior and the picturesque exterior. The tent was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people, with soft animal skins covering the ground, making it particularly plush underfoot. But a row of chairs lined either side, and at the head sat Lei Ming, who was observing Nuo Xiaoyu with great interest. Beneath his feet lay a large, vividly patterned, intact beast hide, and most astonishingly, every few meters within the tent hung a dried beast head. Sing Nuo Xiaoyu fixated on the beast heads. Lei Ming proudly introduced, "What do you think, little slave? These are all my trophies. The one beneath my feet is the hide of the fiercest spotted tiger beast in the beast realm, which I hunted 3 years ago." Nuo Xiaoyu could only manage an awkward smile, feeling stiff as she wondered how one could sleep among so many heads without having nightmares. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Were the beastmen truly this peculiar? Lei Ming approached Nuo Xiaoyu, joyfully taking her hand and leading her further inside, saying, "This is merely the reception area. My quarters are deeper within. Come, let me show you." Upon reaching the innermost part of the tent, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Before her stood a large beast skin bed, and one wall was adorned with an array of various skulls, each one intact and gleaming. Even the sharp fangs glimmering ominously down on the opposite side was a rack displaying an assortment of weapons: spears, bone whips, bone knives, and even some long, pointed beast fangs in a corner of the tent. A pile of incomplete bones lay scattered, including fangs and skulls, some fangs showing cracks. Unable to contain herself, Nuo Xiaoyu tremulously pointed at the pile of bones and asked, "Lei Ming, do you have a penchant for collecting bones?" Lei Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at the pile of bones with a hint of displeasure in his tone as he replied, "This is proof of a beastman's strength. These are all flawed. The ones on the wall are the perfect specimens, so, little slave, do you fancy any? Perhaps I could gift you a couple." Nuo Xiaoyu, taken aback, thought to herself, how could she not have realized Lei Ming had such a hobby? Sleeping among bones every night. Oh my heavens! She felt a chill run down her spine and instinctively took a couple of steps back. Just as she retreated a couple of steps, her stomach let out a loud growl. She touched her flat belly and chuckled, trying to ease the awkwardness. Lei Ming, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Lei Ming laughed and nodded. "It seems that after a busy day, I've left the little slave quite famished." He took Nuo Xiaoyu by the hand and led her back to the reception area, where they approached a wooden table, instructing Yiyu to fetch food. Soon, Yiyu and Yifeng brought forth a table laden with delicious dishes: roasted meat soup, fruits, and even the large shrimp Nuo Xiaoyu had spotted. Her mouth watered as she eagerly reached for a shrimp. But suddenly, she felt a chilling gaze fixed upon her. Looking up, she saw a wind-dried beast's head hanging directly in front of her, its wide eyes glaring menacingly at Nuo Xiaoyu. Her little face twitched as she glanced at the shrimp in her hand. Hunger compelled Nuo Xiaoyu to reassure herself that it was essential to fill her stomach. Thus, as she trembled and nearly finished eating, Lei Ming suddenly spoke, "Little slave, after we finish eating, let's go meet my father." Nuo Xiaoyu choked, looking up at Lei Ming with a slightly unnatural expression. Was he about to take her to meet his parents? Wait a moment! Nuo Xiaoyu's mind raced, and she stood up abruptly, grasping Lei Ming's hand, her tone urgent. "Lei Ming, we can't go meet your father right now. Has anyone besides Yun and Yiyu been to see where your father is hidden?" Lei Ming's brow furrowed in confusion as he glanced at Yiyu, who quickly stepped forward, respectfully replying, "Xiaoyu, after we rescued the clan leader, we stationed a small team outside the cellar and haven't gone back in." Nuo Xiaoyu sighed in relief, returning to her seat at the table and biting into a fruit, expressing her gratitude. That's good. Lei Ming looked puzzled as he watched Nuo Xiaoyu, asking anxiously, "Little slave, is something wrong?" Nuo Xiaoyu gestured for Lei Ming to remain calm, then turned to Yiyu, asking, "Yiyu, if Yifeng took your treasure and hid it away, but you had no evidence to prove it was him, what would you do?" Yiyu paused for a moment, then stroked her chin thoughtfully and replied, "I would keep a close watch on him until I find my treasure." After saying that, Yiyu suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief as she murmured, "Could it be?" Xiaoyu nodded, voicing her thoughts. "If the great shaman discovers that the clan leader is missing, what will he do?" Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's vertically slit pupils glimmered with a chilling aura as he coldly chuckled. He will undoubtedly send someone to monitor both me and my subordinates. As long as anyone approaches my father, he can stealthily abduct him once more. Contemplating this, Lei Ming clenched his fist tightly, slamming it onto the table with a resounding thud. His expression darkened as he looked at Yu and commanded, "Ensure that no one approaches the cellar. Withdraw all personnel to secure the area around it." That great shaman truly is a persistent specter. Having thought of something else, Lei Ming advanced towards Nuo Xiaoyu, grasping her hand and gently instructing, "You will accompany Yu down the mountain shortly. And in the evening, stay with my father in the cellar. Tomorrow, I shall come to fetch you, all right?" Nuo Xiaoyu paused mid-bite in her fruit, raising her gaze to Lei Ming, puzzled as she queried, "What's wrong? Has something happened?" Lei Ming's vertically slit pupils darkened abruptly, his voice turning cold as he replied, "Yes. I fear that the great shaman may act out of desperation tonight, and you could be in grave danger if you remain on the mountain. Only by staying with my father can I confront him with peace of mind." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded in understanding, acknowledging the possibility with a hint of concern, "But you won't be in danger, will you?" A cruel smile curled at the corners of Lei Ming's lips, a potent aura of killing intent radiating from him as he coldly reassured, "Do not worry. This time, I shall be thoroughly prepared. I will ensure he ascends the mountain with his life, but descends without it." Nuo Xiaoyu sensed the perilous demeanor of Lei Ming and, despite her unease, cautioned, "Just be careful, all right?" As twilight descended, Yu and Yi Feng stealthily led Nuo Xiaoyu down the mountain. The trio circled warily a few times before finally entering the cellar with a sense of relief. Inside the cellar, the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow amidst the stifling heat, mingled with a pungent scent of blood that made Nuo Xiaoyu wrinkle her nose in discomfort. After traversing a narrow passage, they arrived at a modest space. Before they could approach, Nuo Xiaoyu overheard a string of furious exclamations. "What on earth does that brat Lei Ming intend to do? Why has he imprisoned me here? After sustaining such grievous injuries, not a single soul has come to tend to my wounds. Ouch, be gentle." Following this was the feeble voice of Yiyun. "I apologize. Chief, I shall try to be more careful." As Nuo Xiaoyu drew closer, she beheld a pale-faced man, his expression grim, his body marred with numerous whip marks, writhing in pain. This man was undoubtedly the chief of the Lei Yun tribe. Yiyun was kneeling beside him, cautiously applying medicine with a piece of animal hide. Upon noticing Nuo Xiaoyu and the others, the chief abruptly shoved Yiyun to the ground, flipped over, and sat up with a fierce glare directed at the trio. Bellowing, "Where is Lei Ming? Call him to see me." Nuo Xiaoyu furrowed her brows, casting an impatient glance at the chief, thinking to herself how irritable this chief truly was. He was certainly not what she had anticipated. Yu, seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu remained unmoved, stepped forward to bow and said, "Chief, the Lord is currently in the beast tent. The great shaman may be planning something significant tonight, and the Lord has specifically sent us to protect you." Upon learning that they were sent by Lei Ming for his protection, the chief's anger seemed to dissipate slightly. He relaxed into his chair and casually inquired, "What is the situation outside?" Yu continued, "The great shaman is currently searching for your whereabouts. Conceal your location. The Lord has instructed that no one approach the cellar." Upon hearing the name of the great shaman, the chief clenched his fists. His expression twisted in rage as he declared, "Once I am free, I shall flay that old fiend alive." His gaze then shifted to Nuo Xiaoyu, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he asked, "Are you the slave that Yiyun mentioned?" Nuo Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms defiantly as she regarded the chief with an indifferent tone. "Might I inquire what the chief desires?" The chief erupted into laughter, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Indeed, a haughty slave. I have heard it was your idea to rescue me." Nuo Xiaoyu bristled at the chief's repeated use of the term slave. Feeling a surge of indignation, aware of his status as Lei Ming's father, she suppressed her anger and responded, "Chief, if you have something to say, please be direct." The chief scoffed, then spoke, "A clever slave, are you? Very well, I shall be frank. Your status is unworthy of my son, Lei Ming. However, in light of your assistance in my rescue, I shall overlook past grievances. Yet, you must keep your distance from my son in the future. How did the chief come to know of her relationship with Lei Ming? Nuo Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Yun, who wore a smug expression, as if to say, even if you save the chief, you remain merely a slave. Humph. It was evident that Yi Yun was the one sowing discord. No wonder the chief had taken an instant dislike to her upon her arrival. Nevertheless, Nuo Xiaoyu remained unfazed, her expression cold as she retorted, "Do you truly believe I am unworthy of Lei Ming?" The chief nodded, seemingly satisfied with her self-awareness, and replied, "Indeed, as a slave, how could you possibly be worthy of Lei Ming? Moreover, my son is already betrothed to Huya. Only someone of such noble lineage is fit to be my exceptional son's partner." How foolishly naive. She had thought the chief's disdain stemmed from Yi Yun's meddling. But it turned out he had always held a low opinion of her. With that thought, Nuo Xiaoyu decided to dispense with any pleasantries. She coldly replied, "Indeed, I'm unworthy of Lei Ming, but I believe you are equally unworthy of being his father." The chief trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Nuo Xiaoyu. His face flushed with fury as he shouted, "You insolent, lowly slave! What did you say? How dare this slave speak to him in such a manner? Were he not injured, he would have lunged at her to tear her apart." Yet Nuo Xiaoyu merely scoffed disdainfully, her gaze icy as she continued, "Your son is out there fighting valiantly to protect you. And what are you doing? You sit here lamenting about how this slave is unworthy of him, and considering which noble female might be suitable to bring benefits to your Lei Yun tribe." The chief, caught in his own thoughts, trembled in fury, his hand trembling as he pointed at Nuo Xiaoyu, his lips quivering as he stammered, "Why, how dare you, you lowly slave?" Nuo Xiaoyu was unfazed, feeling that if she could drive him to his demise today, it would be for the best. What kind of people were these? Had she known he would be such a burden, she would have let the great shaman finish him off. With that in mind, Nuo Xiaoyu's anger surged as she continued her relentless taunts. "You aren't worried about your son's safety, yet you have the leisure to ponder which female is worthy to be your daughter-in-law. Do you truly believe you are fit to be Lei Ming's father? What if your son dies, and you lose your bargaining chip?" The chief was rendered speechless, his face flushed crimson as he struggled to utter a single word. I what? Were I in your position, I would be devising ways to assist Lei Ming rather than languishing like a useless waste, waiting for him to come and protect you. And how dare you look down on me?" Nuo Xiaoyu spat tea that moment. The chief's eyes rolled back, his legs buckled, and he fainted from the sheer rage that Yi Yun hurriedly shook the chief, exclaiming in panic, Chief, are you all right?" Yi Yu and Yi Feng stared in disbelief at Nuo Xiaoyu. Marveling at her formidable prowess, Yi Yu discreetly gave Nuo Xiaoyu a thumbs up, impressed by her ability to infuriate the chief to the point of unconsciousness. With a triumphant huff, Nuo Xiaoyu raised her chin. Addressing Yi Yu, "Let us go. We must check on Lei Ming. Staying with this old fool is nothing short of poisoning the air around me." Nuo Xiaoyu was utterly displeased with the chief. Had she known he would be such a nuisance, she would have happily let the great shaman eliminate him. Humph! Now he understands the consequences of meddling, ignoring the wails of Yi Yun behind her. She strode purposefully towards the exit of the cellar, while Yi Feng and Yi Yu exchanged sympathetic glances at the fainted chief before following Nuo Xiaoyu outside. Upon exiting the cellar, Nuo Xiaoyu instructed Yi Feng to lead her and Yi Yu to a secluded spot in the heights, where the trio quietly observed the situation surrounding Lei Ming's beast tent. That moment, the area outside Lei Ming's tent had transformed into a frozen wasteland. Trees and flowers within a radius of several miles were encased in ice. Above the beast tent, 5 ice-element beastmen had formed a square formation, continuously channeling their icy powers. The great shaman, accompanied by a group of beastmen, was watching from a distance, clearly orchestrating his sinister plan. Indeed, how treacherous! He knew that Lei Ming would enter hibernation in such frigid conditions and had summoned several ice-element beastmen to subdue him. Humph! What a pity! Lei Ming possesses the fire dragon pearl. Such ice will be futile against him. Just as Nuo Xiaoyu was reveling in her thoughts, Yi could no longer contain her impatience and urged Yi Feng to hasten to rescue Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu, however, extended her hand to block Yi Yu's path, confidently declaring, Just watch. Lei Ming will be fine. Yu gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu with a look of bewilderment, while Nuo Xiaoyu feigned mystery with a smile. Choosing silence as she continued to observe the battle below, that moment. The 5 ice element orcs, suspended in mid-air, appeared to be straining under the continuous exertion of their powers, their faces pale and bodies trembling slightly. One orc beside the Grand Shaman looked anxiously at the sky and respectfully inquired, "Great Shaman, it seems these ice element orcs may not hold out for much longer. Should we charge in now?" The Grand Shaman, stroking his goatee with confidence, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No rush. Wait a moment longer. Such low temperatures. Lei Ming cannot endure for long. That be why the way. How is the preparation on Ruasan's side?" The orc immediately replied, "We have already sent people to lie in wait at the designated location. This time, we have mobilized all our forces. Even Lei Ming will find it hard to escape." The Grand Shaman nodded in agreement, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he mused. He has escaped once. This time, he shall not slip away again. Inform Elders Feng San and Feng Qi. Before the Grand Shaman could finish his sentence, his peripheral vision caught the sight of the 5 ice element orcs, now covered in a thin layer of frost. Alarm bells rang in his mind. This was bad. Indeed, within the blink of an eye, the 5 orcs were silently frozen into ice sculptures. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from within the beast tent, proclaiming break. At that instant, the 5 figures in midair shattered, exploding into ice shards that scattered like fleeting fireworks against the night sky. The Grand Shaman stood in stunned silence, watching as the once vibrant orcs vanished in an instant. When had Lei Ming's power grown so formidable? Realizing this, the Grand Shaman's clenched hands trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes as he shouted in panic. "Go notify Elders Feng San and Feng Qi. Everyone else, charge." Observing the orcs rushing up the mountain, the Grand Shaman forced himself to regain composure, seizing the arm of a nearby orc with determination. His gaze hardened as he commanded, "Bring Huya to me." Quickly, with the leverage he held in his grasp, the Grand Shaman felt emboldened, exhaling deeply as he marched up the mountain. That moment. Lei Ming had emerged from the beast tent with over 20 guards, standing ready for the Grand Shaman's approach. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lei Ming regarded the descending Grand Shaman with cold, vertical pupils, emanating an air of disdainful dominance. Upon reaching the mountain peak, the Grand Shaman smiled ominously and taunted, "Lei Ming, today you cannot escape. I advise you not to resist. You wouldn't want your loved ones to perish due to your foolishness. Would you?" Following this, with a flick of his hand, 2 orcs marched forth, dragging the struggling Huya, who, upon seeing Lei Ming, cried out in alarm, "Lei Ming, save me." A cruel smile crept across Lei Ming's lips as he mockingly retorted to the Grand Shaman, "Surely you don't believe I would risk my life for a female who has poisoned me." Huya was momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Lei Ming's indifference. Desperately, she struggled forward, pleading, "No, Lei Ming, it's not like that. Listen to me. I was merely used by the Grand Shaman. I truly didn't know. Please forgive me." Tears welled in Huya's eyes as she remembered her grievances, feeling heartbroken over the betrayal from both the Grand Shaman and his son. Observing the weeping Huya, Lei Ming's eyes flickered with impatience. Recalling Yu's mention of Ruasan's intent to ally with the Fox clan, his expression turned icy. "What is this, Grand Shaman? Your son wishes to form a union with the Fox clan, yet now you threaten me with her? You must be quite senile. If you wish to kill, then proceed. But let me remind you, inciting the Fox clan will bring no good to your Phoenix tribe." The Grand Shaman's face turned ashen. How did Lei Ming know their plans? Glancing at the weeping Huya, then back at the indifferent Lei Ming, the Grand Shaman struck Huya across the face, spitting contemptuously, "What good are you? Stop your blubbering. Take her away." Huya stared at Lei Ming in disbelief, as though he were a stranger, questioning if he truly cared nothing for her life. Desperately, she twisted her body, crying out, "Lei Ming, it's not like this. I truly didn't mean it. We have a betrothal. You can't just abandon me." Lei Ming's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with revulsion. Once, he viewed Huya as noble and elegant. Now she appeared as a common harlot, creating a ruckus. How would a mere slave have handled such a situation? Surely, they would have silenced the Grand Shaman. A smirk crossed Lei Ming's lips as he thought of his little slave. Indeed, she was far more endearing. Just then, the tardy Feng San and Feng Qi ascended the mountain at a leisurely pace. The Grand Shaman finally felt a sense of relief. He had not expected Huya to truly threaten Lei Ming, but merely used her to buy some time. With the arrival of these two sixth-tier elders, capturing Lei Ming would be a certainty. With this thought, a sycophantic smile spread across the Grand Shaman's gaunt face as he hurried to greet the two elders. Bowing respectfully, "Elders, I leave Lei Ming to you. I will handle the others." Feng San nodded, gazing at Lei Ming with fervor. "Do not forget, you promised us. The ancient bloodline within you belongs to us. The Lei Yun tribe is yours." "Yes, yes, yes," the Grand Shaman replied obsequiously, though a flash of malice crossed his eyes. "Humph. You wish to seize the ancient bloodline? Once Lei Ming has exhausted you, I shall send you to meet the King of Hell." The two elders exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming as they charged at Lei Ming. The Grand Shaman straightened his back, raising his hand to signal the orcs behind him to rush toward Lei Ming's guards. In an instant, the two forces collided. At this moment, Xiao Wu's voice suddenly rang out. "Xiaoyu, there are energy fluctuations nearby. There may be an ambush." Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback, observing the chaotic battle at the cliff's edge. Did the Grand Shaman have a backup plan? She immediately instructed, "Xiao Wu, activate scan mode." Xiao Wu promptly transmitted the information from the mountaintop into Nuo Xiaoyu's mind. She saw that hidden within the forest to the left of the beast tent was a team of warriors while not far from the waterfall. Ruaisen led another group concealed in the bushes. Both groups of orcs were armed with long spears, intently focused on the battle at the cliff's edge. Humph, what a cunning Grand Shaman. Once Lei Ming and the two elders have exhausted themselves, he intends to swoop in and reap the benefits. Quite the scheme. With this thought, Nuo Xiaoyu quickly collected her focus, turning to Yiyu with a serious inquiry. "Yiyu, how many more of our forces do we have?" Yiyu looked at Nuo Xiaoyu, puzzled, but upon seeing her earnest expression, she hastily replied, "There's a team outside the cellar, and Li Feng and I have another group of elite guards." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded, pointing to the two concealed positions, instructing, "Take your team and eliminate the orcs hiding in those two spots. We must not allow them to descend the cliff." "Understood." Yiyu stared at Nuo Xiaoyu in astonishment, wondering how she knew of the hidden forces. However, since her lord had instructed her to unconditionally follow Nuo Xiaoyu's orders, she hesitated no longer and began to mobilize her troops. Nuo Xiaoyu then whispered to Yiyu, "Prepare a larger vine net. Deploy 2 flying orcs to ensnare them first. While they are in disarray, we will strike unexpectedly." Yiyu's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. "Xiaoyu, this plan is brilliant. They will never suspect we know their exact positions. Once we ensnare them, we will have the upper hand." After Li Feng set Yiyu down, the two ascended into the air and witnessed Feng San and Feng Qi relentlessly attacking Lei Ming. It was evident that Lei Ming was struggling against the two sixth-tier powerhouses. Meanwhile, the Grand Shaman stood at a distance, occasionally stroking his goatee, watching with satisfaction as Lei Ming faced the two elders. As Lei Ming faltered, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of anxiety. 2 sixth-tier experts would surely overwhelm him. She immediately turned to Li Feng, asking, "Li Feng, can you hold off the 6th-tier experts?" Li Feng, seemingly grasping Nuo Xiaoyu's intent, glimmered with determination as he vowed, "Rest assured, Xiaoyu, even if it costs me my life, I will buy you some time." Nuo Xiaoyu nodded with gratitude, realizing that Lei Ming's guards would sacrifice everything for him. While that useless patriarch was nothing but a burden, with such a father, she truly felt sorry for Lei Ming. Nevertheless, Nuo Xiaoyu quickly retrieved her bow and arrows from her spatial pouch, gripping them tightly. Gritting her teeth, she declared to Li Feng, "Let us charge forth and confront these 6th-tier experts." Yi Feng, in that moment, let out a fierce roar towards the heavens, swiftly charging into the fray surrounding Lei Ming. Nuo Xiaoyu felt her body plummeting rapidly, the howling wind buzzing in her ears, rendering her unable to open her eyes. She could only shout desperately, "Slow down, Yi Feng, I can't even open my eyes." Allowing him to rush forth was one thing, but this pace was truly excessive. Yi Feng, upon hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's cries, reduced his speed, enabling her to finally open her eyes, albeit at the cost of exposing both of them to the gazes of the crowd. Nuo Xiaoyu, disregarding the potential exposure, seized the opportunity as Yifeng dove downwards to swiftly shoot an arrow at Elder Feng San. Feng San, caught in the throes of battle with Lei Ming, merely sensed the sound of an arrow slicing through the air towards him. Unable to evade, he was forced to divert his attention and cast a fireball in the direction of the sound, which instantly reduced the wooden arrow to ashes. The great shaman, observing the figures of Yifeng and Nuo Xiaoyu, wondered, "Who is this little female? What did she just shoot?" A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he contemplated signaling for the ambush to emerge. However, upon glancing at the battle involving Lei Ming, he realized it was not the right moment. They had to wait a little longer, as revealing themselves prematurely might thwart their chances of capturing everyone at once. He struggled to suppress the rising tide of anxiety in his heart, continuing to observe the chaos of the fight. After a swift dive, Yifeng ascended rapidly, leaving Elder Feng San perpetually harried by Nuo Xiaoyu. He attempted to extricate himself to launch a few fireballs to bring her down, but Lei Ming remained relentless in his pursuit. Frustration bubbled within Elder Feng San as he thought to himself that Feng Qi, being a Tier 6 powerhouse, should be able to hold on against Lei Ming for a while. And he called out, "Feng Qi, hold on for a bit. I'll take care of these two pesky flies." With that, a brilliant crimson bird shot upwards into the sky. Nuo Xiaoyu turned to see Feng San in hot pursuit, urgently patting Yifeng's back and exclaiming, "Yifeng, hurry, run. Feng San is coming." She had not anticipated how formidable a Tier 6 powerhouse could be. In the blink of an eye, a fireball whizzed past her ear, the intense heat singeing her hair, half of her face turning red as the searing pain mingled with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Nuo Xiaoyu lowered her head, cursing, "Damn it, my newly grown hair is scorched again. Is there no end to this?" Following Yifeng, she found herself spiraling through the sky, constantly evading the fireballs Feng San unleashed, leaving her no time to even draw her bow. Thus, the two fled for their lives, with Feng San pursuing them mercilessly as they soared over a waterfall. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea. "Aha! Let him chase us!" She shouted to Yifeng, "Fly low. Do you see that patch of grass by the waterfall?" Yifeng instantly understood and dove towards the concealed location where Ruisin lay hidden. Seizing this moment, Nuo Xiaoyu turned and shot an arrow at Feng San, who scoffed derisively, emitting a low growl as he unleashed a burst of fire towards the descending Nuo Xiaoyu as the flames approached. Yifeng executed a sharp upward maneuver, narrowly avoiding the fireball, which struck the very spot where Ruisin and the others were hiding. In a flash of fire, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted as several orcs writhed on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames engulfing them. That a few bolted towards the waterfall, but before they could reach safety, the flames consumed them entirely. Ruisin, at a distance, felt the heat singe his beast's skin. Hopping around frantically, swatting at the flames while muttering curses, the scene above the waterfall descended into chaos. Feng San was the first to perceive the anomaly, upon spotting a cluster of orcs hiding nearby. His eyes ignited with rage, and a furious roar echoed through the sky. "Great shaman, you old bastard!" The great shaman, standing afar, failed to comprehend how their hidden forces had been discovered. A flicker of pain crossed his face. Yet he had to calm his voice and say, "Elder Feng San, we can discuss this later. We must deal with Lei Ming first." With a snort, Feng San observed that Feng Qi appeared to be struggling against Lei Ming, suppressing his fury and once again pursuing Nuo Xiaoyu and Yifeng. After effortlessly uncovering their hiding spot, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a surge of elation, but seeing Feng San hot on their heels made her realize the urgency of the situation. They had to devise a plan to dispose of Feng San first. Gazing down at the waterfall, she steeled herself, gritting her teeth, and turned to Yifeng. "Yifeng, are you afraid of losing your feathers to the flames?" Yifeng, not fully grasping her intent, replied boldly, "Not at all. If they burn, they'll grow back eventually." Inspired by Yifeng's bravado, Nuo Xiaoyu felt emboldened. "Excellent. Dive towards the waterfall. When I say jump, plunge into the water quickly. We'll deal with this pesky follower once and for all." Upon hearing her instructions, Yi Feng nodded. Without hesitation, he sped towards the waterfall. Nuo Xiaoyu, drawing her bow, prepared to aim at Feng, sent out a flicker of disdain crossed Feng Sin's eyes as he noted. This little female hasn't learned her lesson that my weapon can't be harmed by her. With that thought, he instinctively launched another fireball. This time, Yi Feng did not evade, maintaining a steady flight alongside Nuo Xiaoyu. In the instant Feng San unleashed his fireball, Nuo Xiaoyu swiftly released her arrow as it pierced through the fireball and approached Feng San. The fireball also neared Nuo Xiaoyu, jump, feeling the searing heat of the fireball. Nuo Xiaoyu felt her skin ablaze, while Yi Feng's feathers ignited in multiple places, yet he still bore Nuo Xiaoyu into the waterfall, seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu and Yi Feng did not evade the fireball. Feng San's eyes gleamed with delight as he watched as Nuo Xiaoyu shot an arrow, fully confident it would meet the same fate as her previous attempts, consumed by the flames. Yet this time, the arrow was tipped with the fangs of a magnificent beast, impervious to fire. By the time Feng San reacted, the arrow was already upon him. He barely managed to shield his heart and shift to the side. A pained shriek resounded through the air, followed by the sight of a fiery red bird plummeting towards the ground beside the waterfall. Hearing that anguished cry, Feng Qi became momentarily distracted, watching in horror as Feng San fell. Impossible! How could a female kill Feng San? No way! He shouted in disbelief. But before he could finish, Feng Qi's frenzied expression froze, forever captured in a look of incredulity, in the midst of a fierce battle. A momentary distraction had determined the outcome. With a thunderous shatter from Lei Ming, Feng Qi, who had been frozen into an ice statue, instantly disintegrated into shards of ice, leaving no trace of his presence. The great shaman, rendered immobile by the shocking turn of events, could hardly comprehend how the two formidable warriors, who had just dominated Lei Ming, could so swiftly meet such dire fates. Before he could process the shock, Lei Ming appeared before the great shaman, seizing him by the throat with a powerful grip. The air around Lei Ming crackled with lethal intent, his slit pupils devoid of warmth. He gazed at the great shaman. His grip involuntarily tightened. Feeling the sharp pain at his neck, the great shaman finally regained his senses, staring wide-eyed at the menacing figure of Lei Ming before him. Frigid terror coursed through him, and he trembled uncontrollably. The moment he opened his mouth, a wave of bone-chilling cold enveloped him, and with a deafening crack, the great shaman's life came to an abrupt end as he beheld the great shaman transformed into ice shards. Lei Ming's hands trembled slightly, as if caught in a dream. He had not anticipated that he would truly kill the great shaman. Had the agony the great shaman inflicted upon him finally ceased? Nearby, Ruisin, witnessing his father's death at Lei Ming's hands, could only cover his mouth with trembling hands, his body shaking violently, his eyes ablaze with seething hatred. Lei Ming, just you wait. I will make you pay for my father's death. Casting a glance at the injured and unconscious Feng San, Ruisin clenched his fists tightly. Seeing the inevitable outcome, he begrudgingly hoisted Feng San onto his back and fled in disarray. Meanwhile, the group of orcs in the forest had been annihilated by Yi Yu and her companions. And soon the air was thick with the scent of blood wafting up from the cliff's edge, where the orcs brought by the great shaman lay lifeless outside their tents. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Lei Ming recalled Nuo Xiaoyu and hastened towards the waterfall. That moment, Nuo Xiaoyu and Yi Feng lay on the shore, gasping for breath, their faces adorned with smiles of relief. Nuo Xiaoyu, sprawled on the soft grass, felt as though the events were surreal. She had genuinely believed she would be burned to a crisp. Yi Feng, grinning broadly, exclaimed, "That was exhilarating. Did we really take down a Tier 6 beast man?" Just then, a tall figure cast a shadow over them, bringing them back to reality. Nuo Xiaoyu recognized Lei Ming and, knowing he had triumphed, smiled broadly. "Lei Ming, my hair has been scorched again. You owe me." Lei Ming gazed at Nuo Xiaoyu, her singed hair and charred skin eliciting a pained expression. "Very well. I shall compensate you." Upon finishing her words, she cautiously cradled Nuo Xiaoyu and made her way towards the beast tent. Nuo Xiaoyu was taken aback. Was this truly the aloof and domineering Lei Ming? Had she perhaps misheard? As she lifted her gaze to meet the gentle expression on Lei Ming's face, Nuo Xiaoyu couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed somewhat unreal. It wasn't until Lei Ming placed her in a warm spring within the beast tent that the soothing water enveloped her body. Instantly, a sharp pain caused the corners of Nuo Xiaoyu's mouth to twitch, and her delicate face contorted in discomfort. However, before she could utter a cry of pain, she saw Lei Ming tear away the animal skin draped over him, entering the spring and lifting Nuo Xiaoyu in his arms. Startled, Nuo Xiaoyu momentarily forgot her pain and shouted, "Lei Ming, what are you doing, you scoundrel? Get out!" Outside the beast tent, Yi Yu and the other guards, busy cleaning up the battlefield, exchanged awkward glances at Nuo Xiaoyu's shrill scream. "Shall we come back tomorrow to finish up?" However, Lei Ming paid no mind to Nuo Xiaoyu's outburst. The high volume of her scream made him furrow his brow in discomfort, yet he still tore off the snake skin clinging to Nuo Xiaoyu. And a stream of water began to flow from his hand, gently moving towards her burn wounds. Realizing that Lei Ming was helping to heal her, Nuo Xiaoyu pouted and complained, "If you're going to treat my wounds, then just treat them. Why are you taking off your clothes?" The cool water washed over her burned skin, bringing an immediate sense of relief. Before long, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted off to sleep. As the morning sunlight streamed into the beast tent, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a warm sensation envelop her entire being. In her groggy state, she suddenly saw countless skulls menacingly approaching her. Startled, Nuo Xiaoyu instantly awoke, her eyes flying open as she reflexively sat up, only to realize she was lying on Lei Ming's expansive animal skin bed. Turning her head, she was met with the chilling sight of a wall adorned with skulls. A shiver ran down her spine. Had she really spent the night amidst a pile of bones? The mere thought sent a chill through her. Just then, she heard faint voices coming from the reception area. Presumably Lei Ming was outside, attending to matters. Nuo Xiaoyu instinctively shifted her hand. She felt something cold beneath her fingers. Glancing down, she discovered a brand-new snakeskin outfit resting on the animal skin bed. Just how many snakeskin garments did Lei Ming possess? With a resigned sigh, Nuo Xiaoyu shrugged off her musings, adjusted the snakeskin clothing, and proceeded to exit the reception area. Gathered in the reception area were 5 or 6 beastmen, including Yu and Yifeng. Upon seeing Nuo Xiaoyu emerge, they immediately lowered their heads, creating an awkward atmosphere. What was going on? Nuo Xiaoyu instinctively glanced down at her attire. Everything seemed fine, just as she was pondering this. Lei Ming stepped forward, guiding her to sit down while tenderly smoothing her hair. "In a moment, accompany me to greet my father," he said gently. The thought of Lei Ming's distasteful father made Nuo Xiaoyu shake her head vehemently. Grumbling, "I won't go. If you want to, you can go yourself. I have matters to discuss with Yi Yu." Lei Ming paused in his ministrations, gazing at Nuo Xiaoyu's displeased expression, a flicker of confusion passing through his slit pupils. "Did my father upset you?" Nuo Xiaoyu puffed her cheeks, huffing defiantly, "I just don't want to go." Seeing that Nuo Xiaoyu was indeed unwilling, Lei Ming could only relent, saying, "All right, find out if you don't want to go. Then after we eat, let Yi Yu take you around." Thus, after descending the mountain, Lei Ming headed toward the cellar, while Nuo Xiaoyu followed Yi Yu to the beast tent where the 6 beastmen resided. Upon entering the tent, Nuo Xiaoyu was greeted by the sight of the previously filthy beastmen, now clad in clean animal skins, busily tidying the space. Their backs, once injured, had now formed scabs, and they appeared much improved. As soon as they noticed Nuo Xiaoyu's presence, they immediately knelt respectfully, prompting Nuo Xiaoyu to feel exasperated by the customs of this beast world. She urged them to rise before continuing her day. Once they stood, heads bowed and trembling, Nuo Xiaoyu took a seat, observing them like startled little rabbits, and softened her tone as she inquired, "What are your names?" The beastmen were momentarily taken aback by her question, their eyes reflecting confusion. One particularly handsome beastman, glancing at Nuo Xiaoyu with trepidation, spoke in a hushed tone, replying to the mistress, "We have no names. Lowly slaves are deemed unworthy of names." Did this female not know? No names? Xiaoyu glanced at Yi Yu, who nodded in affirmation, leaving her utterly speechless. Was there truly no sense of human rights here? She pressed on. "Did you have names in your previous tribe?" Again, the handsome beast man replied in a low voice, Yes, we were high-ranking slaves in our former tribe, but upon becoming low-ranking slaves, we can no longer retain our previous names. Sighing, Nuo Xiaoyu lamented the complexity of it all. Why did everything have to be so convoluted in this beast world? Nonetheless, she straightened her demeanor and declared, "Then I shall give you names. We can't keep calling you Hei forever." The beastmen were shocked, raising their heads in disbelief. Their synchronized movements startling Nuo Xiaoyu. Had she truly said something amiss? Then they bowed deeply once more, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for bestowing names upon us, mistress." Later, Nuo Xiaoyu learned that it was a tremendous honor for lowly slaves to receive names from their masters, signifying that as long as they did not err, they would not be sold again. Why did they kneel so easily? After urging them to rise, Nuo Xiaoyu leaned her head in thought, counting from left to right. "How about Dragon 1, Dragon 2, Dragon 3, Dragon 4, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6? What do you think?" Before they could respond, Nuo Xiaoyu continued, "Legends say dragons can soar through the clouds and glide across the skies. I hope that one day, you too can soar freely through the heavens." The beastmen exchanged bewildered glances, their faces reflecting confusion as they lowered their heads again. Why did their mistress speak in such an incomprehensible manner? Yet they respectfully knelt once more, saying, "Thank you for bestowing names upon us, mistress." Seeing them kneel again, Nuo Xiaoyu felt a headache coming on and seriously urged, "In the future, just bow when greeting me. No more kneeling. Get up." If they continued this way, she felt her lifespan would surely shorten, with the thought that since she had purchased them, she ought to understand them better. Perhaps she might discover their strengths. She asked, "What do you usually do?" Upon hearing her question, the beastmen involuntarily trembled, their hands clenching tightly as they bowed their heads in silence. Just as Nuo Xiaoyu wondered if she had erred again, Dragon 1 stepped forward, trembling, and with great difficulty said, "We all come for the arena." Pausing, Dragon 1 gritted his teeth, summoning courage to look at Nuo Xiaoyu, and pleaded, "Mistress, please do not send us to the arena. We can do anything. We beg you." The arena? Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock as she stared incredulously at Yu. Was it the same arena she feared? Yu glanced at her with a hint of guilt, letting out a resigned sigh as he explained, "The arena is where lowly slaves and captives are primarily sent in the tribes. All the dirty, labor-intensive work is done by high-ranking slaves, while lowly slaves are left to fight for their lives in the arena. Inside the arena, battles are fought between humans and beasts or between humans themselves. Only by killing the opponent can one survive. Those who do survive earn more food and currency, leading many beastmen to buy lowly slaves and send them to the arena for profit." Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened, gripping the chair tightly as she shouted, "Are these people insane? For mere bit of food, they disregard human life. What kind of nonsense arena is this? I must tear it apart. It's utterly perverse. How could such a thing exist in the beast world? Wasn't this an edict from that shameless beast deity? If such a perverse master was in charge, she absolutely could not keep any offspring." Yu stepped forward, patting Nuo Xiaoyu's shoulder to calm her down, then explained, "The arena has only existed for a few decades, originating from the Fire Phoenix tribe. Because of this, the Fire Phoenix tribe has been embroiled in continuous warfare, and most lowly slaves are sold from there." Nuo Xiaoyu looked up at Yu, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Are you saying there was no arena before? Then were there no lowly slaves either?" Yu nodded, a touch of helplessness in his eyes as he continued, "Yes. In the past, while various tribes had slaves, they were few in number and primarily performed menial tasks. Their status was low, but they weren't treated like the current slaves whose lives are as expendable as grass. It was only after the arena appeared that lowly slaves came into being. Smaller tribes, lacking strength, now live in constant fear and must rely on larger tribes, offering tributes to avoid the ravages of war." Nuo Xiaoyu recalled how the hyena tribe's chieftain had once said to spare Lei Ming because they had served for so many years. This was precisely what he meant. Since it is not dictated by the beast god, Nuo Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed, about the true intentions of the Fire Phoenix tribe. What could possess them to create such a calamity for the beast realm? Does the beast god remain indifferent to this? Yu continued, "It is said that centuries ago, a bearer of an ancient bloodline emerged from the Fire Phoenix tribe. he successfully refined this bloodline, attaining power comparable to that of the beast god. Yet for reasons unknown, this formidable figure suddenly turned savage and bloodthirsty, waging wars incessantly, even delighting in the consumption of the flesh and blood of beastmen, plunging the entire beast realm into turmoil, with cries of despair echoing throughout. Ultimately, it was the beast god who intervened, expending all his strength to seal this being's soul within the dark forest. Thus, the beast god must remain vigilant over the seal, unable to venture far from the dark forest, leaving him with little energy to address these matters. "Ah, I see now," Xiaoyu sighed, realizing her misunderstanding of the beast god. "It appears that he genuinely strives for the welfare of the beast continent." Yu suddenly recalled something and spoke with indignation. The Fire Phoenix tribe, once severely weakened by this incident, has remained an obscure tribe for centuries. It is only in recent decades that they have amassed wealth through the sale of lowly slaves in the gladiatorial arena, catapulting themselves into the ranks of a major tribe. Even the Thundercloud tribe cannot contend with them. The great shaman is dispatched by the Fire Phoenix tribe, ostensibly to enhance the friendship between the two tribes, but in truth, they aim to exploit the Thundercloud tribe. "No," Xiaoyu sighed again, saying the Fire Phoenix tribe truly exhibits despicable behavior. Does the beast god merely stand by without considering a solution? Yu lowered her head and ceased to speak, and the atmosphere within the tent grew somber. That moment, Long Yi interjected. "By the time the beast god discovers this, the various tribes will have become utterly infatuated with the gladiatorial arena, although the beast god has issued orders to cease the establishment of such arenas. In the face of immense profit." Alas, Nuo Xiaoyu began to understand. These beastmen, incapable of absorbing crystal cores and inherently weak, coupled with the allure of the gladiatorial arena, ultimately become mere playthings, their fates no longer in their own hands. "We are but fish on the butcher's block," she lamented. At its core, it is still a matter of insufficient strength, unable to protect themselves or sustain their existence. The only opportunity for survival lies in fighting within the arena. With this thought, a determined glimmer flashed in Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes as she made a bold decision. Nuo Xiaoyu called the group to an open space behind the beast tent, retrieving a bow and arrows from her spatial pouch. After handing a bow to Long Yi, she meticulously explained the principles of archery, its techniques, and the proper stance for shooting. Once she had covered the basics, she pointed to a nearby tree, beaming with pride, and declared, "Do you see that tree? The day you can accurately hit it, you will possess the ability to protect yourselves and can venture out to hunt for sustenance, no longer needing to rely on others." Long Yi gazed at the bow in his hands, having never encountered such a weapon before. His master exuded an aura of peculiarity. Nevertheless, he resolved to follow her instructions. With a swift motion, he drew back the bowstring, and with a whoosh, the arrow flew straight, embedding itself firmly into the tree trunk. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment at the arrow's rapid success. Could it be that Long Yi truly shot an arrow for the first time? Then, Nuo Xiaoyu's heart sank further, as not only Long Yi but also the others managed to hit the tree with their first arrows. Even Yu claimed that archery was rather simple. Remembering her own initial attempts where she couldn't even graze the target, Nuo Xiaoyu felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. It seemed that archery was indeed well suited for beastmen. With this realization, Nuo Xiaoyu rallied her companions to craft suitable bows and arrows for them, and to create targets for daily practice. Meanwhile, while Nuo Xiaoyu was bustling with enthusiasm, Lei Ming had already escorted the Thundercloud tribe leader into the beast tent. Following the shaman's treatment, the leader's complexion visibly improved, and his authoritative presence returned to this moment. The Thundercloud tribe leader sat in the prominent position, sipping from a stone bowl, and glanced at Lei Ming beside him, inquiring, "I hear you have dealt with the great shaman." Seeing his father in better spirits, Lei Ming felt a sense of relief and briefly recounted last night's events, respectfully responding, "Father, I have killed the great shaman." But regrettably, his son, Ruisin, managed to escape. Upon hearing this, a shadow flickered in the Thundercloud tribe leader's eyes as he slammed the stone bowl onto the ground, his tone venomous as he declared, "Humph, that old fool got off easy. How dare he imprison me?" I should have flayed him alive. My wrath cannot be quelled otherwise. Issue a decree to capture Ruasan with all our might. Furthermore, those involved in this rebellion, seize their kin, reduce them to lowly slaves, and send them to the gladiatorial arena, that I shall relish in their slow torment. The mention of slaves reminded the Thundercloud tribe leader of Nuo Xiaoyu, pointing at a nearby guard. He seethed, "You, go and capture that audacious slave from the cellar." Upon hearing this, Lei Ming's eyes widened in confusion as he swiftly intervened. "Father, why do you wish to capture Xiaoyu? It was her clever idea that aided in your rescue." At the mention of Nuo Xiaoyu, the Thundercloud tribe leader's fury surged uncontrollably. He bellowed at Lei Ming. "Oof, that brazen slave dared to insult me to my face. I shall have her skinned alive. What of her saving me? A lowly slave saving me is her fortune." Seeing that the guard had not yet moved, the Thundercloud tribe leader stood up and kicked the guard, exclaiming, "Did I stutter? Go and capture her." The guard, stifling his pain, respectfully took a step back, casting a questioning glance at Lei Ming regarding how to proceed. Lei Ming gestured for the guard to leave first. Once the guard departed, Lei Ming turned to his father, bewildered, and asked, "Father, Xiaoyu is not reckless. Did you say something to provoke her?" Nuo Xiaoyu would never be so thoughtless as to hurl insults without reason. What could his father have said? Seeing the confusion in Lei Ming's eyes, the Thundercloud tribe leader proclaimed defiantly, "What could I have said to her? I merely warned her to keep her distance from you. Does a lowly slave like her even deserve to aspire for you? Do not forget, you are betrothed to Huya." Lei Ming, suddenly enlightened, nodded in understanding, and no wonder the little slave had lashed out in anger. It was in defense of her feelings for him regarding the Huya matter. A glimmer of joy lit up his eyes, suggesting that perhaps the little slave harbored feelings for him as well. With this in mind, Lei Ming spoke earnestly. "Father, I will not marry Huya you truly wish for me to wed a female who has previously drugged me." Seeing Lei Ming's resolute stance, the Thundercloud tribe leader softened his tone, attempting to persuade him. "Huya has already explained her situation to me. She too was manipulated by the great shaman, the not cling so stubbornly to this matter." However, Lei Ming scoffed, a cold glint in his eyes as he retorted sarcastically, "Whether she was used or acted willingly, only she knows. All I know is that because of her, the Thundercloud tribe nearly fell into enemy hands. My powers plummeted, and I almost perished in the Hongyuan forest. Moreover, she has already absorbed Ruasan's essence. There is no way I could ever wed her. The partner I desire is Nuo Xiaoyu, and I shall only marry her in this lifetime." Seeing Lei Ming's unwavering determination, the Thundercloud tribe leader pointed at him, shouting, "Have you lost your mind? Lei Ming, marrying Huya would grant our tribe the support of the Fox clan, potentially allowing us to overtake them. And we would no longer fear the incursions of the Fire Phoenix tribe. What do you gain from marrying a slave?" Lei Ming glared at the Thundercloud tribe leader, his heart trembling in disbelief. What had happened to his father? After being imprisoned for a time, his temperament had drastically changed, making him nearly unrecognizable. With this thought, Lei Ming's heart quaked, and with a stern expression, he admonished, "Enough! Father, wake up! I have said I will not marry Huya. Do not harbor such delusions." The Thundercloud tribe leader, now utterly consumed by madness, gripped Lei Ming's arm tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned vehemently, "Do you not wish to dominate the beast realm? Do you want your life to remain forever in the hands of others? A slave pales in comparison to the world at large. Minger, do not be a fool." Lei Ming lowered his gaze. Withdrawing his arm, which had been painfully grasped, shaking his head in disappointment as he turned and strode purposefully out of the beast's tent. His father's emotions were currently too volatile. It would be better to discuss this matter at a later time. Meanwhile, Chief Lei Yun trembled with rage, pointing at Lei Ming's retreating figure and bellowing, "You ungrateful wretch! After all these years of raising you, you dare to defy me for the sake of a mere slave. One day, you will come to regret your choice." As he continued to berate, he shattered everything within the tent that could be destroyed, yet his fury remained unquenched. A sinister glint flickered in his eyes as he shouted outside, "Bring me Yi Yun at once." Having exited the beast tent, Lei Ming gazed up at the sky, his heart heavy with desolation. He had never anticipated that a change in his father's circumstances would lead to such madness. Not only was he being forced to unite with Huya, but his father was also contemplating war. With a sigh, Lei Ming trudged up the mountain, plagued by thoughts of why his father had transformed in such a way. Meanwhile, Nuo Xiaoyu had spent half the day busily preparing bows and arrows, and now several beastmen were diligently practicing with him. She had organized their training to include weighted running, horizontal and parallel bars, and obstacle courses, confident that it would not be long before these beastmen would enhance their strength, enabling them to stand their ground even against warriors. Observing the remarkable progress of Long, Yi, and the others filled her with delight. And a sudden thought struck her. In a flurry, Nuo Xiaoyu rushed to where Yi Yu was still tidying up, dragging her along towards Lei Ming's beast tent. Without a word, they dashed along. The surrounding beastmen watched the two holding hands with amused smiles or knowing glances. Yi Yu, feeling the weight of their stares, flushed with embarrassment and tugged at Nuo Xiaoyu, asking Xiaoyu, "Slow down. What on earth is happening?" Nuo Xiaoyu paused, panting slightly, and urgently explained, "Yi Yu, we must find Lei Ming. I have something important to discuss with him." Glancing at her hand still clasped around Yi Yu's, she sheepishly released it, realizing in her haste she hadn't noticed how she had dragged Yi Yu along. At that moment, Lei Ming lay half reclined in a chair within the beast tent, propping his head with one hand and rubbing his temples, troubled by a headache. His father's current state was concerning. What if he acted out in a fit of madness? Just then, Nuo Xiaoyu burst into the tent, her anxious expression lighting up upon seeing Lei Ming. "Lei Ming, I need to speak with you." Noticing Nuo Xiaoyu's sweaty and breathless appearance, Lei Ming frowned in displeasure and sighed, urging her to sit down. "You mustn't run so fast. What if you fall?" He reached for a piece of beast hide, gently wiping the sweat from her brow. "Fortunately, our Tengshi clan's young ones are resilient. But with your frantic nature, you hardly exhibit the awareness of a pregnant female." He then inquired, "What has happened?" Nuo Xiaoyu took a few deep breaths to calm her racing heart, grasping Lei Ming's hand, and urgently asked, "When you saved your father, you promised me you would grant one condition, right?" Lei Ming's expression froze. Clearly taken aback by her eagerness, he pinched her cheek affectionately and reassured her, "Do not worry. I will never go back on my word now. Tell me, what is it that troubles you?" Relieved, Nuo Xiaoyu settled beside him and recounted the events of the day. As she spoke, Lei Ming's brow furrowed deeper. Upon finishing, Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with hope as she shook his hand, pleading, "Lei Ming, you mentioned that your tribe still possesses thousands of slaves. Could you not abolish slavery?" A troubled expression crossed Lei Ming's face. Having just quarreled with his father, he knew that raising this issue now would be met with staunch opposition. Yet, seeing Nuo Xiaoyu's hopeful visage, he could not bear to disappoint her. He gently stroked her head, comforting her, "Xiaoyu, this matter cannot be rushed. We must approach it slowly, understand?" Nuo Xiaoyu's urgency flared as she quickly explained, "Lei Ming, please help them. Trust me, I observed Long, Yi, and the others today. They possess remarkable potential that, if given a chance, they will prove themselves no less than the warriors." Lei Ming could only nod noncommittally. "I understand, but the institution of slavery has persisted in the beast realm for millennia. Its abolition is not a simple task. Be patient. We must plan carefully." Nuo Xiaoyu recognized that Lei Ming looked down upon these lower-tier slaves. However, recalling the slaves in the gladiatorial arena, she gritted her teeth and conceded. "All right, Lei Ming, I understand that abolishing slavery is not straightforward, and we need not discuss that for now. But people die in the arena daily. Could you at least close it? Just give me 3 days. No, 7 days. And I assure you that the lowly slaves can become self-sufficient and will not burden your warriors." Lei Ming, taken aback, raised his gaze, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Closing the arena? Such a notion was utterly unfeasible, given the complex web of interests involved. Not only did it concern the benefits of the elders, but many warriors for various tribes were entangled as well. If they learned that the little slave intended to shut down the arena, who knew what they would do to her? "No," Lei Ming said sharply, rising abruptly with a dark expression. "Little slave, this matter does not concern you." Seeing Lei Ming's sudden coldness after he had just agreed to help, Nuo Xiaoyu was bewildered and asked, "Why? You promised me. All they need is a chance, just one chance." Pausing for a moment, noticing Lei Ming's steadfast refusal. Nuo Xiaoyu gripped his hand tightly, imploring, "Do you remember the people from the Tata tribe? You saw for yourself that given a chance, they could thrive. Please, Lei Ming, grant them that opportunity." Yet Lei Ming remained resolute, his handsome face betraying no emotion as he withdrew his hand, resolutely stating, "No, I've said that this matter does not concern you. Your only responsibility now is to care for our young one. Ensure nothing happens to them. As for the tribe's affairs, do not meddle." Nuo Xiaoyu, feeling utterly wronged by Lei Ming's rigid stance, fought back tears as she cried, "Lei Ming, you liar! You promised you would agree to anything. Why won't you grant them even a single chance?" With that, she pushed Lei Ming away and fled the beast tent in tears. Outside, Yu, having overheard their argument, gathered an inkling of what had transpired. Lei Ming could only watch helplessly as Nuo Xiaoyu's figure disappeared, his voice cold as he instructed Yu, "Follow her." Yu complied and quickly chased after Nuo Xiaoyu. The latter ran with tears streaming down her face. And upon reaching the foot of the mountain, she realized she had nowhere to go. She sank to the ground, burying her head in her knees, sobbing helplessly. Lei Ming was truly insufferable. He had made a promise, yet now he reneged. Seeing the approaching beastmen, Yu glanced around before stepping forward to comfort her. "Xiaoyu, stop crying. There's a beast tent not far from here. Why don't we go there and rest?" Neither noticed the pair of eyes as cold as a snake's, lurking in the shadows, watching them intently before curling into a cruel smile. I could see this moment. Nuo Xiaoyu sat outside the beast tent, gazing at the twinkling stars in the sky, while sipping from a jar of fruit honey that Yu had given her. Drinking deeply. Yu walked beside her, dismayed at the sight of the precious honey. "Oh dear, little ancestor, you should really drink less. This honey is quite expensive." When Nuo Xiaoyu showed no signs of stopping, Yu finally could not hold back. She snatched the honey jar and sat beside Nuo Xiaoyu, saying, "Xiaoyu, I know you're feeling down, but you really shouldn't consume so much of this." Nuo Xiaoyu felt that this honey was akin to fruit wine and, having not tasted it for a long while, indulged in a bit more. Seeing Yu cradle it so protectively made her relent. Nuo Xiaoyu hugged her knees, resting her head atop them, her heart heavy as she mused. "Yu, do you know that a single third-grade crystal can buy the lives of 6 beastmen? Why is it that in this world, human life holds less value than the crystals of beasts?" Yu could only offer a comforting reply. "Xiaoyu, this is simply how the beast realm operates. You just need to get accustomed to it." Nuo Xiaoyu replied with a sigh, "Yes, getting used to something can be a double-edged sword. Once accustomed, one becomes indifferent, and indifference leads to believing that everything is justifiable." She continued, "I merely feel that this beast realm is inherently unjust to them. Why won't they even be granted a single opportunity?" Yu, uncertain of how to console her, replied, "Xiaoyu, life among people has always been inequitable. The beast realm is a world of survival of the fittest. Where can one find fairness?" Nuo Xiaoyu retorted with cold sarcasm. "Indeed, the strong always tell you that you are incapable, that you are weak, that you are worthless, and thus you deserve to be trampled beneath their feet. They will ruthlessly extract every ounce of value from you. This is the essence of survival of the fittest." Yu was perplexed by what Nuo Xiaoyu had referred to as value. All she desired was for her to recognize reality. She spoke up, saying, "Xiaoyu, you do not comprehend the circumstances of the arena. The Lord fears for your safety. Closing the arena would incite a tremendous uproar, as it involves the interests of many. Take the Grand Elder, for instance. He possesses at least several hundred lowly slaves within the arena. If it were to close, do you believe he would acquiesce?" Nuo Xiaoyu pondered Yu's words, her head snapping up in sudden enlightenment. "You are right. Yu, that I have indeed simplified the matter. Interests are like a tightly woven net. To conquer them, one must first understand them. Humph. Those who tread upon the corpses of others will eventually pay the price." Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air. Nuo Xiaoyu sniffed delicately and asked, "Yu, do you detect a scent?" Yu took a cautious whiff, her expression shifting dramatically as she hurriedly covered her nose, exclaiming, "This is not good. It's rosemary." Nuo Xiaoyu sensed something amiss and swiftly covered her mouth and nose. Just as she did, A wave of dizziness overtook her, and darkness enveloped her, causing her to collapse with a thud. Yu staggered, clutching her mouth and nose as she approached Nuo Xiaoyu, calling out in a muffled voice, "Xiaoyu." After taking just 2 steps, she too succumbed to unconsciousness, and in her hazy state, she glimpsed a shadowy figure. At that moment, Huya stood not far off, a sinister smile plastered on her face as she gazed at the fallen so, this must be the slave who captivated Lei Ming. She mused, "What divine intervention? Even a casual stroll leads me to her." Upon noticing the serpent skin garment adorning Nuo Xiaoyu, Huya's expression contorted with wild jealousy. Gripping her dagger tightly, she took a bold step forward, intent on eliminating the wretched slave. Yet, a hand seized her firmly, and turning her head, she saw Yi Yun grasping her arm, a sycophantic smile gracing his lips. "Lady Huya!" Huya scoffed, breaking free from Yi Yun's grasp. Brushing off her arm as though it bore filth, and with a tone of dissatisfaction, she inquired, "What brings you here, Yi Yun?" Noticing the disdain in Huya's eyes, Yi Yun briefly flashed a malevolent glint before donning a smile again, ingratiatingly stating, "Lady Huya, I am here on the chieftain's orders to accompany these two to Huya flicked her hair back, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes, though she feigned indifference as she asked, "Oh, has the chieftain sent you to protect them?" Yi Yun let out a derisive laugh, shaking his head as he explained, "How could that be? The chieftain would eagerly see that lowly slave eliminated. I only intervened because allowing them to perish so easily would be too lenient." After this, Yi Yun stepped closer and whispered a few words into Huya's ear. Instantly, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a cold smile crept onto her lips as she nodded, saying, "Indeed, isn't Lei Ming quite taken with this slave? Let me show him what this lowly creature is truly like, and then he can kill her himself." "Ha ha ha!" In high spirits, Huya regarded Yi Yun, lifting her proud head and elegantly declaring, "Well done, you are quite clever. Once I am bonded with Lei Ming, I shall promote you to be my personal maid. Now, go inform Lei Ming and bring him here." Yi Yun feigned difficulty, saying, "I had a prior altercation with that slave, and I fear the Lord may not trust me. Perhaps, Lady Huya, you could make the trip yourself?" Huya shot him an irritated glance, her tone dripping with sarcasm as she retorted, "Humph, what a foolish creature you are. Just tell Lei Ming you saw that slave indulging in fruit nectar. Likely intoxicated, he will surely come." Fury welled in Yi Yun's eyes as he realized he had grown too arrogant from her flattery. Suddenly, remembering something, he bowed his head respectfully, stating, "Yes, yes, yes, I shall go at once." Turning, he headed toward Lei Ming's beast tent, but after a few steps, a venomous glimmer crossed his gaze as he glanced back at the self-satisfied Huya. "Humph. The Lord detests jealous females who squabble. Once I dispose of Nuo Xiaoyu, I shall inform the Lord of Huya's treachery against her. Then, regardless of her being of the Fox clan, she shall meet her demise." With that thought, a sense of satisfaction washed over Yi Yun. The Lord would finally belong to him. After harboring feelings for the Lord for so many years, no one would dare to take him away. Once Yi Yun departed, Huya moved the 2 unconscious figures to the fur bed within the beast tent, arranging them in a suggestive posture. Upon seeing the serpent skin garment on Nuo Xiaoyu, she felt an intense irritation. This garment had been prepared by Lei Ming for her, yet it now adorned the body of Nuo Xiaoyu. A surge of powerful resentment flickered in Huya's eyes as she seized the garment and began to tear it frantically, screaming, "Take it off, you wretched slave! You do not deserve to wear my serpent skin." With a sharp rip, the garment was torn asunder, revealing Nuo Xiaoyu's fair shoulder. Gazing upon Nuo Xiaoyu's flawless skin and delicate features, Huya's jealousy ignited into a blaze, distorting her face as she drew her dagger, pressing it against Nuo Xiaoyu's face, leaving a crimson mark. Huya hissed, "This face is what ensnared Lei Ming, isn't it? If this face were marred, I wonder if Lei Ming would still want you." Just as Huya was about to apply force with the dagger, her ears perked up at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Startled, she thought, how could Lei Ming arrive so swiftly? "No, I cannot allow him to discover I am here." "You are fortunate, you lowly slave," realizing she had acted too impulsively and nearly jeopardized her entire plan. Huya cast a begrudging glance at Nuo Xiaoyu before swiftly exiting the beast tent to hide. As soon as she concealed herself, Lei Ming's figure emerged outside the tent, with Yiyun trotting closely behind him, standing at the entrance. Upon entering the tent, Lei Ming beheld Nuo Xiaoyu lying disheveled in Yiyu's embrace. The air thick with the mingling scents of fruit nectar, blood, and something faintly sweet. Lei Ming radiated a chilling and violent aura, his vertical pupils tinged with red, his handsome face darkened with fury. "Umph! Rosemary!" In a flash, Lei Ming lunged, seizing the unconscious Yiyu and flinging her to the ground like a rag. The impact caused Yiyu to spit out a mouthful of blood, her senses gradually returning. Still dazed, she felt herself being lifted again, only to be met with a punch to her face, sending her crashing to the ground once more, blood spilling forth. I could see that moment. Yiyu was fully awakened. Raising her eyes just in time to see Lei Ming's foot coming toward her, she was sent sprawling backward several meters, clutching her abdomen as she fought to suppress the pain, trembling as she knelt on the ground. Lei Ming's aura grew increasingly frigid, the atmosphere within the tent becoming suffocating. He regarded Yiyu with an expression devoid of emotion, his voice icy as he asked, "Have you regained consciousness? Is it mere rosemary that has brought you down?" "Umph, truly useless." Yiyu, astonished, lifted her head, about to speak when Huya, having appeared at the entrance of the tent, rushed in. She grasped Lei Ming's hand, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, tears glimmering in her eyes. Lei Ming sobbed, "I have finally seen you again. I miss you so much." Lei Ming recoiled in disgust, shaking off Huya's hand and stepping back. "What are you doing here?" he asked coldly, wondering how Huya had arrived. Lei Ming began to suspect her involvement in the situation. While Huya wiped her tears, she inched closer to Lei Ming, coyly saying, "I heard a commotion and came over." "Lei Ming, why haven't you come to find me?" "Please don't be angry." As Huya drew near, she emanated a peculiar fragrance that surged through Lei Ming's senses, causing his blood to race and his mind to grow hazy. An unsettling restlessness stirred within him, the ancient bloodline in his consciousness reacting to the scent and heightening his bloodlust, turning the crimson hue in his pupils ever deeper. "What is happening? Why do I feel an urge to destroy everything?" Unbeknownst to Huya, Lei Ming's demeanor had shifted. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Yiyun and discreetly signaled him, realizing that Lei Ming seemed to have sensed something. She thought, "I must stoke the fire." Yiyun understood her cue and approached with a feigned look of sorrow, helping Yiyu to her feet as he lamented. "Yiyu, how could you involve yourself with a slave? How could you have shared a bed?" He continued, "If you truly care for her, you could ask the Lord to grant you this slave." A glint of appreciation sparkled in Huya's eyes as she observed Yiyun's clever maneuvering. Yiyu huffed, forcefully shaking off Yiyun's support, her body swaying as she knelt again to, "No, my lord, please listen. We have been framed." At this moment, Lei Ming cradled his head, anguish etched across his face, his consciousness slowly fading. He could only vaguely register the words "slept together" and "grant the little slave to whom." Seeing Lei Ming in such distress, Huya assumed it was due to Yiyun's words. A triumphant smile graced her lips as she stepped forward and embraced Lei Ming's waist, nestling into his arms and softly soothing. "Lei Ming, please don't be angry. Today, I even saw them strolling together, hand in hand, within the tribe. It seems that they share a deep connection. Otherwise, why not grant them their wishes?" Yiyu, gritting her teeth, gazed up at Huya, exclaiming, "Do not speak recklessly." Huya's remarkable ability to twist the truth was indeed formidable. Upon being embraced, Lei Ming momentarily froze, as the ancient bloodline within his consciousness surged uncontrollably into his body. His vertical pupils instantly transformed into a crimson hue, and a bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. Almost as if he had become an entirely different person. With a slender finger, he lifted Huya's chin and coldly inquired, "Whom do you claim to be deeply connected?" As Huya raised her eyes, she was met with a sea of scarlet, her expression instantly freezing in place. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Lei Ming sent Huya soaring like a projectile out of the beast tent. Crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious, a chilling voice echoed, "Who permitted you to touch me? Utterly filthy." Meanwhile, Yun and Yu finally recognized that something was amiss with Lei Ming that moment. His eyes burned with a crimson glare. A faint, sinister smile gracing his lips, and a violent aura radiated from him, making him resemble a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Yun trembled and instinctively retreated, her hands pressed tightly over her mouth, fearful that her terror might cause her to scream. This version of Lei Ming was truly terrifying. After sending Huya flying, Lei Ming turned his gaze toward Yun, slowly approaching her with an ominous tone. "To whom do you intend to gift the little slave?" Filled with dread, Yun shook her head vigorously, catching a glimpse of Yu kneeling on the ground, trembling, and pointed towards her. Stammering, she implored, "My lord, it has nothing to do with me. It is them." Lei Ming's gaze shifted to Yu, his eyes icy and a smile twisting on his lips as he asked with a devilish charm, "Did you take the little slave's hand?" Yu felt as though she were prey under scrutiny, her lips quivering as she tried to explain. "No, it is not as you think, my lord. Please let me explain." Before she could finish, Lei Ming clutched his head, crouching on the ground, and howled in agony. "How dare you touch her? She is mine, and no one is permitted to lay a finger on her." When he looked up again, Yu and Yun had frozen into two ice sculptures, while Lei Ming continued to mutter frantically, "Mine, it is mine. No one can touch her." That moment, Nuo Xiaoyu finally regained consciousness, rubbing her aching head, the extremely low temperature sending chills throughout her body. Her gaze fell upon the two frozen figures of Yun and Yu, and her mind instantly cleared. She rolled out of bed and spotted Lei Ming crouched on the ground. Nuo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. Was this not the Lei Ming who had lost control last time? What on earth was happening? She tentatively called out, "Lei Ming," upon lifting his gaze and seeing Nuo Xiaoyu. Lei Ming joyfully stood and strode toward her. However, confronted with his icy crimson eyes and the oppressive aura, Nuo Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back. What was wrong with Lei Ming? His forward momentum halted, and the warmth in his eyes faded to coldness as he glowered. "Little slave, are you afraid of me?" Nuo Xiaoyu quickly waved her hands, forcing a smile as she gently replied, "No. Lei Ming, could you please release Yu? We can discuss matters later." Yu had already turned into an ice sculpture. If this continued, her life would be at stake. Though Nuo Xiaoyu was uncertain of the situation, she knew Yu must be saved. Hearing Nuo Xiaoyu's words, Lei Ming became even more frantic, roaring, "You are protecting her. You dare to protect her. Why? Why do you allow her to touch you?" Observing the deranged Lei Ming, Nuo Xiaoyu sensed something was amiss. This was not merely him losing control. Without further thought, she stepped closer and grasped Lei Ming's wrist, exclaiming, "Lei Ming, wake up! What is wrong with you?" Lei Ming's long fingers rose abruptly, gripping Nuo Xiaoyu's throat with a fierce tug, swiftly pinning her onto the beast's skin bed. With a resounding thud, Nuo Xiaoyu's back struck the bed, a rush of blood filling her senses as the long-forgotten feeling of suffocation overwhelmed her. She struggled to pry his hand away, but Lei Ming's grip was as unyielding as iron, devoid of any emotion in his vertical pupils, murmuring, "Why? Why?" Nuo Xiaoyu, witnessing the frenzied Lei Ming, felt her own anger boiling over. He always resorted to such tactics. With a flushed face and a low, hoarse voice, she shouted, "Go ahead. If you can, strangle me to death."